Anyways, we don't have any guest requests right now. It might take a minute to kind of get this live sent out across the For You page for the reason that, this is one of the many backup accounts. We only have 16,000 followers on here, not like 300 at my main account. So we really need to work together to get this live pushed out across the For You page so we could bring people into debate. Then, of course, if you are voting for Trump, say MAGA down below in the chat, hop in the queue, do it all. Do it all, I tell you, do it all. But we're just going to go and wait for our first guest request of the night. It only takes a couple minutes, folks. It looks like we got an individual by the name of Mike in the queue, so let's go and get Mike up in the box. Everybody do be patient for Mike to load in here. Or should I say, if Mike loads in here. I guess we'll see. All right, Mike isn't loading in. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, Jacob. We may have to do a restart, probably so, but we will see. We will see, probably so. What's up, Jacob? Are you voting for Trump?
How's it going, Dean? I am, sir. Yes, I'm actually, wouldn't say I'm the ultra MAGA, but I am.
Have we talked before?
No, we have not.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
So I'm from Arizona, obviously a big swing state this year. I wouldn't say I'm your ultra MAGA, drive your F-150 and go hunting every weekend, but I just agree more with. I think the biggest turnoff for me would just be, I feel like on the Democratic side, it just seems so unorganized from a middle ground point of, it was going to be Biden. He was the guy that was going to be running for re-election. And all of a sudden, Kamala just gets thrown in there. And just from my personal opinion, I feel like it was unorganized.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're referencing like Biden dropping out of the race as being unorganized. I don't know. I see Kennedy voters coming up here every single day telling me that they're voting for Trump, but I mean, he dropped out just like Biden did. And I think that if we want to talk about organization within the individual campaigns, we should look at their policy. I think that Trump's policy is quite literally unorganized, as he admitted on the debate stage last night. He doesn't have plans for you. He doesn't have plans for America. He doesn't have plans for American citizen. He just has concepts, or he's planning to plan. I don't know if you'd classify that as disorganization, but if you don't, I wouldn't understand how or why.
No, totally, man. I think the debate last night, I would say obviously with the first debate, Trump versus Biden, that, I think it was just, it was not even something we even, that's irrelevant now. But as far as last night goes, I do think Kamala was more prepared. I do think
so. You're saying that the
calm.
Democrats are less organized but more prepared?
No, I just think she was more prepared for the debate. But as a whole, I do think the Democrats were less organized.
Wait, dude, please. I don't think so. What's Trump's plan for healthcare? I could tell you Kamala Harris's plan for healthcare. How's Trump going to pay for his tax cuts for the ultra wealthy? I could tell you how Kamala Harris intends to pay for her tax cuts for the middle class. I mean, come on, let's be so for real. Trump even admitted on the debate stage last night that he has never talked to J.D. Vance, about abortion, when abortion is one of the biggest, most pressing issues in America today. Obviously, Trump's platform is going to be less organized than Kamala Harris's platform. Do we need to talk about the over 200 Republicans that have endorsed Kamala Harris from massive campaigns that have existed in the past? Do we need to talk about the Lincoln Project, which is a sect of Republicans that are rebelling against Trump because he has pushed the Republican Party too far right? I don't think that Kamala Harris assuming Joe Biden's position as the nominee for the Democratic platform is unorganized at all. I think this is a common procedure of the private political parties. And in fact, it is expected for the VP to step up if/when the president steps down.
No, totally, man. You make some very good points. I understand you are definitely very knowledgeable when it comes to politics. Kind of a question for you. So originally when Biden was still in the race, did you think he was going to stay in the race, or did you know that it was going to be a different Democratic nominee? And originally, before Kamala was announced as a Democratic nominee, was she your number one choice?
I thought Biden was going to stay in the race, but I was happy that he dropped out. And no, Kamala Harris wouldn't have been my first pick. My first pick would have been someone like Pete Buttigieg.
Okay, got you. Well, I appreciate that, the honesty. And then last question, then I'll get out of here because I got to go. As far as Kamala, from 2021 until now, what do you think she has done that has made a big impact on why an independent voter should vote for her? What do you think she's proved as being vice president?
Yeah, she's proved that she could bring Congress together to pass good legislation. The Biden and Harris administration as a whole has passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, much more and much better legislation than what was ever produced and passed under Trump's administration. We could talk about the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan. We could talk about the PACT Act. I would research the policy that has been influenced to get passed by Biden and Harris's administration and the key role that Harris has played in this policies, serving as the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. But yeah, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
Totally. Can I one more question?
Sorry, man. I'm going to move on for debates. Anyways, for the 700 people in here, we're going to go ahead and restart the live real quick. I'm pretty sure that our push is being limited because we got a ban yesterday. So everyone, just make sure to come right back into the live. I will see y'all shortly. I will see you guys literally in about 30 seconds. So yeah, I'll see you guys in 30 seconds. Your double and the phone screen. I don't think that this live is sending out. Oh well, sucks to suck. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not loading in. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get heading up in the box. For the first 600 people that have joined us here today, please make sure that you are double tapping, sharing out that live. What is up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
Because I don't like women.
Okay, and how many continents are there?
I'm joking. I'm voting for Kamala. I love you.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. Okay, we're going to move on to our next guest. Let's get Mr. Herbert up in the box. Everyone, just give us a minute here. What's up? Are you voting for...
I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Really? I'm surprised you're not voting for Trump because, quite like you, he likes little boys and girls.
I love little boys.
Okay, moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a second. Let's go and get Alex up in the box. Everyone just give us a minute. For the first 650 people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. That's Herbert for you. Hi, Alex. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, now why the hell would you ever do such a thing?
Because I'm actually voting for Kamala Harris 2024, baby.
Okay, I love y'all. Listen, I love you guys, but please, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're just looking for some debates with Trump supporters tonight. And additionally, if you're voting for Trump, spam MAGA down below in that chat. We are just looking for our next debate of the night. What is going on? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Of fucking course I am. Why wouldn't I vote for the racist, misogynistic, egotistical, narcissistic piece of shit that only cares?
Okay, I really love you guys, but we are just looking for debates with Trump supporters. Y'all, please help me out by double tapping, sharing the live, and spamming the chat.
We are killing.
We need to break through the shadow ban so we could get some actual Trump supporters in here. We actually don't have any Trump supporters in the entire live right now. There's 736 people in here, not a single Trump supporter. Kelsey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying Harris 2024. Hell yeah, Kelsey. I really appreciate you for the $5. You are awesome. Thank you for the love. All right, guys, we're going to be waiting on our next debate, y'all. For the 752 people in here, if you're voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in the chat. We are obviously shadow banned after the day ban that we got on live yesterday. We just need to try to break through that shit. We're going to go ahead and give it one last time, one last chance here. We're going to go ahead and give it another 10 minutes to try to send out into the algorithm to get the Trump supporters up in the box, and if we don't, we're gonna unfortunately have to hit another restart. Why did I get banned? Because TikTok shucks. That's why I got banned, and it looks like we are shadow banned after the ban as well. So that is no fun. We're gonna go and load our next guest up in the box right now. Everyone, do be patient. What's going on? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
I am Aldo Hoorain, and I'll be doing one thing and one thing only. That will be voting for Harris.
Phenomenal. Moving on to Amelia. Everyone just give us a second. I don't know, guys, please. I love y'all, but please, respect the rules and the boundaries of the live. This is a debate live. While I do love y'all, please do respect my boundaries. We got our next guest loading in right now. Amelia is loading in, so everyone do be patient. 1080p. Honestly, fuck it. We're just going to load in everyone from the guest request because at this point, why the hell not? Just looking for our first debate of the night. I'm going to go crazy if y'all keep requesting up. Hey, are you voting for Trump? Are either of y'all voting for... So did y'all both just click on the guest request join button while not having vocal cords? Is that kind of the strategy? Okay, I'm just getting... Okay, so now they both choose to talk simultaneously. Mr. Wiggles, are you voting for Trump?
I was trying to come off, I'll vote for Trump 2024 for a New York prison. When you just made the statement, I understand, I follow you. I just want to say 2024 Trump Rikers Island prison. Stay blue, y'all. Pass and make sure everybody go and vote. Thanks, Dean.
Okay, appreciate you. Guys, I'm gonna lose my mind. Are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Donald Trump because I'm trans, and he does a lot for the trans community. So.
Okay, obvious troll. Obvious troll. Obvious troll. Okay, all right, guys. Well, at this point, I think that we are like completely, totally, and unequivocally shadow banned. We are not sending out into the algorithm because we've had our push artificially limited by TikTok. And yeah, like having 800 viewers in here after like only a couple minutes really sucks. So here's what we're gonna do for the 850 people in here. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and do another restart on the live, but we need to plan this restart out strategically speaking. So here's what we're gonna do. What I need all 850 of y'all to do is as soon as I end the live and restart it, come back in, spam the chat, spam the share, spam the likes, okay? Because we need to do all three of those things to help boost this live right into the For You page. Because it is boosting the live into the For You page that helps draw in the Trump supporters. That's all that we can do. That's all that we can ever do. Sometimes TikTok is quite hard on creators after, you know, you get a ban like I did on this account yesterday. So we just need to kind of break through that. So let's just go ahead and try it out now. But everyone be prepared, right? Rev your engines, double tap, share, spam the comment section as soon as we restart. So I'll be right back. Everyone do that. Okay, I'll see y'all.
When facts come to facts, my life was better when Trump was in office. The economy was higher, inflation was lower, things were better overall.
I'm confused how this is an undecided voter, by the way, that made up their mind tonight. Those, like, I understand, and I understand this is what, there's a lot of voters out there that are like this, that are like, hey, life was better under Trump.
Hi, are you voting for Dipey Dan?
No, I am not voting for Dipey Dan. I'm voting for P. Diddy.
Then get the fuck out of my live stream. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Rev your engines. Pearson, thank you for the coral. Hi, are you voting for Dipey Dan?
Absolutely.
Oh, God, why the hell would you do that?
Because I like his policies back when he was president. Everything was cheaper. Grocery stores, prices were cheaper. Gas was cheaper. And everything now is just going to shit.
Okay, so everything is more expensive now and everything was cheaper then. So how did the Biden-Harris administration make things more expensive? How did they cause or influence inflation to skyrocket? Let's hear your answer.
I mean, of course you're going to say it's because of COVID, but
I know you've watched every single one of my fucking lives. I always see you in the queue, and the fact that after watching me for at least 30 hours straight, you don't know that COVID caused the record high levels of inflation that we've seen under Biden and Harris is astounding. So I want your answer. How did Biden and Harris cause inflation? Thank you for the good afternoon.
I mean, I don't have a definitive answer, but I mean, look at the way the prices are right now.
I appreciate you for the answer. Scott, you're a lost cause.
They haven't done anything to get the prices down.
God, you're a lost cause. You've watched so many of my lives and you still believe in this nonsense. Purdy, I appreciate you for the answer. They're going off once again. Like, how does it, can I just ask you a question? How does it feel to be legitimately brainwashed?
Brainwashed.
Purdy with all the hand hearts, thank you for the love. Because you buy into this shit narrative. You think that Biden and Harris caused inflation, even though inflation was global, onset by the pandemic, and our country, the United States of America, had the quickest global rebound from it out of any other country in the G7. Biden and Harris passed some of the most monumental legislation that we've seen in modern U.S. history for the average American, and you just still buy into the narrative that somehow they caused inflation. Maybe I could ask you another question. If your argument is, well, it happened under their administration, therefore they caused it, can I say because the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression happened under Trump's administration that he caused that?
No, that was caused by COVID, of course.
So if COVID can cause unemployment, can't COVID cause inflation?
I mean, look at what the inflation was when he was president.
Answer my question. If COVID can cause unemployment, why can't COVID cause inflation?
Say that again.
If COVID can cause global unemployment, why can't COVID cause global inflation?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to cause inflation.
Okay, so you admit, agree and concede that Biden and Harris didn't cause inflation, but COVID did.
but they've had 3.5 years to fix the problem.
And we are now back down to a rate of inflation, right, equivalent to that of pre-COVID Trump era economics, right? We're at 2.8%, the same level of inflation observed in 2018.
I mean, most of the jobs, with the unemployment now are bounce back jobs.
I wasn't even referencing jobs. I was referencing inflation.
What about the 818,000 jobs that were falsely reported?
Motherfucker, do you want to talk about jobs or inflation? Because we could talk about, right, the fact that job revisions happen every single year because the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Salty, thank you for the fireworks. I really appreciate you for the love. We'll use preliminary data, right, to estimate how many jobs have been added to the economy. And as they get more specific data, they'll revise that with the final report not coming out until February of 2025. And specifically speaking, there's also a jobs revision under Trump's presidency as well, right? But I thought we were talking about inflation, right? The question was, if COVID can cause global unemployment like it did under Trump's term at the end, why can't COVID cause global rates of inflation?
I said that of course it caused inflation.
Okay, so your whole argument about things being more expensive now than they were under Trump, right, could be associated with COVID, not with Biden and Harris. So why would this give you reason not to vote for Harris?
Because they've had 3.5 years to fix the problem, and it's still, it's even though inflation's going down, the mortgage rates are still at an all-time high. The grocery prices are ridiculous.
Who controls the interest rates?
The Fed.
Okay, and who's the head of the Fed?
I don't know his name off.
Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell is the head of the Fed, and Trump has said if he's elected as president that he will actually keep Jerome Powell because, specifically speaking, they've had good reason to raise the interest rates. Do you know why they have raised the interest rates?
Because I'm assuming because of the inflation.
Yeah, because it reduces consumer spending, which it reduces the rate of inflation. So why, specifically speaking, would you say the high interest rates that we have now that are controlled by the feds, in which Trump wants to keep the chair of the feds if he's elected as president, would be a good reason not to vote for Harris?
I mean, what has Harris done, though, to be honest? I mean, what has she done since,
That's a whole different issue. Can you respond to my question without pivoting?
All right, say that again.
Yeah, why would you say that the high interest rates that we have now, right, would be indicative of good reason not to vote for Harris, when the reason that the interest rates have been raised is because of inflation, to reduce inflation, and it's not controlled by Harris, it's controlled by the feds, in which Donald Trump says that he would keep the chairman of the feds?
The only reason I'm looking at that is even though the inflation was caused by COVID, the rates were still low, affordable, housing was affordable when Trump was in office.
So how did Biden and Harris cause houses to be less affordable?
With the interest rates.
Julian, I appreciate. How did they cause the interest rates to increase?
I mean, we're going back in circles about the inflation.
Yeah, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't listen. I've seen you in my guest requests, I'm telling you, like a handful of times, every single time I go live, and the fact that you haven't learned anything from me is very telling of your biases. I actually think that guy was like an RNC bot. By the way, bro, we are so fucking shadowbanned, it's unreal. We are so incredibly shadowbanned, it's unreal. We have 0 guest requests right now, ladies and gentlemen. This actually sucks. Like, this actually kind of hurts. Like, this actually really kind of hurts. We are so fucking shadowbanned, it's unreal. Wow, we don't have any guest requests. Like, what the fuck do we do? Like, what do we do, dude? Like, how do we break through this shit? Maybe if you do magic, yo, so real. So real. Maybe we need to do some magic. I don't know. Like, what's the solution? Another restart? I don't know. We'll try another debate. We'll see if this person is voting for Trump. If they are, we'll have a conversation. If they aren't, maybe we'll just do another restart. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Trump got fucking dogged last night. Holy shit.
So real. If you guys could really help me out here by not hopping in the queue if you are voting for Harris, that'd be very, very nice. I'm going to start banning people that are in the queue if you're voting for Harris, just because I made it like pretty clear here. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, now why do you want the rapist of the Oval Office?
And listen. I will be completely straightforward. I don't pay too much close attention either side, so I'll start off with that. Your live just popped up. It interested me.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump? Because during my lifetime, I'm only 20 years old at the time. That time was a better living experience.
So how did Biden and Harris cause your living experience to be worse?
And I'm not even so much going to put it on them. They got gifted a bad COVID. You know.
Okay, so if Harris didn't cause your living experience to be worse, why would this give you reason not to vote for Harris?
I was just getting there. I was gonna say the way they handled it versus the way Trump's team handled it, I personally liked better.
Okay,
Shutting
so
everything
what
down.
specifically did Harris do that you thought was bad?
Oh, they wanted to shut everything down. Absolutely
nationwide
everything.
shutdowns occurred before Biden and Harris
absolutely,
became
but
president. They actually occurred under Trump, the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression. That was caused because of COVID shutdowns. Actually happened in April of 2020.
You don't like
before they
letting
assumed
people
office.
finish sentences, do you? I was still talking, man. That was very disrespectful and unprofessional for somebody.
I'm so sorry
on
for
TikTok.
correcting you for your misinformation. Take it away.
I was saying that they were pressured to shut everything down.
What did Biden and Harris shut down?
What did Biden and Harris shut down? They kept it shut down, did they not?
All the shutdowns were not legislated or controlled at the federal level. They were controlled at the local level, particularly by state governors, and then even like local, even down to the individual districts. So, can you name one piece of legislation that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agreed with?
Well, like I told you, man, I don't pay too much attention. I was just saying.
Oh, okay, so would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
This will be my first election, sir, that I could participate in. I told you I was 20 at the start.
Will you ever vote, or would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for grape?
For what?
For grape.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, so Trump has been held civilly liable for grape. Does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
Can you show me the documents?
Yeah, just look up jury verdict form, Trump v. Carroll 2022. You'll find the verdict form directly from the jury in the civil court case that strictly held him liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman.
See, that is one I did not know.
All right, well, did you have anything else that you wanted to go over?
What is Harris going to do to better my life? See, I'm gonna put in perspective. I live in the bottom half of Illinois. It is very
Purdy. Thank you for the roses.
I know she is gifting you crazy. It is very mistreated from the top half of Illinois with Chicago and everything. So it is almost two different sides. Like this is almost like a working class down here, and up there is more corporate, I would say.
Yeah. So what's your annual income?
Annual income is about $50,000.
Yeah, so Harris is going to specifically make your life easier by cutting taxes for the low and the middle class. She wants to introduce increased child tax credits, right? Specifically, $6,000 for newborns, $3,600 from anyone from the age of 1 to 5, and $3,000 for anyone from the age of 5 to 17. She wants to introduce a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy for acquiring newly developed properties. That would probably apply to yourself. I'm guessing you haven't bought a house given that you're 20. And she also wants to release a $50,000 first-time business owner subsidy as well, right? Basically incentivizing more Americans to start and own small businesses here at home in America. Meanwhile, Trump wants to disproportionately cut taxes for the ultra wealthy and corporations. Trump knows that this will cost about $4 trillion, and Trump has no clue how to pay for it. You definitely benefit from a Harris presidency compared to a Trump presidency because Harris is fighting for you. Trump is fighting against you to benefit his rich buddies.
But okay. So I'm gonna take the devil's advocate here. I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, but I'm gonna take the devil's advocate. And if you cut cost on big corporations, isn't that in return putting more money in the workers' pockets?
Nope. In fact, when we saw the introduction of trickle-down economics, which was a economic plan developed by a rich man for other rich men, we saw that worker wages stagnated with increases in worker productivity when they did not prior. It quite literally doesn't put more money in the hands of the workers. If you want to put more money in the hands of the workers, why don't you do it directly with tax cuts for the low and the middle class?
Because if as a corporation, if they were to see, okay, now you're getting more of your money, okay, we could decrease your pay now because you're getting more of your money.
Okay, so you're saying that if we cut taxes for the low and middle class, corporations will just pay their employees less?
Yeah.
Could you give me any reason to believe that?
Right now, I'm already getting paid well over minimum wage because now places like McDonald's and stuff are paying $15, $17 an hour. Whereas so now the factory jobs got to raise theirs.
Could you name like one point in American history where decreasing taxes for the working class, right, also decrease worker wages? Any left? Yo, Purdy going off for the roses. Thank you so much for these 1,700 roses. That's actually fucking insane. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Purdy. I think that we need to go ahead and hit another restart on the live. We have no guest requests. This is a completely shadow ban live. Hey, are you voting for Trump? Purdy with a 2,000 roses. Let's go. W's for Purdy in the chat with a 2,000 roses. Bro, what is going on with our stream today? This is bullshit, dude. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh God, why do you want to vote for the tyrannical, rapist, dictator, and day one fascist, religious persecutor, womanizer, racist, misogynist?
Man, I just can't focus on anything Kamala's saying.
Okay, and why is that?
Because she's so fine, man. You seen her? Did you see her up there last night? Damn.
Mamala got it. Mamala got it. Mamala got it. All right, hey, so for the 1.1 thousand people in here, we are going to go ahead and restart our stream real quick, ladies and gentlemen. We seemingly have another shadow ban for the 1.1 thousand people in here. I apologize. TikTok is just treating us like shit today. It is quite rough. It quite sucks big time. It quite sucks very bigly that we are shadow banned by TikTok. Hopefully a third restart is all that we need to get back into the algorithm. This shit sucks. But I do want to thank you once again, Purdy, for your love. You are so incredibly kind. So let's go ahead and try a third restart. We need to come back with even more firepower after this restart. So as soon y'all come back into the live, make sure that you hop right to double tapping, sharing the live, spamming the comment section, doing anything and everything in our power just to get out into the algorithm. And I understand that we have 1.1 thousand people in here. Chat, we usually get about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, 9K. So we are shadow banned. So we just need to try to get past that shadow ban. It has more to do with the proportion of the viewers that are from following compared to For You page. Right now it's about 70%. So we need to work past that. I will see you all in another 20 seconds. Make sure to come back in. By TikTok, we are getting 75% following. Oh my God. So 75% of the people coming into this live, right, are followers, meaning that if we were to be getting the normal expected 10 to 20%, we would be having thousands and thousands and thousands of people in here. So we really need to break past TikTok's shadow ban. We need to fight hard as hell, okay? We need to never give up, and we need to fight hard as hell. There will be a bloodbath if TikTok does not relinquish their shadow ban on our account. But everybody coming in here, welcome into the live. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure that we're sharing out this live with a couple of friends. Make sure you're spamming those comments. We need to do everything and anything in our power to get out and across the For You page for everyone coming in here. We are going to go ahead and hop right into our debates as soon as we have our first Trump supporters in the queue. And if you are voting for Dipey Don, make sure to let me know by hopping in that queue. If you are voting for Donald Trump, make sure to let me know by spamming MAGA down below. And if you want to come up here and debate, just let me know. We are waiting on our first contestants of the evening. However, right, I definitely think that, you know, the Trump supporters are going to be a little bit more scared today than they typically would be, because Kamala Harris absolutely destroyed Donald Trump last night on the debate stage. It was no contest, and the MAGA lunatic saying that she had an earpiece in. Craziness. What's up, Andrew? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Why so?
Just because his policies, I think.
Okay. All right. About his policies. What is his healthcare policy? What is his plan for healthcare?
I'm just kidding, bro. I fucking love you.
Appreciate you for the love,
Love
Andrew.
you so much, bro.
All right, waiting for our first Trump supporter of the night. Spam MAGA down below if you do want to come up and debate. And Purdy, thank you for the 800 roses. Alicia, thank you so much for the chilies as well. All right, we are waiting, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting. Everybody, just give us 1 second. For the first 700 people in the live, I appreciate y'all for being here. Let's see if we could finally break through the TikTok shadow ban on the account. Right now, we have no Trump supporters spamming the chat or in the queue. How does it feel? Right? Wow, we have 750 people in here, and there's not a single Trump supporter in the fucking live. Now, if that's not beautiful, what is beauty? If that's not progress, what is progress? If that isn't a statement, what is a statement? The fact that we have a little under 1,000 people hanging out with us here today, up to 800 now, and not one Trump supporter here to debate is very telling. And Purdy with over 1,000 roses, I appreciate you so much for the love. Anyways, for the first 800 people in here, do be patient, do give it a minute. We're still waiting for our first Trump supporters to hop in the queue. They're all scary. Maybe I need to say some things to rile the Trump supporters up. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. So Donald Trump is a racist. Donald Trump is a violent sexual offender. He's a rapist. Donald Trump is a misogynist. Donald Trump doesn't care about America. Donald Trump doesn't care about American citizens. Donald Trump is a religious persecutor. There's never been a worse president than Donald Trump. Right? Astronomically, he has no policy. He has no plans. And the only reason he's running for president today is so he could pardon himself for his own crimes so he doesn't go to jail and so he can make his rich buddies richer. Cammy, thank you so much for the high bear. You're amazing. Purdy continuing to go off with the roses. We still don't have any guest requests, so we're just going to sit back and wait for those. I really appreciate y'all for the hand hearts and for the roses as well. Make sure to hop in the queue if you are voting for Trump here, ladies and gentlemen. We're still looking for our first debate of the night. All right, Beyond, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Purdy with the roses once again popping off. Where are my Trump supporters? We still don't have any Trump supporters in here. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you're voting for Trump. We still don't have any Trump supporters in the live yet. Maybe Christina is a Trump supporter. Let's go and get Christina up in the live right now. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
I have a question. I have like 20
are you
points.
Voting for Trump?
I have 20 points from a family member.
All right. We're going to go ahead and wait for our first Trump supporter of the night. They are not voting for Trump. It seems as if all of the Trump supporters are hiding from me. Every single Republican watching the live quite currently, you are terrified of me. If you would like to prove to us all that you are not terrified of me, hop in the queue or spam MAGA in the chat. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that?
Trump is a very good man.
A good man? Wait, so a rapist, sexist, misogynist, want to be dictator on day one is a good man?
I know how that's going to happen. And
do good men grape women?
No.
Okay, so Trump isn't a good man. Got it.
No, he is.
Okay, but you just told me that good men don't grape women. Trump has graped a woman. What does that imply?
I mean, he's only been held in the civil court, though.
Yeah, exactly. He's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman. Trump is
Why didn't they? When are they going to put him in a federal court? A
federal court? You mean criminal court? They can't pursue
court.
criminal litigation because the statute of limitations has passed.
So when is that going to happen? After the election? Or
no, they cannot pursue civil charges against Trump for grape as the statute of limitations in the state of New York has passed. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what the difference is between a civil and a criminal court?
I mean, I do. I know like a civil court is like jury involved and like a criminal court is like more like the judge is straight up.
No. Absolutely wrong. Both civil and criminal courts operate on the basis of a jury. That was false. So you're telling me that you don't accept the fact that Trump is a rapist because that determination was made in a civil court, yet you don't know the difference between a civil court and a criminal court. So how come you reject the findings of the civil court without knowing the difference between a civil court and a criminal court? Purdy, thank you for all the roses. You're popping off. Thank you.
Yeah, my bad.
So do you have an answer?
I mean, is it? I'm not voting for Trump, bro. I was just trolling, bro. I just wanted to let you know, like, people.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. We are just looking to debate Trump supporters. For the first 1,000 people hanging out with us in the stream here today, make sure that you're double tapping, folks, sharing out as well. What's up, TW? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello.
Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19, January 14, 2005.
Cool, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist and does not care about women.
I just, like, don't understand, like, if, like, how is he, like, racist and like a rapist and all of that. Like,
okay, so he's
it's
a
'cause
racist.
he's a nasty man. He's a nasty man. He's nasty. He's literally nasty.
Okay, so we had another wool, another sheep in wolf's clothing there. They were not voting for Trump. For the 1.1 thousand people joining us in here today, please make sure to double tap on that phone screen so we can send this live out and across that For You page. Let's try to get this live on the For You page of all the Trump crazies so we can get some more debates underway. Also, we're at 663 shares. Let's try to get that up to 1,000. And Purdy absolutely popping off with the roses. Thank you for the 3,000 roses. W's for Purdy in the chat. That is quite frankly insane. I have a suspicion that we're still shadow banned. We have no guest requests right now. So please spam MAGA in the chat if you are voting for Trump and you want to come up and debate. We're still going to be waiting for our next guest request of the night. Just wanting to get any and all Trump supporters up in the box here. So everyone just give us a minute. John dropped out of the queue. We have Doa in here. We're going to go to get our next guest, Jalen, up in the box. So everyone do be patient. What is up? Are you voting for Trump?
I just wanted to report that my cat and my dog are just.
All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. They were not voting for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone do be patient. Give us a minute. Purdy with the 3,000 roses. Pop it off. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not voting for Trump. What's going on? Okay, it seems like we need to go back to the baseline. I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all why you shouldn't vote for Trump. And if you disagree, please request up because we have no guest requests. So you shouldn't vote for Trump because he's a racist. You shouldn't vote for Trump because he's a religious persecutor. You shouldn't vote for Trump because he's a felon, fraudster, dictator, and day one fascist. He only cares about himself. He's a raging narcissist as well as a lunatic liar. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, telling the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. There's no good reason to be voting for Trump in the upcoming election. If you are voting for Trump, please do request so you could tell me why. Our next guest is loading in right now. What is going on, James? Are you voting for Trump?
I vote for nobody. No, vote nobody 2024. That's all I got to say.
Okay, that's a very interesting take. Unfortunately, I have to disagree. Vote Harris 2024. But you're not voting for Trump, so we are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. What is up? Are you voting for Trump?
I love you, Dean, bro. You killed it out there.
I appreciate you so much for the love, man. Dude, what is going on? See, this is why shadow bans suck. Because you literally just can't get any debates underway. Like this, dude, this sucks, bro. This shit actually fucking sucks, dude. Holy shit. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Hi, yes, I am.
Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist.
I don't believe he's sexist.
Okay, so Trump is like sexualized little girls saying he dated a 10-year-old in 10 years. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. He's boasted about how he just likes to kiss women and he can't hold himself back even without asking first. Right? He's specifically also boasted on SiriusXM to Howard Stern about how he would walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect their bodies as he quote-unquote owned the place. He also said that pregnancy is the best thing that could ever happen to a woman, yeah.
I mean, I feel like men just like their brains are just like wired differently, and like those behaviors are just like a lot of behaviors I've seen in like men in my life. Like it's just like a culture, and like I disagree with like those things that he did, but at the same time, like a lot of men like think that way.
Okay, so you're literally saying boys will be boys to Donald Trump raping a woman. You're literally saying boys will be boys to Donald Trump sexualizing our youth. You're saying boys will be boys to Donald Trump incessantly perpetuating rape culture and harm against women. What kind of internalized misogyny shit is this?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I fucking hate Trump. I love you. Fuck Trump. And I'm voting for Kamala.
All right, I appreciate you for coming up. Moving on to our next guest here. We still have no guest requests, bro. 1.2 thousand people in here, no one in the chat voting for Trump. Let's just get a quick poll. I want you to spam a 1 in the chat if you're voting for Trump. If you're voting for Harris, don't say anything. I only want you to spam 1 in the chat if you're voting for Trump, okay? So let's just see if we have any Trump supporters in here. Okay, we have multiple Trump supporters in here. I'm going to go ahead and invite them all up. This was my plot to get Trump supporters up in here. Spam 1 in the chat if you're voting for Trump. Let's go get our next debate up in here. Also, like, please join in the queue. There's seemingly a lot of Trump supporters in here, but seemingly not a lot of people that want to come up and debate. We were waiting. Smarty Dean, yeah, I'm grasping for straws here because none of them will join in the requests. We're still shadow banned too, dude. God damn, man, crazy shit. Maybe if we don't beat the shadow ban here shortly, we may just have to take the L for the day. What's up, Chris? Are you voting for Donald Trump? Dude, I'm telling you, I feel like I'm fishing right now. So we got like the fish took the bait, but then swam away. Hi, are you voting for Trump? God damn it, dude! Like, what is this shit? What is this shit, dude? I swear to God, I can't do it. I literally cannot do it. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. All right, everyone, just be patient. Don't end. This is what I look forward to. Well, we may have to end for another restart. Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Okay, and why is that?
Because he cares about the border.
Okay, I would actually hold to the claim that Trump doesn't care about the border because Trump is the sole reason the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate failed 2 years ago. Trump didn't want good, effective border policy and legislation to pass if it meant that the crisis would continue, and so far it's him being able to profit off the crisis by getting your vote.
But didn't you see the debate last night?
I did, and Kamala Harris called him out on this.
Yeah, but that's all he kept saying. Every time they asked him a different question, he kept talking about the border, so he must care a lot.
No, I think he continues to talk about the border to get your vote, not because he cares.
But why would he keep saying it then?
To get your vote, because like it's propaganda. It's political propaganda. That's all it is. I mean, it was the same way he kept on saying that Kamala Harris wants to ban fracking and take your guns away when Kamala Harris doesn't want to do either of those two things. Donald Trump is not a virtuous man. Donald Trump is not an honest man. Donald Trump plays dirty, and Donald Trump will lie till the ends of the earth to get your vote.
Illegal aliens eating pets?
Yeah, well, first you said immigrants, but now you went back to the dehumanizing rhetoric. There's no evidence of undocumented migrants eating cats.
But that's what he said. He told me last night, while I was watching the debate.
Good Lord. So if Donald Trump says something, that makes it true. So when Donald Trump says that human-caused climate change isn't real, even though 97% of climate scientists disagree, does that mean human-caused climate change isn't real?
Well, don't we not cause climate change?
Okay, so you also disagree with 97% of climate scientists, really?
I mean, don't cows cause more climate problems than humans?
Oh, why do cows cause a lot of climate change? Why do you think that is?
Because they're gross and dirty.
No, it's because of factory farming, which is influenced by what? Influenced by humans. So you just conceded that Donald Trump was wrong. Thank you.
But doesn't he? Sorry, I'm watching the things. I heard help. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he's trolling. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest, Danny, for the 1.3 thousand people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping. And if you want to support me, it's a little bit of a rough day. Make sure that you're double tapping. And my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the in my bio. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yes, I am.
That's a troll. Okay, moving on to Big Rig Joe 77. Not rice pudding. Don't want you up in here. We're going to move on to Big Rig Joe 77 for the 1.4 thousand people in here. Make sure that you're double tapping. What's up, Joe? Are you voting for Trump?
What up, Dean?
Hi,
hey, I've
Joe.
talked to you before. I'm a friendly.
Oh yeah, awesome. You're awesome, Joe. Appreciate you for coming up. For the 1.4 thousand people, if you're voting for Trump, do hop in the queue. We literally have 3 guest requests right now. This is insanity. What's going on? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump? Okay, they ultimately left. Guys, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. And Gabriella, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying rough day. We appreciate you. I appreciate you,
Brother.
Gabriella. Thank you for the $5. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, are you driving?
No, I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump? And if you could disconnect your Bluetooth, that would be amazing.
I'm voting for Trump because he's going to stop them Venezuelan gangs from eating cats and dogs in Springfield.
Okay, so you are taking 2 pieces of false misinformation, political propaganda, and you're blending them together. So the Venezuelan gangs are in Aurora, Colorado, not in
Dean, I'm
Springfield.
just fucking with you, bro. Come on. I love you.
He was blending the propaganda together. That dude, I honestly thought he was being for real. He started to blend the propaganda together. Okay, so I wanted to correct him on his propaganda. Hey, what's up, Isaac? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
No, I'm not, but I've donated to you before and just want to say what's up. I know you're gonna kick me, but
Hey, I appreciate you for the love. W's for Isaac. I appreciate you so much, man. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. We still have no Trump supporters in the live. Dean, you did it. MAGA no more. I know. Did we just eradicate all Republicans? Is there no longer anybody that holds to these shit ideologies? If so, that's phenomenal. No, in all reality, it's the shadow ban. And it's a really shitty shadow ban too. Honestly, I haven't experienced a shadow ban quite like this in forever. It sucks.
Hey, you fucking shattered him in a fucking debate, dude. You fucking shattered him in a...
Thanks for the love. All right. We have no guest requests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so there is 1,400 people in here. That's a lot of damn people. And out of the 1,400 people that we have in the live, there's not a single person that is voting for Trump. Insanity. Okay, we're gonna go and get our next guest up in the box, and then after this guest, we're gonna try one more restart. We probably have like a total of 3 more restarts that I'd be willing to do before we either just accept the shadow ban or do some other type of content. So, yeah, one last debate. Let's see if it starts sending it out. No, yeah, no one's gotten the guest request in the last 2 minutes. Okay, so for the 1.4 thousand people in here, we are going to do another restart on the stream. Leslie, thank you for the hand art. For everyone that is curious why we continue to do these restarts, it's because TikTok is literally systemically limiting the push of the lives. So I just wanted to show y'all this real quick. I know that you can't see it because the chat's in the way. So this is my traffic sources for the last live I ran. If you look down here, it says following feed 75%. So on a typical live, you would want the following feed to be at a 10 to 15%, and then you'd want the live feed to be at about a 70%. But they have literally switched places, meaning that we are getting our push limited by about a factor of 7, right? So what that means is that if we were not being shadow banned right now, we would have about 7,000 people in the live. And we are going to try to fix this with the use of another restart. If another restart doesn't fix this, we will just figure things out. Maybe I could also reach out to Matt, see if I could stream on his account for the day. But whatever the case may be, we will try to get it figured out. I do love and appreciate y'all all. Make sure to come back. I will see you all in 10 seconds. Let me know right now. And if, we don't get any more debates underway, like we already don't have anyone in the queue. By the way, I see Matt in here. Matt, thank you so much for allowing me to use your account if this doesn't work. We are in our 4th or 5th restart of the day, and our following percentages have been 75%. So we are getting fucked. We are actually getting fucked by TikTok. Anyways, for the first 600 people in here, hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. Jess, I see that you're voting for Trump. I invited you up. Seth, I see that you're voting for Trump. I invited you up. Let me know in the chat if you're voting for Trump. You all already know. I'm starting to lose the twinkle in my eye because this, quite frankly, really sucks. Let's go and get our first guest up. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Okay, I've kicked you out of the queue like 7 times, and you've rejoined the queue. Okay, don't rejoin the queue again, or I'm gonna block you from the live. Oh, I think I heard a fetus say that you love me. Oh, I appreciate you for the love, man. W fetus. Okay, all right. Still no guest request. Crazy Shadowban. I'm like really starting to lose my optimism for the day. This shit sucks. Anyways, for the first 700 of y'all in here, if any of you guys are voting for Trump, let me know in the chat. It may be worth it to go on Matt's account. Go on Matt's account. Well, I mean, I kind of want to, I want to use that as kind of like a last possible resort, because I feel bad going on Matt's account, just because, I don't want him to feel like I'm like taking advantage of his account. You know what I mean? You know, so I really want that to be like a last resort necessary. But, you know, seemingly we're just not sending out at all today on this account. Purdy, I appreciate you so much for the tickets. You are awesome. Okay. All right. Well, I'm pretty sure that we are not sending out, so we are gonna go ahead and try to go on Matt's account. Can I see y'all spam at rockin.librarian in that chat right now? Because that's where we're gonna be heading. We're going to go ahead and try a live on his account. Hopefully, we'll be able to send out over there because we're just simply not sending out on my account for the day. So spam at rockin.librarian in the chat. Okay. Hey, Matt, I appreciate you so much for saying that I could change the bio. I actually did copy your bio as well to my notes app, so I have that copied as well. But okay, chat, so here's what we're going to do. For the 900 people in here, we are shadow banned on this account terribly. So we're going to head over to @rockin.librarian. Head over there as soon as I do start the live, spam Dean Raid in the comment section so we could try to get an early boost, an early push. And yeah, hopefully we'll get past the shadow ban. I will see y'all over there in about 45 seconds. Peace. Ability with private pharmaceutical companies that would save about $300 to $400 billion over the course of the next 10 years, and then the remainder of that would come from introducing an unrealized capital gains tax and increasing the realized capital gains tax on centimillionaires. Now, I would love to turn around and ask you the same question. Trump has a tax plan. He wants to extend the TCJA for another 10 years, which disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy and corporations. It's estimated to cost about $3.9 trillion by the CBO. How the hell is he going to pay for it? Oh, shit. Leslie, thank you for the hand arts. Wow. Okay, so see, no answer. That's what it reduces down to, chat. And he left. He ran away. We literally got him speechless. And then he ran. For the 2.1 thousand people in here, that's what happens when you press a Trump supporter on Trump's policies. It's because Trump doesn't have policies. Trump doesn't care about you. Trump doesn't care about America. He just wants to pardon himself from his crimes and make his rich friends richer. And you are a pawn in the system. You are a victim of his manipulation, and you are a victim of one of the greatest conmen of all time if you consider yourself to be MAGA. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. So everyone just give us a minute here. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest here has to say. We're going to go ahead and get Nell up in the box. Remember, if you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal, they are in my bio. And look at that, chat. We're finally pushing out. We just had to go to Matt's account. W's in the chat. David, are you voting for Dipey Don? Okay, David is not here, so we're going to go to move on to our next guest. Hi, how old are you?
Oh, hi.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
Of course. I did not know I was on here. I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump, David?
Oh, well, actually, I've been on here before, and I got, what's the word? I can't say it.
Okay. Well,
banana?
Okay, so are you going to tell me why you're voting for Trump? Or
I am. So actually, I'm very excited because I know he's going to win because what are the word? Homosexuals need to leave.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that David is trolling. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get Jose up in the box, y'all. For the 2.7 thousand people that are hanging out with us here today, make sure that you're double tapping on that screen, folks. What's up, Jose? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Yeah.
Why in the hell would you be doing that?
Well, I'm just here stroking my dick, and, I'm going to start stroking yours.
Oh, my God. Holy shit. Oh my God, I was not prepared for that. Oh my God, dude. Okay, typically I can be prepared for that shit. I mentally prepare myself for the shit that people will say on the live. I was not prepared for that. But yo, Purdy with a $42 on PayPal. Holy shit, thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. Massive W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. Massive W's for Purdy. Hello, are you voting for Dipey, tyrannical dictator on day one, Don?
Oh, 100%.
Why in the hell would you ever do such a thing?
Because he has such great policies that Kamala is stealing them from him now. So Kamala turned her back on the border wall was bad. Now she wants to build it. She joined Donald Trump in the no tax for tips, and then following Donald's child crap tax credit for $5,000.
Child crap tax. Yeah. Hey, so if
she came up with it for $6,000. Then last night she took credit for her and Biden in the $35 insulin. Yeah, that was Donald Trump.
Hey, so specifically,
so it sounds like no. You asked. I'm not done. I'm explaining to you.
Okay,
so
cool,
it sounds like a lot of the reasons that I'm voting for Trump is why Kamala's changing her ideas. So it's glad to see you.
Andrew, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for being goaded and cooking Kirk. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal,
in
Andrew.
2016, this clown was 14 years old. In 2020, how old were you in 2020? You weren't able to vote.
Alinga, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love.
Like
W's for Andrew and Alinga. Thank you for the love.
2016 and 2020. You're ridiculous. You're pushing stuff that you have no knowledge about. You're a punk ass little kid who just talks shit. Now go ahead and pull up your computer screen and read the talking points that the DNC gave you. Now read it. Read it.
Hey, that's all right. So I just want to clarify, I will be your therapist. I'm getting paid to be here. In fact, I just got $5.
No, it's funny. It's funny. Close your eyes, and without looking at a screen, repeat all of this stuff, all your talking points. Without looking at a screen, Dean.
You just made the worst fucking challenge of your life, little bro. You just, my God. You just started digging your own grave. Let's go ahead and do it. All right. So if I do this, will you shut the fuck up until I finish cooking you?
It's all repetitive.
Yeah, sure.
All you do is repeat the same
I will legitimately do that is if you listen. I will legitimately do that.
I don't
if you
need to listen to you.
Cammy, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. We're gonna go ahead and accept this challenge. So I'm gonna go ahead and close my eyes and debunk every single claim that he just made. But first, I want to get some W's for Alinga, Andrew, and Cammy for the $5 each. So here we go. So you referenced Kamala Harris stealing Donald Trump's no tax on tips. So did Donald Trump steal that from Bernie Sanders or Ron Paul? Because specifically Bernie Sanders and Ron Paul announced it before Trump did. Oh, so it seems like Trump had stolen it from them. I'm not done cooking. I'm not done cooking. I'm going to continue to close my eyes.
Brought it up first?
1 second. I'm going to continue to close my eyes and continue to cook you.
Who brought it up first, Dean?
Okay, so in this particular election,
Trump brought it up first. Okay,
however, in prior elections, it has been brought up by Bernie Sanders and Ron Paul.
It doesn't matter. Did Kamala bring it up after Trump or before Trump?
So Kamala Harris brought it up after Trump. Do you mind if I finish talking, though?
No, I don't need you to talk because I don't care what you say. Now, when Trump said, "Hey,
well, I'm going to kick you if you don't let me finish talking," I'm going to kick you.
No, see, that's what you're going to kick me because I'm proving you wrong.
No, I'm going to kick you because you won't let me speak.
No, I don't need to let you speak.
Leslie, thank you for that mustache.
You brought me up to explain why I'm voting for Trump.
And have a conversation.
Listen to you.
We have to listen to each other.
Conversation. No, I don't, because you don't listen to anybody, Dean.
Okay, I do.
All you do is talk over them.
So do you mind if I finish responding to your points?
Look at you. You're talking over me yet again, Dean. It's
because I like to finish responding to your points. Okay, I actually lost my ability to mute him there for about a minute. I legitimately couldn't mute him. I didn't want to tell him that, but now I got the ability back. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and finish responding to your points, and I'm going to do so with my eyes closed as you request. So everyone get ready to spam W's in the chat. So yeah, specifically speaking, you said that Kamala Harris had stolen the no tax on tips policy from Donald Trump. So this has been proposed well before Donald Trump. And specifically speaking, if Kamala Harris stole it from Donald Trump, this means that Donald Trump stole it from Bernie Sanders or Ron Paul. Also, even if it was the case that Kamala Harris stole this from Donald Trump, I would say that this is a good thing because before Kamala Harris announced that she wanted this policy, right? Specifically speaking, Americans only had a 50% chance at having no tax on tips. Now they have a 100% chance with no tax on tips, regardless of who wins. Right? It's also the case you referenced the $35 cap on insulin. So Donald Trump had a non-enforceable price cap on insulin. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden introduced an enforceable cap on insulin. You're such a good boy, Dean. So anyways, what other points did you make that you want me to
You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. So let's talk about Trump or Kamala stealing Trump's "Let's Build the Wall." I thought she was like that.
To build a wall?
No, she said that. She came out and stated that she wanted to build the wall. Let's talk about her backtracking on fracking last night. So in 2020, she stated that she wanted to ban fracking. Now she doesn't. Okay, funny. Then the last night she said she didn't want to take away. Or
Hunter, thank you for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. Let's get some W's in the chat for Hunter. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. W's down below in the chat. Thank you for the $20.
I'm Dean, and I'm making $20 from idiots that don't even know that I haven't voted in this entire American election system.
Why are you
I'm gonna
throwing
listen
strays at
to
Hunter?
you. Yay, I'm
Hunter's
Dean.
not an idiot for donating to me.
I'm Dean. Yeah,
Okay, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and respond to that point as well. All right, so in 2019, she said that she was against fracking. However, that belief has since changed, and I don't think there's any issue with that. I think that we can advocate for a greener tomorrow while also saying that we should be producing oil now. All right, and if we want to reference flip-flopping on beliefs or policy, how about we reference J.D. Vance calling Trump America's Hitler in 2019? How do you feel about that?
She didn't answer the question of why she flip-flopped. All she said is she wasn't going to do it. Then 2 weeks ago...
Hey, I asked you a question. Can you respond to my question?
Because guess
Jeff,
what?
thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Called
J.D.
Tough Guys with Tats Pookie. Hey, Pookie, you need to shut the fuck up and respond to my question.
I am.
Thank you. Shut up. W's in the chat for Jeff. Thank you so much for the $10. And to Questa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC as well. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the love to Questa. W's in the chat for DeQuesta and Jeff.
Once again, all you do is talk over people.
Hannah with a $10 on Venmo as well from the DNC. Thank you so much for the love, Hannah. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for the baby. And Raya with a $50 on Venmo from the DNC. Yes. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Raya. That is RIYA. Thank you so much for the $50. And Bernie with the DJ glasses. Massive W's for Raya in the chat with a $50. Tara with a $5 in the chat. Telling him to shut up. Thank you so much, Tara with a $5. But massive W's in the chat for Raya.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Yes. Oh my God, Dean, everybody loves you. You're so good. The people that are donating to
Rachel with the $10 on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you for the love, Rachel.
Yeah, keep going. Yay, Rachel.
Are you jealous?
No, I'm not at all.
I think you're jealous.
I don't need to beg for money like you are.
How am I begging for money?
You're on here. Take away your Venmo and take away everything.
Amber, I appreciate you for the naughty.
Fun.
John, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Dean, just fry him real quick and drop this clown. Oh yeah, we're currently frying him.
Yeah, he's not. You're not
Bebop,
frying me. You haven't done anything.
Mustache.
You haven't fried me on anything. That's all you do, Dean, is people tear you apart and then you just talk over them. You congratulate people on donating to you and then you kick them. The question is, Dean, is if this is so...
Cammy with the $20 on PayPal saying that Pookie is jealous. W's in the chat for Cammy right now. Thank you for the $20.
Dean, if this is so important to you, take your Venmo and all that stuff away and just debate people on your merit. Why do you have to get married? Why do you have to get paid to do this?
Thank you for the $2 on Venmo. So two things can be true at once, right?
No, that's not my question.
Have I finished real quick?
That's not my question. Why can't you do it without getting paid?
Yeah, so I would love to respond to your question.
Propagandist. You're a paid. You push bullshit.
Norma, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. So do I need to mute you?
Vote? No.
Do I need to forcefully?
I don't mean.
I need to forcefully put the binky in his mouth to respond to his points. He has the self-control of a third grader, right? But then secondly speaking here, right, the reason that I have my Venmo, my PayPal, and my bio is specifically so I could do this for 7, 8, 9, 10 hours a day, right? Because I understand that if I wasn't supported through the gracious donors that watch the stream and enjoy my content, then specifically speaking, I would have to get a second job and this would become a side hobby and I'd only be able to do this a handful of hours per day. But two things could be true at once. Like I could do this because I enjoy political like conversations. I could do this because I enjoy having individuals engage in political thought. I could do this because I want to sway individuals' opinions to what is right and towards what is good, while also having individuals support me out of the kindness of their heart. Pops, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal, but maybe we could ask the same question to Trump. Why can't Trump do this without texting me 7 times a day asking for money? Jocelyn, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and Jocelyn with a Galaxy as well. So why can't Trump do this without begging his donors for millions of dollars? Why can't Trump do this without sending email campaigns saying that they need to raise more than Harris? Why can't Trump do this without saying that you're only a true MAGA patriot if you send him $1,000?
Because it shows how uneducated you are. No, I'm speaking right now. Uneducated you are. How do all politicians work their campaigns? They get donations.
Okay, so if politicians can do it, why can't I?
Because you're not running
Joe
for
with the
anything.
$20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Joe. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Massive W's below for Joe. Norma with the $5 and Kemi with the $5 once again. Owen with the $5. Nicole with the $5. Jay with the $2. John with the $5. Rachel with the $10. I appreciate y'all so much for the love on the Venmo and the PayPal in the bio. Let's go, dude.
Hey, Dean.
Let's fucking go.
Dean, who did
Michael
you vote for in
Roses.
2016?
Oh, I was like a fetus in 2016.
Bro, and who
a
did
quarter
you vote
your
for?
age and twice as
Who-
wise.
Who did you vote for in 2020?
I was a minor in 2020, yet I still
Okay.
know more than you. How does it
So,
feel that someone
you don't
legitimately
know.
less than half of your age is smarter than you will ever? I will literally forget more about the economy than you will ever fucking learn.
You haven't
and I was a
proved me
fetus.
wrong on anything, dude. All you've done is provide your opinion.
Jesse with the $10 on Venmo.
Guys.
Republicans can't stand what Trump lost last night. I'm older than
didn't
your
lose.
guest and experience more. Trump was the worst president. Massive W's in the chat for Jesse.
Trump
Thank you for
didn't
the
lose.
$10 on Venmo.
Trump
Okay,
didn't
and
lose.
let me ask you a question then. If Trump didn't lose the debate, what is Trump's plan for healthcare?
What is Trump's plan for healthcare? What are you talking about? Hey, if Kamala,
Maureen with a 20. Shut up, buddy. While I'm thanking Maureen. Maureen, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, and this is why we choose the
clown
bear.
you are,
W's in the chat for Maureen. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo.
Dean.
Massive W's in the chat for Maureen with the $20.
Dean,
Go for it.
well, why don't you come say this to my face, buddy? I know where you're at.
Oh, I pissed you off. Where am I at?
No, you're in Boulder, buddy.
I'm actually not. Dude,
Yeah,
L,
you
holy
are in
shit.
Boulder.
Leanne with
Yes,
the
you are.
$25 on
Yeah, you
Venmo
are.
for standing up for women and
You're
giving
in
us hope.
Boulder.
Thank you so much for the love, Leanne. Massive W's in the chat.
Now
For
you're
Leanne,
hiding,
thank you
dude.
for the
You're in
$25 on Venmo. Oh my God. So I think it was funny that you were trying to make an example out of my age, saying because I'm so young, I'm so immature and don't know my right from my left. But then you come up here literally acting like the kids I went to high school with, wanting to fight me because I know more than you. This 20-year-old white boy on TikTok, literally on the internet, has pissed you off so much that you want to go to fucking jail. Dude,
Hey,
I love what I do. I love this.
Did I say I was gonna?
Joe with another $20 on PayPal. W's in the chat for Joe. Thank you so much for the $20. Shut up while I'm thanking Joe. Who the fuck do you think you are? Know your place, little bro. Joe with the $20. Massive W's in the chat for
That's what I'm
Joe.
talking
And
about.
Jeff
You
with the
would never
$10 on
talk
PayPal.
this to
Tough
some-
guy with his account on private. Thank you for the love, Joe and Jeff. Massive W's for
You
Joe and
would
Jeff. Thank
never
you.
say-
Sarah with a
talk like this
$5
to
on
somebody
Venmo
in
as
their
well.
face. You
Oh,
would
yeah.
never talk like this to somebody in their face.
Then you'd
That's
never
why
watch
you're
my
hiding
videos.
behind a computer, buddy.
Oh my
It's so
God, you are
hilarious.
fuming. Do you need a Kleenex?
How am I fuming?
Right Leak with
Because
the
I called
$5
you
on
out?
Venmo. W's in the chat for Right Leak and Selena with a $5 on PayPal as well.
hilarious.
Do you need a
Yes.
binky?
No, dude. If you need, can I borrow one? You have plenty of them.
You could borrow
Because all
one
you
for
do
my
is cry.
6-year-old nephew. Yeah.
No. You have the.
Angelina, thank you for the $24 on Venmo from the deep state pockets of the deep state.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Massive W's in the chat for Angelina. Thank you for the $24. And Natalie with a $5 on PayPal telling him to shut up again. Thank you for the love, Natalie.
Hey,
So
Kamala.
what is Trump's healthcare
Hey,
policy? Why
Kamala.
did you never answer that question?
Kamala. Hey,
At least you
Kamala.
pronounce her name right. So what's
Hey,
Trump's
Kamala.
healthcare policy?
Hey, Kamala. Just
Joe!
shit.
Holy shit! Joe with the $50 on PayPal saying, honestly, this guest is such a baby. So real. I want to
yeah.
get at least 500 W's in the chat for Joe. Thank you for the $50 on PayPal. That's fucking insane. Thank you for the $50. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Joe. W's for Joe. Anyways, so yeah.
I,
what
I
is?
love seeing all the idiots that America has by them donating to you. It's hilarious. Continue to donate, guys. You're giving your money away, and this guy can do nothing for you. He can absolutely do nothing for you. You're giving money to a person who hasn't voted in one single American election.
Well, that's not
Okay.
true.
Well,
Federal election.
Okay. Oh, there. You're right, Dean. You've never voted in a federal election, but yet you talk like you've known and you've experienced it. The funny thing is, Dean, is you know more about the DNC and the stuff they do because you read their paperwork compared to you do about a woman. Because let me ask you this, Dean: what's a woman?
Yeah, sure. So a woman would be an adult human individual that would hold to particular social categories and social roles typically associated with the female sex. I have a question for you. What's a man?
A man is XY chromosome.
Okay.
It's
Right.
funny.
So are you a Christian?
Funny how you. No, I'm not. It's funny how
You're not a Christian. Are you religious at all or are you atheist?
I believe that there are parts of religion, of all religions that
Joe with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Joe. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Joe.
Do you see when you asked me what a man was?
I have to put the binky back in your mouth. So yeah, specifically
when you ask,
hey, buddy, I'm talking.
I gave a one.
Carrie with the $100. Shut up. Carrie with the $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. Carrie, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Saying Dean is an American treasure. Carrie, you are an American treasure. That is CARRIE. Let's get some massive W's down below in that chat for Carrie. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Yes. That's fucking insane. Holy shit. Thank you for the love. Massive W's down below for Carrie. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. With $100 on PayPal and Farah with the $5 on Venmo. And Kalina, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Wait, you think Carrie's wasting her money?
Good. Oh, 100%. Donating to you. She's probably not going to be able to fill up her gas tank.
Millie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for wasting your money. An idiot donor from the UK. Thank you for the love, Millie.
To donate to me to live. I don't need that, right?
Millie with the $5 on PayPal once again. Dwight with the $10 on PayPal. It makes me laugh so much that these Trump supporters think that they're educated. I know, for real, Dwight. W's in the chat for Dwight. I appreciate you for being an idiot and giving me your money. Thank you, Dwight.
Give me your money. Yes, Dean.
I understand that you're very... Hey, Tradition, do you mind if I talk real quick?
No, I don't. Okay. Because...
Trisha, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for another idiot donor. W's in the chat for Trisha with the $20 on PayPal. Thank you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Trisha with the $20. Another idiot donor.
So when I...
Yo, Lindsay with the $66.66. Lindsay with the $66 saying, I love wasting my money. Holy shit. Thank you for wasting your money, Lindsay, with the $66.66. That's fucking insane. Lindsay popping off. Thank you for the $66. Holy shit. Thank you for the love. Oh my God. Oh my God! All right,
keep wasting your money. Keep wasting your money.
They're all wasting their money, throwing it away.
Dean, when I said that, I said that Kamala stole Trump's idea, and you said, "Well, Trump stole them first." That still means that Kamala doesn't have policies either. So you want to say that Trump? No, you want to say that Trump stole policies for everybody else? Okay, I'll give that to you. He stole all his policy ideas from everybody else. Kamala's copying Trump. So then Kamala doesn't have any policies of her own.
I have a question. So which one is it? Is Kamala Harris a communist because of her policy? Or is Kamala Harris stealing Donald Trump's policy?
I never called Kamala a communist.
Donald Trump does.
It doesn't. I don't care what Donald Trump calls her. I'm telling you how I feel. It's
so Donald Trump.
Funny how you.
So Donald Trump calls Kamala Harris a communist, and Donald Trump says that she's stealing his policy. So does Donald Trump think that he has communist policy?
I don't care what Trump says.
Amanda, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. For saying that this guest is an edgelord.
That's how you want to.
I'm gonna go and give you my honest take on the whole policy stealing thing. I'm fine with you saying that Kamala Harris stole Trump's policy on no tax on tips. In fact, I wish that Trump would steal all of Kamala Harris's policy tomorrow. And in fact, the idea that your response to Kamala Harris advocating for no tax on tips is that she's stealing Trump's policy instead of giving a reaction. Hey man, can I talk real quick?
Then no, because you don't let anyone else talk. Because I'm playing your game.
So I'm willing to let you speak.
I know, no, you're not, dude. Because when I talk,
so I'm willing to make a mutual agreement with you right now that I will not interrupt you, and if you say that you won't interrupt me,
you should have done that from the beginning. You should have done that from the beginning. No, you didn't.
So I just want to clarify: can we make that mutual agreement right now? Yes or no?
Not at all.
Not at all. So we have no mutual agreement, right? So you want to interrupt me?
Just like you interrupt me. I'm playing your game.
I'm literally I'm sitting here telling you that I will not interrupt you if we make this mutual agreement. Men are so emotional. Jesus Christ. Men are so fucking emotional. Why would we ever let a man run the country when men act like this? Courtney, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I'll spend my money on whatever I want. Thank you so much for the love, Courtney. W's in the chat for Courtney. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat. Men are so fucking emotional. craziness. Okay, I guess that we're just gonna go ahead and play the mute game. I'm gonna force you to have mutual
you're not a man?
conversation with me. And
So
then
you're-
specifically speaking, no, I am a man. I am a man. Haven't you been calling me emotional this whole time? That's what I thought. Self-dunk. Anyways, okay, man, I need to be able to talk.
Mute.
Yeah,
You're
literally, because I want to be able to finish my point. Cardi, I
mute.
appreciate you for the
Dean,
$5 on Venmo.
Dean, you know why I
I'm
don't
telling you, to
trust
let me,
you?
I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 strikes. Okay, if you waste these 3 strikes, I'm kicking you and moving on. So I am going to talk. I'm going to respond to your claim about Kamala Harris stealing Donald Trump's policy. Will you allow me to respond to that claim, or would you rather go back down to the comment section?
I have no reason to trust you, Dean. You are a lying piece.
Are you going to let me respond to the fact that Kamala Harris is stealing Donald Trump's policy? Or do you want me to send you back down to the comment section? I'm even willing to allow you to stay up on the live if I can incessantly mute you while I'm speaking, as long as you don't incessantly unmute and try to speak.
No, hey, so Dean, do this, and if you interrupt me one time in our rest of our conversation, for the rest of it, all the money that you were just donated, you donated to the Veterans Fund.
Okay. Well, what we can specifically do is if we don't.
No. That's the agreement. You're asking me for an agreement. No, you're asking me for an agreement.
Okay. Well, I hope you turn around and donate every single dollar in your bank account to the Veterans Fund because you just interrupted me less than 3 seconds later. We're going to move on to our next guest. See, this is what happens when you try to talk to Trump supporters. They're literally incapable of it. We're going to move on to our next guest. What's going on? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Yes, sir. How are you?
So, I'm doing all right. So why do you want the tyrannical dictator in day one in the Oval Office?
Well, I mean, just to be completely honest with you, and it may sound selfish, but it's my honest opinion. I'm not gonna get on here and lie to you. I work a farm, and I feel like we did a lot better under Trump.
Okay, so Trump literally bankrupted American farmers. It was so bad that he had to bail them out with specifically speaking, $28 billion. And how Trump bankrupted American farmers was by imposing tariffs on China. Every single time we've increased tariffs on China, U.S. agricultural exports have plummeted. So as a farmer, you would be destroyed by another Trump presidency because he wants to completely replace the federal income tax with tariffs. That would literally destroy you personally as a farmer.
It would not, though, sir. I've been there, done that. We didn't get destroyed, did we?
Okay, so what do you produce?
Well, we produce. We have crops. We have lumber. We have 7 miles of river. It's a 6,000 acre farm. We've got just a little bit of everything. But I'm gonna tell you what.
Do you export any of your goods?
We do. Okay, but let me tell you.
Okay, so those exports will plummet. Can you please? I want you to contend this point. If Donald Trump is elected, your exports to other countries will plummet because imposing tariffs on other countries will cause them to turn around and impose tariffs on you.
But let me tell you something. Okay. Y'all. So you think most, I can't say all. I mean, that'd sit there and be a lie. You think most farmers and truckers are voting Trump just so they can, lose everything they got?
Yeah, so I think most farmers and truckers and even military service members are voting for Trump because that is what they've been societally conditioned into doing. I don't think that people vote on the basis of what will benefit them. I think that people vote on the basis of mob mentality and partisan politics. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So now that we have that out of the way, I have a question for you. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed during his first term that benefited the low and middle class more so than rich people?
Well, I can. But before I get there, let me ask you something else. Because I know y'all like to run all the, to see if, what's it called? To see if someone, fact check, okay? You know how it says people's pets is getting eaten up and everybody's laughing, hooting, hollering like it's a game or a joke. Well, it's happening right here in front of people like me. It's happening here on my land. I've got it on video. It's right there. People wouldn't believe me. I put up a camera, recorded it, caught them stealing animals. Called the law on him. He confirmed he was indeed illegal. I mean, so you can't say it's not going on. And for them to get up there in that debate and say it wasn't happening, it's not how it's supposed to be.
Okay, so we're going to address this in 2 ways. First, we're going to address this with reality. You are a U.S.-born citizen, I'm going to assume. You are 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. right? So virtue signaling on behalf of undocumented migrants to further demonize them to support Trump's quote unquote mass deportation that he has no plan how he's going to follow through, just like all Republican presidents have had no plan to do that and never have in the last 25 years. It was very telling. But my second point, we're just going to accept that your worldview is true. We're going to accept that undocumented migrants are coming into our country, committing violent crimes and stealing from farmers. And we blame this on Trump. Because Trump is the man that shot down the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate that was influenced by the Biden-Harris administration 2 years ago. Trump is the reason that we've had a continuation of the crisis at the southern border. Trump is the reason that we haven't made our legal systems safer, quicker, and faster for immigrants entering into our country. Trump is the reason that the crisis has continued because he wants to campaign on your pain, sir. So even if we accept your worldview that undocumented migrants are committing these crimes, this still seemingly makes Trump look worse. Wow. Okay. Ate him up with that one. Ate him up with that one. I didn't mute him, by the way, chat.
Okay, hey, I've been talking this whole time. I didn't know I was muted, but let me say, right there when you finish that first point there, you said how white people do so much more crime than undocumented. And
Whoa! I said natural-born U.S. citizens.
Okay,
Why do you think all natural-born U.S. citizens are white?
I mean, that's the first thing that came to my mind, so that's what I say. So can you listen here, though?
One second. Do you think that we live in a white country?
Can you let me finish?
Sure. That was just weird.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's weird also. You think you know.
You put yourself on mute again.
Hello?
Go for it.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it's also weird how you come up with those percentages and you just got through saying undocumented. That means there's no document. That means there's no documents on them. There's no documents on the crime they do. There's no documents on nothing. So how could you figure those percentages with just one number?
Wait, if we can't associate crimes with being committed by undocumented migrants, why was Trump saying last night on the debate stage that undocumented migrants were eating cats in Ohio?
People like me, that is happening too.
Wait, but how do you report that?
I mean, they don't let me. I posted it on here, and guess what they do? They took down a post of an illegal stealing my animal, and they said I was doing election integrity. I don't know what the fuck that is, but come on, dude, that's not right.
Oh, on TikTok?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I get banned for election integrity.
And I called the law, and the law confirmed. You know, they're undocumented.
Wait. So you're saying that the criminal justice system can confirm if an undocumented migrant commits a crime?
I mean, they've called him, and he was illegal.
Yeah, because even when undocumented migrants commit crimes, it is recorded within our criminal justice system. It's recorded within crime supports by the FBI. And specifically speaking, every single Trump rally, Donald Trump calls undocumented migrants rapists. Donald Trump calls undocumented migrants criminals. Donald Trump calls undocumented migrants MS-13 gang member P3DOs. How would Donald Trump know that undocumented migrants are all of these things if their crimes are not recorded?
I'm going to tell you why. Because it don't matter where the hell you go, any part of the world, everything you just named, you're going to find. So, hey, it's 100% fact. Them people coming over there are going to do some of them things naturally. I mean, if we put our feelings on the dining room table and sit here and talk like men, you know that shit will start making sense.
Okay, so what do you say that we should deport?
20 million people come in, you telling me there's not going to be all them names you just said?
Okay, so I just want to clarify. Do you think that we should deport all rapists?
I think we should deport anybody who's not supposed to be here. And
what about rapists specifically? What should we do with rapists?
They should be handled accordingly. I do not stand for that shit, no matter what you look at it.
How do you think we should handle rapists? Like, what do you think we should do to rapists?
That's up to the good Lord, son.
I mean, what do you think we should do?
I'm not the judge. That's my opinion. I don't agree with it, and that's all.
So, if an undocumented migrant rapes a woman, should they be removed from the country?
If anybody does any of that shit, there should be consequences.
Okay, could you just answer my question more directly?
I did. You said if there's a migrant and they done...
Deanna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Tell me to look at the fourth video on his page. What is the fourth video on his page?
I'm not sure which one the fourth one is. I think I posted about 4 today.
Okay, what do you say that violent sex offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Should violent sex offenders be able to own a gun is what you're asking me, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
I don't believe if that's the law put in place and it says they can't, I abide by the law.
Okay, so you agree that they shouldn't be able to buy and own guns?
I surely do.
So then why should a violent sex offender such as Trump have access to the nuclear codes?
Okay, let me tell you something else different. Do you vote for person or party?
Dear God, I vote.
No,
for
hey, you're saying there, but I'm not trying to be no kind of disrespectful way. I'm just trying to say things the way I kind of got it going on in my head.
Yeah, so I vote for country every single time. I place country above party, but I'm quite afraid that Trump supporters don't place country above party. Because if Trump supporters such as yourself genuinely place country above party, you wouldn't be voting for the womanizer.
If I didn't put country over party, I wouldn't work. I wouldn't own a farm, dude. I mean, I don't have to do that. It wouldn't hurt me a bit to shut this whole operation down, dude.
Dude, I would love if you'd let me finish, but maybe I'll
Go
just
ahead.
ask you this question.
Go
Since
ahead.
you assumingly place country above party, would you ever vote for someone that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government in an attempt to rig the outcome of a federal election?
If the government's on some bullshit, then you're damn skippy, and I'll be right there next with him.
Okay, so when Donald Trump tried to steal the election in 2020 from Joe Biden by an attempt to install himself for a second presidential term with the use of fake votes in Congress, is that something that you'd stand behind?
I want you to understand what's going on here. Okay? Y'all love to holler about all these crimes Trump's done committed, right?
Yeah.
Now let me talk. I'll let you talk. You spoke your piece, and I don't have nothing wrong with anyone who votes separately. But I feel like conversation like this should happen. Okay, I feel like Trump's got this country's best interest. You know, I mean, the country's turning on its people, so that's where you make that decision. Am I going just tuck my tail and go on along with it and kind of make an excuse for everything they put in front of me, or am I going kind of set my feet into where all this started and stick to what's right? You know what I mean?
So, okay. I'm a little bit lost at this point.
I know you are.
There's other questions I could ask you here. Would you like to talk about Trump's economic policy? Because I sure would. Trump wants to predominantly cut taxes further for the ultra wealthy and for corporations by extending the TCJA for another 10 years. This is estimated to cost about $4 trillion.
I agree with that.
My question for you is, how is Trump going to pay for the $4 trillion that these tax cuts for the ultra wealthy are going to cost?
So listen, this is how I look at all that. People they'll be all tied up in the rich paying more taxes. I mean, I don't really figure the deal with that. I mean, what are you mad? Are the people mad?
I gave him so many shots. We're just going to move on to our next guest. Nothing against him. He just pivoted around like every single thing I said. Literally no answer to anything I asked. For the 5.6 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's up, Bassman? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Of course.
Okay, why so?
Well, I don't like Democrat policies. I don't like as a black man, I think it would be counterproductive to vote for Kamala Harris.
And why is that? Like, what's one policy that she wants to influence to get passed if she's elected that you think is poor?
Okay, let me give you an example. I don't like the in other words, if I have children and they go to school and they're being taught about transgenders and all that stuff.
Where is that on her platform? Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I don't know why Trump supporters incessantly demonize 0.05% of our population for political purposes, right? I wish that Kamala Harris, advocated more for education and reform of our public schools to specifically teach inclusion of all, regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation. It's not something that is on her policies listed on her website. And specifically speaking, what is one policy that she wants to influence to get passed if she is president that you disagree with?
Okay, all right. Let me give you another example.
That's not an example of something that she has spoken that she wants to influence to get passed. Do I agree with her influencing that to get passed? Yes, but as she said that she wants to, no. So what is something that she legitimately says that she wants to influence to get passed if she is elected as our president that you disagree with? What is one of her policies that she has talked about at the DNC, talked about at the debate last night, talked about in her CNN interview, or is listed on her website that you disagree with?
Okay, Dean, let me ask you a question. Do you trust politicians?
I trust Kamala Harris much more than I would ever trust Donald Trump.
Okay, see, this is the problem. Just because a politician says they're going to do something, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do it when they get into office. Politicians, they lie, they manipulate all the time. So you can't just say, well, Kamala Harris is going to do this and do it. You know how many times Democrats have said they would do this and that, and then when they got into office, they went against a lot of the stuff they said they were going to do?
So I think
you
that your
can't
points
say
are
that.
interesting, and I'd love to engage with them. But specifically speaking, I still want you to answer my original question. You said that you disagree with some of Harris's policy. You have yet to name one of Harris's policies that you disagree with.
Okay, all right. Let me give you an example. Because Kamala Harris is a Democrat, so she follows the Democrat, policies. Now let's just say
She follows her platform.
Okay, all right. No problem. I'll give you that. But Dean, let me ask you a question. In the black community, they usually like to let violent offenders back on the street. I don't like that. So if I'm a black man, why would I want to vote for a Democrat when they're constantly doing that?
What is one of her policies that you disagree with? This is the last time I'm going to ask you the question. With all due respect, you told me that you disagree with some of Harris's proposed policy. Chat, has he told me one of Harris's proposed policies that he disagrees with? No, you haven't. What fucking... I will go ahead and I'll list you off a few. She wants to increase the child tax credit. She wants to introduce a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers. She wants to introduce a $50,000 subsidy for new small business owners. She wants to specifically cap all prescription drug prices to just over $2,000 per year for every American citizen. You could even reference the policy passed under Biden and Harris that you disagreed with. They passed the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act. Just name one policy that you disagree with.
Okay, all right. I'm not saying I disagree with those things. What I'm saying is,
Okay,
again,
awesome. Timothy, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. That is so very kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Timothy. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. He just said that he didn't disagree with any of Harris's policy. Cal Michael, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. What's up, Greg? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Be advised. Further collapse expected.
Greg, hello?
Safe zone.
Okay, Greg is not here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. And then, also, once again, guys, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I'll give you a shout out as well as you could have a message pop up at the top of my phone screen. You guys already know. Our next guest, Nathan, is loading in right now. What's up, Nathan? Are you voting for the tyrannical dictator on day one?
Shit, I'm real nervous. I've never been in this. Yeah, I am.
Okay, and why is that?
I've seen the last 4 years, well, not the last 4 years, but when he was in office for 4 years, my life was a lot better. Economically, I believed we were a lot better. For the average day-to-day person, I believe their life was a lot better. I don't believe we lived in a lot of fear when he was in office. I feel like we were very well respected by other leaders. He kept them at bay. Everybody wants to say he had this buddy friendship with all these other countries, and no, I believe that they respected him. He kept them at bay, kept them like we got. I don't think it's weird that the second that he got out, Russia invades. You have the that war with Hamas and Israel. Like it just, I feel like a lot of problems came up when he got out of office because how much respect we lost as a country.
Okay, so for your first point that the economy was better, how did Biden and Harris make the economy worse? And for your second 2 points, world leaders respect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris more than they have ever respected Donald Trump. So we have clips from NATO summits of like the other world leaders quite literally laughing at Donald Trump, with Donald Trump then vocalizing that he didn't expect that reaction, right? And specifically speaking, we know that
how many U.S. soldiers got killed while Trump was in office?
65 U.S. soldiers were killed, and we had the Turkish-Kurdish war because of our pull out of Kurdistan. We had the Yemen genocide, and then we had a proxy war with Russia and Syria with American boots on the ground fighting, and we had a 483% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East, right? So your claims here are ultimately wrong, but if you would answer my first question, that would be great. How did Biden and Harris make the economy worse?
I can just look at it from an everyday, day-to-day point of life. Things are a lot more expensive. Your gas prices have doubled. I purchased a house, and that's gone well. It's close to 50% on increase on all home prices. Is that somewhere in the ballpark?
Yeah, but I'm asking you how they caused that.
I can't get that deep in it, I'm going to be honest. I just see how life is day to day for the average person.
Okay, so if your argument is that anything that happens in the country is caused by the president, did Donald Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression at 14.8% in April of 2020, just because it happened in the country while he was president?
That was COVID.
Okay, so if COVID can cause unemployment, why can't COVID cause inflation?
It certainly can, but they act like we've bounced back and we rebuilded so much from it.
We have. So the highest rate of inflation that we experienced under the pandemic was 9%. We're back down to 2.8%, which was the same rate of inflation that we had under Trump's economy pre-pandemic, right? So your claim here is wrong. We've went from a 14.8% rate of unemployment down to a 4.2% rate of unemployment. We've went from 30-year lows in the stock market to all-time highs in the NASDAQ, Dow Jones, and S&P 500.
Do you believe the unrealized gain tax will affect our stock market?
Jesus Christ. Okay, pivot. Massive pivot. No, I don't really think.
Well, I think we kind of got to the end of our point there. I'm asking more about her policies.
Okay. Yeah. Garrett, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. No fear. When he was in office, people of color, LGBT individuals constantly lived in fear. I agree with you so much, Garrett. I should have brought that point up. W's for Garrett in the chat. That is a really good point. We'll talk about that next. Yeah, so let's talk about their economic policy. Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle.
I asked about the unrealized gains.
Okay. I do not believe that the unrealized capital gains tax will negatively affect our stock market.
You don't?
No.
Well, that's going to discourage all these ultra wealthy people to stay in the stock market longer, which will plummet some of these stocks, and that does affect everyday people's 401ks. That does affect.
So they're going to pull that money out of the stock market and put it where? I mean, so they're going to be taxed on their assets regardless if they're in the stock market or not.
But not 25% on unrealized gains before they even sell it.
Yes, right. So for everyone with over $100 million in invested assets, those will be taxed with that unrealized capital gains tax, regardless of where it's invested in. And that's why it won't disincentivize them from pulling it out of the stock market. Because specifically speaking, if they currently have their money invested in the stock market, that means that they think it'll yield the best return invested in the stock market. And
yeah,
that will not change as a 25% unrealized capital gains tax
that you're going
will not
to
be
have to
different.
pay 25% of the unrealized gains. It's going to definitely discourage people from staying in there longer.
Okay, where are they going to take their money and put it?
I don't have $100 million. That's just the facts of it. If you know you're going to get taxed 25% the longer you keep it in there on the money that you haven't made technically because you haven't sold it, that's going to discourage you from staying in that market.
It won't discourage you from staying in the market because regardless of where you invest those assets over 100 million inside of the stock market or outside of the stock market, you are going to get taxed with that unrealized capital gains tax. This would only discourage investors if it specifically applied to the stock market and nowhere else, right? But it won't change the opportunity cost of having that money invested in the stock market.
Isn't it unrealized gains on the stock market, like what you have invested?
Dude, I'm trying to explain this to you and you are interrupting me and you're not listening.
I just think it needs to be a good back and forth. You can't, like when you speak in paragraphs, you can't really unpack everything the other person says.
So the unrealized capital gains tax applies on any investment, regardless of it is in or outside of the stock market. So there will be no change in the opportunity cost of having that money invested in the stock market or outside of the stock market.
So you could argue that it would affect all these investments that they're putting in, one being the stock market.
Yes, it will affect all of their investments. Awesome. Yes, but the reason...
But one of those are the stock market, and that will affect your everyday person's 401k. It's going to discourage from staying in for so long.
No, it will not discourage people from staying in the stock market because where will they take that money if they pull it out of the stock market? If they let it sit in their bank account, well, then they will not be yielding the growth and which would have that capital gains tax applied. The opportunity cost of these multi-centy millionaires taking that money out of the stock market and investing it elsewhere will be higher than the tax in which would be occurred on the earnings in the stock market. Right? And as the opportunity cost would be higher to pull it outside of the stock market, they still overall, at the end of the day, have more incentivization to keep it inside than outside. This is very basic economics.
I don't know. I see it discouraging a lot of people from What?
How?
Because the 25% tax on something you haven't even sold yet.
But how will that discourage people to keep their money invested in the stock market?
Because they're getting taxed on something they haven't even sold yet. Before you just got taxed on realized gains after you sell it.
Yeah, but if they were to pull that money out of the stock market and let it sit in their bank account, they won't have the other 75% of the earnings, right? So instead of missing out on 20%, they'll be missing out on 100%. Do you see my logic there?
I see what you're saying. I still I mean, I'm not ultra fucking $100 million type.
It's very simple, man. And like Kamala Harris isn't doing this for no reason, right? There's very good reason for her to introduce this unrealized capital gains tax. She's not doing it because she hates the ultra wealthy. She's specifically doing it so the government can raise money to pay for tax cuts for the average working class American. Maybe there's something else that we need to consider there. What will happen to the stock market when the average working class American has more money in their bank account at the end of the day?
I'm sorry. I cut out a little bit. Could you say that again?
Kamala Harris wants to offer $2.4 trillion in tax cuts for the average working class Americans over the course of the next 10 years. What will happen to the stock market when we put $2.4 trillion in the hand of the average Americans?
Well, we saw how people spend their money when we did the during COVID, where the checks that Biden was handing out. People aren't going to put that in the stock market. They
Then
need
explain
it for
to me why the stock market
They need
is
it for
currently at
everyday
all-time
goods
highs.
because of how expensive things are now.
Good point, right? So not only does Kamala Harris want to cut taxes for the 100 million American workers that need it the most because of the extremely high cost to live now, but also specifically she wants to reduce the cost to live through good policy to reduce inflationary pressures. But that actually leads me to my next great point. You said that the middle and the low class need these tax cuts to survive. So why doesn't Donald Trump want to give it to them? Donald Trump's economic policy disproportionately favors the ultra wealthy and the massive corporations. You've seemingly come to the realization that life has become incredibly hard for the low and the middle class. So keeping this in mind, why doesn't Donald Trump focus on them, but rather focus on his rich buddies?
So in what way did he focus on them before? How was your pockets? This is just off question. Do you believe that your wallet was in a better position when Trump was in office?
No, because I was like a fetus, but I could say the average American's wallet was in a better position.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, we could say that the average American's wallet was at a better position because I still understand the point that you're making here. But my point would be that Donald Trump didn't cause that, right? And Biden and Harris didn't cause it to be in a worse position. Like maybe I could ask this. How did Donald Trump make the average American better off during his presidency? What policy did he pass that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people?
I'm sorry, again, one more time.
Name one policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the ultra wealthy.
The treaty, the peace in the Middle East to get our oil cheaper for gas.
So that actually caused prices to go higher because what he did, he went to Saudi Arabia. He said that you need to increase your output and reduce prices for us or we're going to stop buying oil from you and we're going to go to Iran. Then he went to Iran. Thank you so much for the DJ glasses, Shay. And he told them that you need to cut your prices to us or we're going to go to Saudi Arabia. What ended up happening is both of those countries cut prices, which caused an incredibly low price, an unsustainably low price, which would have defaulted the global oil market, which then caused Trump to go back to OPEC. And he told them to increase their price because it was too low to sustain a long-term market. Donald Trump was a hair away from crashing the global oil market. And the way that he particularly resolved the issue was by telling OPEC to reduce their oil supply by 10% to drive prices up. Right.
One thing that I find,
we could talk about the oil market. Do you think
something that I find really weird, something that I find odd, and is just how Trump was there for 4 years, and this might not be an exact number, but late 20, high 20-some years, other than his 4, were controlled by Obama, Biden.
Can you please answer my question? What policy did Biden and Harris pass that caused an increase in the price of gasoline?
Well, they shut down the pipeline, the largest pipeline in the world, for The oil.
So first of all, the Keystone XL pipeline was not the largest pipeline in the world. Second of all, it wasn't U.S. owned, it was Canadian owned. Third of all, the reason they shut it down was because of an order from the Supreme Court because the pipeline ingressed upon indigenous lands. Third of all, that couldn't have driven prices of oil up because the pipeline wasn't currently producing oil. So when it was shut down, it didn't decrease the global oil supply. And then fifth of all, we are currently producing more oil here at home in America than we ever have been before, including under Trump's admin.
Then why are gas prices so high?
Because of a decrease in the global oil market.
But if we're creating so much here, why is it so high for us?
Because oil is a global market?
But you said we're making it here domestically. If we're making more than ever, then why are the gas prices so high?
Because we still see a decrease in the global market. Like, imagine it this way. You and your brother sell apples. Last year, you produced 5 apples, and he produced 5 apples, meaning you had a total supply of 10 apples, okay? But this year, you produced 7 apples, and he only produced 1 apple. Even though you produce more apples, in total, including your brother's production, there's still a decrease in the total amount of apples created. So now take this analogously with the global oil market. Even though we've been producing more oil than we ever have been before, we've still seen a decline in the global oil supply, so prices are still higher.
I disagree.
I'm literally giving you a lesson in economics. What could you possibly disagree with?
That we saw these cheaper prices for a reason, did we not?
I think the reason that we saw cheaper prices under Trump's term was because of like the economic trends onset under Obama's administration. I'll be gracious. I'll say maybe Obama didn't cause it, yet the trend was consistent from his admin, right? And then specifically speaking, I'd say that Trump did nothing to lower gas prices. Jay, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. And Biden and Harris specifically did nothing to raise them. Do you think that Biden and Harris caused inflation?
Do I?
Yeah.
I think that outside of COVID, I think that did a lot of it, taking people out of work, stopping a lot of businesses. They had to ultimately bring prices up to counteract the revenue they were losing.
So they did cause inflation?
I just said I think a main part of it was COVID.
Okay, so COVID caused inflation, great. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
Do what?
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for raping a woman?
Did you? I thought you were talking about pivoting earlier. That was a wild pivot.
Yeah, I mean, we could change the topic. I thought that we're kind of beating a dead horse there. If you want to continue to talk about the topic, we can, but
one thing I
also have to go over.
One thing I find interesting is the whole she's going to give $25,000 to new homebuyers.
Okay, so you didn't want to engage with that question, so you want to pivot to another piece of Kamala Harris's policy. How about we talk about
that's what we're talking about, right? Kamala Harris's policies.
So I mean, we can talk. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of considerations that we as the American public should make when we're voting for a candidate, and we could talk about the $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers after you answer my question. You've asked me a lot of questions. I'd like to ask you one. Would you ever vote for someone that has been held liable for raping a woman?
I will vote for Donald Trump. Yes.
So you would vote for someone that's been held liable for raping an adult woman. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for raping a little girl?
What?
I thought my question was quite clear. Was my question not clear?
Where did he grape a little girl?
No, I said if Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping a little girl, would you still vote for him? Yes.
That's a wild if, like.
So are you going to like continue to like not answer my question? Is that what we're gonna do? Can you answer my question there, buddy?
Did that happen?
If it were to happen.
Did it happen?
Donald Trump was not held civilly liable for raping a little girl. If Trump were to be held civilly liable for raping a little girl, would you still vote for him?
No. Like, wait, what?
Okay. So why would you vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping an adult woman, but not if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
Was he held criminally liable?
No, he's held civilly liable. So can you answer my question? You said
why wouldn't that? That's a crime. Why would that not go to? Why would not go be a criminal, not civil court?
Because the statute of limitations had passed for the accuser to bring it to a criminal court. Now, please answer my question. You said you would vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping an adult woman, but you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl. So what is the specific difference that makes you want to vote for Trump in one scenario but not the other?
I want to vote for how he handles our country.
Okay,
I think people are too focused on this the tweets and what they used to call it, locker room talk and all that.
One second, but still, yeah, you did tell me that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl, right? So what's the difference between him being held
we
civilly
talk
liable
about
for the rape of a little
policies?
girl
I
and
thought we were
adult woman?
talking about policies.
Okay, seemingly I have you in a corner here. You're recognizing that, and you want to pivot out of the corner. But I'm not going to allow you to do that. You said you would vote for him if he raped an adult, but you wouldn't if he raped a little girl. What is the relevant distinction between him raping an adult and a kid that makes you want to vote for him in one scenario but not the other? Because as far as I'm concerned, grape is grape. Why is age relevant?
He's not charged for anything.
Oh, fucking hell, dude. Do I need to repeat myself for a third time? I will repeat myself for a third and final time. I need you to listen very closely. You said you'd vote for Donald Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping an adult woman, correct?
Was he charged with anything?
Yes, he was held liable for raping an adult woman.
Charged. Was he charged?
So, okay, so
Was
obviously
he
you're making
charged?
one moment, Nathan. You're making an implication with the word charge that would fall outside of the civil court system. Yes, we would say he was charged with rape. Yes, but if you want to reference in a criminal court, no.
Okay, so he's not
charged with rape in a
criminally
criminal
charged.
court.
He's not criminally
Yes, he's
charged.
not criminally charged.
Okay.
Absolutely, Captain Obvious.
There.
What is that supposed to tell me? He was
So
held
I'm not-
civilly liable, not criminally charged.
Is he criminally charged?
No.
Okay, then there you go.
So what's the relevant difference between a criminal court and a civil court? That means you'd accept a criminal court, but not a civil court.
I think a lot of things can happen behind the doors that we don't see in a civil court.
Such as what?
A lot of settlement deals, what happened, why it happened.
Settlement deals can happen. Okay. Well, it wasn't reached through settlement. It was reached through a guilty verdict. So that's not a relevant difference. Right now, you seemingly have no reason to reject the findings of the civil court.
Guilty implies he was charged.
Guilty implies that he was found guilty or held liable by the jury.
If you're found guilty of something, you're charged with it.
If you're found guilty with something in a civil court, you could be like civilly charged, right? Like, I don't know how you're using your language here, right? But the question that I'm asking you here is that you're telling me that you reject the fact that Donald Trump is a rapist because this determination was made in a civil court, not in a criminal court. And I'm waiting for you to tell me the difference between a civil court and a criminal court. What's the difference between a civil court and a criminal court? Please tell me.
One, you're being criminally charged with a crime.
Okay, so what's the relevant difference?
One is being charged with the crime and one is not.
What do you mean by charged with a crime there?
Like you are found guilty of committing a crime.
Oh, okay. So they do determine responsibility insofar as finding the defendant guilty in a civil court as well. The first three words on the jury verdict form from the civil court that held Trump liable for rape was, "It has been proven." Okay? Right? So they did hold Trump guilty or liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, and then he was forced to pay her $87 million. So yes, Donald Trump was found guilty of rape.
Then why isn't he criminally charged of it?
Because the statute of limitations had passed, E. Jean Carroll couldn't bring the charges to a criminal court because the law of New York state law.
I don't feel like we're going to find a middle ground for us, man.
Because I don't think that you know
That's
what the
okay.
fuck you're talking about. No, one second, Nathan. I'm going to be so incredibly clear. It's because you are willfully ignorant, you have no clue what you're talking about, and you are willing to ignore the reality around you insofar as justifying your vote for Trump come November. I believe that you are a part of a cult. I believe that you willfully contort reality. And I believe that you are ignorant to the facts, willfully so, because you want to vote for the man over the woman. Like, at the end of the day, I can't think of any other explanation here. I cannot explain why you will be apologetic to rape. I cannot explain why you be apologetic to misogyny or racism. I cannot explain why you will be apologetic to religious persecution or further perpetuation of harm and marginalization towards minority communities. I cannot explain why you will willfully, right, willfully, not denounce and disavow a literal rapist, but rather vote him in to the most powerful office of power known to mankind. I think that we should socially overly scrutinize and limit the opportunity of men who rape women because it provides more disincentivization for men to do so. We already know that a lot of men would rape women if they didn't suffer consequences from that action, and you are reducing the consequences that these individuals
I think that's a bold claim.
Do you think that men will be more
I think that's
likely
a
to go
very
and rape
bold
women
claim.
if they know if they rape a woman and are held accountable for it in a court of law, that they will still be accepted into the social circles around them? The men around them will still deny the experiences of a victim, even blame her, and then
But you say
allow the rapist to have just as much societal opportunity as that he had before.
If there was no criminal repercussions, do you think that men would just go around raping people?
There'd be more incentivization to do so. Like, do you think the fact
No,
that
you said you think that if there was no...
Robert, thank you for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you for the love.
You said
And
if
Colin
there
with the $25 on Venmo. Comprehension skills in the toilet. Thank you for the love, Colin. W's for Robert and Colin. Thank you for the motorcycle and the $25 on Venmo. Yes, the answer is yes.
I don't know if that's projecting or what, but I don't believe that's the case.
Okay, then why do we have laws in the first place?
To prevent the people with ill mind, because it would take someone with an ill mind.
Okay, great. So you just conceded and agreed that if we didn't have a criminal justice system, if we didn't have consequences for committing actions, that individuals would be more likely to partake in these actions. And a part of those consequences wouldn't just falter down to the criminal justice system, but they'd also falter down to societal repercussions, such as scrutiny and limit of opportunity. Cooked. Thomas with the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. And Kat with the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for KAT. That is Kat. And W's for Thomas in the chat as well. Thank you, Thomas and Kat. Y'all are phenomenal. Thank you so much for the $20 and the $25. Y'all are popping off today. And Vanessa with the $25 on Venmo as well, saying you are amazing and appreciate all you do. Thank you so much for the love, Vanessa. Thank you, Kat, Thomas, and Vanessa popping the fuck off. So seemingly you just got absolutely dog-walked on Donald Trump's rape case. So before we started the conversation on that, you told me that you wanted to rather talk about economic policy. So I'm going to make one last point here with economic policy before we most likely move on to the last guest, because you will be well done. So Trump's economic policy disproportionately intends to benefit the ultra-wealthy and corporations because he wants to extend his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years. The Treasury has estimated that this will cost an approximate $3.9 trillion. Nathan, my question towards you is, how is Trump going to pay for the $3.9 trillion associated with debt-related spending for decreasing the taxes disproportionately for the ultra-wealthy?
How will America pay for all this stuff that Harris wants to give, the tax credits and the $50,000 for new businesses and the $25,000 for new home buyers? How will America pay for that?
That's a great question. If I answer your question, will you answer mine?
Sure.
Okay, awesome. So I would like to first point it out, this is a deflection. I asked you how Trump was going to pay for his tax policy. You gave no response, but rather asked me how Harris was going to pay for hers. I will accept your deflection.
Answer the question.
Okay, Nathan, the fucking audacity for you to interrupt me and tell me to answer your question after a deflection is astounding. But okay, so Kamala Harris's tax plan is estimated to cost $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. This estimate is coming from the Treasury, and thank you so much for the love explosion, Shirley. W's for Shirley in the chat. And the CBO, right? So 1.3 trillion of this $2.4 trillion figure is going to come from a 7% increase in our corporate tax rate. The Treasury estimates that this will raise $1.3 trillion. So we have a remainder of $1.1 trillion. $300 to $400 billion of that $1.1 trillion remaining is going to come from granting Medicare a greater negotiating ability with private pharmaceutical drug companies. This is estimated to save the government $300 to $400 billion over the course of the next 10 years. So now we've accounted for $1.4 to $1.5 trillion of it. And then for the remainder of the $2.4 trillion, this is going to come from introducing the unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires and increasing the realized capital gains tax on centimillionaires as well. So I've told you exactly how she's going to pay for her tax plan, and he ran away. Dude, that's what happens when you are smarter than the other side of the aisle. That's what happens. Can we get some runner emojis in the chat? So he had no clue how Donald Trump was going to pay for his tax plan. So then he banked on me not knowing how Kamala Harris was going to pay for hers. When he was proven fucking wrong, he ran away. Dude, that is so embarrassing for the Trump supporters. So he just ran away like Trump ran away from the question on what his healthcare plan was last night. He ran away like Donald Trump ran away from the question on would he veto a national abortion ban last night. He ran away like Trump was running from Kamala Harris the entire fucking time. That is why you should be a Democrat. That is why you should vote for Harris. Because the truth is not afraid of scrutiny. And let me fucking tell you, every single one of these Trump supporters are damn afraid of scrutiny. Chelsea, are you voting for Trump?
Nope, I'm voting for Kamala, baby. Go blue.
AW based. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue right now. Spam, specifically spam MAGA down below in the chat. Brian, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying doing the Lord's work. You are a scholar and a gentleman. I appreciate you for the love, Brian. Massive W's for Brian down below. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform. And Robert with the flying jets. Let's go. W's for Robert in the chat. Thank you so much for the flying jets. Massive W's for Robert. Thank you so much for the flying jets, man. W's for Robert. What's up, John or John Deere? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you? Okay, that is a fetus. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. If you're voting for Trump, let me know in the chat. Spam MAGA down below. Let's go and get our next guest solo up in the box, literally right now. We are going to go to get our next guest up in here right now. Should we do another one of those 1v7s? Chat, should we do another one of those 1v7s? I think we should. Spam MAGA down below if you want to come up. We're going to go to get our next debate underway right now. I think that we should do another one of those 1v7s, dude. That was so much fun last time we had that running. All right, we're going to go ahead and start accepting up our contestants for the night. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. Hop in the queue if you want to come up here and debate. Tank, are you voting for Trump?
Damn right I am. Yep, Trump.
Okay, Relix, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, Brock, are you voting for Trump?
Yep. Now you got three of us.
Okay, Relix had a lot of background noise. Feel free to unmute your mic, Brock. We're going to go ahead and continue to get our guests up here. We're just going to add them in. We're going to do a massive 1v7 here. Rev Matt, are you voting for Trump?
Heck no.
All right, I appreciate you for coming up, man.
Then. Yep, Trump.
Okay, awesome. So, yo, what's up, bro? Derek, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Awesome. We're going to keep on loading our guests up. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Ladies and gentlemen, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We're going to get this fucking going. We are going to be doing a 1v7. What's up, Philip? Are you voting for Trump?
All day long, baby.
Are you driving?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you can't be driving on TikTok Live. David, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, Hunter, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Brooke, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, we got it going. We got the 1v7 going. Okay. First, I just want to start this off. This is going to be a 1v7. I want y'all to try to prove me wrong. Okay? So we're going to start off very fucking easily.
Wait. I want you to answer me one question. Okay?
Go for it.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old. This 20-year-old...
You still shitting yellow, but hold on.
This 20-year-old is about to shit on this whole panel. Do you really want to be talking like that? Are you sure you want to?
I do.
Okay,
yes,
Tank, I got a question for you. Donald Trump calls Kamala Harris a communist. Do you agree with him?
Yes.
What the fuck is communism? Define that.
Huh?
Define communism.
Control. Let me ask you something, because you said that.
No. I asked you a question, Tank. You said Kamala Harris was a communist. Define communism, my good sir.
Communism is control of the public.
Communism is not. Communism is control. That's funny that you'd say communism is control, because communism literally implies the lack of a state.
All hyped up, bro. You gonna shit in your panties or what?
Cammy, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Cammy. Massive W's for Cammy down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love. W's for Cammy down below. So you said that communism was control. So I think that's funny because the definition. Hey, Tank, 1 second. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
The definition of communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So it's literally impossible for there to exist control of a state. In fact, the U.S. as it standed under Trump literally had more control than a communist society would. So I don't appreciate the fact that you're going to come up in here, tell me that I shit in diapers, tell me that I'm so young when I'm more educated than you ever will be, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the rest of the panel. I want one person to give me one good reason why Kamala Harris is a bad pick for president.
Let me ask you one question. And I give it to you. You know how to read off the internet, but I own businesses. I got one. And let me tell you something. Under Biden, I have lost more work, more money, and you go on the internet and you say, Oh no, that's not true. I pulled it up.
Okay, so how didn't Biden and Harris cause you to lose money?
Let me finish.
Okay, God damn.
Why don't you open your eyes and get off that fucking internet and see what's going on in this country? Because you don't want to.
Okay, I think that we're gonna drop it down to just Tank. Everyone else, feel free to re-request.
No, go ahead, talk to him.
Lynn, I want to talk to you, Tank. So thank you so much for the DJ class, Lane. And Justin, thank you for the $7, $1 for each of these clowns. We'll get the rest of the panel back up. I just want to focus on Tank.
There you go. So Tank. Focus on me, baby.
So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause you to have less money?
Less money?
Uh-huh.
Because inflation raised. The banks are not lending any money to buy houses.
Okay.
Interest rates are sky high.
Okay.
So now, keep on. You want me to keep on?
Daryl with the $2 on Venmo saying open up Tank's eyes.
You gonna talk to me or you gonna ramble off to your little girlfriend?
Oh, who's my little girlfriend?
I don't know what his name is.
Daryl's someone that just donated me $2 on Venmo. Are you jealous of the fact that people are watching?
I call him a woman too if that's all he gave me was $2. Look, man, I'm just bullshitting with you trying to act.
What do you mean call them a woman?
It don't matter. Y'all got all these damn things running around the streets now. But look.
All these damn things? What the dude, how many continents are there?
I don't know. USA's got about 40 different continents right now. We got Venezuela, Mexico, Somalia, and all them people over here. So we might as well jack it up.
Elaine, thank you for the champion. Did you just say that the USA has 40 continents and then you named Venezuela and Somalia? What is
They got all them people over there. They got Chinese, they got Japanese, illegals.
What? Oh my God, Tank.
I knew I was gonna get you going.
Oh my God, Tank buddy, what is a continent?
Answer my question first. You haven't answered one of my questions.
Okay, yeah, you said that Biden and Harris caused you to have less money by causing inflation and raising interest rates. So first of all, inflation wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. It was caused by the pandemic. It was global in every country around the world. Second of all, the US
but wait.
Kevin, thank you for the $15 on Venmo saying, what the fuck is this guy? Thank you for the $15 on Venmo. W's for Kevin in the chat. Tank, could I get a W, Kevin, from you? Okay, no worries. So go ahead.
No, look, you say that because you're reading it. But they've had 3.5 years to do something about it. They haven't done nothing. Now, listen to me. The immigration, people been pouring across the border. 6 months ago, they decided to sign something in. Why do you wait over 3.5 years to stop it?
Sure, great question, Tank.
Okay, now wait, one more, and I promise I'll let you talk.
Damon, thank you for the $3 on Venmo for the immigrants eating the pets. Okay, go ahead.
Why do you believe what Kamala Harris says when there's more than one video all over the place that says she wants to take guns and all this?
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm going to go and respond to your claims now.
Okay,
so you've accused me of reading off of the internet like 3 times. So when I respond to you, I'm going to shut my eyes so I could sit you the fuck down. So let's go ahead and have some fun with this.
Don't shut your eyes, man.
Delaney with the $50 on Venmo saying good luck with your 1v7. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how I do it either, but I have a lot of fun with it. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Delaney. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Helen with Aaliyah the kitten. Let's go. W's for Delaney for the $50. And W's for Helene with the Leon the kitten. Y'all are popping off, bro. Let's go. W's in the chat right now for Delaney and Helene. Thank you. And Michael with the $10 as well for read this without using the internet. Hey. So real. Okay, now I'm going to respond to your claims with my eyes shut.
Hold on, just say.
You have more to add, or can I respond to your original claims?
I said please.
Okay.
You know Harry and them?
Yes.
You know Chris?
Yes.
Okay, if you ask Chris about me, he's going to tell you I just get on to rile you up. That's all.
Okay.
I get on and talk to Chris.
Okay.
But see, the thing of it is, the way I really look at it, man.
Jacob, thank you for the $5. I'll be able to save the Springfield Dogs. Do you mind if I respond to your points?
I'm 60 years old.
Okay.
So I'm going to vote for Trump. That's just what I'm going to do.
Nathan, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Dean, your energy makes my morning. I'm glad
you're going to vote for Kamala. You're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change yours. But I just like to get on and bullshit with y'all, bro. That's all.
Okay, so I mean, assumingly you don't even want me to respond to your claims because you said I can't change your mind. So we're just gonna go and move on to our next guest at this point. Honestly, I think that we're gonna go back to doing the 1v7. So let's get 7 people up here. What is going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Phenomenal. And how old are you?
32.
Great. Appreciate you for coming up. J Moose, are you voting for Trump?
Well, first of all, are you going to kick me like you did last time when I wouldn't talk about what you wanted to talk about, brother?
Like, yes, I'll probably kick you if, like, you incessantly pivot. Yeah, David, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Does undecided count or nah?
Okay. All right. Well, I hope that you join my Discord. I'd love to talk to undecided voters in there. So anyways, what is up? Tommy, are you voting for Trump? Thank you for the gift.
Absolutely.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Okay, great. So we have our 3 people so far. Tommy, I would recommend maybe muting your mic while you're not speaking. There's just a little bit of background noise. Sab in, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, what time is it? Okay, they're British. Moving on to our next guest. Raspberry, I appreciate you for the paper crane. Yo, spam Mag in the chat if you want to come up, be a part of the 1v7. Spam Mag in the chat if you do want to be a part of the 1v7. Everyone just give us a minute to get our next guests up in here. Everyone just give us a minute. Mo, I got you with an invite up. Spam Mag in the chat if you do want to come up. Chris, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, we're almost there, chat. We are almost there. We are almost there. We have 2 more people to get up in the box here. So everyone do be patient. Thank you for the hand arts. I appreciate you for that. Yo, Blood, are you voting for Trump? Okay, Blood's not here. Jordan, thank you for the $1.40 for the 40 continents. Ryan, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Great. We're so close. We're going to go ahead and invite Sav up. Ryan, do try to mute your mic while you're not speaking. There's just a little bit of background noise. We want to limit the background noise when we have like 7 people up here. You know what I mean? Sav, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Sav, hello? Okay, Sav is leaving. Tommy, same thing with you. Try to mute your mic when you're not speaking. A little bit of background noise there as well. Brittany, are you voting for Trump? Okay, I'm pretty sure that Brittany just slurred. We need our last guest of the night. I do apologize for Brittany's slurs here, chat. We need one more guest here. All right, we'll try once again with Blood. Everyone do be patient here. All right, everyone. We got 7 panelists. So here we go. Here's the 1v7 of the night. Okay, we have 7 people on this panel. All 7 of you will be debating me at the same fucking time.
Okay, how about this?
One second. I'm going to go ahead and lay it out. I'm going to go ahead and lay it out. So here's what I want y'all to do. I'm going to make the claim. I want y'all to debunk it. Donald Trump is a fucking racist misogynist. Oh, and that's 6 people. Sorry, chat. 6 people. Donald Trump is a racist misogynist. Prove me wrong.
I'm not the computer guy. I'm not the internet guy. But he's not a racist, and that's just your guys' what do they call it?
I'm black and I've never seen anything.
I'm Mexican and I think
he did that was racist.
Okay, so seemingly y'all are telling me that Donald Trump is not a racist because you've never seen him do anything that's racist. So let's start off with a baseline. So I would say a universal
Are
principle
you
of
going to
racism.
bring up stuff from like years and years and years ago?
Okay,
or
years
ago. Like recent?
Since you want to bring up stuff from the past, let's talk
I haven't
about
even said
how
anything
Kamala
yet.
Harris defends Joe
I haven't
Biden
even
for being
I haven't even said anything
for
yet. Do y'all mind if
defending
I
his
speak?
pedophile son for having child pornography. Kamala Harris backs that up, and what's your response to that?
Yeah, sure. So I have to kick you because that phrase will get me banned. But specifically speaking, that was conspiracy theory. There's no facts to justify that. For the other panelists, feel free to provide me a source for what he was saying. Just don't say the same words he was. Anyways,
was he saying?
Why you always need sources?
Why do you need
you literally can't just see the bullshit that Kamala be portraying, bro. Like she just be lying.
Well, Chris, hold on, Dean, hang on, Chris. Sources are they are needed, brother. they are needed.
I'm gonna go ahead and get back to what I was saying. We need to have some, some decorum. So specifically speaking, y'all said that Trump is not racist because you've never seen him do anything racist. So I'm gonna go ahead and cook real quick. In 1973, Donald Trump denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black, and he also specifically
1973.
Oh, don't worry.
2024.
Oh, Chris, give me a second. I'll progress to today. I'll progress to 2024. I'm giving you an extensive history on Donald Trump's racism. In the 70s, Donald Trump denied housing to black people because they're black. In the 90s, he said that laziness is no, I was not. In the 70s, Donald Trump said that in the 90s, Donald Trump said that laziness is a trait of black with an S at the end, black people.
How much you get paid to do this? I should do this, huh? You probably make a bag off just doing this. Huh?
Let him talk, bro. Let him talk.
No, I just want to know.
Okay, Chris.
What are you going to do when Trump wins?
Okay, so Chris, I don't like
How does
the
that make you feel when he wins? I just want to know.
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and answer this.
Because he clearly
some
has
sources too. Some sources.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and answer this, Chris. So specifically speaking, if Trump were to win, you know what I'd say? I'd say, "Oh, damn it, that sucks," and then I'd go right back to the debates. What did Republicans do when Joe Biden won?
Can we get the sources?
Hey, I'm not really big on politics. I just saw cameras alive.
What did Republicans do when Joe Biden won, Chris?
I'm not Republican. That's the thing. I'm not Republican.
Can we get some sources for the 1970
I'm about to debunk that.
Can we get
right
sources
now.
for the 1970 claim?
Not all Republicans did exactly what they did on January 6th.
Yeah, that's great. I know what one Republican did. Donald Trump sent slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes into the Electoral College to be counted as real to install himself for a second presidential term. He was so pissed he tried to rig and steal the election from Joe Biden. That's why over 200 world-renowned Republicans today do not endorse Trump. That's why the Republican governor of Mesa does not endorse Trump. That's why Mike Pence, his former VP, does not endorse Trump. It's because he doesn't have a clue. He's a narcissist. He's a liar. He's a lunatic. And he's literally tried to coup our country before. So what good reason do y'all have to vote for Trump over Harris? Let me hear it.
So back to your
can we go back to your
wait
topic?
a minute. Back to your racist portion of it. Did you know in 1973 or 1993, Senator Joseph Biden, Democrat, was talking about super predators on our streets and people who were beyond the pale? How do you rectify that, Dean?
Sure. So, of course, first of all, it was not Joe Biden who referred to...
Oh, yes, it was. I can play it, brother.
So I'll go ahead and finish talking. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So it was not Joe Biden who referred to black individuals as super predators. It was Hillary Clinton. And second of all, I can recognize that Joe Biden has an extremely racist past. But you know what the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is? Joe Biden has apologized for his racist past, changed his character, and become a better man. Donald Trump has not apologized for a damn thing in his life. But guess what? Joe Biden's not running for president anymore. Kamala Harris is. And Kamala Harris is not a racist. I'm voting for the non-racists over the racists. How come you're voting for the racists?
That's fair, Dean, but I don't think anybody is saying that Donald Trump is without fault or without unforked tongue.
So you can see that Donald Trump's a racist. So why are you voting for the racists? Thank you for the watermelon.
In your rebuttal, you said 1970. Can I get the source for that so I can look it up?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. So, honestly, this has like kind of been published on every single major news publication because Hillary campaigned on it a lot in 2015. So, if you look up civil litigation 1973 Donald Trump black people, like you'll find multiple. Just like pick and choose whichever one you want. Honestly, like I could look it up for you.
One that's specific. That's the one I was looking for.
Yeah, like I could put the energy and the effort into getting you a specific one, but you could be listed with multiple if you just look up the phrase Donald Trump civil litigation, not renting to black people.
Do you think the mediators were being fair in the debate?
Yes. So anyways, what is the reason to vote for Trump over Harris?
Oh my God.
Okay, so I have 7 people on this panel. Not one person can tell me one good reason to vote for Harris. I have to vote for Trump. I have a question for all of you guys.
Look, I've never voted in my life, and I feel like now it's more important than ever. And I just really feel like Kamala's a liar. She lies about everything. She hasn't done anything for our country, like Trump said in the last 3 years. So why would I vote for her?
I'm about to cook so hard.
I come from a Democratic family. That's what's
I'm about to cook so hard.
So like. Go ahead.
Holy shit. Okay, so you're saying that Kamala Harris has done nothing for this country? We're about to have some fucking fun.
I don't agree.
I want you to. So for every single policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you could name, I will name 3 policies that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden influenced to get passed. Go ahead and name 1 policy Trump influenced to get passed. I'll rebuttal it with 3 she did.
You just teach me how to do this so I can get on live and pretend like I'm a Democrat, make some money, and then go from there.
You don't have a fucking response. Kamala Harris did nothing. Kamala Harris influenced the PACT Act. Kamala Harris did nothing. Kamala Harris influenced the Chips and Science Act. Kamala Harris did nothing. Kamala Harris cast a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act. Kamala Harris did nothing. Kamala Harris influenced the infrastructure bill. Kamala Harris did nothing. Kamala Harris influenced the American Rescue Plan.
Dean, you're forgetting.
You get no pussy. That shit is so.
Chris is getting pissed off. Chris is losing his mind.
Mad, bro. You just really
Chris is losing his mind.
Wait a minute.
Chris is losing it.
Dean, you're forgetting one very important detail about that Inflation Reduction Act that you like to tout so bad.
Go for
Didn't she activate 87,000 IRS agents to go after taxes on tips?
Oh.
But then, but then a year later, she wants to change her whole stance and say, "Oh no, I don't want taxes on tips. So what is it, Dean?
Sure.
What is
it? So this actually is not.
Give it to you though. I know you make good money off this shit. I should join the trend.
Chris, you seem very focused and jealous on my donations. I'm not even getting any donations right now, and you are incessantly talking about my donations. I have not got a donation for about 10 or 15 minutes.
$50 on Venmo.
You don't even understand what you're doing. You're so jealous that I get donations, and I haven't even got a donation while you've been up here.
Chris, to be honest with you, bro, if I was making the money that him, Harry, Dean, Parker, dude, Chris were making.
Come on, let's be so fucking real.
I do it every day.
I'm going to go back and I'm going to respond to Jay Moose's claim. So you said, so 1 second, Chris.
Smart
so Jay Moose.
I'll give it to you. I just think you're an idiot.
Okay,
you do
Chris,
have a lot of like you do speak very well though. I'll give you that.
Josephine, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. W's for Joseph in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Ben with a $1 in Venmo to interrupt. Wes with a $5 on Venmo to make Chris jealous. STFU, thank you for the love. Ben with a $5. Lovey with a $5 on Venmo to make Chris mad. Let's get some W's for Ben, Wes, and Ben. I appreciate y'all for the love. Thank you guys so much for the love on Venmo and PayPal in the bio. Riley with a $3 on Venmo saying that Chris is dense. I appreciate you for the love, Riley. I really appreciate you guys for the donations. Massive W's in the chat for pissing Chris off because he's jealous. Jordan with a 10 cents on Venmo to make him upset. Thank you for the love, Chris.
None, huh?
I'm not going to tell you about my private sexual life.
You don't even know what a pussy look like, huh?
Okay, Chris. Well, I mean, first of all, I don't think that we should be referring to a female's vagina as specifically a pussy. I think that
that's what it is. It's a pussy, and I get a lot of it.
And Willie, I appreciate you for the whale diving, and Creighton with the $4 on Venmo. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you.
It'll make you feel better.
So I'm gonna go ahead and ask you to stop referencing like a vajayjay as like a p word. I think that's demeaning.
All right, what you want me to call it?
If you don't have self-control, I just don't think that. Why are we talking about women's vaginas in the first place?
I just said you don't get no pussy. That's
Bailey, I appreciate you for the $15 on Venmo, saying that you're cooking him like Kamala Harris cooked Trump. Let's go. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love. And Megan with a $2 on Venmo as well for Chris's tears. Mayrim with a $5 on Venmo for Chris. Hey Chris, I have a question for you. How many continents are there? Insane shit. That's all you have to do. Thank you for the $2 on Venmo from Zachary. I appreciate you so much for the love. And Isaiah with a $10 on Venmo as well, just to piss Chris off. I appreciate you for the love, Isaiah. So anyways, Jay Moose, back to you. You said that the Inflation Reduction Act that Kamala Harris influenced get past Amber with a $2 on Venmo, right? Specifically,
it was actually 78,000 IRS.
Teresa with these $5 on Venmo saying, Chris, I appreciate you for the love. You're saying that specifically
I told you, I'm not into politics like that. I'm just
Teresa with a $15 on Venmo saying, we'll give Kitty to Dean over Chris. That's crazy, but thank you for the $15 on Venmo.
Going on in this country.
Patricia, I appreciate you for the $5 on
and
Venmo.
We'll all see if Kamala actually gets selected. We'll all see.
Yo, Lindsay with the $66 and the 66 cents on Venmo saying let's make Chris cry. W's in the chat for Lindsay with the $66 and the 66 cents. And Kevin with the $15 as well on Venmo to almost piss Chris off. And Nathaniel with the $5 on Venmo from CNN. Thank you, Nathaniel, Kevin, and Nathaniel and Lindsay. Dude, Chris,
why don't you answer his question?
I was literally responding to Jay Moose, but you interrupted.
All right, go ahead. I won't say nothing else. Go ahead, answer him.
Great. Yeah, you just got sat down. Here's the binky.
No, you didn't sit shit down.
Oh, I literally just sat you down real quick and easy, Chris.
No, you
go ahead and put the binky in your mouth. Paul, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to make the guest cry. So anyways, here we go, Jay Moose. You said that the Inflation Reduction Act that Kamala Harris influenced to get passed with her tie-breaking vote, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo, specifically allotted more IRS agents to track individuals' taxes on their tips. All right, so that is false. I've read through the entirety. False. 1 second, Jay Moose.
Okay, go ahead.
I've read through the entirety of the Inflation Reduction Act. On not one page of the Inflation Reduction Act does it ever mention gratuity, service workers, or tips. What it did, in part, was it delegated $80 billion in additional funding to the IRS, so these IRS agents could audit more American citizens to make sure that they're paying their fair share in accordance with the current tax code. Right? Because what that does is that decreases the consumer spending, and then specifically when consumer spending is decreased, we see that the rate of inflation also decreases. So what's the contradiction between her saying that people should pay their fair share to reduce consumer spending to reduce inflation, and her saying that the tax code as a whole should be different? No response. Got it. Joe, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Joe.
Dean, here's the issue I have with conversating with people like you, because I watched the Charlie Kirk of you and Parker, and y'all claim that y'all ate especially Parker that ate.
Shirley with the manifesting, Maya with the $2 on PayPal.
Incessantly talked over and drowned out Charlie, not allowing him to rebuttal, and then claiming he won the debate.
Cameron with a $1, Courtney with a $6, Paul with a $5, Nathaniel with a $5, and Kevin with a $15. Thank you for the love.
Here's the thing between debates is you are an extremely intelligent person. You speak extremely fast. Whereas I don't do this. I don't make money on the side like you do. So even though I may have some merit in what I want to say, I'm going to look at as I don't know how to debate because you talk fast. You have sources.
So baby bottles in the chat.
Hold on. I don't need a baby bottle, brother.
Joyce with the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. No, I just think it's absolutely hilarious how the pissed off Trump voters will come up here and tone police me for being intelligent, but then turn around and ignore the fact that Trump is a rapist. Turn around, ignore the fact that he's engaged in racism, homophobia, misogyny, transphobia as well. You will tone police me, but then turn around and support Trump. Yeah. What about Trump's racism? Are you going to tone police that? What about his misogyny? Are you going to tone police that?
Brother, I'm not tone policing you. I'm just simply stating that when you have people who mean well, who actually believe that Donald Trump will be better for our country, and then they come up and debate you, who is very intelligent, whether it comes to Parker, Dean, Dude, Chris, whoever it is, you guys talk really fast. And so
do you like me to slow down? I'll slow down.
No. I'm just saying, stop talking over people and allow them to explain whether it may not be correct or incorrect.
I actually feel like I do pretty good with letting individuals explain themselves, but I do appreciate your words. I'll keep that in mind if I ever get to a point where I become an incessant interrupter. But Julie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for speaking fast. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Julie. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Julie right now. Anyways, I did address and respond to your claim there, J Moose, because you had made the claim that Kamala Harris supported people getting taxed on tips through the Inflation Reduction Act. What page of the Inflation Reduction Act does it mention service workers, gratuity, or tips?
I don't know.
It's because it doesn't anywhere in the bill. You could go to the bill on congress.gov, Control F, search up any of those phrases, and you will find nothing. Because it didn't specifically target taxes on tips. It just allotted more funding to the IRS to reduce further consumer spending through further audits of American citizens.
Okay, fair enough.
Awesome. Do you think that violent sex offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
I think that's a very complex issue, dude.
I don't think it is. My immediate answer is no.
Issue.
No, my immediate answer is no. My immediate answer is hell no. Why is yours not?
So let me ask you: is ADHD considered like a mental disability?
Okay. Well, I mean, first of all,
hold on.
I'm not read up on the DSM, so I wouldn't know.
Okay.
But specifically speaking, I asked you about violent sexual offenders.
I'm trying to tie it in.
Okay, is ADHD a violent sexual offense?
You said DSM. I'm asking you because when it comes to gun laws, we want to make sure that mental illness isn't a thing. So what about people who have ADHD?
I'm asking you about violent sexual offenders.
If they've proven that they can change, then why not?
So violent sexual offenders should be able to buy and own guns.
Do you believe people can change?
And you say that you care about kids.
Do you believe people can change? Yes or no?
I believe that people can change, but I believe that rape is an unforgivable occurrence. And I don't feel like rapists can ever change.
Agree with that.
Because I believe that the ability, having the ability to grape an individual, having the ability to commit such a moral, atrocious act requires a fundamental disgrievance. It requires you to be morally bankrupt to a level in which is not savable. It requires you to be so entirely self-loathing, narcissistic, and outside of empathy or emotion or morality that, yes, you are not one to be saved. But the fact that you have come up on my live saying that you think violent sexual offenders should be able to buy and own guns, and then you turn around and you tell me that the right cares about kids is
no.
crazy.
See, this is where you're wrong. I didn't say that. I said as long as the individual has proven that they can change, then the discussion can be open. Okay. That is what I said.
Yeah, so if a gym teacher is criminally convicted for child rape, gets out of prison, and quote unquote proves that they've changed, should they be allowed to teach children again?
No, I would.
So then why should they be allowed to own the gun
in that
again?
specific instance, I don't think so.
So then why should they be allowed to own a gun again?
Would anybody else like to come up and speak?
Bowing out. Speak up, guys. Speak up. Do we need to start loading more people into the panel? Do we need to start loading? Okay, Chelsea, Chris, Ryan, where are we at? I'm going to start getting more friends up here for y'all. Victoria, thank you for the fireworks. All right, we're going to start loading in more people. Don't worry, we're going to start loading in more people here, guys. Okay, come on, everyone, speak up. Where are we at? Where's your voices? Yo, it's Trump, until you're speaking to Dean, then it's mute. Where are you at? You're all here.
Oh, I thought you. Hey, my bad. I thought you muted me. Hey, can you add somebody for me?
Can I add someone for you?
Yeah, I think she might have some real good facts for you. Like I said, I ain't into politics like that. I'm just not stupid. I'm not.
Karen with a $100 on Venmo for the silence.
Okay.
Holy shit! Thank you for the love, Karen. Let's get at least 1,000 W's in the chat for Karen for the silence right now. Thank you so much for the love, Karen.
$1,000 today. Y'all sitting here really.
Thank you for the love, massive W's in the chat for Karen with a $100. That's insanity. Thank you for the love, Karen. Thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. That is insanity. What's up, Sean?
I just have a quick question. I want you to go against.
Hang on,
I got
Chris.
somebody I want you to debate against.
Hang on.
Sean, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Are you driving?
I just have a quick question. So I seen a TikTok today about Kamala saying that she wants to demilitarize schools. What do you think on that, or what is your input on that?
Yo, what fucking schools are the military at? Hello?
Yeah, send me some money.
No, like she's saying, like take like school, like the school officer, take them out, or.
Oh yeah, can you play that for me?
Huh?
Can you give me a source?
I can find it. I think I liked it just so I can get up on it.
Go on pause, find the source, and give me it, and we'll all listen to it together. And Riley with a $40 on Venmo for silencing J Moose. Let's get at least 400 W's in the chat for Riley. Thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Riley. Massive W's for Riley 00. Thank you so much.
Come on. Hey, add Kia Speaks Truth next.
Okay, with all due respect, my guest requests are literally full, meaning they most likely probably can't even request up, and there's nearly 7,000 people in here. If I find them, I'll add them up, but I don't think I'll be able to find them. So, hey, Ryan or Rob, can either of y'all tell me why I should be voting for Trump over Harris? Let's have a debate. I'll add more people up as well.
Do you actually want...
What the hell?
You're gone. Okay, someone give me a reason. Tell me why I should be voting for Trump. We are constantly loading this panel up with more and more people waiting for someone to be able to challenge me, telling me why Trump is the right option and no one can.
Clear your request.
Yo, what's up, bro?
What's going on? Can someone tell me why I should be voting for Trump over Harris? Can someone tell me? I know, because it's full. I know. Yeah. So can anyone?
Mind if I actually ask you something to get your kind of perspective on something?
Yeah.
So I'm not hugely politically educated. I would even argue you're probably more politically educated than me, right? So I just got to go based on the stuff that I hear, the stuff that I see. I'm going to tell you my biggest concern with Harris, number one, because like I'll vote for her if she's got good policies, whatever, says stuff that I like to hear.
I am about to go to work, man. Go chill out.
But my question, my biggest thing is her talking about, like, in my mind recently, is her talking about having restrictions on Twitter as to what people should be allowed to say, because freedom of speech for me is absolutely number one in my book. And I don't even have Twitter, but if we put bills or pass legislation that limits even the bad things that people can say, then how does that not open the door to restrict all speech for what people can say on any platform?
Great question.
From
Great
any
fucking
side,
question.
even the
Julian,
side
thank you
that
for the
don't
$5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. So yeah, I'd like to point out here that like having like terms of service on private social media platforms is not a infringement upon your First Amendment right to free speech. Okay, platforms already do restrict what can and is said on their platforms. Like for instance, on my platform right now, I'm telling you that you cannot slur. If you slur, you will be removed from the platform. The same way that Twitter already tells people you cannot spread blatant misinformation. If you do, we will flag your post and ban your account, right? So like a recommendation from a government entity to a private social media platform to account for particular harmful types of misinformation that lead to unnecessary deaths isn't infringing upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech. But let's talk about our First Amendment right. Donald Trump is advocating for people that burn the American flag to be put in jail for a year.
Correct.
Burning the American flag is a constitutionally protected activity under the First Amendment.
Correct.
So
Yep. And
Donald
I've heard
Trump
that, and I
wants to
disagree
infringe
with
upon
that.
people's First Amendment right and put them in jail. So does this mean that you won't be voting for Donald Trump because he puts your constitutional rights on the line?
No, I've never voted in my life. I'm 24, and I'm still like so on the fence. I know that I'm super more conservative leaning, just like, you know what I mean. But I completely agree with that. Yeah, I disagree with Trump's take on burning the American flag. I don't agree with it. It saddens me to see our country's flag burned, but because of that freedom of speech, unfortunately, me as a right-leaning person, I got to deal with that kind of thing to ensure that all freedom of speech is still legal.
Right, but like, what is a greater threat to our First Amendment right of freedom of speech? Noah, are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Doc, are you voting for Trump?
I'm still on the fence, man.
Okay, Doc, I am just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. Hopefully, I can make up your mind just by listening to these debates. Alternatively, feel free to join my Discord, and I'll have a private conversation about you, why you should vote for Harris. But just for the purposes of this live, we are looking to talk to people who are specifically already like knowingly voting for Trump. But yeah, anyways, B5. What's a greater infringement upon your First Amendment freedom of speech? Someone that wants to put you in jail for constitutionally protected activity, or someone that wants to make recommendation to private social media platforms?
Yeah, see, I get where the question is coming in. It feels like bait, and I don't think that I can even honestly answer it because it's not gonna throw me off here. The other thing, though, too, is all of the social media platforms that I know about, at least aside from Twitter, are owned by left-leaning or paid for by left-leaning politicians or heavily induced by.
Yeah, so Twitter is funded by Elon Musk,
Correct.
who is like a presumptive cabinet member of Donald Trump. So I don't understand what your point would be here.
Right. I'm saying him and Donald Trump are really the only right-wing people in that tax bracket that I could even name you that have anything to do with social media.
Charlie,
even in
one
the same
second.
week,
Charlie
I hear
Kirk,
about
Benny Johnson, Tim Pool. We could go over alternative media all day long. Andrew Tate, right? The other Tate brothers, Sneeko, right? We could go over this literally all day long. There's so many alternative media sources.
But those are just popular people on social media. Those aren't politicians. Like Andrew Tate's that's like a character.
1 second.
You know what I mean?
What name a social media platform that's owned by a Democrat politician?
Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg is not a Democrat politician.
Or I'm sorry, he's not a politician. Yeah, you're right. See? So I'm saying, I just came on here to get your perspective on that one topic. I just the only thing I can tell you is the stuff that I hear that I don't like her flip-flopping on, like on the debate last night. She says, me and Tim Waltz are gun owners. We're not going to take your guns. But then I see 4 or 5 clips in the same breath of her talking about how we need to ban assault weapons.
No, that was in 2019. People could change their beliefs over the course of 5 years and not be a flip-flopper.
Correct, but when she was asked directly about it, she said, I didn't change my belief.
I appreciate you for the lemon. No, she didn't change her values, right? So you could achieve the same end goal of your values with different beliefs, right? But what I'd ask you here is, do you think that J.D. Vance is a flip-flopper for saying that Trump is America's Hitler in 2019 and then running as his VP candidate today?
I didn't even hear about JD Vance because I don't have a foot in politics really at all. But I did hear, of course, when he was, running for the Republican VP. And,
so is he a flip-flopper because he called Trump America's Hitler in 2019?
Yeah, no, same deal. No, it's fair game. And he also had said, like, okay.
Hey, wait, is Donald Trump a flip-flopper because he was a Democrat in the 90s?
What's that?
Wait, is Donald Trump a flip-flopper because he was a Democrat in the 90s?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I don't. Dude, all politicians are, in my eyes, like habitual liars. Every single one of them.
Okay. Well, do you have anything else you want to go over, man?
Nope.
Okay, appreciate you for coming up. What's up to Dawson? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And yeah, why do you want the racist, rapist, misogynist over Kamala Harris?
My big thing is honesty. Who do you think's more honest? Kamala
Harris
or
by
Donald Trump?
far.
You think?
By far. No, it's not that I think, it's that I know.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What reason does Donald Trump have to run for presidency? Why would he want to?
Yeah, for more power, more influence, and then to pardon himself for his crimes. But about the first point about honesty, there's never been a president that has told more lies than Donald Trump. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, and there has never been a president that has told a bigger lie than Donald Trump, with Donald Trump's denial of the outcome of the 2020 election, right, aiding and abetting to an attempt to undermine our democracy and an attempted coup to overthrow our federal government. If you want honesty, you would never vote for Donald Trump.
I don't think any of the candidates are honest, but I think Trump is the most honest. And another point on that is,
name a bigger lie that Kamala Harris, or quite fucking honestly, any president we've ever had, or quite fucking honestly, any administration we've ever had, name a bigger lie than Donald Trump denying the outcome of the 2020 election.
That's not a lie. That's an opinion. That's his opinion on the matter. That's not him lying about it.
Oh, so do you think that Trump won 2020?
I don't really know. If the court says no, then I don't believe so. But I think he's entitled to an opinion on it.
So Donald Trump has been denying the outcome of the 2020 election since 2020 till today. He's convinced tens of millions of American citizens that it was stolen from him, even though 63 handpicked courts of his ruled that it wasn't stolen from him. Christine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Christine in the chat. And he had his own Justice Department. He had his own FBI. He had his own VP. He had his own cabinet members come to him and tell him that he was wrong. And if you're going to say that that would not qualify as a lie, what would qualify as a lie?
That's like somebody saying, "Oh, would you rather would you rather have steak or chicken?" And somebody says, "Well, steak is not good." That's like saying that's a lie. That steak's not good.
Wait. So you think the outcome of the 2020 election is just as subjective as what food you have a preference for?
Well,
okay. Do you believe in objective facts?
No.
So you don't believe in objective truths?
No.
Are trans women women?
Trans women are, if their body parts are different, they are.
Oh, but I thought that the whole argument from the right was that there are objective truths and objective definitions, and trans women don't qualify in accordance with their objective truths and objective definitions.
See,
but now seemingly it is all subjective, including the outcome of our federal elections, until it comes to trans women.
Yeah, but see, when you say trans women, if it's a man with a male body part,
terrible God.
Okay, yeah, but I believe that a trans woman who has transitioned from a man to a woman and has a female body part, I believe that they are a woman now. But I don't believe that they were before, because
that's just your opinion, little bro.
Yeah, sure. It's just my opinion. Just like everything in politics is just my opinion.
No, we need to be able to operate on a basis of objective reality. Like, listen, if you're going to say that Donald Trump's opinion on the outcome of the 2020 election that he won is just as valid as mine that he lost, you're just out of accordance with reality. Like, the question I'd ask here is, do you think that a flat earther is just as valid as, like, a sane, rational human?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what?
I think that people should be entitled to their own opinion and not be. You can disagree. You can.
Okay.
Disagree,
well, I mean, if you're saying that people are entitled to contort reality to the extent of thinking the Earth is flat, do you think that people are entitled to contort reality to the extent of thinking that like racism is a good thing? Like,
no.
Okay, so if people aren't entitled to be white supremacists, why are they entitled to be election deniers or flat earthers?
Well, now you're talking about morality. You're not talking about. You're talking about morals. You're not talking about an opinion that's not.
No, like white supremacists have had the opinion of like phrenology, saying that they're like dimples and like the skulls of black individuals that were not in the skulls of white individuals, that like made them like literally like inferior, right? So that was an obviously false contortion of reality. The same way it's an obvious false contortion of reality to think Trump won 2020 or that the earth is flat. Seemingly, you don't have an issue when it comes to Trump or flat earthers, but you do have an issue when it comes to white supremacists, right? And what I would say in response to your position here is that we should always be in alignment with truth. We should always be in alignment with fact. We as a society should uphold intellectualism and rationalism, because what you hold to, anti-intellectualism, is incredibly harmful. Anti-intellectualism is what led to the deaths of millions of people during the USSR because they literally executed their military scientists and replaced them with conspiracy theorists, which led to unnecessary crop death, which led to famine. Anti-intellectualism has led to prejudice, phrenology, and white supremacy. Anti-intellectualism has led to people holding incredibly false beliefs, which have intentionally perpetuated harm, right? And the incredibly false belief that Donald Trump won 2020, that also perpetuates harm because it intends to undermine our civil and electoral systems. Cooper, thank you for the $7 on Venmo.
That's a lot.
Isaac, thank you for the $1 on Venmo as well.
Let's move on to one more thing and I'll be good.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're just going to move on from that one point, I am going to move on to my next guest. Guys, if you are MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know in the chat right now. Then also, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We're going to get our next guest up in here right now. But if you do support me on Venmo or PayPal, I will get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and they go directly to me. I'll even give you a shout out. But yeah, we're going to get our next guest up in the box literally right now. So everyone just do be patient and give us a minute to do so. We got KT loading in. We got Mr. Lawrence and Corey loading in. It kind of takes a minute here. What's up, KT? Okay, all right, moving on to our next guest. Continue to spam the chat if you are MAGA. Continue to spam the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone continue to spam. What's up, KT? Are you voting for Trump?
I definitely am.
Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is a sexist.
I think it's really funny that you think my entire personality revolves around the fact that I am a female, as if everything in my life is completely dictated
Are you driving?
by... I'm in a car. I am not driving.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the biggest difference in what separates Republicans and conservatives and Democrats or liberals is that, from my experience, most Republicans and conservatives I've met are not completely tied to their identity, forcing them to vote a certain way. So we can go down this rabbit hole of I'm a woman, therefore I should be a Democrat, therefore I shouldn't vote for Trump because he, quote unquote, hates women.
Well, can I explain to you why this is a relevant evaluation for all 170 million American women and girls?
I think it's kind of silly to think that you can, I mean, if we want to go on the Democrat liberal point of view, why are you trying to tell me why, as a woman, I need to make a decision? You don't understand the point of view of women, do you?
So my point would be, is Donald Trump has historically been incredibly sexist and misogynist. He has well by demonstrated that he does not give a single flying fuck about the thoughts, wants, needs, desires, feelings, or opinions of women. So how would we be able to expect him to effectively legislate in consideration of the thoughts, wants, needs, feelings, and opinions of women in the Oval Office? Okay, we can't place that expectation on him. If anything, past behaviors are predictive of future ones. We should expect Donald Trump to not effectively legislate for the 170 million
so
American women and girls.
With that
And
point of
as
view,
a woman, how can you vote for someone that you can understand will not be able to effectively legislate for you?
So if we're going to go off people's past, what they've stated in the past, then your previous argument that people can change their values and beliefs, just like Kamala Harris has changed her beliefs on fracking, on a buyback program for all weapons, your actual argument right now of why I as a woman should not vote for Trump because he's made sexist comments in the past means that Kamala Harris is still for banning fracking, she's still for gun buybacks, all of the things that you have argued against today, saying that, oh, she changed her position.
Yeah, I actually do think that people have the ability to change.
You just go in circles.
So I do think that people have the ability to change, but the difference here is that Kamala Harris has came out and
is that it's Trump, therefore
he
can't change ever, can he?
No, that's not my position at all. I don't appreciate the red herring. I'm explaining to my position. So my position on this would be is that Donald Trump has the ability to change, but Donald Trump hasn't. Okay? Because Donald Trump has never apologized for sexualizing a little girl. Donald Trump has never apologized for boasting about grabbing women by the penis.
Donald
Trump has never apologized for raping E. Jean Carroll. In fact, he's continually denied it.
In a civil pause, do you realize that the Miss Carroll, the woman that he was held liable for, not convicted, let's get that straight.
Yo, Rosalind, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. 55-year-old sister with no kids prayed for an intelligent, bold candidate, and that's who you got. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Rosalind. Oh, wait, my 55-year-old sister with no kids prayed for an intelligent, bold son like you. That is so incredibly kind of you, Rosalind. W's in the chat for Rosalind. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Back to Miss Carroll that you like to bring up. He was held liable, not held. He wasn't convicted on anything. That's besides the point. The first of all, she has been on record bragging about the entire trial, which I'm gonna be completely honest with you. As someone that is a survivor of sexual assault, that's something I would never brag about. It's probably one of the worst. I would hope and pray that anyone in this chat, any of your followers, you have never experienced something like that and can understand that survivors wouldn't brag about something like that. That's crazy. Second of all,
can you provide me a source for her bragging about getting raped?
I could find it, yes.
It doesn't exist. Find it. Hey, Aubrey, thank you for the $2 on Venmo for Little Miss Misogyny. I appreciate you for the love.
I will for you in just a moment. It's also come out the outfit that she stated she was wearing, the actual company that produced the outfit, I can find the source for you as well on that, said that had not been manufactured at the time.
Yeah, no, they didn't. They just simply didn't announce that. No, that's literal misinformation.
Oh, okay.
Do you see how easy it is to refute misinformation?
Can you provide me the source where it was refuted?
Where it was refuted, there's no evidence provided for the claim in the first place. Like, that's the refutation. So you understand that this
source. Hey, remember when you said stop cutting me off?
Why do I need a source to just demonstrate that there's no evidence indicated for your claims?
It's insane to me that you demand sources. This is the my favorite part of the difference in you and me. I say, give me a minute. I will try to find you the source. I ask you for the same thing that you're requiring of me, and you throw a temper tantrum.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to call that a temper tantrum. I could explain it to you. It's because when you make a positive claim... Okay, go ahead.
The remainder of your conversation thus far has been... I'm not going to call it aggressive. It's been a bit over the top, some could say.
Okay, I'm going to go and respond to what you just said. So you have the burden of proof since you made the positive claim, right? So you asking me for a source that your claim is wrong because it has no evidence is like me saying, after the debate last night, Donald Trump raped a little girl. That's why we shouldn't be voting for Donald Trump. And then me asking you for a source to prove me wrong. Like, this is like me saying that when Donald Trump was 14, he partook in a KKK rally and specifically helped in the lynching of a black individual. That's why we should not be voting for Trump. And if you don't agree, provide me a source to prove me wrong. Like, see, that's why when we are engaging in productive intellectual dialogue here, you have the burden of proof to prove what you say. See, if I make a claim, I will happily provide you with a source. In fact, earlier in the conversation, I did make a claim and you did ask me for a source, and I would like to provide that to you now. You asked me to provide a source for the claim that Donald Trump has sexualized a little girl, and I have it.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
So do we see there how I am able to provide?
Can you replay that? I'm sorry, it was hard for me to hear that. Can you replay it for me?
Yeah.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
So do we see that there how I'm able to provide sources for my claims and you won't because you're spewing misinformation?
What year is that from?
1992.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 20.
So in fact, you're bringing something up that quite frankly is how many years old?
1992 to 2024, about 30 years. You could do the more specific math if you want. If Donald Trump raped a little girl in 1992, would you still vote for him, or did that happen so long ago it doesn't matter?
See, you called, that's a little bit of a red herring because we're...
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
I'm testing your logic. You're saying it happened in 1992 so long ago, therefore it doesn't matter today. So yeah, if you raped a little girl in 1992, it's been so long ago, would it matter today?
You're equating him making a comment, which I'm going to be honest, I can't see the video that this is from. I've never heard that specific video before. I can admit that. I don't know how old the girl is in that video. I'm assuming she's a minor. Not cool with that.
Do you need to hear her voice again?
Okay. Do you see how I'm remaining very calm and you're raising your voice?
I'm sorry. I'm raising my voice in excitement, not because I'm angry. Do you want me to be a robot?
I never said you had to be a robot.
I'll be AI.
This is so silly. What I'm saying is the concept of equating him making this comment, which I can say I don't agree with, and equating that to him or on TikTok raping a child. Do you see how those are not equivalent? Yes or no?
So the actions aren't equivalent, but the time that they happened would be equivalent. That was the purpose of me asking the question.
So what I'm saying is,
one moment. I let you finish. Did I? I let you finish.
You're right. I'm sorry.
So what I'd be asking you here is, you're making the claim that because Donald Trump sexualized a little girl so long ago, it's no longer irrelevant and shouldn't be relevant in your evaluations why you'd be voting for him. And what I'd say, I don't care about how long ago it happened. This man has one of the most disgusting track records with treatment against women and girls that I've ever seen. He hasn't just sexualized that little girl in 1992. In the early 2000s on the Access Hollywood tapes, he boasted about grabbing women by the P word, boasting about having no self-control and a lack of an ability to not kiss pretty women. He boasted to Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls. He was held civilly liable for raping a woman in 1996. He's boasted about the fact that if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he'd be dating her. Howard Stern calling her a piece of ass and him agreeing. No one that has run for president in modern U.S. history has had such a shitty treatment towards women as Donald J. Trump. And the fact that you are willing to ignore this and brush it under the rug for some unforeseen mystery reason is astounding to me. I would like to thank Claude here for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Claude in the chat. Same goes for Ken with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ken. Massive W's in the chat for Ken, K-E-N. Thank you for the love, educating one MAGA at a time. And then once again, Roslyn with the $25. I appreciate you as well. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. Thank you so much. But KT, I want to hear it from you. Why do you think Trump, the vehemently racist, misogynistic, dictator and day one fascist rapist, religious persecutor, is a better candidate for president than Harris?
Oh, there's a lot of claims you just made right there, friend. Let's just look at policy right now.
Okay. All right. I can do both.
Let's look at. Not gonna make assumptions. Were you back when Trump was first elected? How would you compare the 4 years with him, or three years if you want to, take out the pandemic, because that was a rough time for all of us. I don't know.
Why would we take out the pandemic?
We can go for it. We can include that. What I was going to give was remove the last year of him, first year of Biden.
Christine, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Go ahead. Are you just going to give me the economy better argument?
No, I wasn't going to give you the economy better argument. My point is from a standpoint of someone that was navigating the world as you are right now, as a new adult. Back in that time, I don't mean new adult in a mean way, but kind of coming into the world, experiencing things for the first time. I can say that some of the things brought up in the Democrat talking points often, my life specifically, and everyone around me's life was significantly better then than it is now.
Okay. I hear you.
And I'm going to be completely honest. This is the first we can look at both candidates and see what we could get from either of them.
Yeah. I'd love to respond to your point here. So first of all, I just found it a little funny that you told me that you wanted to talk policy, but now you want to talk correlation causation fallacy. Okay. So which one is it? Do you want to talk about how your life was better under Trump than Biden and Harris, and how you want to baselessly attribute that to Trump, even though he passed no policy to influence your life to be better, and on the inverse, Biden and Harris passed no policy to influence your life to be worse? Or do you want to talk about the actual policy that they influence, get passed, and signed into law during their respective presidencies? Because you can make the point all day that inflation has skyrocketed under Biden and Harris, that like credit card debt has skyrocketed, that interest rates have skyrocketed. But what I care about is how we could attribute this to the presidencies. So the question I'd ask you is, how did Biden and Harris cause inflation to skyrocket? How did Biden and Harris cause interest rates to skyrocket? You know, these are the questions that are valuable. Do you have an answer? But before you do, Alinga and Mark, thank you for the $10 and for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Mark and W's for Alinga in the comment section.
Well, I will say that we can look to, sorry, I'm trying to plug something in. We can look to the amount of money that was printed as a cause of inflation skyrocketing.
Are you sure?
Am I sure? Yeah.
Are you okay? So I just want to clarify.
I didn't say it was the sole. I didn't say it was the sole reason. I said a cause.
Okay.
Singular.
Okay. So okay. Well, I want you to hold to your logic when I turn around and tell you that there was more money printed, or there was a greater increase in the M2 money supply under Trump's presidency than Biden and Harris, and Trump signed in twice as much debt-related spending into law than Biden and Harris, $8.6 trillion under Trump, $4.6 trillion under Biden and Harris, non-COVID related 4.8 under Trump, 2.2 under Biden and Harris. Seemingly, under your logic that you were sure of, Trump caused more inflation than Biden and Harris.
You got me there. I'm not going to say, I said it was a cause. I didn't say, again, it was strictly the only cause.
Okay, so what do you think the other causes of inflation have been that we could attribute to our current presidency?
It could be
okay, she ran. She ran away. She left the chat. The biggest runner we've ever had on the live. The biggest runner we've ever had. Catherine, thank you with a $50 on PayPal, saying much love from Australia. Catherine, that is so kind of you. Let's get some massive W's in the chat right now for Catherine with the $50 on PayPal. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal, Catherine. That means the world to me. Massive W's in the chat for Catherine. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo, the PayPal, they're in the bio. I greatly appreciate it. You guys are so awesome. And Christine with a $15 on Venmo, saying, go Dean. Thank you for the love, Christine. Thank you so much. What's up, Audrey? Are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
I'm voting for Trump.
Oh, dear God. Why so?
Oh, dear God. That is such a... Hold on. Let me turn on my camera. Or is
that is such a valid response. Yeah, dude.
Okay. The reason I'm voting for Trump is because personally, it's more for personal reasons than I would say for like the majority, I guess you could say. From where I'm from, a lot of the work we have, I know she said in yesterday's the debate, I didn't watch the entire thing. What did she say about fracking?
That she's actually pro-fracking, and just to put it out there, if you're going to make the argument that you're voting for Trump because he's more like pro-oil than Biden and Harris, and there's a lot of jobs that revolve around like the oil industry in your hometown. Celine, thank you for the rock star. I would like to just make it known real quick that we've actually drilled more oil under Biden and Harris than under Trump. There's been more jobs associated with oil drilling, proportionally speaking, barrel per barrel under Biden and Harris than Trump.
That's like factual things that you've seen.
You could go to the EIA, look it up on your computer, U.S. Energy Information Administration. Drilled much more oil under Biden and Harris, yeah.
Well, personally, in my experience, I have family that, like, my parents, they have their own oil field companies, and, like, I've grown up around, like, that type of stuff. And in my opinion, in my personal opinion, from what I've seen and what I've looked at and have looked at and heard from both parties, in my personal opinion, I feel like the fracking industry was way better under Biden. I mean, not Biden, sorry, excuse me, under Trump.
God, you were so close to being based. God damn it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. That was my mistake. Anyways, in my personal experience and from what I have seen and what I have gathered, it has been higher when Trump was.
Okay, yeah, that's just a lie. That's just wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know where you get from your information, but
the EIA, the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Like maybe we could put it this way. Like maybe what you're like going to say here is that their like business took a dive, like 2020, 2021. That wasn't because of Biden and Harris, because of COVID. Like that was the same dive that every other business in America took. It wasn't related to their anti-energy, anti-drilling, anti-oil policies. They actually didn't have any anti-oil policies. But you know, like similarly with the rebounding effects of COVID, everyone got their jobs back. Businesses went back into production. More oil produced month by month under Biden and Harris than under Trump. That's a fact. And if you're like, this is an objective truth or reality, you literally cannot deny that there's been more oil produced under Biden and Harris. You actually can't deny it. So the question that I'd ask you here, if oil production is not your qualifier for how well your parents have been doing, what is your qualifier? What is your qualifier that leads you to the conclusion that your parents did better under Trump than Biden and Harris?
Well, or anything else about my parents. Actually, my dad was pro-Biden. Yeah, you can make faces, whatever. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own thing, but...
Bro, if I owned an oil drilling company too, I would literally be pro-Biden. Why? Because Biden approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land than Trump's admin ever did. Like, I bet your dad's probably voting for Harris. Like, no joke.
My dad, yes, but
God, it makes total sense. You said that your parents own an oil drilling company, and you're telling us that your dad is voting for Harris because he's going to do better under Harris.
My stepdad owns an oil drilling company. My stepdad, not my dad.
Okay. Well, was there anything else you want to go over? Apparently not. She ran like the wind. Moving on to our next guest here. We got DJ Dream loading up. Harley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Riley with the $5 as well. You guys are awesome. Spectacular. Spectacular, ladies and gentlemen. Spectacular. We got our next guest loading in right now. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're going to go ahead and do a little contest for who's next up. I'm just going to start accepting the people with the biggest fishes in their profile picture. I want those rootin' tootin' Southern 11 boys.
Hey, bro, I'm just a fan of you, bro. You can pick the next guy, okay?
I appreciate you for the love. Honestly, you got me with a big fish in your profile picture. Okay, wait. We have our next contestant, Noah. Noah has a pretty big fish in his profile picture. Massive fish in Noah's profile picture. And then Jordan, I didn't mean to accept Jordan up, but we're going to hang out with Jordan too. I hope Noah loads in. Hi, Jordan. How are you doing? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, why?
I think that he's a better candidate for our country. Kamala, I just don't agree with their policies, if she even has policies. I mean, she didn't even explain what her policies were. She just said that she had a plan.
Okay, are you joking?
No, I'm not.
Oh, no, you're actually joking, because last night Kamala Harris did go over her $6,000 child tax credit for newborns. Kamala Harris did go over her $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers buying newly acquired properties. She did go over her $50,000 subsidy for new business owners. She did go over her expansions to the ACA, limiting all prescription drug prices to under $2,000 per year for each American citizen. She did go over her policy. But what did Trump do? What was Trump's... Yeah, no, it literally is cutting taxes. Free money is great when we know how to pay for it. What was Trump's healthcare policy?
Cause inflation, though?
No, it won't. What is Trump's healthcare policy?
What is his policies?
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't really know that.
Okay, so you look very silly right now, Jordan. Do you know why you look silly?
Why is that?
Because you told me that she had no plan, Trump did. I gave you Kamala Harris's plan, then I asked you what Trump's healthcare policy was.
No, he does. I just can't think of it at the top of my head.
No, last night he said he didn't. He said that he's planning to plan. He has concepts of planning to make a plan to plan.
Well, some of his plans were about deporting the illegal immigrants, especially the violent gang members like from Venezuela.
Dear God. Okay, there's no gang members from Venezuela in Aurora, Colorado. Okay? There's none.
Why do you say that?
Because we have no evidence to assume that there is.
So the people are just lying about it?
Yes. A+ for you, Jordan.
You're calling them liars.
Yes. Instead of actually addressing the issue at hand, that being individuals overtaking apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, literal gang violence, Republicans would rather virtue signal, call them undocumented migrants to further perpetuate the MAGA agenda. Doesn't this just demonstrate the lack of genuine care to want to resolve and fix the issues here at home in America, but to rather fearmonger to like grow their voter base?
Okay, well, I mean, I've seen a lot of TikTok videos of like people just like they even have like video evidence of like these migrants like coming into the apartment buildings.
I know the video you're talking about. How do we know that they're migrants from Venezuela?
I mean,
We don't, bro. We don't. It's a lie, dude. No, please tell me. How could you look at the people in that video and go, oh, yeah, they are definitely gang members from Venezuela?
I mean, we should still question it and look more into it. You can't.
I agree. You should have just come to the conclusion that they're gang members from Venezuela without questioning it and looking into it. But now if you'd say they did question it, they did look into it and determined that they were gang members from Venezuela, what's their evidence? Pookie? Pookie pook? Pookie pookie pook?
Their evidence? I mean... there is a lot of things that they're lying about, like just how Trump mentioned about the Hades, you know, eating cats and dogs, and then the moderator cut him off and say that's not true. I mean, there's a lot of...
The Hades are going to come into our country. They are going to come into our country and they will eat your kitty cats and your doggy dogs for lunch. And before you know it, they'll be eating them for dinner too. Quite possibly breakfast even. And why would they stop with the doggy dogs and the kitty cats? Why would they stop? They might even start quite frankly, eating your little children soon. For it'll start with lunch. They'll push it to dinner. And they might even go all the way with breakfast as well. They will be eating the doggy dogs, the kitty cats, all of the Haitians and the Mexicans, the Chinas, the Asians and the Europeans are going to come into our country and eat your doggy. Dude, come on, please. Be so fucking for real with me.
Well, how does Kamala sound? She sounds like a condescending aunt trying to tell you, you know, how to feel and act. Like,
what do you mean? What do you mean? Please,
like at the debate, she just sounds condescending, like trying to tell us, you know, how to think.
Can you give me a quote where she like try to tell us how to think?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Okay, his dad came home. Honestly, he tried to make an argument there. It ultimately flopped. I was having fun with that though. Yeah, no, I was kind of rehearsing that line in my head last night. I said, oh, this would be fucking hilarious. Honestly, I really wish I could do a solid Trump impression so I can make like a satire videos on shit that Trump would say. Hi, Sav, are you voting for Trump?
I am, but I didn't come here to argue because I'm not the type of person that likes to argue over politics. I just am genuinely curious on what policies that Kamala has that you support and why you stand behind them. I'm genuinely curious.
You know what? I will take this opportunity and I'll answer it in its grandeur. Let's talk about policy. Great question, Sav. Let's start with economic policy. So Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. She wants to make the average American's life easier. She wants to do this through increasing the child tax credit. She wants to do this by introducing a $25,000 subsidy to spur development of newly developed houses in places where people want to live. She wants to introduce a $50,000 subsidy to first-time business owners, right? And on top of this, she wants to allow the Medicare a greater negotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies to further reduce prescription drug prices, to cap the amount that any American could ever pay for prescription drugs to roughly $2,000 a year. It's also the case that she wants to restrict corporations' abilities to buy single-family homes. Okay, so there's a couple great points there. But now the very obvious and intuitive answer is, well, it sounds like this is a lot of money going into the pockets of Americans seemingly for free. How much will it cost, and how is she going to pay for it? This is estimated to cost about $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, and she intends to strictly pay for it by increasing the corporate tax rate, by introducing an unrealized capital gains tax on anyone with over $100 million in assets, and increasing a realized capital gains tax for individuals within that same bracket as well, okay? And there's a couple other more minuscule considerations, but we don't need to necessarily go over them. So at the end of the day, it's a beautiful picture that I painted here. It is tax cuts for those that need it most, and they will be self-sustainable over the course of the next 10 years, not increasing the deficit by a penny. Okay? So there's her tax policy. Let's turn around now. Let's look at Trump. Trump wants to institute his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years. 83% of those tax cuts go to the ultra-wealthy and the corporations. Trickle-down economics fails. They always have failed. They never will work. It's estimated to cost nearly $4 trillion, almost double what Kamala Harris's tax plan will cost, and he doesn't know how he's going to pay for it. The one solution that he has offered to pay for it is by imposing tariffs on imports, which will destroy the low and the middle class because tariffs cause inflation, and they will destroy American-owned businesses because when you tariff another country, they tariff you right back, and our exports plummet.
So as far as like the student loans forgiveness that Biden, also I give you credit for all of that. That's great. You've done your research, and I have to say I've talked to a lot of Kamala's supporters, and they don't have that much to back up their point, so I appreciate that coming from you. But as far as Biden's student loan forgiveness program, why did that fail? And if that failed, how can we be so sure that Kamala is going to be able to pull all this money? And I don't agree with taxing the rich personally, but that's just my opinion.
Why not?
Because I think that's socialism.
Okay, what is socialism, Sav?
Everyone is equal.
No. So socialism has nothing to do with the redistribution of wealth. Socialism pertains to the mode of production. Socialism is where the workers own the mean of production. And I could give you a really intuitive, obvious, and easy argument for why we should tax the rich more. Do you want it?
Yeah, I would like to hear that, actually.
Yeah, sure. So we have two economic policies. Well, we technically have three, but we kind of just, cast one out immediately. So the first economic, system that we kind of throw out immediately in context of taxation is like taxing poor people more and taxing rich people less. Can you see why that's not a good idea intuitively? We just throw that one out.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. So then the two remaining is taxing everyone the same amount, and then taxing poor people less and taxing rich people more. So when you tax everyone the same amount, this disproportionately serves as a burden to poor people. Why? Because poor people spend more, proportionately speaking, of the income that they make on the bare necessities to live. We're talking housing, healthcare, food, and water. Okay? So when you tax everyone that same blanket flat rate, that ends up affecting them more, taking more money out of their pockets, proportionately speaking, that they should be spending on the bare necessities to live. Now, that leaves us with taxing the rich more. When we tax the rich more, it relieves that burden that would be placed on poor people from a flat tax, and it places the burden on rich people. Sure, we are placing the burden on rich people. They are paying more than poor people, but who does the burden belong to? Should the burden be on the people that are most needy or least needy? The burden should be on the people that are least needy, meaning that we should be taxing the rich more so that burden isn't placed on the poor. Boom. And if there was any other economic model that was more fair to rich people, I would support it 110%. I don't think we should be taxing poor people because they're evil. I don't think that we should be taxing poor people because, they've made all this money and I'm so jealous. I don't think that we should be rich people. We should be taxing rich people for no reason other than for blanket equality. We should be taxing rich people more so the burden is taken off the poor.
That's the first time I've heard that explained, and it actually makes sense.
It does. It makes a lot of intuitive sense. I know. I used to be libertarian. I was still libertarian. I said, fuck tax the rich people more. I said the same thing as you. But when you compare the alternative, it kind of makes sense.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to go over, Sab?
No, I think that was it. Honestly, like I said, I'm not a person who likes to argue about politics. I really like to do my own research and understand both sides, and you've done a great job of that, so I appreciate it.
I appreciate you for coming up, Sav. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, all right?
You too.
W's for Sav. We're going to get our next guest up in here. I did want to thank a couple people here. I wanted to thank Danny. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for all the cats and the doggy dogs that I've been eating. R.I.P. Yo, so real. They're going to eat your kitty cats. And Caitlin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for my A1 Trump impersonation. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Caitlin and Danny. I appreciate y'all for the 10 and the $20. We are going to go and get our next guest up in the box at this point, so everyone just kind of give it a minute. Sav had promised. Yeah. I mean, when you take like the obvious bias out of the picture, it really does make sense. What's up, Daniel? Are you voting for Trump?
I believe I am, yes.
All right. Now, why so?
Well, let me ask you a question before we go around on policy. I just heard everything you said about policy, which it sounds great. Okay.
It sounds awesome.
It does. So other than the $25,000 subsidy, right? Everything else that you mentioned, aren't they already having those policies in place?
No. So our child tax credit is not currently $6,000 for newborn. No, we are not taxing unrealized capital gains on centimillionaires. No, Americans definitely pay more than $2,000 a year for pharmaceuticals. No, corporations can and do buy single-family homes. No, the answer to your question is no. All the way down.
What you're saying is essentially is that Biden is a much worse candidate to be president when he was in than Kamala is, right?
No. Well, I mean, I'd say that Kamala Harris is better. I'd say that Biden isn't like much worse though. But Kamala Harris is better. And like the reason why I'd say that Kamala Harris is better, that doesn't have to do with like Biden not implementing better tax policy because he couldn't because of Congress.
Fair. I just want to say this, or I want to ask this though. But a lot of the policies that are have been implemented now are virtuously the same with some slight differences. Okay.
No. The PACT Act is very different than the CHIPS and Science Act. The CHIPS and Science Act is very different than the Infrastructure Bill. The Infrastructure Bill is very different from the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, then you're proving my point to my question, okay, which is this. Because here's the thing. The fact of the matter is inflation went up 21.3% under the Biden administration.
Yes.
Why hasn't she fought along with that dude for the last 3.5 years to implement these ideas that she's saying she's going to implement when she becomes president?
Well, I mean, first of all, when we're referencing economic and tax reform, Congress traditionally gets together every 10 years to renew that when like it would expire. Like Trump's tax code expires in 2025, but none of that has to do with inflation. They did pass legislation to reduce the impact of inflation on like American consumers and countered inflation better than the leadership of every other country in the G7. They also didn't cause the inflation that was onset by the pandemic.
So that being said, okay, and I agree about the pandemic, okay, I would say that under Trump, before the pandemic, we were doing all right. I wouldn't say we were doing entirely terrible. Inflation.
No, I think that we were doing all right. We saw the same economic trends in like the first 3 years of Trump's term that we saw in like the last 4 years of Obama's. Yeah, we had an economic trend that was leading us in a good direction. Maybe like one thing I could say positive about Trump is that he didn't fuck it up. Okay, right? I think that's fair. Okay. But what reason do you have to vote for Trump over like Kamala Harris here? I think that even
because of my fear.
Because of your fear of what?
Because the fact of the matter is she has been in office. So naturally, as a human being, I got to wonder, not only that, House and Senate are split 50-50 right now. How is she going to get a bipartisan vote? She says she is, but everybody says they are before they go into office, right?
Ben, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who voted against the gas price gouging bill?
Thank you for the $10
love, Ben.
All right.
So how about this? Let's talk about who'd be better at getting policy passed, because I think that's your overwhelming question.
Yeah.
I think that Harris and Biden have been much more effective with getting policy passed than Trump. Do you disagree?
How so?
Well, they just passed more policy. They influenced the CHIPS Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. What's one piece of legislation that Trump influenced to get passed that you liked?
I mean, honestly, I really can't say too much about that, honestly.
It's tax cuts that disproportionately favored rich people. That's really all I can think of.
I don't know, but my wallet looked a lot better under his policies. So I don't know how he did that. Honestly, before the pandemic, my wallet did look better. But that's me personally. I'm not speaking for all Americans. You understand what I'm saying? I can't do that.
I think we could say that the average American was better off like prior to the pandemic under Trump than they are now. Right? I don't think there's an issue with that. But like maybe one thing that I'd say here is I don't think just because something happens in the country that it's necessarily to blame on the president. Like using your logic here, oh, well, wallet worse under Biden and Harris, therefore Biden and Harris caused your wallet to be worse. Does this mean that Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8% at the end of his term in November of 2020?
I'm not going to say that Biden and Harris are the ones that caused the inflation. There's a lot more to government. There's a lot more people who are actually in charge behind the scenes than just two people. They don't have that much power.
I don't even think the government caused inflation.
What did?
The pandemic.
Okay, I agree. That's very fair. So I don't know. I really don't have the answers, and I really don't believe any one person is going to have the answers. I do believe that it's going to be very hard to get the bipartisan vote. What I hope we don't get back into, and this is the one thing I disagreed about Trump, is that we start signing executive orders.
Okay, can I just give you an alternative here?
Sure.
Yeah, first, before I do, Arnett, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, saying, Dean, you're not on your account. Inquiring minds need to know why. It's because my account is incredibly shadow banned. On my account, we got 1,000 people, and here we have 7,000, so that's why. But thank you for the $25 on PayPal, Arnett. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, man. Massive W's for Arnett down below in the chat. And also, Tessa with the $10, for the $5, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. If any of the other 7,000 people watching the live right now have enjoyed the content and you want to support me so I can continue to do this every single day, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. My name is Dean. I do this for literally 6 to 7 hours a day, and your support is greatly appreciated. So thank you so much, everyone that supported already today. And I just want to give a special 5 minutes in the chat, just spamming W's for all the donors. I really appreciate y'all. But here's what I have for you. So specifically speaking, you're making the argument that your wallet was better under Trump than it was under Biden and Harris. I'd counter your argument with this. Okay. I want you to ponder until the election day comes about and try to come up with any reason on why your wallet was better under Trump that would pertain to Trump influencing your wallet to be better. And if you can't come up with a reason on how Trump influenced your wallet to be better come November, then please turn around and consider that you might vote for Harris because Trump is a rapist, a racist, a misogynist, a womanizer. Trump is a religious persecutor. Trump has caused political division, misinformed his voter base with over 30,000 lies during his presidency, attempted to undermine our democracy with his incessant lying on the outcome of the 2020 election, and even tried to send fake votes to Congress in 2020, January 6th, to install himself for a second term.
I'm going to have to disagree with you, but at the same time, I have a different perspective than probably both sides.
So what particularly there do you disagree with? I want to ask you very specifically what you disagree with. But before I do, Pamela, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is huge. I want to get 1,000 W's in the chat for Pamela, saying thanks for standing up for women, calling out racism, and patient with MAGAs. I really appreciate you for your support, Pamela. That is massive. That means the world to me. Chat, please show some love to Pamela down below. And Auntie, thank you so much for the perfect. You are so awesome. Thank you so much, Pamela, once again for the $100. Thank you. But yeah, so I made a couple claims there. You said that you disagree. What claim do you disagree with? Let's talk about it, man.
All right. So I don't like news propaganda. I think a lot of the news is twisted, whether they're Democrat or Republican. But I do wonder. I have to wonder. I don't know what is true because nobody's there to actually say what is true and what is not. But there's a lot of people that believe that a lot of the people that were on the jury were all Democrat. The judge was a Democrat. There was not an equal amount of peers who believed one side or the other. And so initially it did kind of look like a witch hunt. I'm not saying that it was. I'm just saying that when you put those facts together, if they are.
Give me, okay, Here's the thing. If you could produce a single shred of evidence that this was a witch hunt, I'd be more sympathetic to your view. The issue is you can't produce a single thread of evidence that it was a witch hunt.
I mean, I don't want you to be.
I think that this is. I think this is just. I just think that this is Trump undermining our criminal justice system, further reducing trust in our law enforcement and within our criminal justice system as a whole, which I think serves as antithetical to the values in which he preaches he upholds, such as being like pro-military, being pro-cops, pro-justice, wanting to hold criminals accountable. It doesn't make sense, but.
So you don't think that he pissed them off enough to actually go after him?
No, I think that this is a morally reprehensible man that has done morally reprehensible things and ran for president. And then when he started to be held accountable for the morally reprehensible things that he's done by socially speaking through the media or legally speaking through a criminal justice system, he turned around and lied to his voter base to radicalize them around the central idea that the deep state is attacking him because he's y'all's savior.
But according to whose word? They were all Democrats. Okay. There was no unbiased opinion.
Which jury specifically?
The sex scandal.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So no, they weren't all Democrats. 2 of the 9 jurors were Republicans. And then second of all, it didn't require a unanimous decision from the jury to convict him of rape. But
so they didn't have peer pressure because they were outnumbered.
Okay, so
I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at this logically. I'm not trying to be stupid.
So there's bias in every single jury ever. Juries have bias against people with tattoos. We also see implicit racial biases and gender biases. Does that mean that we should throw all court cases out because bias always exists? Or does that mean that we should come to terms with the fact that during jury selection, the goal of the lawyers or the defendants and the prosecutioner isn't to find people that don't have bias, but is to find people that could strictly operate on the facts as presented within the court case? They went through over 120 jurors, including selection by Trump's own lawyers, to find people that could operate on the facts presented in the court case, and those are the facts that they operated on, and they convicted Trump swiftly to do with those facts. And I mean, when you look at the facts, I mean, the conclusion's overwhelming. Okay, I mean, she had medical records from the 90s indicating that she had been raped by Trump. She had the witness testimony of 7 people over the course of the next 20 years that co-signed alongside the story told in the medical records and by herself. And she even presented a dress to the court claiming that it had Trump's DNA on it from when he raped her. Trump turned around and refused to provide his DNA to prove his innocence. So in preponderance of those facts and the preponderance of the decision made by the jury, I actually see no good reason to reject the claim that Trump is a rapist.
Okay. I got you. I got you. I mean, but here's the thing. We do live in a day of technology. Anybody can doctor evidence.
Okay, but now you're getting into like fringe conspiratorial takes. Like, what is the difference between you saying that anyone could doctor evidence, therefore Donald Trump's not a rapist, and anyone could doctor evidence, therefore Bush did 9/11? You know what I mean? Or like NASA fakes the videos of the fakes the videos and the pictures of the Earth being round.
He pissed a lot of people off. I've seen people go after people for less.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that this was political persecution of Trump?
I'm not saying I have evidence. I'm saying I gotta wonder.
Okay,
like,
so do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
I mean, the evidence was there. I'm not saying that I'm believing anything without evidence. I'm saying
so the evidence is there. What's the evidence?
What do you mean?
What's the evidence for the idea that Donald Trump's not a rapist and this was just the Democrats or the deep state?
How do we know they weren't lying? That's what I'm asking. I am taking a position on this. Like, literally, how do I know that they weren't lying? Like, I can't trust the government. I'm going to be real honest with you. I can't trust a lot of people who were in power.
Okay, so should we release all criminals from jail since you can't trust the criminal justice system?
No, I'm just saying it's imperfect. I'm saying, is there anything?
It is imperfect. But just because something is possible doesn't mean it's probable. For instance, is it possible that 9/11 was an inside job?
I don't think that was.
Yeah, so it was possible technically that it was an inside job. Does that give us good reason to assume that that's what occurred?
I'm not being extremely one-sided about all of this, but I do have to say that I am basically boiling down my decision to the fact that she was in office.
It actually is 9/11 today. Never forget, guys.
Yes, never forget.
Holy shit.
Thank you for bringing that up. But I'm just basically saying that before pandemic, my wallet was better. And right now, that is one of the most important things to me, for me and my family, is that my wallet is better. 3.5 years she's been in office.
Are you middle class?
Yes, I am.
Your wallet will be better under Harris. Like, legitimately, she's going to cut taxes for you. Trump's going to cut taxes for the ultra wealthy, and Trump's going to pay for the tax cuts for the ultra wealthy by imposing inflation on the low and the middle class through tariffs. Like, Like, dude, your wallet will be better under Harris. That's a fact. And if you disagree with me, please tell me why I'm wrong. I did want to thank a couple people here. Specifically, I wanted to thank Tracy. Thank you for the $50 on PayPal, saying thank you for your intelligence in supporting women and in general educating the Trump followers. I really appreciate you for that love, Tracy. Let's get some W's below in that chat for Tracy. Thank you for the $50, at least 500 W's for Tracy. And then Catherine with the $25, saying Trump inherited Obama's thriving economy. He absolutely did. Thank you for the love, Catherine and Tracy. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Catherine and Tracy. Thank you so much both for the love. It means the world to me. Thank you guys so much. Also, Law, if you want to hop in here, feel free.
I'm going to promise you one thing. I am going to do some more research. I'm going to do some more digging.
So real quick, Daniel, so you were talking about the essay case and how the jurors were, could have been biased. Do you know how many jurors were on that case?
9.
Is 9 of them, and they didn't need all 9 of them to get a finding of liability on that. They only needed 6 of them, yet all 9 of them still agreed. So I don't think that your belief that they could have been pressured has much merit, since 3 of them could have dissented and still come to the same conclusion.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you there. I mean that's extremely possible. I'm just saying that none of us are in these rooms. None of us can really say what the actual truth is other than what comes out, and that's what we have to go by. And I have a huge problem with that no matter which side you're on. That's why I'm just simply putting my perspective down as my wallet was better. That's the most important thing to me and my family right now. And we've had 3.5 years of inflation going up 21.3%. That hurts. That's all I'm saying. And I might be completely wrong. And if I am, I apologize. I don't claim to be right on everything. I just have my middle of the road theories. And I'm saying I'm voting for Trump, but at the same time, if I do more research and I find probable cause not to, then I'm not. Let's just make it clear though. I voted for Obama twice. Loved his policies. I'm an independent, but as we can see, we never have an independent president. So I'm kind of screwed more than 90% of the time. So that's why I come on here and I argue these points. They're very simple points.
Daniel, do you have anything else to add here before we move on to your next guest?
No. I don't mean to take up your time, man. God bless you. God bless you, the United States.
Have a good one, Daniel. Appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to our next guest. What's up, Law? It's been a while, man.
Yeah, man, you've been busy all over Jubilee and shit, so...
Oh yeah, more stuff coming up soon. I'm gonna probably start talking about it. What's up, man? I just want to put it out there for everyone. We will probably there's gonna be more stuff coming soon that y'all are just not expecting. It'll be completely out of left field. When it happens, you will not be expecting it to happen, and it will, quite frankly, be phenomenal. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope that you are too. Anyway,
so foreshadowing.
I know it is foreshadowing. I'm really excited about it. For everyone hanging out with us here today, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here right now. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. We're going to have a lot of fun here today with more debates. Let's go to get Angela Bree up in the box. Lindsay, thank you for the boxing gloves, and Tammy with the roses. By the way, La, feel free to hang out with us. We're just having fun here today, a little bit more chill.
I would love it. Thank you, everybody, for the gifts. You guys are awesome.
And Betsy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Betsy. I really appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. You are so awesome. Thank you so much for the love. We are going to go and get our next guest up in here right now. If you want to support me, support Law, our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals are in the bio. His is in the link in his description. You all already know. We got our next guest loading in right now. Someone in the chat said, why copy Parker? Parker is my best friend. Be quiet. Shh. He's a Dean clone. That's right. Parker's the Dean clone. We're gonna get our next guest up in here right now, everyone. Everyone be patient while we're getting our next guest up in the box. All of the MAGA droids are raging in the comment section. They are raging, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the train. I appreciate you for the love. You're awesome. Moving on to our next guest here. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello.
Hi, Morgan. Are you voting for Trump?
As of right now, I think so, yes.
Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist towards women.
Okay, yeah. So the reason why right now I believe so is because I think my number one issue is immigration, and I'm honestly not sure what Kamala's stance is. If you could explain it, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, sure. I think that she made her stance on immigration quite apparent last night by voicing the fact that she supported Lankford's border bill in the Senate. and in Congress, right? So she wants to allocate more resources and funding to, the courts on the border to more swiftly process asylum-seeking claims, to reduce the time span that it takes for asylum-seeking claim to be accepted or rejected from 7 to 8 years down to like 8 to 6 months. And then also specifically speaking, she supports better funding for the Border Patrol. She supports, keeping a closer eye on like sex traffickers, drug traffickers, etc., to keep our border safer. But more specifically speaking, what I would say here, if you are a conservative that cares about the border, I'd say that Trump wouldn't be your guy, because Trump doesn't care about the border either. He just likes to use it for political purposes. Like, he shot down the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate about 2 years ago, so the crisis would continue, so he can campaign and profit off of it today.
Okay. So first of all, I don't want to be like combative because I'm a registered independent. So I like looking at both, and just what I've seen right now, I was just wanted to hear your stance on that. But I'm
one last thing I could add
confused.
here. We actually have the same amount of daily border crossings today that we had at the end of Trump's term.
Okay. Because some things that I was researching after last night's debate was we have had more people cross the border under the Biden administration.
Much more.
Okay, so why did that happen?
Because of Title 42. I was about to use Law's own analogy, but I remember that Law's on the live. Law, would you like to take it away? I kind of feel bad using your own argument when you're on the live.
Oh man, every time you say it, it makes me smile. So that's good. I guess the analogy that we're referencing is the fact that Donald Trump claims that he cares about the border. He wants everybody to believe that it's something that he can fix, that it's a high priority for him. But then at the same time, he was the one who was responsible for stopping the most comprehensive immigration reform bill that we've had in 2 decades, 3 decades. And so do you agree, or do you believe that Donald Trump, Morgan, that he cares about the border?
It's tough. I think he cares about displaying to people that he'll monitor it. I don't know if he personally care. I don't know him personally.
Yeah, so I think that's fair. I think he cares about it as so far as it serves his political purposes. Just kind of the same way that if your house was on fire, and when the fire department shows up, you said, no, let the motherfucker burn because I want the insurance money. You probably didn't care too much about your house, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so in the same vein, Donald Trump is sitting here telling everybody how much of a crisis is on the border, how much we need border reform, and how he's the only one who can fix it, when we had the opportunity to have this huge border bill, and then he's the one who killed it. Even if he didn't like everything that was in it, this would have at least put some water on the fire, but he turned those fire trucks around for his own political ends. And that's just why I think he's just unsupportable, because he's openly lying to people about something that I do believe is a crisis. But when the opportunity comes to have something done about it, he turned it away.
Okay. That makes sense. Another question I have for you, or for the is his name Dean?
Okay, so Morgan, you're on pause right now. If you can't see my face, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So something that came to mind last night watching the debate, I'm considering joining the military. And through the people in the military that I've talked to, they said that there was more money in their pockets. They were getting paid better, and the equipment was better under Trump's administration. Why? Okay.
Yeah, Biden actually passed the largest pay increase for military members since the early 2000s, in the last 20 to 25 years. Another thing here is, what legislation did Trump pass for our veterans, or for our active duty military service members under his admin? None. What did Biden and Harris do? They passed a bill that invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA.
Wasn't Space Force founded under Trump's administration?
Sure, you could reference Space Force. I didn't even consider Space Force. I'm guessing the active duty military service members that you're referencing here don't belong to Space Force, which is a resource wasting pit of nothingness.
Yeah, I mean, and all Space Force did was cannibalize the Air Force's Space Command function. So it wasn't it was a new expansion. They just kind of cannibalized all of the space functions of the Air Force and some of the support functions of other branches of the military. So it wasn't like new jobs or new positions created. It was just a restructuring.
Okay. I appreciate both of that. Something else I guess I'm kind of confused about after watching last night's debate. From hearing what Trump said about Roe v. Wade and leaving it up to the states, that's something I can agree with. And I don't really understand what the Democrats want to put up in place of that, like a federal cutoff for everyone that everyone goes by. Why would it not be left up to the states and the people in the states to decide?
Oh, sure. So you think that that decision should be left up to the people? That's why you support Roe v. Wade rescinding to the state level?
I'm pro-choice, but personally, I can have my own beliefs. I think it's up to every individual. And
okay, so if it's up to every individual, why don't we just pass it back down to the unique individual to make that decision for themselves through federal protections? That's that. Oh my God!
So what's wrong with the state being red? And if you want to go access that healthcare, going to a different state. I don't understand.
Sure. So yeah, this is like making an argument that if you were a black person living in the Confederacy, well, if you didn't want to be a slave, you could move to the Union. Like, I think that all women, regardless of their geographical location, which state they reside in, deserve the same access to healthcare. I don't think that a woman in Colorado or California deserves different access to healthcare than women in Indiana or Idaho. We don't even need to touch on the basis that not all women have the luxury to pay for travel expenditure to go to a different state.
I agree with that. I agree with
but
the
what we
travel
need to
expenditure.
specifically reference here is that no, the decision of healthcare should be left up to the woman and the doctor, not the white men in Congress. Okay, and even like seemingly you're pro-choice, so I don't even know why I need to explain this to you. Like pro-life legislation has prevented 65,000 women who got pregnant as a result of rape not having access to healthcare, abortion, in the last 3 years since it was overruled. I mean, there's so many points we could go over here, but the main point would be this. If you support rescinding it from the federal level to the state level to give more power to the people, would you support sending it from the state level to the county level to give even more individualistic power to the people?
Seemingly that makes sense to me.
Makes sense? So what if we rescinded it from the county level to the city level to give even more power to the individual constituents of the cities? How about that?
I don't think it's a fair comparison. And
No, we're using your own logic. Please follow. If it makes sense to send it from the federal government to the state government, and it makes sense to send it from the state government to the county government, why wouldn't it make sense to send it from the county government to the city government? And then why wouldn't it make sense to send it from the city government to the household? And then why wouldn't it make sense to send it from the household to the woman? We could put the most power in the hands of American citizens to make decisions about their access to healthcare if we leave the power to them, not the white men legislating in Washington, D.C., not the white men legislating on the basis of state senate or state congresses or state government leadership such as the governor, and not on the county level with your local board jurisdiction. It should be left up to the individual woman.
Okay, so specifically, what's Kamala's policies and her stance regarding that?
Reinstitution of Roe v. Wade through congressional legislation offering the same protections offered under Roe v. Wade.
And how is she gonna
Cyber, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Michelle, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. And Cyber with another $10 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michelle and some W's in the chat for Cyber. I really appreciate y'all. And Millie and Mary with the $10 and the $15 as well. I really appreciate you. And Eric with the 5. W's for Eric, Mary, Millie, Cyber, and Michelle. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're good. I can also acknowledge that sounds good, but it's something I have to think of too. How is she going to pass things like that when there's people placed in the Senate and Congress, and how are we supposed to see that change when it seems so? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I feel like that's a question that is completely detached of who you're voting for, because the question. Well, how, using the power offered and granted by the Constitution to the executive branch of our government, are they going to sway and influence policy through Congress? That question will apply to the president no matter who the president is. You could ask me how Kamala Harris is going to influence her policy, and I could ask you how Trump is going to influence his. There is barriers, and there is limiters, and there is particular systems of power that exist in our government that make that difficult, regardless of who the president is. Therefore, it's just not even something we should consider.
But also, the entire U.S. House is up for election this year, so there's an opportunity there to flip the House. 1/3 of the Senate is up for election, so that it's an even split right now. So beyond just the presidency, there's an option to change the balance of power in Congress as well in order to enact this type of legislation.
Okay.
And Morgan, real quick, so what Roe did before it was overturned was provide protection for women up to the point of viability to make that decision. Now, viability is when the baby, the fetus, could actually survive outside of the womb.
Yes.
Now, right now, when it was turned over to the states, we're seeing things happen in states like Texas where they have heartbeat legislation, and they define heartbeat as a cardiac muscle receiving electrical signals. It's not an actual heart at this point. It's not pumping any blood. But there's a good number of people, of women and women who are pregnant who don't even know that they're pregnant by 6 weeks. And now it's illegal for them to get reproductive health care. And if they leave the state can actually charge them civilly and fine them for leaving the state in order to seek health care.
Well, then do you think it's fair to federally set like a certain cutoff point, or do you where do you stand with that? How do we make that more uniform but still?
Well, yeah, so I mean, what Roe did is it said every woman in the country has the right to make that decision upon herself up until the point of viability. So somewhere in that 22 to 23, 4-week period. And that's actually when well over 90% of the abortions that happen occur within that window. And so right now, that's what Kamala Harris is supporting, is codifying that protection into law, so that all of these states, they're free to have whatever rules that they want beyond that perimeter, but the rights of women are protected up until that point of viability in that 22-week window.
Okay. See, that makes sense. And do both of the candidates, do they have differing beliefs on prevention, like birth control? Or are there any laws that are going to be passed to maybe make that less accessible? Because I'm way more in favor
Republicans are more traditionally anti-birth control.
And Republicans voted down a bill that was introduced in the House to provide protections for both IVF, in vitro fertilization, and protection for contraceptives. They voted down those bills to provide those protections. Now, right now, they're not banned, and there's nothing on the table that would be banning them. But I think it sends a pretty strong signal that they even voted down just prophylactic protective measures to stop them from being banned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Morgan, was there anything else that you wanted to go over?
The economy, inflation. So with the Inflation Reduction Act, which I believe was Biden's thing, right? And it's separate from what Kamala is proposing. What are the differences between the Inflation Reduction Act and what she wants to have happen?
Well, I don't know what you're asking. The Inflation Reduction Act was a deficit-reducing bill that invested millions of dollars in renewable energy resources. What does that have to do with her economic policy?
Well, because our inflation's really bad right now, and
it's actually not. Our rate of inflation right now is 2.8%, the same rate of inflation that we saw pre-pandemic under Trump's economy.
Okay, but the rate of change from when they started in office to now is what?
Yeah, I mean, that was caused by the pandemic, and it's been smooth.
I can agree. So what's the first thing she's going to do to help the economy? What's her proposed ideas for
tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class?
Okay. And is she going to tax businesses and corporations more heavily, and Trump is not?
Yeah, so she wants to increase the corporate tax rate by 7% and introduce wealth taxes on individuals with over $100 million in invested assets. Trump wants to further cut taxes for the ultra wealthy and for the corporations, right? And then we have no clue how he wants to pay for it.
Okay.
Right, so yeah. Anything else?
No, that was everything.
Cool, I appreciate you for coming up, Morgan. Have a good rest of the day. Guys, if you are MAGA, make sure to let us know in the comment section. We're going to go to get our next guest up here right now. Kid Rock, I appreciate you for your love. Thank you so much. We are going to go and get our next guest, Danny, up in here. What's up, Danny? Are you voting for Trump?
Real quick, Kate, thank you very much for the $15 that will be put to good use, helping people in the criminal justice system in need. And Oligna, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate you guys.
Awesome. Danny, are you voting for Trump?
I am. Well, actually, not really, but yes.
Okay, well, that's a confusing answer, so I'm just going to move on and find someone that doesn't have a confusing answer. I hope you'll understand. Kid Rock, I appreciate you for the hand arts. You've been going off, man. If you want to support me or our Cash Apps, PayPal's, Venmos. It's all in the bio chat. We both get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Ty's not here. Moving on to our next guest, Kid Rock. Yeah. We're gonna hear shitty music. Sorry. I'm joking. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, why is that?
I'm voting for Trump because I think we need a strong president, and we don't need someone like Kamala.
Okay, so why would you say that the grapist, felon, wannabe dictator fraudster is stronger than the intelligent prosecutor?
Because 85% of the military is voting for Trump right now, so I would say he's pretty strong right now.
That doesn't tell us anything about his strength. That tells us something about his perceived strength.
I'm talking. Calm down, man. Calm down, man. All right. What about the time she put someone in jail? His name was, I believe it was, I might have to go check. I think by the last name Kennedy. It might be Kennedy. Yeah, she falsely accused someone. So what's up with that?
Are you talking about Kevin Cooper?
Kevin Cooper, yeah. What's up? I don't want to know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, but I heard.
So Kevin Cooper was convicted of unaliving in 1989 when Kamala Harris was still in college. How did she convict him?
What do you mean?
She didn't. He wasn't. He was convicted before she was even a district attorney.
Kid Rock.
She was part of the attorneys though. Like
no, she's in college. She's a college student.
No, but like she was like, whatchamacallit?
What could you do without a?
So I know the controversy you're talking about. I'll help you out with it here with her starving. Is there was a motion by his attorneys to try to introduce new DNA evidence that they claimed would exonerate him. And while she was AG, this came up, and the AG's office did what every other AG's office does and objected to the testing and the reopening of the case because every prosecutor thinks that their case is entirely perfect and has no holes, and they're not going to concede to anybody that their case wasn't sufficient, wasn't perfect, and wasn't rightfully found. So her staff wrote an opposition brief, and the courts agreed with her. There was some controversy around it. So then, at the time, Governor Jerry Brown of California ordered the DNA to be tested, and when they tested it, they found out that it in fact did not exonerate Kevin Cooper, and he remained on unalive row, and he's still alive and on unalive row to this day because California stopped the death penalty in 2006.
And it was investigated by Gavin Newsom's governor office in 2018. They found no wrongdoing on behalf of Kamala Harris. Now that we got that out of the way, please tell me why the grapist is stronger than the non-grapist. Tell me why the racist misogynist is stronger than the non-racist misogynist. Let's get it. Now, I'm asking you a question now, sir. You answer me. Why is the grapist stronger than the non-grapist? Are strong men grapists?
How is he a rapist?
Oh, because he, I don't know, forced himself upon a woman sexually without consent.
But is he in jail?
No, he's not in jail.
Did he
prove it in court? Yes.
According to court, yes.
Yep.
I don't know about that one.
Okay, so you just don't know about facts. How about you do more research before you come up on a debate live in front of 6,000 people? Beep. Moving on to our next guest. If you don't even know about these things, I just got to move on. I'm so sorry. If you don't know anything about these bare basic facts, what's the conversation we had? You know what I mean? God. Hey, what's going on, Rockpile? Are you voting for Trump?
I am, and I was just going to ask you if you know who is in jail, and the answer to that is the 1,500 people that Kamala convicted while she was the DA, even though she admitted to smoking weed on a podcast, and all those convictions were marijuana related.
Okay, he said it twice. Let's get some F1s in the chat. So specifically speaking, while she was DA, there's only 45 people convicted, and she said that we should end the war on drugs in 2014, then co-signed legislation in the Senate to do exactly that in 2018. But I had to kick you because you can't say those names or the age or the life will get age restricted. What's up? How old are you?
Me? Yeah, I'm 55.
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, and why is that?
Because he's the better choice.
Could you get a little bit closer to your mic?
He's a better choice. He's a better candidate.
I know why.
Well, I mean, we had a better economy.
What does that sound?
Currently, right now, Kamala and the Biden administration are, making the rich richer. And
how about a courtesy flush?
Yeah, Maz, are you on the phone with me while you're in the fucking toilet, little bro?
No, I'm in the bathtub. I worked all day.
Okay, all right. You're enjoying your bath. Listen. I don't have an issue.
Please don't turn your camera on.
You just don't turn your camera on. You're good. Take a chill pill. Okay. All right. You're relaxing. You're eating.
Yeah,
okay.
I worked my can off today.
A little bit of is this like a self-love evening?
No, it's called a cleanliness thing and a relax.
Okay, yeah. Very, very demure, very, very, very mindful, very, very demure.
Self-care is important.
Yeah,
you go, Fuzz.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to make sure that you do not leave this phone call relaxed, okay? So Donald Trump, he actually specifically has fought for the rich people here home in America, the ultra-wealthy and the corporations. Name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. For every single policy that you name of Trump's, I'll name 5 of Biden and Harris's. So name one that he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people.
When he runs for election, all right?
Is that a policy name?
In 2016, the middle class was paying less for gas, groceries, everything. Right now, Biden admin is like running up the bill so the rich get richer. I mean, that's facts, bro.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're actually on the same page here, Pookie. So what was the question I asked you? Oh, crazy. I'm going to hold you to the standard of answering the question I asked you.
So is it not a policy? Hey, I'm going to run for office to keep the communists out.
Oh, wait, hey, define the word communist. What is communism?
Government run everything.
That's actually false. So I'll go ahead and tell you one thing about communism. It implies the lack of a state, or in other words, the lack of a government. Nice little contradiction there. I feel like the only reason you call her communist is because Donald Trump does, and you just kind of let him piss and shit in your mouth, low key.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. You define it as government run everything. Under communism, there's no government. Quite frankly.
Okay.
Quite
well, I know the government. Like currently, right now, I'm in the position to pay for my own health care, right, where I don't have to have insurance. My wife, same thing. And what we found out, the advocates for this like super health care, Obamacare thing, or whatever you want to call it, we have found out that when we pay out of pocket, that the copay that we used to pay is actually the bill for the service, and the insurance policy actually covers the administrative stuff. And that was a shock to us. I don't know if they meant to do that.
Can I ask you a question? What is Trump's plan for healthcare?
Well, he said he was going to he was going to keep Obamacare in place and try to make it work better until he came up with something better.
Wait, but he's been trying to come up with something since 2015. I mean, you sound like an older gentleman. You probably remember his first campaign. What did he campaign on? Repealing and replacing the ACA and Obamacare. And here, 8 years later, he has concepts of a plan. He has a plan with concepts. A concept's a plan, and a plan, a plan, and a plan with plan, with plan, and concepts of plan, 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 and concepts of plan.
What has Biden administration done? Nothing.
Great question. No, actually, they placed a $35.
They invited people in that eat cats.
Yeah, no. So I'm actually going to go ahead and answer your question. So under the Biden administration, they specifically placed an enforceable cap of $35 for the price of insulin, and then Kamala Harris is currently advocating for expansions and revisions to the ACA and Obamacare, right, to specifically limit the prescription drug price that any American citizen will pay for a pharmaceutical to a little bit over $2,000 per year. Right. She also wants to grant Medicare a greater renegotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies to save the government more spending with their government-funded healthcare plans, right? This is actual policy that she actually wants to place into effect, right? Kamala Harris has a plan for the American people. Donald Trump does not. And Wilma, thank you for the $4 on PayPal for rub-a-dub-dub. But Master, I actually have a question for you now. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
There wasn't no violent sexual abuse.
Would you ever vote for someone that's held civilly liable for this? Yes or no? Please, baby, please.
That's not the alternative.
God damn it, dude. Okay, if Trump was held civilly liable for raping a woman, would you still vote for him?
Probably not.
Okay, so Trump was held civilly liable for raping a woman.
Okay, so that's on appeal. Okay,
and grounds to have to appeal it?
So whose words? This is E. Jean Carroll's words. Okay, and I'm going to make a couple of points to that question. You brought it up, not me. Okay, so she said it could have either been fingers or,
So true. Fingers, yes. That's what he said. What the fuck is the issue with that? Do you expect a victim of grape to remember exactly every excruciating detail of the grape as it occurred? He had his fingers and his pee out simultaneously, and that's what she had proved to the jury.
Okay, but she wasn't sure if the dress. She presented a dress as evidence and wasn't sure that he physically penetrated her. Okay,
so she was sure that he had physically penetrated her. She wasn't sure on what she was physically penetrated with. But regardless, it was the fingers or the pee that is still
DNA evidence on it.
Right.
She presented. Okay, whose DNA was on it?
She claimed that it was Trump's, but it was officially categorized as unknown male DNA for the specific reason that Trump failed to provide his DNA to the court. In fact, he refused to.
Okay, do you know why?
Because he's guilty.
There's actually case law where you shouldn't submit your DNA evidence.
Really? So let's ask the lawyer. Hey, Mr. Lawyer Man. So specifically speaking, if you were defending a man who had been accused of rape by a woman, but you know that the man is innocent and the accuser is lying, and the accuser attempts to provide a dress to the court in which she claimed had his DNA on it, but you know that's not his DNA, as you know he didn't rape her and has never met her. What would you influence, the individual that you're representing to do? Would you influence him to provide his DNA to the court to exonerate him from wrongdoing, or what would you say?
Yeah, so my advice would be, if it is in fact true that you've never met her, then provide the DNA because this case will be closed immediately.
Yeah, so that's non-legal legal advice, sir.
Okay,
I think you have to technically say it's not legal, right? I don't know.
Yeah, well, so just to expand on the case law, he is right that a respondent in a civil suit cannot be compelled to provide their DNA, but that wasn't what Dean was talking about. Dean was just saying that he didn't offer it. So it is true that they could not subpoena his DNA and they couldn't compel Trump to provide the DNA.
Yeah, but that's a completely different subject. They could have forced him to provide his DNA, but the fact that he didn't provide his DNA is telling.
Because if you're innocent, you don't need to provide anything. They're the ones that have to prove you guilty. They don't have to. You don't have to prove yourself innocent about anything.
Yeah, we're saying it wasn't necessary for him to do so, but it was telling.
It's a respondent movement case. It's not a state versus defendant case. So what you're saying is misinformation about this stuff.
What did I say that is misinformation?
About law because I've had to defend myself.
Hey, what did I say that was wrong? See, you can't second. I'm wrong about what exactly? You just say that it's misinformation because you don't like it, but you know that every single word that I've said is absolutely correct.
That he has to prove himself innocent.
I never said that Donald Trump has an illegal obligation to prove himself innocent. I'm going to go ahead and finish talking. I'm going to go ahead and finish talking without you interrupting me. No, I never said that Trump was legally compelled to provide his DNA to the court of law to vindicate himself of all wrongdoing as associated with the court case. What I specifically said was that Donald Trump refused to provide his DNA in lieu of a dress in which the the victim, E. Jean Carroll, had alleged was his, right? And any sane, rational human being that was also innocent would have multiple good reasons to provide his DNA to that court of law. He would have saved $87 million. He would have saved the negative PR associations with being labeled as a rapist. He would have probably increased his probabilistic chances of winning re-election come November. But he didn't. I want you to name me one good reason for him to not submit his DNA to that court of law, to vindicate himself of all wrongdoing, assuming he was an innocent man.
He doesn't need to.
Because he doesn't need to. So saying that he doesn't need to doesn't mean that it's a good reason. According to the U.S. Constitution, one second. According to the Constitution, I can slur. Does that give me good reason to slur? No. According to the Constitution, in some states, 30-year-old men can marry 16-year-old girls with parental approval. Does that mean they should marry 16-year-old girls with parental approval? No. Just because Trump can fail to provide his DNA to the court of law doesn't give him good reason to fail to provide his DNA to the court of law. There's no good reason for any sane, rational, innocent individual to fail to provide their DNA to that court of law. And in lieu of the evidence, the other evidence that E. Jean Carroll had submitted to that court, it is beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt clear that Donald Trump is a rapist. I want you to name me reasonable doubt to the court that would specifically indicate that no, it was not proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll.
So, anyhow, he claims that the court's hostile to him, so he has good reason not to submit his DNA. What's to say they? I mean, we already know that they painted O.J. Simpson's DNA all over the glove. So why wouldn't a government entity paint Donald Trump's DNA all over everything? And then
what would E. Jean Carroll's lawyers have done with a report of his DNA? What would they have been able to do with that?
I mean, they would have his DNA. It would be public knowledge. It would be public information. It would be in a hostile court's room. Hey, all of us on the outside of this case.
I'm so sorry. I'm about to dunk on you because now you're saying that the reason Donald Trump didn't provide his DNA is because he was scared of them.
It's a legitimate complaint.
He was scared of them planting his DNA on that dress. So then how come he tried to provide his DNA after the evidence cutoff date? That fact alone is what destroys and dismantles your worldview. The fact that Donald Trump refused to provide his DNA when discovery period was open, when he had every single opportunity and chance to provide his DNA, but he didn't, and then he tried to call the bluff of the judge by attempting to submit his DNA after the cutoff date for discovery was over, refutes, dismantles, and disproves your hypothesis that the reason he didn't attempt to provide his DNA was because he was scared of the court planning it. My good sir, you have been cooked.
That could be his stuff. So anyhow, so what if he submits his DNA to the Supreme Court?
You've been fucking cooked. Allison, thank you for the $45 on Venmo for the dunks on the MAGA lunatics. Thank you for the $45 on Venmo, Allison. I want to get at least 500 W's in the chat for Allison right now. And MAI, thank you for the $50 on Venmo as well. W's for MAI in that chat. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Sorry, on Venmo. You are astounding. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Allison and MII in that chat right now. Thank you for the $45 and the $50 as well. But
Lindsay, thank you for the 25, and Dixie, thank you for the 5. That is amazing.
Okay, so now you want to... Okay, sure, let's pivot to climate change. So 97% of climate scientists agree that there is climate change caused by humans. Trump disagrees. What's your take?
What's my take? Let's see the utility of the studies. If they can find out that carbon increase is causing climate change, then let's see the utility of their assumptions, okay? And there is a utility test that they can test for, and they can test all this solar stuff and all this wind that it could incrementally reduce.
Wait, no, I want to ask a question. Do you agree that climate change is caused by humans in some part?
Sure.
Okay, so Trump disagrees with you. Trump says that there is Trump particularly says that there is no human-caused climate change and that the Earth is going to get colder. We just don't know yet.
He says it's a hoax perpetrated by the Democrats. That's what he says.
Yeah, he says that human-caused climate change is a hoax.
No. He says it's a hoax perpetrated by the Democrats, not what you're saying.
Yes, he says that human-caused climate change is a hoax perpetuated by the Democrats. That is absolutely what he says. And Alicia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying that climate change is real. Yeah, they're just delusional. He ran away too. Makes sense. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat. And Terrence with the $3 on PayPal as well. I really appreciate you for that love. And Poppy with a rose, thank you so much. We're going to get our next guest up in here. If you do want to support me or Law, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, and PayPals in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Real quick, everybody. Dean has been hovering at 1.1 million. There's 5.8 thousand people in this live. He should be at 1.5 million immediately. Everybody fill up that bar one time and we will be there. Thank you.
Hell yeah, let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. Do double tap. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes. 2 billion likes. Million, bajillion, batrillion likes. All day, every day, quite frankly indeed. And we're actually going to be doing something fun when we end our debates. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be going on my other account, DNC Dean, and I'm going to be live streaming from my computer. Super duper exciting. And I'm going to be live streaming from my computer, and I'm going to be going over the debate last night, and I'm going to be reacting to a whole host of content as provided by the people in chat. We're going to be having some fun. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of fun on @DNCDean after this. And not the Mac. I actually set up my whole PC computer setup. It won't be laggy in the slightest. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be having a great time. It's going to be so exciting. What is up, Joel Davis? Are you voting?
Gonna be huge.
Gonna be
Can you hear me?
So huge. Yeah, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that?
I think he's tough on foreign policy. I really like that now he has RFK on his team. I think that
Tough on
there's a lot
foreign
of
policy.
issues.
How so?
Sorry, what was that?
How is Trump, the guy that we have leaked Kremlin documents to suggest that Putin thinks he's easy to manipulate, tough on foreign policy? The same guy that believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence, by the way. How's he tough?
Well, he doesn't have Putin endorsing him, and I think there's a reason behind that.
Putin has implicitly endorsed Trump in 2016, 2020, now 2024. 2016, we have the Mueller report, right, signifying Russian interference with the election, pushing pro-Republican, pro-Trump propaganda. Same thing with 2020, another report coming from the CIA and the DOD. And now the DOJ has open investigations on Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and a couple other names for accepting Kremlin funding to push pro-Kremlin, pro-Putin, pro-Trump, pro-Republican propaganda.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think China is more likely to take Taiwan under the Trump administration or Harris?
I don't know. I think that.
Do you know what the repercussions of that would be?
Yeah, I don't think that we'd have any reason to indicate that they'd be more or less likely under either administration, as I don't think that either of them have given any ideological separated positions on that. I think that we might be able to kind of grasp for straws here and say that they'd be more likely to secede Taiwan if Trump were president, because Trump has vehemently spoken out against aiding Ukraine in their attempt to fight against Russian expansion. So why would he aid Taiwan against Chinese expansion?
There's something called fear and respect, and I don't think that any country fears or respects Kamala Harris, and I think that she is
emotional hearsay. You're literally speculatory as fuck, and it harms our society. What basis are you coming to that conclusion? Of course, they're going to respect the hard-on crime prosecutor who wants to fight for individualistic liberties and freedoms, compared to the rapist who's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our country. We have clips from NATO summits of world leaders literally laughing at Trump. He's a laughingstock of the world. People respect Biden and Harris much more than they will or have ever respected Trump. That's another fact. And your argument that they're going to respect Trump more is speculatory nonsense, and this is the ultimate MAGA cope.
Why is there? and I know this is a popular topic right now, but then why are there so many wars that did start under the Biden administration?
I think that we can make a correlation causation fallacy with Trump as well. The Turkish-Kurdish war started under his presidency, therefore he caused the Turkish-Kurdish war. We had a Yemen genocide under Trump's presidency, therefore Trump caused the Yemen genocide. We had a proxy war with Russia in Syria with U.S. soldier boots on the grounds, therefore Trump caused this proxy war that we had with Russia. I mean, we could go on all day, all night, baby. I think that ultimately this is just another another correlation causation fallacy that is based upon speculation.
Can we talk about the border?
The border that Trump doesn't care about?
The border that Trump doesn't care about. Why doesn't the Biden administration use the materials now that Kamala's team wall apparently? Why doesn't she use the materials that are sitting there? I haven't seen anything about her
being team wall. Right? She's pro border security and always has been. But like specifically speaking, that doesn't mean that she's going to continue Donald Trump's failed wall. She's actually going to enact border policy and legislation that will effectively reduce the amount of undocumented crossings by expediting the asylum seeking process, not by misappropriation of DoD funds to build a pointless wall.
Then why hasn't she done that in the last 4 years?
Well, they tried to, with them attempting to influence Lankford's Republican Trump-endorsed senator, his border bill through Congress, but then Trump called the Republicans and told them to vote against it because he wanted the bill to fail, right? You could blame Trump for that. Thank you, Trump. Or say thank you, Trump. Say thank you, Trump, for shooting down bipartisan border legislation that would have ended the crisis years ago. Say thank you. Say thank you. Say thank you for making it so the crisis across our southern border continued. Say thank you for then after allowing the crisis to continue, specifically turning around and then dehumanizing all immigrants, right, just to get the vote of the racists and the xenophobes. Say thank you. Say thank you for placing yourself above the country and yourself above the American people in every conceivable circumstance to take advantage and to manipulate circumstances to benefit yourself, even if it serves as a detriment to the American people. What
do you think Kamala's relationship is with BlackRock and pharmaceutical companies?
Jesus Christ, her relationship with pharmaceutical companies is getting them to reduce their prices by granting Medicare greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices. Why is Kid Rock's event coordinator in here?
And I'm pretty sure RFK was the one that really passed the insulin bill.
Oh, you mean it's not
what? Whatever RFK? It was. I'm pretty sure he was the one that was on the front runner of that. And then there was some, I think Biden wanted to take some credit of that.
Bro, do you mean Trump?
He wasn't in government. How did he pass it?
No,
wait, you mean RFK? You meant to say RFK?
Well, when you asked me my first question, one of my main reasons I said I was voting for Trump is now that RFK is on.
How the hell did RFK pass an insulin cap?
Dude, I ain't a political scientist.
Bro, he's never been in government. How could he possibly do that?
I heard him talking something, and it was about him getting signatures, and the Harris administration really should have picked up RFK when they could.
No, I'm happy that they didn't pick up the grapist. Thanks for your time, Joel. You're fucking weird. Hey, Law, I appreciate you for coming up. I'm actually going to go and end the stream now and head over to my backup account to hang out and do some reaction-based content. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll watch you over there. Anytime, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks for popping up. Hey, so for the 5,000 people in this stream, I'm going to go ahead and head over to my backup now, and we are going to be streaming some reaction-based content, and then we're going to go over to Parker. But first, we're going to hang out for about an hour or two on my other account. And specifically speaking, we're going to be dissecting Trump's debate with Harris last night. We are going to be further dissecting maybe some of Parker's conversations with Kirk that I haven't gotten around to yet. I'm going to be informing y'all on some exciting things coming up in the very new future for me. I just want to clarify once again, I am not ending my stream yet for the day. We are just going to my other account because this isn't even my account. This is Matt's account that he's been so kind in letting me use. So would y'all spam at DNC Dean in the comment section right now? Spam at DNC Dean. We're all going to be heading over to at DNC Dean. That's where we're all going. Before we do head to at DNC Dean, I'm going to take a quick pee break, and I'm going to connect my camera to my computer. Then I'm going to turn around and go live. So everybody, head over to at DNC Dean. It's going to take me about 60 seconds at most to get over there. And as soon as y'all all head into at DNC Dean to hang out with me while we dissect Trump's debate with Kamala Harris last night, dissect their answers and see how she would, form as, our next president, we're really going to be taking a deep dive into some of the things that she said. Same thing with Trump. Spam Dean Raid when I go live. So everyone keep that at in mind, at DNC Dean. I'll be there in about a minute tops, and I'll see you all there. Thank you, everyone, for pulling through today. And Vanessa, I want to thank you for the $20 on Venmo as well. I'll thank you more on at DNC Dean. And I'll see you all over there. Make sure to pull through. It's going to be a fun, exciting stream. It's going to be something that you don't see often from me or Parker. It's going to be a reaction-based live stream from my computer. It's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure to pull through at DNC Dean. See you there in a couple minutes.
Defunding the Department of Justice, dismantling the Department of Housing and Urban Development, getting rid of the Department of Commerce, getting rid of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, making sure that you have Schedule F, so every single civil service employee becomes a political appointee. That removes a lot of the non-biases that are within the government as an institution to keep it functioning. And there's so much hypocrisy that goes into that. They want to bring back impoundment, which makes it so that the Office of Management and Budget can just completely obliterate any congressional authorization or appropriation to make sure that the president has say over how the budget is spent, when that is not the president's job. They have an Office of Management and Budget to make sure that the money gets where it needs to. And impoundment was made illegal by
Okay, so already off the bat, this guy knows his shit about Project 2025. These are some of the more very specific and minuscule details. And he could detail them in a way that is very convincing. I like it so far. I think that Project 2025 does serve as a legitimate threat. But I don't know. I don't know. I think that Donald Trump is probably more focused on what's in Agenda 47, and I feel like it's the overlap between Agenda 47 and Project 2025 that we should be most fixated on.
Congress in 1974 when Nixon tried it. They want to bring that back and make it under a Republican.
Oh, also, I don't know if y'all could see it on screen right now. Yeah, y'all can't see it on screen. I see it on my screen. There's this guy in a red suit back here. His name's Bo.
In Congress and with a Republican president, make it law of the land. And it's so hypocritical seeing them cite Federalist number 47 and say, tyranny happens when the job of the executive, the legislative, and the judicial is all under one branch. That's why we want to make sure that the legislative doesn't have access to appropriations, which is their constitutional mandate.
That's true.
Okay, all right. It's this guy right here.
To appropriations, which is their constitutional mandate.
Is this guy right here? It's this guy. It's the guy in the red suit right there. That guy's name is Bo, and he's a really smart guy. He's a really smart fella, chat. I want to skip forward to Bo. Yeah, these two guys right here. Oh yeah, these two guys right here. They are among some of the most intellectually gifted humans that have ever walked the planet. Now, I want y'all to hear directly from these two guys. They're really smart fellas. Let's go ahead and hear what they have to say here.
The log cabin Republicans hosting events that I've been at Mar-a-Lago, again, I'm very traditional, me personally. A lot of things in Project 2025 I would agree with, but Trump does not, and that's why he's publicly denounced it. I don't know why everyone's acting like these are all his policies. This is all the things he's going to implement.
Oh, yeah, for everyone asking me if I'm being sarcastic in the chat, you better bet your ass I'm being sarcastic.
It's not even close. And I don't know why you guys are just pretending like it is. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I'd love to know why.
Do you want to speak to the prompt specifically about the country moving too far to the right if he's elected? You don't feel...
I don't. I would love to see us get...
Well, he probably doesn't think that the country would move too far to the right if Trump was elected, because according to him, there's no such thing as a far right. Because why? Because he's a part of it.
I think the family unit is the most broken thing in America right now. I'd love to see the family unit be fixed, and a lot of.
Yeah, the family unit is so broken, and he wants it to be fixed. So he's gonna vote for the guy that single-handedly destroyed the family unit by overturning Roe v. Wade, leading to effective pro-life legislation that shifts the American focus from financially well-off adults that want to start a family to forcing literal fucking teenagers to be mothers and fathers. That was so good for the family unit. The whole anti-IVF, anti-contraceptive too Yeah, like, let's make sure that teenagers who we know will always engage in sex and nothing will ever stop them are more likely to conceive. And then once the woman conceives, let's make sure that she's forced into providing her bodily resources to the fetus for 9 months, because they must be a family. That is going to be so good for American families. I swear to God, the view's so hypocritical. And don't even get me started, okay? Don't even get me fucking started on anti-LGBTQ+ and how that serves as a detriment to the family in it. There is study after study after study after study. In fact, I'll even show you all the studies. I will even show you guys the studies right now. I forgot that I'm literally on my computer so I could pull this shit up in front of your own very eyes. There is so many studies that would indicate that there is no difference in the parental outcomes of two dads, two moms, or a dad and a mom. If you want it, it's in the link in Parker's bio. Here you go. Look at all of these studies. Look at all of these studies. All of these studies. But you know what people like good old Bo over here will do? You know what? The brightest innovators of our generation, people like Bo over here, they'll turn around and they'll say, ew, this magical, mystical book written by dead men over 2,000 years ago, translated hundreds of times. It says that that's wrong, so we need to destroy their families. It's, oh, God, give me a break, man.
Traditional values be reestablished, and I think we could have America to a much more traditional state where we were thriving. And
yes, let's revert back to 1910, where women didn't have the right to vote. Gay people were not legally recognized and were not able to get married. Women were defined as legally speaking, as property of marriage. Can open a bank account, start a business or own land. According to this cishet white man, society was thriving.
And the Judeo-Christian values that our country was founded upon.
How do you do that? You get rid of gay people? I gotta say, there's
thank you. Aided.
There's no version of history in America where people like me have thrived, so I would hate to go back.
Yeah, you still thrive.
You got a whole month out of the year. Your flag is flown at the White House. Your LGBTQ people are invited over to the White House. They're given positions. Sam Britton, gay people are given positions all of the time because of their.
I gotta say, at first I thought you were kidding.
I am very traditional. I am Catholic. I don't agree with same-sex marriage, but I think it's a.
How can he say that members of the LGBTQ+ community are thriving, and then in the same breath say, I'm a part of this large American demographic that doesn't recognize your sexual orientation as being valid? Dude, please. Oh, you're so thriving, but me and millions of other Americans don't think you should be able to get married. Be so fucking for real. Literally, fucking choose a side, little man. This little guy over here needs to choose a side.
You would feel unsafe if a more conservative person got into office. As somebody who disagrees with your lifestyle, I could not care less about what you do.
I couldn't care at all. And that's why it took hundreds of years for you to gain the legal right to marry under a Democrat president, by the way.
Go do it, but nobody is threatening your life. I have to say, the country, I'm going to go ahead and finish.
Okay, so his logic is, as long as I don't want to kill you, you're not oppressed. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I apologize.
This country has been, Biden has been an extremely progressive liberal president. And
that you fought against every single step of the way. And by the way, your candidate tried to steal the election from.
Donald Trump got in office, the country would absolutely move right, but it wouldn't move too far right. The Overton window has shifted so far left in the last 4 years that a lot of people that are moderate are now being on the right. I mean, you have people like prominent figures like Joe Rogan, who is a self-proclaimed socialist who voted for Bernie Sanders, now saying that he's voting for Donald Trump. And so I think that is a common.
Oh, so he wants to tout, right, the people that he deems as Democrats voting for Trump, but then he wants to ignore the 44 of Trump's former 46 cabinet members that have now not endorsed him or have also endorsed Kamala Harris. Ignore the prominent 200 Republican figures over the course of the last 25 years that are strictly endorsing Kamala Harris. I see. I wish I was on this episode. I would be cooking so damn hard if I was in one of those seats. He would be cooked. He would be cooked beyond belief. Unfortunate that I wasn't.
thing amongst moderates because it has gotten so far left. And I think being right nowadays just means that you don't want your country overrun with illegal immigrants. You don't want your daughters and sisters raped by people in the bathroom or having.
Oh, I paused it right after he said grape, and he was about to say a slur. He was in the middle of saying a slur, referencing trans people. Okay, maybe this wasn't the best idea. Maybe it wasn't the killer idea that I thought it was. Dear God. Give it a second. There it goes. Maybe this wasn't the killer idea that I'd hoped it was. Jubilee doesn't censor that? Well, they didn't censor that specifically. Yeah. Shadow ban incoming. We are already shadow banned. Look at that. We only have 460 people in here. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and end this live. It's been fun. I'm going to do this more in the future as soon as I could get this account unshadow banned. I'm going to go host with Parker. Go raid Parker. Spam Dean raid. See y'all there. Love you all. Bye-bye. End live. Oh, need to click another button.
That's never coming out. Never coming out. That was a joke. That was a joke. Let's get the next for the first person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because Donald Trump loves this country. America is having
I've
a lot
talked
of
to you
issues.
a million times, dude. I can't talk to the same person so many times. I just can't do it. Everyone sounds weird.
You talked so fast on Jubilee, man. Did not like it. Not one bit.
I'm sorry. Do I need to slow down for you?
No, you don't need to slow down for me. I'm saying you're just like going way too fast on that video. I watched it from beginning to end. I wish it wasn't a format where you had to rush up and run on that chair, though. I would have liked to hear you speak more. Yes, of course I'm voting for Trump. I got a little icon with him.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because he's a better choice than Kamala.
What makes you think he's a better choice? Why do you leave? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. What's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
I'm not voting for anybody.
Nice.
Yeah, how does it feel to have Charlie Kirk bend you over his knee?
How old are you? Hey, I'm just going to ask you how old you are, and then I'll let you go on your little spew.
I'm 18.
Can you name me one point that Charlie Kirk won on in the debate?
He actually bent you over his knee, ripped your stupid bitch ass thong off, and fucked you in the ass over and over without your consent, and it was amazing.
So you making a grape joke is fucking disgusting.
Damn.
You fucking weirdo. Actually, literal weirdo.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 45.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, we'll be voting for Trump.
Why so?
Just when we were under Trump, things were less expensive. My husband and I were doing very well. Everything was great. Now under Biden, we're all struggling with buying groceries, and it's just, you can definitely see a difference under both administrations.
Okay, yeah. So, what makes you think that the inflation was caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I don't know I don't know how the inflation happens or how it was caused under Biden. I just know that we're here and it's happening. And
So what are their plans to deal with it?
I don't know what they're planning to do with it. They've been in office 4 years and they can't make it better for us.
Okay, so did you blame the Trump administration for high unemployment?
No, because we were employed and that did not affect me.
Okay, so just because it didn't affect you, even though it was the most unemployment since the Great Depression?
Yeah, I can only speak on behalf of my family and my household. Does that make sense? I can't say this or that affects
why can't you
me.
make a claim about what's going to affect other people? Why wouldn't you try to be like more reasonable than like, oh, just because it happened under this administration, it's caused by them? That's like the same thing as me saying that like I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration, therefore I'm going to vote for them.
Well, no, having a girlfriend under Biden administration that wouldn't make sense. But for example, I'm in El Paso, Texas, and I live on the border, and I'm seeing actually what is happening at the border. So my husband is out there. All these illegal immigrants are coming through. You guys are not seeing like the kids that are being used, the kids, how they're coming and actually.
So then why did Trump undermine a border bill?
What do you mean?
Trump undermined a border bill, the largest border bill in like 20 to 30 years.
I'm not sure why he undermined the border bill. I just know that we didn't have all these immigrants coming through when Trump was president.
Well, actually, border crossings are lower right now than they were at the end of Trump's administration. So yeah.
No, that's not true. I live by the border, and my husband works at the border. So that's not true.
You can find this for Customs and Border Protection. That's the source. It's a government source.
Oh, well, I'm an actual person that is living it. I'm not a source. I'm not.
Do you live across the whole border, ma'am?
No, I live in El Paso, Texas.
Okay. So how is that representative of the whole border? Yes, it's in Texas on the border.
Exactly. And that's where it's happening here. This is where I'm seeing like all the crossings, all the immigrants, all the stuff that they're doing to our downtown, shitting in the streets, doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Okay,
like I'm living it.
You understand that it is the case that, again, there were larger amounts of border crossings under Trump's administration than there is now. Not only that, but why are you only associating that with people who are coming here who are immigrants?
Well, when I was living in El Paso, Texas, when Trump was president, and we didn't have this problem. Like we didn't have all these immigrants coming through. And I know that they're coming through because I'm here watching them coming through. Like literally my husband works the border. Like I don't know where you live, but I'm living here and I'm seeing what's happening, and I don't care what newspaper
okay, so one issue with this is that like you're not understanding that like you're not across the whole border. The government data about the whole border is going to be more representative of what's happening in the country, what's happening with the overall border, than like one person's experience at the border. Like for example, if someone lost their job, does that mean the entire economy is in a recession?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that you were talking about
just
me
because
having
one
a
person
job.
lost their job doesn't mean the entire economy is in recession. So obviously, just because one person experiences a particular thing doesn't mean that's the experience for most people.
But I have to vote off of my experience. You asked me who I'm voting for. I
No, you
told I'm voting
don't.
for Trump.
You vote based upon what's reasonable. That's what you should vote based upon.
No,
but you've been conditioned to vote based upon
I
that.
vote based what's good for my family. That's how we vote.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna.
what would
I'm
be
not
good
gonna
for
vote
everyone's family is not a Trump presidency, would be a Kamala Harris presidency, because Donald Trump wants to increase inflation by specifically advocating for tariffs. Tariffs cause inflation.
So Kamala's in office right now, correct? So how is she benefiting me at all?
Kamala, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
None of that is helping me right now. None of that. That's what you're saying.
So you don't benefit from any infrastructure that exists, roads and bridges, clean drinking water.
The roads and bridges that are here have been here since before Trump. What are you talking about?
So you think that there are no roads and bridges in your state that are done by the infrastructure
Like
bill?
I said, I'm talking about where I live in El Paso, Texas. Roads and bridges have been here since before Trump. That does not affect me. Next, what else?
You understand that those things
me?
need to be refurbished and continued and maintained around the United States, right?
How
so
else does
you're
she
saying
help
it
me?
doesn't benefit you at all?
No,
you don't
I'm not
benefit
benefiting
from any
that.
infrastructure.
Not in El Paso, Texas. No, it's been here. Whatever is here, it has been here. Nothing new. So how else does she benefit me? Why should I vote for her?
Wait, do you think that women's right to get access to abortion should be restricted?
About the abortion issue, I do believe that if a mother is in trouble as far as like her own life, she should have an abortion. I also believe that there are circumstances if you're raped.
No, I'm saying like, do you think that they should be able to like for elective reasons?
I don't understand your question.
Do you think that people should be able to get abortions for elective reasons?
For like just because they want to? No,
Yeah.
close your legs. If you
Why
don't want to
not?
have babies, close your legs. Don't have sex.
Okay, why do you only say that to women?
Because we're in 2024. There are many ways not to have. I mean, men can get you all can get fixed. Women can take
Did you know most abortion results from failed contraceptive?
failed contraceptives. Well, if you don't want babies, you don't have sex.
That's just not gonna. That's not like an effective way to actually
Well,
get people
guess what?
to like
God
reduce
created
abortions.
sex to make babies.
Just saying.
So
oh,
that's
God.
what happens.
So okay,
That's
so
what
it's all
happens.
God. Okay, so the only justification for this is God, right?
No, that's not the only
So-
justification. If you're gonna have sex, guess what? You're gonna have babies.
No,
What
you
do
want to
think happens
restrict
when you have
women's
sex?
rights because of God?
What do you think happens when you have sex? What do you think is the result of sex?
I've never had a kid.
You've never had a kid? You've never had sex?
I mean, I have plenty of times, and I've never
In
had
the
a kid.
butt?
No. So.
So how are you having sex that you can't produce a child?
Jessica, you understand there's birth control, right? There's condoms.
Yeah,
right? You
there is
understand
birth
there's
control.
contraceptives, right?
There is
so
birth
most
control?
times it does not lead to pregnancy. But what I'm saying is, in the off chance it does lead to pregnancy, someone should still be able to get access to an abortion prior to sentence.
No,
of course.
you don't need an abortion. If you
Why
don't
not?
want to have
Why
a
not?
baby,
If
don't
someone
have
wants
sex.
to do it, I think they should be able to, because we're talking about a non-sentient fetus.
If you want to have sex, guess what? It creates babies. Period.
Well, it hasn't in my life.
It hasn't in your life? Well, good. That's good. Guess what? I'm 45 years old. I had babies when I wanted to. I protected myself, and I didn't have babies when I didn't want to. It worked for me.
Okay. So then why don't you want to protect that for other people?
What do you mean?
Why don't you want to protect that for other people?
I am all for contraceptives.
It's not just contraceptives. I'm saying, like, what? Wait, actually, but what about IVF?
What about IVF?
Do you think people should be able to do IVF?
Yeah, I guess it can do IVF.
Okay, but that kills conceived zygotes.
Again, that does not affect me. I'm 45 years old. I don't do IVF.
Oh wait,
I
how
don't
does other people getting abortions affect you? Delaney,
No,
thank you for the
that
$20.
doesn't
Thank you so much
affect
on
me.
Venmo. Thank you, Delaney. It doesn't?
No, I'm done
Really?
having my children. So
So,
no,
so you
that
don't
would
you
not
don't think it
affect
should
me.
be illegal to access an abortion?
I think that you should not have abortions, and I think that if you have
Do you
sex,
think it should be
you can
illegal?
have children.
Do you think it should
To
be
have an
illegal?
abortion,
Yes.
I guess it should be illegal.
So if it should be illegal, you just said that you didn't care to make it illegal because it didn't affect you.
Yeah, it doesn't. But when you're talking about killing children, it should be illegal. That should be illegal when you're talking about
Oh,
killing.
okay. So you care about other people other than yourself? Oh, okay. You know, since you care so much about other people other than yourself, then here's my question: why do you support Trump's economic policy that makes it worse off for other people? Right.
With like how so?
Oh yeah, like the tariffs that will 10 to 20% will likely have a increase in prices. Right. That's what tariffs lead to. They lead to increase in prices because it's a tax on imported goods.
Yeah, but that's taxing imported goods.
Yeah,
We could buy American.
You understand that that would be at a higher price, right? And then the goods that are American are demanded at a higher rate, which would increase their price.
How would that happen if they're only putting the tariffs on goods that are not from like America?
Because it is the case that it decreases the supply of goods in the United States, therefore increasing the price.
So didn't Trump do that when he was president?
So he didn't do universal tariffs, but he's advocating for universal tariffs now.
Okay, so but he did already do that.
So he did do
So
some
I was good
tariffs,
with
but
that.
he didn't
Yeah,
do.
and I'm good with that.
You
It
under-
didn't
you under-
affect
you
me the way it
understand
affects me today.
By the way, the tariffs that I'm mentioning are significantly more expansive, and will,
And they kept
and
those
will-
tariffs, right?
Jessica, I'm being totally real with you. Your prices will go up. You think inflation was bad? It's going to be continued to be worse under a Trump presidency. Okay?
I've already been under Trump.
Because of tariffs.
I've already been under Trump,
I
and it was good.
understand, but you understand his policy he's advocating for is not the same, right? It's not exactly the same. He's advocating for a greater universal tariff. And otherwise, you're saying that he should add to the debt? You're saying he should debt spend? Angela, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Delaney, thank you so much for the $20 for child support. Thank you so much. And Delaney as well, thank you for the $50 for winning the Charlie Kirk debate. Can we get some W's for Delaney in the chat? Thank you so much. Farah, I appreciate the $5 for dragging Charlie. Christy, thank you for the $5 for all you do. Thank you so much. Bella, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
All I can speak of is that when I was under Trump, things were great. I felt secure. Like now with Biden and Harris, it's almost like I'm even scared. Like honestly, I feel like other countries are looking at us like we're so freaking weak. You know? Do you feel like scared at all about?
So did
like,
you
where
actually
is
know
Biden?
that multiple
Where is our
people?
president right now? Like where
So
is
did
he?
you know? Listen, he's literally being president. He talks to the media every day. He literally almost every day.
I have not seen Biden.
Yeah, because he's not as much in the media cycle because he's not running for president. So all you're talking about is how much you've seen them, not what they're doing. Secondly, as it relates to Biden, he's literally it's 9/11. Like, there was a memorial today.
Was he there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Okay. Well,
I saw,
you're not
I saw
paying
Harris
attention.
and
So
I saw Trump,
why does that
but I
matter?
didn't see Biden. I did. I swear to God, I didn't see him.
Okay. Well, that's your fault. That's not the fault of Biden. Does
I'm just
Biden
saying,
have
I
to
didn't see him.
have like a flag that says, "Oh,
No,
it's
he doesn't
me, it's
have a-
Sleepy Joe, right here."
I'm glad you acknowledge he is asleep most of the time, which is what I'm talking about.
Sleepy
that the
Dawn is
country,
sleepier.
that the country looks weak because
what about
we have
Sleepy
this
Dawn?
man who's Sleepy Dawn.
Sleepy Dawn? You don't know who Sleepy Dawn is?
No.
Donald Trump? Sleepy Dawn?
No, I've never heard of that.
Thank you so much.
I've never heard of him referred to as
Sleepy Dipey Dawn?
No, that man is super smart. He's very
Really?
aware, and he's
Is that why he got?
he's really
Is that why he
smart.
got dog walked in the debates last night? Pamela, thank you for the $15
I think
on
that
Venmo.
what
Thank you so much,
happened in the
Pamela.
debates last night is that you had two people that were asking questions who were all for Kamala.
Oh yeah, moderator's bad. Moderator bad. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying they were
I've heard it a
bad.
million times.
I'm not saying that they were bad, but you could definitely see they were fact checking Trump. They were really fact checking Kamala. They were
because she wasn't making false claims. Name the false
she
claims
did
she
make
made.
false claims.
What false claim?
She did that she's not against that she said that she did not want to take away people's guns. Yeah, she does.
She did not advocate to take away all guns. Trump
Not
was
all
advocating that she advocated to take away all guns, and she was saying I did not advocate to take away all guns.
But she wants to take away guns.
She
Why
said
is she
she doesn't
lying?
want to take away all guns. You know, Donald Trump wants to take away some guns. He said take guns first, due process second.
I've never heard
He
that.
also wants to take your freedom of. You want me to show you an article? He also wants to take away your freedom of
You
speech
don't
by
have
making
to
it
show me
illegal to burn the
articles
American
because
flag.
people lie in the articles.
It's what
and
he said.
news
It's a
and all
quote
that,
from
people-
him. Jessica, it's a
people
quote
lie.
from him.
It's a quote from him that he said what?
Yeah, Trump said take guns first, due process second.
How in what context? Why did he say that?
Yeah, he said because he's talking about people who have likely committed crimes, right? That they haven't gone through the due process yet. Okay? He said explicitly. Yo, Tracy, thank
So
you for the
from
$5. Thank you
criminals?
so much, Tracy. I really appreciate that.
He
Thank
wants
you
to
so much.
take guns from criminals. Is that what you're saying?
Take the guns first, then go through due process second. Well, you haven't determined that they're a criminal, then unless you look at due process. And secondly, Trump himself is a criminal. So should we take his ability to get access to guns away? And if we would, well, then why should he not be able to get access to guns, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? Like, make sense.
No, that doesn't make sense because he should have never
Exactly.
been convicted for any
Push
of
the hand
that.
art. Okay, can you
At
tell me
all.
even what was he convicted of? Push the hand arts.
If they're convicting Trump of that, then there's a
Jessica,
whole other
what
slew
was
of
he
people
convicted
that
of?
need to be convicted as well.
Appreciate the hand art. What was in a criminal courts? What was he convicted of?
I'm not even sure what he was convicted of. Why don't you tell me?
You don't
what was
even
he
know?
convicted of? What was he convicted of?
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because there's a predicate crime of election interference.
And what records were these that he falsified?
Business records.
Whose business?
His business.
So his own business? Who gives a fuck?
You understand that he's falsifying business records, and so
On
far
his
as
own
that
business? Who cares?
Listen, he's falsifying business records to keep out of the media the story of him paying off someone who he cheated on, someone who he slept with and cheated on his wife while she was pregnant.
Who
with.
cares? Bill
That's what-
Clinton got a whole ass blowjob under the table at the Oval
wait,
Office. Who gives a shit?
You understand that's called election interference, and it's also called falsification of business records. So it would be a misdemeanor, and then it was brought up to a Class C felony because of the predicate crime of election interference.
How is that election interference if it's his own business?
Because he's undermining stories specifically related to the election from being able to go through business records, being able to identify that through that way, which would interfere, right, the results of the election, interfere with the results of the election.
Let me tell you something. If you think that these people that run for president or that in any type of government don't lie,
I don't even know what to tell you. They're all liars.
I never said they don't lie, but Donald
Okay, but
Trump
you do
lies
realize that they're all
more.
liars.
Push the hand
You
out.
do realize that
Donald
Kamala's
Trump,
a liar, that Biden
Donald
is a
Trump,
liar,
Wait,
Bill
give me one
Clinton
time
was
where
a
Kamala
liar.
Harris lied. Give me one time where Kamala Harris lied.
What do you mean? She's constantly lying. She said she was black. She ain't black.
She is black. She
No,
literally
she's
is
not black.
Wait, why? How is she not black?
Because she's not black. Look at her parents. She ain't
What?
black. She wants to be black.
Her
she wants
dad
to
is
pretend
her
she's
dad
black,
is Afro
but she's
Jamaican.
not. She is not black.
Jessica, you're unhinged. Her dad is Afro Jamaican. Like, what are you talking about?
She is not black. That girl is
Yes,
not
she
black.
is. She
No,
literally
she's
is.
not. She wants you to believe she's black, and she's got you thinking she's black,
So
but she's
who
not
are you
black.
to judge that? Wait, who are you to judge that?
I'm nobody to judge. You could just hear her birth
So then,
record.
so then
She
why
ain't
are
black.
you saying that then?
Because you said,
Trixie,
what did
think
she
of the
lie
$5
about?
in cyber. Think of the $10.
You were like, what did she lie about? That she's black?
That's not lying.
Oh, okay, so she's telling the truth?
Yes, she's black. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
What? Wait, no. So again, tell me why you think she's not black.
Because she's not black.
What, you're just saying it.
Look at her parents. Look at her parents.
You want me to
Look
show
at
you her dad?
Yeah, show me her dad. Show me her dad and her birth records and all that. She's not black. She wants everybody to
Wait,
think
do you
she's black.
need to see Trump's birth records to know he's not orange?
No, I know he's a white man. You can look
He's
at him
orange.
and
No,
see.
he's orange. He's orange. Be real. Be real with yourself. He's orange.
Well, you could say he's orange if you want. That's fine.
Is that a white man?
No, that's a black man.
That's her dad. That's her dad. And her. Okay? That's her dad. Cooked. Absolutely cooked.
She is not
done
black,
for.
though.
Absolutely cooked. Absolutely cooked.
And it
Chad.
doesn't matter what race she is, honestly. It
Wait,
doesn't
you
matter.
brought it up. You brought it up.
Well, I'm saying because she lies. Everybody lies.
No, she didn't
Dude,
lie.
even you
That's
and
not
I
a
lie.
lie.
Jessica.
Hey, hold up.
You,
Jessica.
you and I lie even. So
You're
don't
amazing.
tell
Thank you so
me.
much.
Don't tell me that Kamala doesn't lie.
Jessica, listen. Right? It's not a lie for her to say she's black because she is black. That's not a lie, okay?
Yeah, I know. She's
Donald
black,
Trump-
she's white, she's Chinese, she's Japanese, she's everything.
What are you saying, Jessica? No.
That she tries to tell you what you want to hear so you can
just
vote
said
for
you just
her.
said look at her parents. I showed you a picture of her father and you're like he's black. And I'm like, okay, all right.
Well, if you're going to sit there and say that she's never lied, I don't know what to tell you.
Tell me where she lied. Do you even know? First Little Crown, thank you. 'Cause I can give you
Everybody
multiple times where
lies.
Trump lied. I'll give you multiple times where
You
Trump
can't
lied.
tell me one time when Kamala lied? You don't know that she's lied at all?
I actually, the only times that you could give you would be like maybe like something misleading with like Project 2025, but she just needs to like question Trump and saying specifically, okay, well then if you don't believe this and you don't know anything about it, well then how did you say you disagree with it? Because that's him lying about it, and then you'll get more information from him. Thank you for lemonade. Thank you so much. But like, I wouldn't even consider that a lie because Trump is clearly lying about his knowledge about it, and
I
clearly has
promise you that
affiliations
Trump
with it.
and Kamala and Joe Biden, they all lie.
Kamala. Is it really hard to say her name? Kamala?
Kamala. Yeah, they all lie. All of them.
Okay, but you can't even give me one time where she
they're in
lied. Jessica,
politics.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They said
They're
I
in
can't
politics.
can't
They
handle
lie.
sharing a name with this lady. I feel like you're yelling at me. I promise I'm not.
I'm sure the people on here can come up with whatever she's lied about because she lies. She does lie.
Yeah, someone can figure it out, right? What about
Yeah.
Donald Trump saying that he wouldn't have sexually abused Eugene Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistaking her with his ex-wife? What about Donald Trump lying about the election being stolen?
That doesn't affect me. I don't
What
care.
about Donald Trump saying that tariffs don't cause an increase in price when the whole basis of what a tariff is literally a tax on
Increasing the
imported
price,
goods?
yes.
And it increases the price.
Taxing imported goods, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so he's like lying to your face, and you're like, yes, Trump, please lie to me more. Please lie.
Not that he's
lie
lying to my face. He's telling you what he's going to do, and he's already done that, and it never.
So he's going to be a
affected the
dictator on
economy
day
the way-
one. He's telling you right
the way we
to
are
your face.
now.
He told you he's going to be a dictator on day one. He told you right to your face. You know what I mean?
So you're saying he's telling the truth, or you're saying he's a liar? Which is it?
I'm saying in this scenario, he'd be telling the truth, and in most scenarios, we can point out how he's obviously lying.
And
I can give
Carmela
you
the
evidence
same.
that he's lying in a particular scenario.
And the same for her.
Actually, more often than not, yeah, he probably is lying, to be totally honest with you.
But the same for her.
No. Because
She's
you
saying
can't
all
mention me
these-
anything. Give me anything.
Well, no, because I don't follow her. I really don't follow her. I don't know what she's about or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
So
like,
then how
I
do
don't
you know she's a liar?
Well, because she's lying about. I heard that she wasn't black. That's
who?
what I heard, that she wasn't black.
From who?
I don't know where I heard that from. I just did. I heard that she wasn't black. So I'm like,
You don't know where you heard it from?
look, all I want to tell you is when I lived.
No, I just want to know, where did you hear that from?
I don't know where I heard that from. Probably TikTok.
And you trust that source?
Well, I'm here listening to you.
Okay, well,
Should I trust you? Should I trust everything you're saying?
No, I want you to source it. I want you to check it. Don't
But
just trust
sources
everything
are
I say.
liars
Look it up.
too. But they lie
Person that had a
too.
mustache, thank you so much. Okay, if you think everyone's a liar, then you're going to believe no one, and even yourself is a liar. Everyone
Exactly.
includes
So
you.
I'm telling you that's why I'm living my
So
life
Jessica,
the way it was
I have
under
no
Biden
reason.
and the way
I
it
have
was
no
under
reason to
Trump.
believe you're telling the truth. Jessica, I have a question. Are you Christian?
No.
No.
Uh-uh.
Okay. So are you telling me that, like, say a friend tells you a story about like what happened to them? Are you not going to believe them? You're just going to think they're lying?
I'll believe their story is probably about 85% correct because people embellish stories all the time.
Okay, so you don't believe anyone. Even you say your significant other, you wouldn't believe any of their stories?
My significant other? Oh, I believe my significant other, but I'm pretty sure he's lied.
Okay. Oh, okay. Marine,
Everybody
thank you for the $10. Thank you so
lies.
much. Tamika, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. So if you know that your
Everybody
significant
lies.
other is lying, then how are you so sure that they're not cheating on you?
What does that
If you know,
have to do
if
with
you know
Trump
they
and
lie
Putin?
all the time,
What
how do you
does
know
that
they're not
have
cheating
to
on
do
you?
with the president?
Because that's a lie, right?
Yes, I've been lied to before. I have a husband that cheated on me for 5 years. Yes, people lie.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
Your
The point I'm
significant
making,
other
the
lies.
point I'm making is
Yes.
that you're assuming that they're lying, and I'm telling you, you have to have good reason to believe they're lying. Like you have evidence, right? Otherwise, you're not going to be assuming that they're lying. So if you have no evidence to indicate Kamala Harris is lying, why do you assume it?
Because you have a gut feeling. Have you ever had a gut feeling on somebody?
A good feel? Are you trolling, dude? Are you fucking trolling? You literally just said I have a good. Come on, Jessica.
A gut feeling.
Be so fucking for real. A
Have you
gut
ever
feeling.
had a gut feeling?
A gut feeling?
Yes.
A gut feeling. Sorry, I
You
said
know
good
that
feeling.
thing that we were made with? That thing that tells you something's wrong? Something ain't smelling right here. It smells like bullshit. That thing?
Jessica, that's a trust me, bro. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. Look, dude, you got to see on page 5 of Trust Me Bro University. Literally, you can see it says this is not an evidence. This is not a source. Okay, that's what it says on Trust Me Bro, their own Bible. Okay.
Can I ask you a question? How old are you?
I'm 22.
You're 22. Do you own a house?
No.
Exactly.
Jackson, thank you for the $1.
So you have no idea what it's like to live under the Biden administration.
What are you talking about? Owning a house?
What am I
you
talking
understand,
about
you,
is that
you
you
understand
haven't
you could
lived
only
life.
say that was relevant if you were buying a house. If you owned a house, you fucking won, right?
I'm
Your
saying
property
is that
values
you
likely
haven't
went
lived
up.
life. You're a
If
little
you
kid
already own a
that
house,
has not lived life.
your property values
You
went
don't
up.
even have children. You don't have children. You don't have a spouse. You don't
I
have
have
a
10
house. You don't
kids. I have 10 kids, okay?
Are they dogs?
No.
Because you told me you fucked and didn't have any babies. So how do you have 10 kids? You said you had sex and that you can't have kids.
I have 10
So what?
children.
You have 10 children? How? In vitro?
Yeah.
Is that why you were talking about in vitro fertilization?
Absolutely.
Wow, that's pretty awesome, dude. Well, good for
Did you know
But
IVF
where
came
are
out
your
here?
kids if you don't have a house? Where are you keeping these kids? With your mama?
I'm not telling you. I'm not doxing my children.
Okay. But
I
like
take care of my
said,
children. I'm there
I
for
don't
them.
know where you live, and I don't know
Okay.
whose house you're living under, but you
Christine,
haven't
thank you for the
lived.
$10. Thank you so much
have
for my
not
10
lived
children.
a real life.
I have
You
10
don't know
children.
what
I
it's
have
like to
lived a
live
real life.
Under,
I have.
Under Biden's economy.
Jessica, I've lived
you
a real
have
life.
no idea.
Why
Do you
haven't
even
I
have
lived a real
car?
life?
Do you put gas in a vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Or do you ride a motorcycle? A bike?
I
What
don't
is
ride
it?
a motorcycle. I have a
So you
vehicle.
actually use gas?
Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes.
You actually use gas? You have zero life experience, dude. Like zero.
Okay,
how can you
so we
sit there
should
and talk
go to
about-
Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden's got more life experience.
there and talk-
You should go.
how can you sit there-
Jessica, you should listen to Sleepy Joe. He's got more experience. Donald Trump should listen to Sleepy Joe. He's got more experience, right?
You know what's sad? That Joe
Bethany,
Biden
thank you
does
for the
have the
$5.
most
Thank you.
experience.
Thank you. Work
How
harder,
long has he
Helene.
been
Thank
in
you so much.
politics?
Let's go. Thank you so much.
How long has Joe Biden been in politics? Do you know?
How long has Joe Biden been in politics? Well, probably like 30 plus years.
That is sad. Look how much experience he has compared to Trump, compared to Kamala, and he's over there sleeping. Come on, get the hell out of
He's
here.
sleepy. Okay, so you understand Trump is as well. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But like, we're willing to call it out within our candidate. You're not. How does it feel? How does it feel? You can't acknowledge basic facts of reality because it makes your candidate seem ridiculous.
What basic fact? His age? That
The
he's
fact that
orange?
he's in cognitive decline. The fact that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, tried to overthrow the government, tried to
Nobody
restrict
cares
women's
about
access
that.
to abortion, called for complete
Nobody
total
cares
shutdown
about
Muslims
that.
entered the country.
Dude,
You don't
you're
care about
21
sexual
years
abuse.
old.
You don't
Dude,
care about
you're
overthrowing the
21 years
government.
old. You're 21
You don't care
years
about
old. You're 21 years old. What life have you possibly lived? None.
Does that
Trust me.
dispute any argument I just made, by the
make
way?
mistakes,
Jessica,
and
Jessica, how
people
old are you,
make
Jessica?
mistakes.
Jessica,
People
how old
make
are you?
Mistakes. I'm 45 and I've made a lot of mistakes.
Okay. So there
I've
are
made more
people.
mistakes than
Listen,
you because
Jessica.
that's
Hey,
what makes
hey, Jessica.
me.
I just want to let you know there are people in the chat who are older than you that agree with me. Are those people right?
They might be.
Okay. Well then they agree with me. So so listen to what I'm saying, buddy. Come on. Listen, I'm telling you an argument. Dispute it based upon the argument, not my age. Like, come on. That's such a ridiculous response. David, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Well, I just came on here
Aaron,
to
thank
tell
you so much. I
that
appreciate
am
the
voting for
$15.
Trump.
Thank you so much. I have a gut feeling you have about
Things
10
were
children.
so much
You're right.
better under Trump. If you think that you're better off
Appreciate it,
under
Mags. Thank you for the galaxy.
Biden, vote for Kamala. Good luck. Good luck to the United States. That's all I got to say.
Okay, so again, you don't just like because you think you're better off vote for this person. You evaluate and critically think about the policies they have, their plan for the future, what they've done, right, and their character. That's what you talk about and what you critically think about. You're not doing that. You picked a side before you even looked at any of the arguments.
You want to talk
You're gonna
about
accept it no
character?
matter what.
Were you going to vote for Biden as well?
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Biden is better than Trump, but I don't think Biden's good. I never said
Okay.
that Biden is a good individual.
But
What I
you wanna
said
talk about
is that he's better than
character?
Trump.
You want to talk about
we can
character? You want to
go
talk
ahead,
about
talk
Biden's
all about
character?
character. Talk all about character because you're going to care about it with Biden, but you're not going to care about it with Trump, and you're going to show your hypocrisy. Go for
No,
it.
I don't care either way.
Show your hypocrisy. Go for it.
I don't care either way because I know
Adam, thank you
people
for the
make
$10
mistakes.
for 10 babies. Thank you so much, Becky. Thank you for the $1 for your motorcycle and 10 kids. Thank you so much, and Sam, thank you for the $20 for disguise yourself as Old Man Parker. So real, so real. I might have to do that. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Bebop. No response?
About what?
Anything here we were talking about.
No, what I wanted to say was I'm voting for Trump. These are the reasons why I'm voting for Trump. It doesn't matter. Like what he's done, his mean tweets, none of that. I don't care. I literally don't care.
I never even brought up a single quote unquote mean tweet. I brought up the fact that he literally forcefully penetrated a woman against her will, right? I brought up the fact that he tried to overthrow the government. I brought up the fact that he literally says he walks into changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. I brought up the fact that he said he has sex in common with his daughter. I brought up the fact that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I brought up the fact that he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Appreciate the Meerkat. Thank you so much. This is the guy that you're voting for. The guy that is literally has a history of misogyny, a history of racism, not renting to black people, the Central Park Five calling for the execution of 5 black and Latino boys.
Nobody
Appreciate the
said
box.
Trump
Thank you so
was
much. When they've been
racist until he
exonerated based on
became
DNA
president.
evidence. Oh, they did. They did. Because he literally, the DOJ indicated that he wouldn't rent to black people. That's racism. Is that not fucking racism? Is that racism to you? Tell me.
That is racism. Yes,
That is
absolutely.
racism. So explicitly, it was called out well before he ran for president. You agree with me?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, so then don't act like he was never called out in terms of his racism. Don't act like it was never called out in terms of any of his behavior when he quite literally popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because he's black, right? Right? When he literally had birth certificates of him born in the United States. Appreciate Stevie B, thank you so much. Did you question Donald Trump's birth certificate? Front, thank you
No,
for the
I
$10. Thank
didn't.
you so much. But you did with Kamala Harris earlier, by the way. So why don't you
Well, yeah,
question
because
Donald Trump's
everybody
birth
talks about
certificate?
it.
Because I think Donald Trump was born in Germany.
He probably was.
Really? Really? So he can't run for president? He's not eligible?
No, he is running for president.
No, he's not eligible though. Remember, he was born in Germany.
No, I don't know that he was born in Germany. I'm just saying he probably was.
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Okay, so when you say probably was, why don't you accept it then?
Because I don't know for a fact.
David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You accept so many things that you don't know for a fact. Do you know for a fact that Donald Trump didn't abuse someone?
No. Do you know for a fact that he did?
So you said you don't accept it unless it's for a fact.
But I wasn't
yes,
there.
I do.
I don't know.
He was held civilly liable. Have you been to Australia?
Never.
Do you believe in Australia?
No.
I'm not talking to you anymore, Jessica. Get off my life. Get off my life, bro. I'm not doing that anymore, bro. She's actually that delusional. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Army. Amy, I appreciate it. Amy, why did I said Army? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Bebop. Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Kara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for all of the children. Thank you so much, Aaron. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Juliet. Thank you for the $5. Shane, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Shane. I'm sorry. Go hang out with your kid, bro. That's literally like Stewie Griffin be like, Mom, Mommy, Mom. Like, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I really just do it based on my family views. I've grown up on
family views. So do you think it's like family values to cheat on every single one of your wives, the last one with the corn star while your wife is pregnant?
No, I just really requested to ask you about the Charlie Kirk thing and how that was.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
As an experience, like going against somebody like him, I consider myself more moderate, but I am voting for Trump. I just wanted to ask you about that.
He built his entire career on being a pivot master.
Who, Charlie?
Yeah.
I completely agree with you.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
I appreciate you too.
Yeah. I've never talked to someone that knows how to pivot more, to be totally honest. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Let's go to the next individual, y'all. You what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I have my own reasons.
Aline, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate the signature chat. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a few questions real quick. Because I don't really know. What is Kamala Harris's policy on guns?
Yeah, so she wants like common sense gun reform, things like universal background checks. She wants red flag laws, things like that. That's her policy on guns.
Okay. Because I know every time before last night she was talking about buyback guns.
Having a buyback isn't a mandatory buyback.
She said mandatory buyback though.
I'd have to check and see. I didn't see that.
But
even a mandatory buyback, I wouldn't be against. But
I'm pretty sure she did. But don't quote neither of us. But either way, last night she said that she's not against guns. She's a gun owner now. So how do you feel about that kind of flip flop there?
I don't necessarily consider it a flip flop. I think it's just responding to Donald Trump saying that that she wants to get rid of all guns, which is not true.
But she said that at one point though.
What? She's been a PP owner for a long time. This is not she didn't just right before the debate get registered, dude.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that maybe she's slightly hypocritical in the fact that she wanted to get rid of guns a couple years ago.
You understand? Donald Trump says he wants to take guns first, due process second, right?
I don't recall that either.
You want me to show you an article right now?
You can.
Okay, for sure. I got you.
Because I'm pretty sure the NRA supports him a lot.
Okay, you could say that they do, but the point I'm making is that Donald Trump said take the guns first, go through due process second.
Okay, in what context though? Because I know a lot of people take the things that he says, and also a lot of people take things.
He said this. President Trump voiced support for confiscating guns from certain individuals deemed to be dangerous, even if it violates due process rights. He says, I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. To go to court would have taken a long time, Trump said in a meeting with lawmakers on school safety and gun violence. He said, take the guns first, go through due process second. It's just for deemed potentially dangerous individuals. Zid, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much. D, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So we should potentially deem Trump as a dangerous individual, and since he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, he shouldn't be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes. Am I right? He's a potentially dangerous individual because he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Push the pinch face. Thank you so much. Right?
Okay. And I was here listening to a couple debates ago, and you were talking about the election interference. And with that logic, then anything would be considered election interference, because that woman did have a point that I mean, it's his own business, and everybody else lies. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so someone can lie to you every sentence and you wouldn't care?
I mean,
is that not as bad as like lying one time?
I don't think that he lies in every sentence, and I don't think any of them lie.
I'm not saying that. I'm asking if someone were to lie every sentence, right, comparative to another person who's lied only one time, which is preferable?
I mean, obviously
the one who lies less, right?
That lied less, but.
Oh, okay. So like, if we can identify Trump lies significantly more, why would you want the person who lies significantly more? Like, name me one time where Kamala Harris lied.
Because I actually know his policies. Because I actually know and I actually support the things that he does tell the truth on.
Okay, name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people. And Dean, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Okay, you don't believe in the trickle down effect?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Why is that?
Because there's no historical evidence of it being effective. Name me one historical example of trickle-down economics working.
Okay, let's see. Any time that rich people are prosperous, so are their businesses, so are the people that work under them, and then so are their families. That makes...
No, that's not a historical example. I'm asking, name me one historical example of trickle-down economics working.
Okay, so I don't have any degrees. I don't know every single historical event ever. So I can't give that to you.
You don't need to know every historical example ever. I'm asking for one historical example of trickle-down economics working.
Okay, give me one historical example of when price gouging didn't turn into socialism. Oh, wait.
Name me one economic model that has been socialist. Okay, every time you would say, we have price controls in our current economy. Donald Trump called for a price cap. You know that, right? He said he wants a price cap on insulin. So is he a socialist?
Okay.
Is Donald Trump a socialist?
Health needs are different.
Yeah, no, I asked a question. Is Donald Trump a socialist?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay. So, but you just said price
gouging on things like.
You mean price controls, not price gouging?
Price controls.
Matthew, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Matthew. Thank you for the $20 for this guy loves shilling out to billionaires. He does. He really enjoys it. It's his common hobby on the weekends. Appreciate the boxing glove. Thank you so much.
That's wild.
Fight for workers? No, he fights for the billionaires.
Indeed. No, so how do you think?
Maybe he'll be rich someday. Thank you for the hand art.
How do you think the quality of your everyday goods, if like what she said, like food and whatnot, are like, what's the quality gonna be like after they're controlled? After the cost of making them is still the same, but now they're forced to charge less. That's
okay. So no. So what you're not understanding is that price gouging laws already exist in 46 states. Okay, she's enforcing it on a federal level. That's it for grocery stores. That's it. So it already exists in most states. So
why
aren't you against it currently existing? You didn't even know it existed? Oh, push that mustache. Thank you so much, Ashley. And Jolene, thank you so much. I appreciate. Or Joylyn, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
But why are the prices of everything going up then? Or have gone up? Not saying they are.
Prices went up globally because of COVID, supply chain issues, like being on lockdown, right? Corporate greed, responsive Federal Reserve, plenty of things.
Okay. And then going to COVID then, how can Kamala Harris say that she was given a bad economy when it was from COVID?
Oh, okay. Well, she's acknowledging that it was bad. So how are you going to blame the Biden-Harris administration for global inflation, but you don't blame Trump for a global pandemic?
That is China's problem. That's not Trump's problem. What are you talking about?
Nathan, just give me 1 second. Yeah. So John, what makes you think that?
Get off live. Get a life. Stop making money from this shit right now, bro.
What is a life? What is a life?
Get a job, bro.
John, I'm at. Oh, job.
Get the fuck off this, bro.
John, this is a job.
You're
Did you know
cringe.
that?
You're cringe.
Then why are you on my live and in my comment section?
Because you're cringe. There's 7K people in here thinking you're saying something worth anything, bro. Get off this
Thank you
shit.
so much. Yeah. So, what are you jealous? Are you jealous?
Of
Is that
what?
why? Are you just projecting right now because you're jealous, John? Like I understand. I understand you. Like you dream about me all the time, right? And you think about me all the time. And that's why I show up on your For You page so much.
You're a
but, like,
TikTok live
I just
streamer, bro.
really.
You
I
think
just.
you're an A-list celebrity.
No, I just think I'm in your mind all night, all day,
What a
all night,
narcissist.
all day, all night, all day.
Do you think you dream about me?
Omar, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Violet, thank you for the IC. Thank you so much.
Keep me on
I
here,
just,
right? Dude, just
I just
keep
think
me
it's so
on
funny.
here.
Appreciate the hand. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
keep me
'Cause
on
you're
here.
ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate the
I
hand.
want you to lose. I want
Ryan,
my
thank you for the
main goal
dollar
is to make you
for every
lose
brain cell of
people
MAGA.
here, bro.
Hey, John, why are you so mad?
I don't care about politics, bro.
Yeah,
I just
so
see
then
one
why are you in
audience.
here? Ken, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. So if you don't care about politics and you're in here, the only reason you're here is because of me. So I'm just so delighted to hear that, John.
Bro.
I'm so delighted to hear that. Vanessa, thank you for the $25 for being so amazing. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Surlia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 for calling John out. Thank you so much.
He is making money off you. As much as you say you might not like me, he is making money off of this right now. He will say and do anything you want him to. Just to
RJ,
keep the
thank you so much. I
engagement
appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. No, I'm not
The
Charlie
more
Kirk.
the comment section
I'm not
is
Charlie Kirk, so
divided,
I'm not like I never
the
get
more
bought
money
out by
he's gonna
companies.
make.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Ali. I appreciate it. So then why don't I take money from any company or any business or have any management company?
You take donations.
Kansas City Clarity, thank you for the $5. Thank you
because
so
you
much.
make enough money right now.
Mike, thank you for the
don't
$10.
need
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. You know I made no money for years, right?
Doing what?
This. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. I did this every
Okay.
day for years.
Was it political back then? Was it also political back then?
Yeah. It was political. It was also social issues, religion, plenty of things.
Mm-hmm.
I personally like the politics conversation like the most out of everything, right? That's what intrigues me the most. Matthew, think of the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But I love other topics as well.
Like what? Let's talk about them. We don't have to talk about politics.
No, that this is about politics right now. If you want to talk about that, come on when I'm done with the election time. Brianna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Macy, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Nothing? No, you already mad?
I mean, I'm just
You're
waiting
mad,
until
sad.
me
You're-
out.
you
and
know,
join the
I'm
next
stealing.
person.
So wait, I have a question. So you think I'm just here for money, right? Do you know about people who have empathy? Do you know what that is?
I don't think you're just here for money. I think that's the main reason. But
okay. So okay, if that's the main, what makes you think that's the main reason?
because you're making money. I don't think you genuinely care about this shit.
So if someone is making money, you think that they don't care about it, they're just making money off of it. So LeBron James doesn't like basketball, he's just making money. May think of the gold medal.
I mean, you could take an extreme example. I mean, like
Wait,
that.
no, I'm asking. I'm not. He doesn't care about basketball. He's just making money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And you don't care about your job. You're just making money, right? You don't care about it at all?
Sorry, say that again.
You don't care about your own job? You're just making money?
I mean, not me particularly, but there's a lot of people like that.
Okay,
And
so you know what
don't
that
have
is,
to
John?
take this
That's
extreme
called
example. You
projection,
can care a
John.
little bit
That's
about
called
it,
projection because
but I
you
think
don't like your job.
opinion-
You're saying I don't like mine for some reason. I fucking love my job. I love doing this.
I bet you do, dude. I bet
love
you love
it
it
so
but
much.
It can be both, right? Like you can love it, and you can still be like a dickhead kind of grifter dude here on TikTok Live.
So how am I grifting implies that I'm being dishonest. How am I being dishonest?
It's not. You're not being dishonest. You're just taking.
Okay, if I'm not being dishonest, then I'm not grifting. You just conceded. Josu, thank you for the dollar from the DNC. Danelle, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. John, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you you're like mad at me for some reason, right? And I pissed you off. But like my point here is that, do you need a Kleenex?
No, but I mean,
okay, so then so then you're fine. You're all good. You're gonna be fine. I promise you, John. And you know what? I'm fighting for a better country. You should do the same.
Okay.
Okay. So
it's a nothing statement. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that?
Oh, you're supposed to care about politics. You're supposed to vote for Kamala Harris.
I do have a genuine question though.
Yeah, what's up?
Why I feel if I vote either way, it has no actual meaning either way.
So I have a
would
question.
like to ask you about that.
I have a question. If slavery were on the ballot, would you vote?
If what?
Yeah, if leaving slavery up to the states was on the ballot, would you vote against leaving it up to the states? Because I'd vote. Tara, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Would you vote?
I probably would, but that's not...
Okay, so but wait. So what's the relevant difference between voting now and voting then? That means that one matters and the other one doesn't matter.
No, I'm just saying,
thank you so much, Raw.
If I vote either way, it doesn't. My individual vote doesn't hold that much power.
Okay, but would you say the same thing if it were slavery on the ballot? Push the box. Thank you so much.
That's why I even bring that up. That's not comparable.
Push the box. Thank you so much. Okay, so what I'm saying is that once you realize that something is bad enough, push the box. Thank you so much. You're gonna be like, oh, I care enough to vote, and that my voting still matters, and voting still has power. Still counts. Push the glass. Thank you so much. And also, if you vote and you have listen, if you vote and you have like the you're gonna go do it in the determination, push the DG glasses. Thank you so much. And everyone else has that determination as well. Those votes stack up. So I understand you think that it has no influence, but it's the point of following through with being determined for voting for a particular side that inevitably leads to the votes stacking up for one candidate to win. Okay? That's just a fact. And if you don't vote, other people will vote, and they will determine who's president. Okay? This is going to happen either way. We're trying to pick who is better for this country. And who's better for this country is not a guy who tried to overthrow the government, who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, is not a guy who called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims in this country, is not someone who didn't rent to black people in 1973, called for the execution of the Central Park Five, and also popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama, the first black president, was born in Kenya because he's black. I appreciate the gimme, thank you so much, in order to undermine him running for president of the United States, even though there's birth certificates of him born in the United States. There's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. My bad.
Okay.
Okay. So why is that not enough? Women's rights to be able to control their body. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Why is that not enough? Climate change. Why is that not enough? Healthcare policy. Why is that not enough? Trump says he has concepts.
Can I put it in a different way, really quick?
Here's the galaxy. Thank you so much, Ebony. Yeah.
I vote, and this may be selfish, but I vote on what I think is going to directly affect me personally. It's kind of selfish, I know, but...
Do you have women in your life?
No.
You have no women in your life?
Yes.
You don't have any friends that are women?
Yes. I thought...
None.
Well, no, I do. I just said I do.
Oh, okay. So if you have women in your life, you want them to have rights, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So why would you vote for someone who undermined their rights? Brenda, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Brenda.
Because in practice, in theory, that is better, right? But in practice, you got households, and they will vote for what's going to affect them more financially as a family than what's.
And you will be worse off financially with the Trump presidency if you make under $400,000 a year. Appreciate the Android. Thank you. And I'll explain to you why. I'll explain to you the economic reasons why if you want to hear that. Tariffs disproportionately impact people of lower incomes because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods that are imported into the country and goods in general. So that means that they would receive a higher tax from a tariff that would increase the price of their goods than it would be on rich people. It's actually a regressive tax. Also, he's using that to pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which wouldn't be able to pay for the entirety of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and would shift the burden of taxes from people who are rich to people who are poor. And Bethany, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Bethany. And Stacy, thank you for the $2 as well.
But
thank you.
I know that the tariffs can be a thing, right? But what about something like a Keystone Pipeline? That would immediately financially benefit almost every American, no?
No.
How?
So you've been lied to. So the Keystone Pipeline that you're referencing was only 8% in effect in terms of building, right? So it would not have affected the price to go up. The reason why the price is high is because of the global supply of oil, right, being reduced available to the United States because of the Russia-Ukraine situation and because of Trump signing a deal with OPEC to cut oil production.
Dude, you have to get it here, right? The Keystone Pipeline is just over the Canadian border. It gets here so much quicker. That was 8 million gallons a day worth of oil would be directly pipelined into the U.S.
Michelle, thank you for the travel in the U.S. Thank you so much. Actually, no, most of it doesn't go to the U.S. I don't know where you got that. And also, it's also tar sands.
Where would it go?
So it was a Canadian-owned pipeline to the Gulf. I'm pretty sure.
It was to supply the U.S. with
Dinosaur. Thank you so much.
So many millions of oil a day.
And
it got day one of Biden's presidency.
So
he signed off on it, got rid of all the permits with an executive order, and got rid of everything. And decided he wants to get oil from Russia and OPEC, and then Russia and Ukraine get in a war, and now we're stuck with mostly OPEC, who laughs in our face and who
that happened with Trump. That happened with Trump.
So I don't know. Every year because they can.
Standard, thank you so much. Okay, so again, they signed an agreement with Trump to cut oil. Trump was part of that. Okay, so what you can acknowledge is that we need to invest in other things other than oil in order to be able to make us less dependent on foreign energy.
Yeah, so you agree we need to be less dependent on foreign energy?
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Yes, but the way we should do that is not by using fossil fuels. The way to do that is by renewable energy.
Okay. Yeah. Please explain that too then. How so?
That handout. Thank you so much. Yeah. Solar, wind, tidal.
See, that's how I know you're clueless.
Geothermal.
Dude, you know all that stuff? All the increasing stats of that stuff's just subsidized by the government. All those stats are skewed. It's not
they're not. No, that's not due to subsidization.
Yes, it is.
Thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much. And Ken, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ken. There's been a literal 4 times reduction in the price of solar since 2013.
Because the government is paying for it, dude.
So in between 2013 and 2019, what was the change in governmental policy related to that?
They started giving money to these businesses to make more. They made tax credits for solar and wind, and they're still doing it. They're still doing it for cars. And you know what's funny? You go and get your tax credit for your electric
car,
and the dealership
is independent. I just want to let you know, the cost that you're referencing is independent of the tax credits.
That's even worse than it. No,
it's not.
Both separate things.
No, that's actually showing that it's been on a downward trend, decreasing in price by multiple times. The tax credit was not that. And if it was a tax credit, it wouldn't have been on a trend down. It would have been shoot down, and then it would have flattened out, right? Or then it would have gone down.
No, because they didn't jump on board.
We would have seen an effect of that policy.
Do you think they instantly?
Okay, so you think? So
it's obviously over time. There's going to be more and more tax credits. It's obviously there's going to be a slope of this graph.
Okay, but what was the change in the policy to do that?
Eventually, are becoming more and more.
Okay, so again, here's my question. Then what's bad about that?
I just think nothing is inherently bad about it, but I think it gives people a false narrative of how good and how active wind solar actually is. I think people have a false idea in their head of how good this shit actually is. And when someone like Kamala Harris is saying ban fracking,
I know never said ban fracking. You're lying.
She did.
No,
actually.
she didn't. She explicitly said
changed
she's
her mind
not
on
going.
it now.
She
but in
explicitly
2020,
said yesterday.
She did say that. She did.
Yeah, that's in 2019.
She does not like fracking.
She's explicitly said, right, literally yesterday, that she's not going to ban fracking.
I know, but she has said it in the past.
Okay, JD Vance in the past. JD Vance, listen. JD Vance in the past has said that Trump is America's Hitler. So what's your point?
Okay, I mean, you just totally moved the goalpost. We're not talking about that.
What? Wait, no, you're the one who's making you're the one who's making an issue about someone having a different view over time.
Let's continue to talk about
fracking. You understand that JD Vance had a different. Hey.
You talk over me all the time, bro.
I'll fucking mute you if I have to do that. I want to be very respectful, but you're not doing that. You're literally sitting up here fucking not engaging in a legitimate conversation. right? Actually have a conversation with me, address what I have to say, or I'm just going to talk to Nathan and have talks with other people because they're more willing to engage in a legitimate conversation. You came up here with a literally nefarious intent from the very beginning, said you're not into politics, but now you're wanting to have a conversation about it. So I think that's heavily ironic, bro.
Bro, you're a pussy, bro. Now that I actually start talking about this shit, you talk over me a bunch too. Don't forget that, all right? I was quiet for a long time, bro. But you start talking over me, I'll start talking over you too. Now,
that's not. You're just making yourself
if you
a victim.
if you want to talk, I'll let you talk.
You were the
right
one
now.
talking
I'm
over
gonna be
me.
quiet.
Dude. That's such bullshit.
Talk. Say what you want to say.
No, go for it. I'm letting you go. I'm just telling you. Just let me go.
What do you want me to say? What do you want? What are you
What were you
asking?
saying? What were you saying?
I think when we're talking about the fracking stuff, why would you randomly go and say JD Vance is the Hitler of this or whatever, like out of nowhere?
Okay.
Continue on that train of thought.
What were you just bringing up?
Fracking.
You're like, oh, she changed her view. Okay.
She did. She did more research, right? She did change her view. But I think that's mostly to increase a voter base. I don't think she truly thinks that, right? She just wants to pull in the most amount of voters she possibly can. So she's going to say and do anything she can.
Okay, so now you're just saying that she's disingenuous. What reason do you have to believe that she's disingenuous? It doesn't have a changed view. Because Donald Trump used to be a Democrat. I can just say he's disingenuous. He's still a Democrat.
Too. I think all politicians are at the core of their shit disingenuous.
So then,
right?
So then, why are you bringing this up? If you think that they're all disingenuous, it's not a relevant difference.
Because you were asking me about why I think tax credits are the way that they are.
What? No. So what? No, I asked you specifically about you saying that she wants to ban fracking, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said no. She said explicitly she doesn't want to ban fracking, and
you
had
said
some issue
no. You
with
said
you're cutting me off right now. Yet you literally complained so much about getting cut off. Okay, so again, she has a different view over time. She didn't want fracking, right, in the past. Now she's okay with it as it relates to compromise and having a green economy. She's okay with it.
Thing, I think,
it was in the Inflation Reduction Act. She voted for it. In the Inflation Reduction Act, new leases for fracking. Okay? So don't act like, again, she's so anti-fracking, so ban fracking right now. If it is the case that not only should not do that, right, but she literally
you said
has
she
voted
never
for
did
it.
it. But okay.
No, I was referencing recently.
Well, recently she never said it, but normally when someone says never said it, they are considering, a bigger time.
Yeah, because you were referencing like the debates, like what she's talking about in terms of
like
policy
2020.
for running off.
You
understand running for president in 2024 would be different than running for president in 2020.
Yeah, I know, and I'm agreeing with you. I know she's
having a place as a vice president would change the way that you like view how we're going to enact
said
policy.
Explain fracking. That's funny. You don't think I know how fracking works, bro?
Bro, bring up something.
I'm not talking to you. There's a comment. This.
Cool. I don't care. Stop reading comments. Literally, hold on the screen.
I would love to see some of these people get in here.
Hold on the screen, click clear display. They're too scared.
But
now you feel okay now? You feeling validated enough in yourself that you can have a conversation with me instead of being so fucking concerned what's in the comment section? Jesus Christ, dude.
Well, I was just letting you eat, dog. You got a mouthful.
What? I'm waiting for you to like actually give me an argument.
Well, I'm just reading. Well, I'm voting for Trump. Why are you voting for Trump? That's the main theme here, right? Why am I voting for Trump? Because I feel like if I vote for him, it's going to directly, positively impact me financially over.
Katrina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. How's it going to wait? Do you make over 400K?
Do I make over 400K? Are you asking me?
Yeah. Do you?
I'm in college, bro. I'm broke.
Dude, so you are not going to do better off with a Trump presidency. What the hell are you talking about? Your taxes will not increase if you do not make over 400K a year. She wants a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers with new homes. She wants a $50,000 tax deduction specifically for small businesses.
Do you know that like house values, they account for that and they just raise it up by that much percent? You're not actually paying less ever.
No, so I want you to listen. So not everyone will get that. It's for first-time home buyers, so it wouldn't lead to that in terms of pricing. 1. 2, as it relates to this, you're offsetting the increase in the price in terms of affordability by giving the subsidy, so that the subsidy can produce a higher price, and so far that there's a greater incentive for suppliers to produce housing where people want it.
But for the house, for the home buyer, it's going to be harder, or not harder, but it's not going to be any easier.
Yes, it will, because there's going to be a greater incentive for them to produce.
False, then. And also, she said that. How could she implement that realistically? There's some stuff I think she says policy-wise that I don't think she could realistically in practice and get done in 4 years.
I don't like Trump not getting the wall done. 3.7%.
I mean, yeah, but that wall thing was. I feel like at least me, I didn't want that to be built anyway. So,
how's Trump going to get rid of income tax and replace it with tariffs?
I just think the tariffs thing that's one thing, right? But I think the core of it, making in-house energy, will be beneficial.
Yeah, it's renewable energy.
Not renewable, drilling, fracking here in America.
So again, fracking is a part of the Inflation Reduction Act. Do you support renewable energy and fracking? Push your hand out.
Oh, that's like an oxymoron. Did you just say renewable energy and fracking?
Yeah, I understand. And do you know what "and" means?
I thought you said and fracking. Renewable energy. Well, renewable energy again. I want to know the true unfucked with stats on renewable energy, which is not available.
John, you saying the stats are fucked up just tells me you're so conspiracy brain rotted that like there's not even a point of having a conversation with you.
How so?
I'm trying to stop people.
What's the conspiracy part?
John, I'm trying to stop people from accepting conspiracy like that in the very first place. If you're willing
What's
to
the
accept
conspiracy?
You believe it with no evidence.
Believe what? What part?
What were we just talking about?
Renewable energy and fracking.
And you said the data was fucked up and it has no basis. What evidence do you have to
I didn't say it has no basis. I just said that whatever financial data you get from the news or from the government or from any site is going to be skewed because the government has funneled so much money.
What evidence do you have that it's skewed?
Dude, all the money that's included is also government money that's included in those stats.
What evidence do you have it's skewed?
Dude, just go. Look it up anywhere, man.
Just look it up anywhere, and that's not going to be skewed. Jesus Christ, dude. You're a fucking clown, bro. I'm sorry, but like that's just ridiculous. You act like it's not conspiracy. You act like you have evidence.
Explain how it's not conspiracy with evidence.
No, you act like you have evidence.
Saying I'm a fucking idiot.
Listen, you act like you have evidence for it, and you've got nothing. No evidence.
You give me evidence that it's not true then, instead of calling me a fucking idiot.
That is the source, genius. The government source is the source. They have the top economists. They have the top people as it relates to the context of the border. These people are professionals, okay? They have actual like involvement with the data on a literal U.S. countrywide scale. We don't. If we don't, and they have access to it, their data is better than ours. That is the best possible thing that we could take into account in this scenario. It is most likely to be true. Now, could it be false? Yes, but we'd have to have reason to believe it's false.
I'm not saying it's false. I'm saying it's skewed. Right.
So that you saying it's skewed does mean it's false. Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, let's divert from that then. Even still, I think the carbon.
Shanteva, thank you for the $2.
Not the
thank
direct
you so much.
air pollution, but the carbon footprint, at least at this point in technology that electric, solar, wind has, is like as the same. And I'm specifically referencing cars.
I'll give you one
probably
source.
the same as like combustion engines right now, is I would say. And I think
give me one source that indicates that.
Bro.
He can't. He's mad.
Just think. You gotta have mine overseas, and we have to put it on big boats that pollute the earth the whole way over here. Then we gotta put it on trucks that pollute the.
We'll give John a little time out. Go for it, Nathan.
No, I just wanted to say that was wild that he was like attacking like you, saying this is not a job. That's not cool. So,
Yeah, no, he's a drone. He just got harassment and bullying violation anyway. So,
but I mean, like aside from what we disagree on, it's still a job. You know, what I mean, I don't like people attacking people on here.
I think it's hilarious. I think it just shows that they're so conspiracy brain rotted.
Yeah, I mean, that was one thing that stopped me from fully supporting RFK, because there was a lot of conspiracy. I still think all of his ideas were on the right track. Like our health is our healthcare, and not only just healthcare, but just the whole system is bought out by big health and big pharma.
Okay, who's more likely to call out big corporations like big pharma? Kamala Harris, who's fought against them her entire career, or Donald Trump?
I mean, she had her 3.5 years, almost 4 years to do it, and hasn't. So
she did.
That's one thing.
She actively did. She allowed for Medicare to be able to negotiate drug pricing as it relates to pharmaceutical drugs. $35 cap on insulin per month.
The insulin's one thing that I do actually agree with. The only one thing I say that they got done, but yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my dog.
Okay, so then I'm not really hearing why you think that Trump is more likely to go after the big pharmaceutical companies.
Because especially right now, because he has RFK on his side, and that's their main campaign right now. So
is he also going to take the conspiracy because he's already so conspiracy brain rotted? He believes the election was stolen. Do you believe that?
I mean, so I believe that if it was stolen, it was close enough to be. But I'm one of those people that don't take it for sure. But it's definitely a good possibility, and I think we can all agree that
there were over 60 court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 34 of which were Republican-owned. They were Republican-appointed. So what makes you think that?
What makes me think that? These spikes at 3 a.m. in Michigan.
The spikes? What spikes? The ones that were evaluated by the courts that posed no significant evidence of sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election?
I mean, sure, they can be definitely bought out as well. You see what I'm saying? Definitely still can be
bought out. So
even though that it's Republican.
So what evidence do you have that they were bought out?
It's government. You can't trust most government. That's why I also don't like big government.
So what about the 17 appointed Trump? What about the 17 appointed by Trump judges that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
Then it is what it is, right? I mean, I haven't done my research on that, so I'm not gonna argue it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna argue something that I don't know what I'm talking about, like John.
Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No, but I also wouldn't vote for somebody who threw people in prison for marijuana charges.
No, you can't say on live. But yeah, so actually Trump still thinks it should be, doesn't believe in federal legalization. I just want to say that, by the way. And she does. Also, she didn't throw anyone for possession. I also think it's possible that even if someone did do that in the past but doesn't support it now, it's still better than someone who literally wants to put people in prison for that now on a federal scale. Okay. All right. Give it a second for people to join up. Let's get this next person up here. Only send it as requested if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. I do apologize, everyone. Give it a second for me to get someone up here real quick. Sometimes it takes a second in between to get someone up here. You can check out the videos I did just post, everyone. I was just recently on Jubilee. Jubilee actually posted the videos if you want to check them out as well. You can just go to the Jubilee TikTok page, or if you want to watch the full video, go into my bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Over the next few months, Tammy was just missing at some time.
Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, all right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. I will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do come on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, what's your birth year?
Nice 20.
Nice try. Your voice is deeper, is it? I'm not. I don't notice that. I don't notice that at all. Not at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the little Lucy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. Yo, okay. Let me try this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Smoothly and securely. Give Max peace of mind.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Miguel, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it, Miguel. Thank you so much. His voice changed. Has he been replaced? Yes. You know, the Illuminati took me out and replaced me. That's why I have a different headset today. Even though my headset's right here. And I could use this. Actually, I literally can wear both of them. It's kind of comfortable to wear both of them, actually. Interesting. All right. He's a spy. He's a spy, chat. Spy Parker.
Parker. Fake Parker.
Not real. Not real. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second for people to get up here. I apologize, everyone. It takes a second sometimes because TikTok is just weird. JV, thank you so much for the hand heart. I thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. All right. Do give it a second, everyone. I apologize. I apologize. Jessica, thank you for the hand heart. Lindsay, thank you for that mustache. Okay. It's not accepting this person either. I always knew Parker was a clone. Parker, yes. Parker is obviously a clone. I totally agree. Gonna make a Twitch? Nah, probably not.
West.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
The economy, mostly.
Okay. Can you name me one economic policy Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Can you name me one that Kamala is going to pass whenever she's in presidency?
Yes, I will. But would you like to answer my question first?
Well, I'm not the one that's showing my face, so could you please incite me?
So you don't have a single
I
one?
honestly, if you're so knowledgeable, I just
you literally
want some
said
information.
that you're voting for Trump because of policy. I asked you for one policy and you don't know. He left. Wow. Wow, that's fucking hilarious. That's actually so funny, chat. That's actually, dude, you can't make this shit up, dude. You know,
Hi, how are you?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because he was. My dad. I'm Mexican, and my dad got his papers under Trump. I prefer his policies as well.
Less
Minus abortion. I'm not pro eliminating all abortion, even though I know Kamala, that is a huge take she has against Trump, which is not true.
Okay. Yeah, so it did restrict 1/3 of women's access to abortion, overturning Roe versus Wade, which also did not provide federal protections for rape victims. So there were like tens of thousands of women and girls who were forced to go through pregnancies who were raped.
Sorry.
So then, do you disagree with that?
I disagree with his abortion policies, yes.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Can you repeat the question?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I feel like you're setting me up with that question there.
Yeah, it's a question. Of course, I'm.
Yeah,
giving
you're
you the
setting me up
question.
because he's been accused of sexual assault.
No, he's been held civilly liable.
Okay. But he's still
Like
running for
unanimously
president.
by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman against her will.
If you're going to have people come on your debate and just instantly go for, are you going to vote for a sexual assaulter? Like, how do you expect people to give you any sort of productive debate if you're just going straight for that argument?
Oh yeah, you either say no or yes, right? And then based upon that,
No,
we
but I
then
already
go
said
into
yes
the
that
next
I was
question.
voting for Trump.
So yes or no?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Are you serious? Like you guys play this so dirty. Like you don't have an actual debate on any sort of
currently doing that
policy.
right now,
Like
yeah.
you're just kind of going in for the kill here.
Yeah, yeah. Because I think this is a convincing argument. I talk about policy all the time. I can talk about policy. We will talk about policy. But would you like to answer the question?
I don't condone any of that. Like I don't think that voting for someone means that you say it's okay for what they're being accused of.
Yeah, no. Regardless of what you think, are you voting? Would you vote? I mean, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No.
No. Okay, so why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but
I
not a
haven't
child?
voted yet.
I'm asking why
Don't do
would
that
you?
hard. I haven't voted yet, so.
I said why would you?
Because he's the better candidate. I mean, what did Kamala Harris and Biden do while they were in presidency? They did nothing.
Okay, well, I'll talk about that in a second. But do you think that you would vote for someone who raped a child if, like, it was held civilly liable of raping a child if it is the case that they were the quote unquote better candidate? Standard. Is that a non-answer?
It's a non-answer. I'm going to plead the fifth there.
So yeah, you would. You
I
would
don't-
vote
I
for
don't
someone
like
held
your-
civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
You're just. I feel like y'all do debate so wrong. Like you and the other guy, you just don't really have like a very good structure to this. You kind of just bring people on and you're just like, would you vote for a rapist? Like, what is that? What is that?
Okay, well, do you run alive?
Do I run a lot?
Yeah, no. Do you run alive? Like, do you know what structure would be good for running alive? No. Okay, so then
No.
why would you be telling me how to run the structure of alive? When
I'm
you're
just
in a
saying
live
whenever
of
I
someone
see
who has
you on
8.6
here, like
thousand
your
people in the
takes
live
are
concurrently.
bad, is what I'm saying.
What's up?
I'm just saying, like, whenever I see you on here, like, your takes are kind of bad.
Well, you see me on here all the time, so that's
All
I
the
think that's pretty
time,
funny.
yeah.
So apparently I know the structure to get you in here. You said my takes are bad. Can you give me one take that was bad?
All of them.
That sounds like non-specific.
Where are you from?
California,
Me too. What part?
Los Angeles. So can you name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, one of them is that he wants people that earn tips to be able to keep their tips. So I support that.
Did you know that Kamala Harris is in support of no tax on tips as well?
No, I did not.
Okay, so I mean, that's not a relevant difference. Appreciate the hand art, but I asked for like a policy that he influenced to get passed, not a policy he's advocating for.
That he's gotten passed.
Yeah.
Well, personally, my dad, like I said, I'm Mexican. So my dad got his green card under Trump. I think Trump's...
That's not a policy.
Well, I'm trying to explain why I support.
Yeah, like, but what's the policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, my dad getting citizenship under Trump helped me and my family. So I don't really see how.
That has nothing to do with the president. That's like me saying I met my girlfriend.
What do you mean that has nothing to do with the president?
I met my girlfriend
for not being, kind to immigrants or like speaking good about them, but like a lot of them got papers under Trump. And citizenship is what matters when you're an illegal immigrant. So
okay, so you understand that those
it's
processes
impacting people's lives is what I'm saying.
So actually legal migration was allowed, right, under both the Trump and the Biden administration. The policy, would you like to tell me the difference on the policy there? That means that it would have granted them the green card in Trump's administration, but not under Biden? Push the galaxy, thank you.
Trump 2024. I don't support Kamala Harris. And that's it.
So would you vote for someone who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
No.
Well, Donald Trump said that. Do you want to hear him say that?
Yeah.
Okay, I got
Tell
you.
me.
All right, give it 1 second. There's just an advertisement. One second. Oh, Lexus. I accidentally clicked on the Lexus advertisement. Shit. 4 seconds. All right, there we are.
I feel like you're really like setting people up here to like.
Comments about a young girl. Let's listen to that.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
That was a 40-year-old man saying to a 10-year-old girl that he's going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you tell me what quality of the 10-year-old he was using to evaluate that?
No, I don't. What kind of question is that?
Well, obviously he was trying to say that he thinks that she's attractive.
Obviously. Like what?
So a 10-year-old girl is attractive?
Well, that's what you said. I mean, if you saw the video you have right in front of you,
that's what Trump said. So Trump thinks the 10-year-old girl is attractive? And you're voting for him? So you'd vote for a pedophile?
I don't support I don't condone pedophilia. I don't do any of that. So if that's what the picture that you're trying to paint, it's really not the one.
But like you just said that you would vote for someone that not only was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, but also sexualized a 10-year-old insofar as that you said that, again, they found them attractive. Econo, thank you for the $1. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Do you guys like my pen?
Did you run out of things to say?
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like I told you, I don't support
maybe like you
pedophilia. If you're trying to paint that picture, it's not.
Maybe like you shouldn't vote for Trump then.
I'm gonna vote for whoever. I'm gonna use my right to vote for whoever the fuck I want to vote for. So.
Yeah, but like I would ask, why would you want to vote for someone who's done these things?
I'm gonna log out. This is just the worst debate I've ever been on.
Really? Like, why? Because you got destroyed? That's definitely the reason. Let's go to the next person. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I don't want to be challenged. Don't challenge me. Please don't challenge me. Challenge somebody else, but do not challenge me. That's what I'm hearing. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Jesus, I am so white. Someone, please, okay, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I think he's a better leader.
What makes you think that? Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. So for me, I would prefer somebody who has successfully ran businesses in the past and rather than just career politicians. Definition of insanity is just hiring the same person over and over.
One good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
6 bankruptcies, yes. I don't disagree that people go and very successful people have bankruptcies, but it doesn't negate the fact that this man has made billions of dollars and created millions of jobs.
Wait, Mike, I'm just asking. Right, can you name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
Elon Musk.
He doesn't have 6 bankruptcies.
So I guess my question for you is then, why Kamala?
Oh, okay. Because she's not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government, push the cat, thank you so much, by getting their vice president to not certify the election results, trying to get them to do that, and trying to send false leads of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Okay. I have a second question. That's all great, and that's all rhetoric basically at this point, right? Because nothing that you said has proven anything that she's capable of doing this job. Now, let me just finish my statement before you interrupt. Before you interrupt, let me just finish my statement because I want to bring this down to a very, very granular level. Let's say you got hired for a job. I don't know what you do. You don't know what I do, but let's say you got hired for a job. Let's say that you worked at this job for 3.5 years and accomplished absolutely nothing. Would you be up for a promotion? Or would you be getting replaced?
It depends on the scenario. I don't know what you're arguing.
What do you mean? So
nothing?
Starting tomorrow, if you have a real job, if you have it, and again, this is just a debate, right? If you have a real job that you clock in and you get a paycheck for, okay?
A real job? Is this not a real job?
No, I'm not saying that it's not a real job. I commend you for making money on TikTok. But if you had to go and punch a clock somewhere and you were responsible to perform certain duties and were unable to do so for an extended period of time, do you believe that you deserve a promotion, or do you believe that you should be replaced?
Oh, yeah. Typically speaking, we would believe that that person should be replaced.
So in the 3.5 years, and all the things that she says that she's going to do and had the power to at least influence stuff to get done and hasn't yet, you feel that she should be promoted instead of being replaced?
Absolutely. Because it is the case that she was the most influential vice president ever. She's a history of being in politics. District attorney, attorney general, senator, vice president of the United States, literally most influential vice president ever. The Inflation Reduction Act passed due to a tie-breaking vote specifically by her. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, which is the main duty of a vice president, right? That brought us the $35 cap on insulin for seniors and the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which makes us less dependent upon foreign energy long term. That's what it brought to the country. It deficit reduced instead of deficit increasing like Donald Trump, where he signed $8.4 trillion of debt into law, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, where the Biden-Harris administration was 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. And the Inflation Reduction Act helped limit that debt.
So, and it's great that we have an Inflation Reduction Act, but how did that actually affect inflation? Because under Donald Trump, when I owned a house, my rate was a lot lower than it is under President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. The goods that I buy for my kids were a lot less expensive under Donald Trump than they were for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. So
$5.
I'm sorry?
Sorry. So interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve. The inflation happened around the world, global inflation, Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It's not unique to the United States. Happened the same trend in the United States as it did everywhere else. So it was not caused by like the Biden-Harris administration. Also, like, policy wouldn't cause it that quickly.
But the reality is, as a working middle-class American, which is exactly who I am, my life was substantially better under a president, albeit all of his downfalls, than the career politicians that we have in office right now.
So no, and the reason why Donald Trump wouldn't do more for you, because all those things that Trump advocated for, how come he didn't do any of those things? Like the no tax on tips, make Mexico pay for the wall, building the wall, draining the swamp, right? All of those things. He said he was going to do those things. He didn't do those things. The infrastructure bill, repealing and replacing the ACA, he just said on debate last night that he would keep the ACA, right? After saying he only had concepts for a healthcare policy. Hold on, let me finish. After saying he only has concepts for a healthcare policy.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you're incorrect, and I don't agree with everything that Donald Trump is. I'm talking just as an average American. What affects me most personally when I look at the debate and I look at who I want as a candidate, I would prefer somebody who hasn't spent their life kissing ass and shaking hands, rather than somebody who has actually done something, both good and bad, failed and had success, and will run the country like a business. Because we are a business. Okay.
Wait. So what happened to Trump University? Trump vodka.
What happened to Trump University?
Trump steaks.
Trump University.
Trump Airlines.
Okay, but we're not.
So he's gonna bankrupt those businesses, or bankrupt the country, just like he bankrupted those businesses. Oh wait, he did do that. Push the cap. He again signed off on more debt in a 4-year time period than any president in the modern era, forever.
Yeah, but you're focused on the businesses, the few businesses that he bankrupted, but you're not focused on the businesses that are very profitable.
Oh yeah, let's look at the $400 million inheritance that he got from Daddy. If you got $400 million in inheritance, do you think that you'd become a billionaire?
Do you know how difficult it is to turn 400 million into 1.2 billion?
Not very much. Put it into an S&P 500. Right, literally, if I were to put it in the S&P 500 at 6% increase per year, which is 6 to 8% likely, I would literally, by the time I'm Trump's age, have $10 billion.
Yeah,
the money. Thank you so much. 10 billion. I would have 10 billion by the time I was Trump's age, just by putting in an index fund, the S&P 500. Push the hand out.
Yeah. Okay. I understand this is going nowhere, and this is the challenge that I have chatting with folks on the other side. The reason why you're voting for Kamala is not because you feel she's a better candidate. It's just because you don't like Trump and the policies that or not the policies. You don't like Trump's character. You don't like the fact that he is direct. You don't like the fact that he's blunt. You don't like the fact that he said some out-of-pocket things, which, by the way, I would agree. But you're not really voting for Kamala because you think she'll do a better job. You're just voting for Kamala because you can't vote for Trump based on his character. And in my opinion, that's not the way that we should approach the office. I think we need to put somebody in place who will be more effective at running a business, the business of the United States, than somebody who wouldn't. That's it.
Yeah, so I'm just going to let you know how this works. If one candidate is worse, the other one, by proxy of one being worse, is better.
Yeah,
that's how it works,
worse,
right? Just think about it. Let me finish. I let you finish. I let you finish, or I'd love for you to let me finish.
Sure.
Okay, so right again, you saying that it is worse than another one would imply that one is better than the other one. Okay, so when you say worse and better, obviously that's going to be on a gradient. Now, do I think there are bad things of Harris? Absolutely. Do I think there are bad things of Trump? Absolutely. But there are more bad things of Trump than I see with bad things with Harris. And clearly, I say that there are good things of Harris that I can point to, and I point to you many of things that she's done. I can point to you things she's advocated for, but we haven't gotten to that point in the policy, or by that point in the conversation. Yet you assumed here specifically that I am only voting because of just bad things of Trump. Well, I can do both. I can say both. The bad things of Trump and the good things of Kamala showed that she's a better candidate than Donald Trump by far.
Yeah, see, I disagree. I feel as though that you're basing your information or your judgment on Trump on more his character than his actual policy or his ability to run the government. It's not necessarily that he's driven the country into the ground or anything like that. In fact, I would argue that he probably did the opposite. But what I would say is that he said some shit that nobody should say, especially in the public view. And as a result, he gets a bad rap. And as a result, people vote because, they vote blue because they don't like him as a person. But if that were any other person who had never said any of those things, right? And we can't take back the fact that he did. But the policies were the same. The economy was what it was. We had less, illegal immigration, right? We had better interest rates, and it's all the Federal Reserve, but the Federal Reserve is part of the government too, right? So all things considered, if it were anybody else who weren't out of pocket in the way that he is, and as a Trump supporter, like I said, I don't agree with everything that comes out of this man's mouth, but it's more character based than it is actual result based. And that's where I take issue with folks that immediately when you say, why are you voting for Kamala or why not Trump? Well, because he's this, he's that, he said this, he said that. Would he date a 10-year-old or a 20-year-old? Like, that's all character related questions, right? So what about policy? What about result? What about everything else? None of that ever comes into context in any of these conversations, and that's what's the frustrating part. So when I came across your live, I've never seen your TikTok page before, ever. But I saw you having this conversation with this young woman right before me, and just requested to join just to see, where we could go from here.
Yeah, so I brought up policy in this conversation. I literally brought it up in this conversation. So you say it never is brought up in these conversations. I brought it up in this conversation. I talk about it all the time on my platform every single day. I always talk about policy. Not only is Donald Trump worse in terms of character, but he's worse in terms of policy. Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like interest rates and inflation have nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration policy. Again, the interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve, which the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, is going to be there regardless of Biden-Harris being in office or Donald Trump. So I don't understand what your point is with those in particular. Purdy, thank you so much for the gifts. Christina, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christina. Choosing the people over party. That's based. And Devin, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Maya, thank you so much for the $1. And Tiffany as well. Thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tiffany. Thank you. Yeah, but what were you saying?
Nothing. I was waiting for you to finish.
Yeah. I meant like you can say in response. You can respond. Appreciate the Pantapause. Like I brought up policy. I've already said policy in this conversation. Interest rates, inflation have nothing to do with the Biden-Harris policy.
So, what is the cause for the interest rates and inflation then in your purview?
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry. Thank you for the confetti.
So I said, what is the cause for the interest rates and the inflation in your purview?
So interest rates are a response to inflation to mitigate the effects of inflation, to cause disinflation. And then inflation has happened globally. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. Related to the pandemic, Federal Reserve response to COVID, corporate greed, plenty of things. And thank you so much. I appreciate it. Christia, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christia. I appreciate it. And Mohammed, thank you so much for the $5. Can we get some W's for Christia in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Nope, that's all.
Krista,
I wish you the best of luck.
$10. Thank you, Krista. Okay, well, I mean, can you name me a policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I cannot.
So I mean,
it's not because there aren't none. It's just because I don't know. I'm not educated enough, nor did I prepare to have this conversation. I'm literally sitting in front of my computer, just finishing work, listening to some TikToks, and I heard you, so I thought I would join. So with a little bit more preparation, I think I probably would have done a little bit better here. But I appreciate your time. I appreciate your candor. I appreciate your character. Like I said, wish you the best of luck in November, and let the chips fall where they may. Right? It's up to the people at this point.
Appreciate you. Think you should listen. Take into account my arguments, but appreciate it. Have a good day. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo and Cash App in the bio. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's sending gifts today. Christia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. What's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Joseph, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Joseph. I really appreciate it. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I don't know. Like I said last night, I did some more information about, the things that he said, and I don't know. I said my life was better when Trump was president. Question I have for you is, what it went from the inflation in his term to now? Why has it increased so much?
Yeah. Okay. So there was global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It was not specific to the United States. It went on the same trend of inflation as it did here in the United States, indicating that it was a global problem, not something due to the U.S. policy in particular by itself. Now, that was related to COVID, all right, the global pandemic, and the effects that it had on our supply chains, corporate greed. There are plenty of things that we could point to. Federal Reserve response from COVID.
Okay, so tell me why Harris is better than Trump.
Yeah. Harris is better than Trump because she was the most influential vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any other vice president. Had specifically a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which had the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, and the largest investment in renewable energy ever, making us less dependent upon foreign energy. Along with the fact that she advocated for things like the bipartisan infrastructure bill, put things like high-speed broadband being brought to rural communities, expanding the infrastructure for that, lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, expanding funding for roads, EV infrastructure, plenty of things relating to infrastructure that Trump advocated for but couldn't get past. The PACT Act, which was 1 million veterans, got expanded access to healthcare, specifically those that were exposed to toxic burn pits abroad and toxic substances and burn pits abroad. My bad. And then also specifically, Trump is a terrible individual. He's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He didn't rent to black people in 1973. Said the Central Park Five should have been executed when they've been exonerated based upon DNA evidence. Popularized the birther movement related to Barack Obama being the first black president being born in Kenya when there's birth certificates of him born in the United States to undermine him running for president of the United States. Saying Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior. There are plenty of things I can point to say that Trump is a horrible human being, that you shouldn't vote for him. His policy is worse, would cause more inflation because tariffs are taxes on imports coming to the country, and it would shift the burden of taxes from people who are richer to people who are poor, because people who are poor spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods. Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. Can we get some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Stephanie, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Stephanie and some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Go for it.
Okay, so on the how did you think it went last night on the debate?
I think that Kamala Harris clearly won. I think that Donald Trump was actually pretty low energy. I think that he, was still holding to his same old tired playbook of old conspiracy theories, lack of plans, and everything is terrible right now. Instead of, calls for unity, calls for progression, calls for innovation, and providing a plan, like Kamala Harris did.
And you believe that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to come on here. I've never heard of you, and my friend told me to come check you out, so I just wanted to do that.
Sure. I appreciate you coming on.
You're very smart, man, so good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
They were so nice. Adriana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Adriana in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
How old are you?
Guess. I'm 28.
Okay, are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Cause he's way better. Like he's like he has valleys in his life. He knows what a struggle is. Like he's been through a lot. And yeah.
Are you trolling? I'm not taking that seriously.
Huh?
Yeah, no. No. I'm sorry. That was not a real person making an argument. That was an AI bot. That was not a real argument. Yeah, the struggles he's gone through, getting that small loan of $1 million and $400 million inheritance from his father. Living in a penthouse, it's very, very, very hard on you. Gold toilet seats, gold and silverware. Like it's really, really hard. Really, really hard. Incredibly difficult. Yeah, my heart goes out to that. I never want anyone to have to struggle like that ever. That's why. That's why you should be president, Oh my God, I'm going to cry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. Voted in 2020 and voting again.
Okay, how old are you? You said?
23.
Sorry, why are you voting Trump?
I'm not the biggest Trump fan. I don't think he's, a god. I don't put him on a pedestal like a lot of these people do, but I very much do want to vote for the right side rather than the left side, especially right now.
Okay. Could you name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
No.
Can you name me one thing he's ever done that you like?
Well, I'll tell you why I'm going for that side. I think you can clearly see that there is a narrative against him. I think the left is very controlling, and Trump is like the one person that you can't control. I'm interested to think of what you think of like everyone calling Kamala the new puppet, as in there's something or a collective behind the left, and then they put someone on a pedestal and give them what to say and what to do and pull the strings behind the scenes.
Her name is Kamala, and also who's the one pulling the strings?
I don't know, but we would never find out, would we?
Okay, so how do you know that's not applicable to Donald Trump?
Because of his character and because of how crazy he is, I don't think he's someone who can really be controlled. I mean, I do also think he has people behind the scenes, but I think it's a little different. I think it's pretty clear on the left that, especially what happened with, pulling Biden out. Like, I don't think he pulled himself out. I think they pulled him out. What do you think about that?
So he clearly dropped out himself, but like, I could just say, I feel like the same thing is applicable to Kamala Harris. And you could also say that you feel like the same thing is applicable to Kamala Harris. So why do you feel like it's applicable to Trump, but you don't feel like it's applicable to Harris? And Catherine, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Catherine. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Catherine in the comment section? Thank you.
Like I said, I do think there are people pulling strings for Trump as well, but I think it's more clear on the left. Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Kamala Harris have 0 votes last election?
Yeah, so in 2020, she dropped out of the race prior to Iowa, specifically to join the Biden campaign.
And what do you think?
She became vice president. So, I think it was worth it. That's clearly worth it, right?
Yeah.
She was polling to 7 to 15%.
What do you think about Joe Biden stating that he was going to have a black woman as his vice president, and then boom, 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 Kamala Harris, a black woman, half black, half Indian?
What's the also, by the way, Indian isn't a race, but yeah, you can be black and Indian, but
she is black and Indian, right? Is that wrong to say that she's black and Indian?
Yeah, but when you say half black, half Indian, that implies that Indian is a race.
I see what you're saying. All right. Yeah,
So again,
I think the left.
Do you think him picking, like, for example, Kamala Harris said that she was going to pick a white man, right? So does that mean Tim Walz isn't, qualified?
Well, I think I'm the kind of person where I don't care what race you are. I don't care what gender you are. I want the best leader. And it's pretty clear on the left
maybe the best leader in this particular circumstance would be a woman who's black.
But I don't think she's a very good leader.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Because I haven't seen anything to indicate that she's a good leader at all. I think she's good at making people smile and making people laugh and getting women on stage to twerk for her to, align with a crowd, which I thought was crazy. Crazy that
what's
presidential candidate.
What's the relevant difference between Trump and Harris that means that Trump is a good leader, but Harris is not?
Okay, yeah, I'll circle back to why I'm voting. I want a strong leader. I want someone who was allies or at least had conversations and relationships with world leaders that could cause.
You mean dictators?
Yeah.
So because
keep your enemies close, keep your friends close, enemies closer. I believe in that.
Okay, so we have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate they think that Trump's easily manipulatable. Not only that, but the engaging with North Korea, that was a photo op. We got nothing from that. The engaging with the Taliban, y'all literally say that pulling out of Afghanistan is bad now. So do you think pulling out of Afghanistan and engaging with the Taliban, a terrorist organization, is good? Because I thought the United States doesn't negotiate with terrorists.
Don't you think it's good to negotiate with them?
Wait, no. But so again, you can say that it's good to negotiate, but I thought that was like what we typically say in America, right? Right? Like we don't negotiate with terrorists. I thought you guys were like conservatives. You're patriotic. You know what I mean? What happened to that?
So you think it was a bad idea for Trump to go and
I'm not saying
have a
that. I'm just saying
conversation
based
with
upon
Putin?
your own view, it probably was.
Okay, well, I'll circle back to why I'm voting. I want a strong leader. I want change. I think there's a lot going on the left that sucks. I'm not a big fan of cancel culture, and I'm not a big fan of what's happening in my county. I'm in Virginia, Loudoun County. They did something with the bathrooms, and
can I ask you a question?
Let me finish. A little girl was sexually assaulted in the bathroom because they let two genders into a bathroom, and it's not the first case, and it wasn't this.
That has nothing to do. That's such a fucking lie. Okay,
That's not a lie. You can look it up.
Okay, so I want you to listen. There are gender neutral bathrooms that exist in countries around the world where they have lower rates of sexual assault than they have here in the United States. Making a claim that because there would be gender neutral bathrooms, there would somehow that would have caused the sexual assault, you'd have to provide me good evidence to indicate that it increased the likelihood of these things happening, which there's no good evidence indicating that. So if you'd like to provide me any evidence indicating that, I'd love to look at it.
Yeah, okay. Anyone listening and you yourself, if you could just search Loudoun County, Virginia sexual assault case.
So again, there being one case does not mean
it was two. No, it was multiple. It was multiple.
Does that mean that it was caused by specifically the bathrooms being that way?
Yep, it was.
So you're saying sexual assault didn't happen before?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that.
So then, how are you able to evaluate?
Changing the bathrooms in that way?
So then, how are you
opens the door to more sexual assault?
So then, how are you? So then, how are you able to evaluate whether or not it was caused by the difference in bathrooms? If you don't know the difference in the number of sexual assaults that were happening in that region.
Okay, I'll ask you one question and we can move on from that. You don't think that letting two genders...
Hey, non-answer, or are you going to answer my question? I'm trying to be nice.
No, I don't know the statistics for before and after. I don't have the statistics for before and after. No, I don't.
So if you don't have that, then how do you know it was caused by this? You don't. You have no
because
reason to believe that.
Because it was a girl in a
You're
girl's
just assuming
bathroom
that.
where a man went into the girl's bathroom because he was allowed to. Because he was allowed to, which wouldn't have happened before. It would not have happened before because he was not allowed to go in there before. But now no one's going to stop him from going in there and doing the terrible, terrible, terrible things he did. And isn't there...
I have a question. Go ahead. So you're telling me that literally having a bathroom open to everyone would increase the proportionality of someone being assaulted?
Yes. Do you disagree?
If that person was assaulted, right, and there was no one else to be able to, like, in that bathroom, what would have changed whether or not it was only restricted to a particular gender? Because couldn't the violator go into that bathroom anyway?
Yes, but in this case, it was allowed.
Okay, but that didn't change whether or not it was going to occur, though.
I think it did.
So the point I'm making is that you're not identifying whether or not that was changed. You're just assuming it based upon a correlation causation fallacy, which is incredibly terrible reasoning. Okay, and I understand that people's bigotry, right, gravitates towards things like correlation causation fallacies to explain why things happen, because ultimately speaking, it's easier in their eyes to do that. But I think that is not a good thing to do. I think you need evidence. I think you need reason in order to justify literally like calling things out like this, saying it was caused by this, right? You can't say that there's causation without having any good reason.
I mean, I think there is pretty good reason to allow men to go into a woman's bathroom. That was allowed.
Wait, but no, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, I am understanding what you're saying.
No, let me explain. So you're saying that I am arguing that in current women's restrooms right now, that I'm saying like men like me and you can go in. That's not what I'm saying. Trans women, I believe, are women. Trans women are not likely to hurt cis women. That is not a likely phenomena. Okay, what you think is likely is cis men portraying themselves as trans women that then would go in these spaces. But then here would be my question. Why can't they portray themselves as trans men and then go into these spaces if you have to go into these spaces based upon your biology? Because trans men are more masculine presenting.
I understand. But I don't have the statistic off the top of my head, but aren't transsexuals high in the sexual assault?
I would say trans people, but in terms of this, no, right? Trans people are not more likely to assault you. That's just not. There's no good evidence indicating that at all. People just believe this for no reason, right? People were saying this with GAY people as it relates to plenty of these circumstances, and now the argument has shifted from GAY people to trans people, right? And I don't think trans people should be discriminated against based upon this because they're not the ones committing the crime. It's the cis men. If anyone, right, if we have policy oriented around like a particular individual, it should be like the cis men, right? Because the cis men are the ones that are, you know, committing the crime at greater proportionalities.
Yeah, and just so you know, the Loudoun County case, it was a trans person.
Okay, but you're not giving me any evidence that it's more likely to happen. Of course, there are going to be trans people that commit crimes. What about all of the cis people that commit crimes? The predominant amount of cis people that commit crimes.
Well, I'll take a celebrity case that Mr. Beast guy came out.
Why don't we talk about the fact that we have over 90% of violent crime is caused by men?
Of course it is. They're more aggressive in nature, more strong in nature, more intimidating in nature.
Okay, so should we start restricting men from places?
No, but I do think the whole bathroom thing is kind of crazy to allow both genders, no matter what, into a bathroom.
So again, I'm not advocating for both genders, but I have no issue with gender neutral bathrooms, right? Gender neutral bathrooms. What's the issue with that?
Well, I think there should be, you know, men's bathrooms and women's bathroom, and then, you know,
Shelby,
people
thank you
that
for $5. Thank you so much. My girlfriend, right, at her school had gender neutral bathrooms. Was there an issue with that? Was there like a greater risk of harm because she lived in a dorm area with gender neutral bathrooms?
I mean, once again, I really do recommend looking up the Loudoun County assault case. I'm
sorry to break it to you. Just because there's one case does not mean that
like I said, it was multiple cases.
Is relevant to a macro lens.
It was multiple cases in Loudoun County, and the policy switch happened recently, and then all of the assaults happened recently. And like you said,
so you hear a talking point, but it's a correlation causation fallacy because you don't know the proportionality of these crimes happening prior. Okay, so you're literally just believing it because you feel like it. You're not giving any evidence.
And there is evidence in the case. I promise you.
Okay, so what was the name of the case?
I don't know the name of the case, but I'm sure if you Google Loudoun County sexual assault school bathroom, I'm sure it will pop up immediately. And it was 2 cases from one individual. He was allowed in bathrooms again. He or she, I'm sorry, I don't know the correct.
So you agree people who have been held accountable for sexually assaulting someone shouldn't be allowed in these spaces, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
of course. Why would I disagree with that?
Donald Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Why would you want to vote for him as president?
I do not think Trump is the most amazing person. Like I said, I'm rather just voting for the right side because I feel like there's a lot of sketchy stuff going on the left.
That wasn't. What did I just ask you?
You asked me about Trump and his assault.
Yeah, he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. Do you believe that?
Did you see the tweets that she tweeted like after it happened?
In 1996?
No, the tweets way later about how she like scammed him or something like that, and how she wanted him to do it again.
That's a total lie.
Okay, all right.
That's totally made up. She did not say she scammed him. That's a total fucking lie. You literally just made that up.
Oh, I didn't make it up. I mean,
you did. You just completely made that up.
I didn't make it up. I saw it could be fake. You know, it's not.
Why are you citing fake stuff in front of almost 10,000 people, bro? That's crazy.
You don't think the left is controlling and using Kamala Harris as a puppet? I mean, she was picked because of a gender and because of a race. She was picked. That's why Biden picked her. That's controlled.
Joshua, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So where do you see that they're trans in this suit? I'm looking it up.
All I know is that it was a male that went into a women's bathroom and he was charged in 2 different cases.
Where does it say that they're trans?
Maybe I misspoke on the trans. That's what I thought I read.
Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I mean, if anything, it's worse that they're not a trans person. It's just a man allowed to go into a woman's bathroom. Because if it was a man,
wait. I just want to clarify here. My point exactly that cis men are the ones that you should be careful about, and that they can go into these areas regardless. So,
but he was given that green light by Loudoun County, which is a very left county.
No,
yes, he was, because they allowed.
No, it doesn't, because they're not trans. If they're not trans, well, then they wouldn't be allowed in those spaces.
But in that community, in that community, he's allowed to identify as a woman, no matter of genitalia or surgery. You're in that community. You're allowed to.
I understand, but you can identify the difference between someone describing to you their true desires to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms versus someone who does not. You can obviously tell if someone is lying, right, in a particular scenario, right? Can you tell? Yes, you can tell. Like if you told me right now, I would know you're lying. Okay.
But in the community, if I did say right now I identify as a girl and you don't know my history, you don't know what I look like, you don't know anything, I'm supposed to be fully accepted, correct? If I identify as a woman right now.
So if you have the particular desires to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that typically associate with the female sex, and that's continued, yes, we would absolutely acknowledge that. But it could be the case that you were lying to us, as you could lie about us as your name, right? Would you think it's relevant that like you could lie to us about your name? Like your name isn't actually what you're telling us it is. It could possibly be something else.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Like what's the relevance?
The relevance is being able to go into a woman's bathroom.
Okay.
As a man.
So gender neutral bathrooms. Do you have an issue with them?
It's kind of a gray area for me. I'm fully a person that's like, whatever you want to do, I
Brandon,
support.
think of the $5.
Like whatever, it's your body, your choice. I'm very much that kind of person.
Okay, so why are you voting
to
for
me-
someone who literally put multiple people in the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade that restricted women's access to abortion? If you really care about women's rights and women's autonomy, then why don't you want to protect it as it relates to Roe versus Wade?
Because I care about the American people and every single person, not just a specific group or, gender, race, whatever.
You care about women as it relates to discriminating against trans people, but you don't care about women as it relates to their abortion rights?
Oh, I have a lot of left personal policies. I'm very pro-choice. Very, very pro-choice. Like I said,
why are you voting for someone who literally overturned women's access to abortion?
Well, he has claimed recently that his abortion stance would change.
So again, he still thinks it should be left up to the states, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion, right? And did not provide federal protections for rape victims to get access to abortion. That restricted 1/3 of women's rights in this country. Okay, so you can sit there and you can act like, oh, that didn't restrict women's rights and you care about women's rights, but then you're actively voting against it. You're flip-flopping on it whenever you feel like it, whenever it's politically advantageous for you. So you care about women insofar as that there's partisan gain.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But, I mean, that's the difficult choice about voting right now. I mean, there's good and bad on both sides.
Okay, what good exists on Trump's side?
Strong leader.
Okay,
Aggressive
what are the
leader.
qualities necessary to identify that an individual is a strong leader?
His ability to build relationships with other countries and to keep us out of a war. There was no war when he was president.
There was war when he was president. There's a 432% increase in military.
That started.
There was
a war that started.
There was.
Which one?
So he left Kurdistan, that led to the Turkish-Kurdish war, the self-proclaimed war on ISIS. He literally vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. There was a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Right? Now, tell me which new war happened under Biden.
Russia invading Ukraine for sure.
Did you know in 2014 they annexed Crimea?
I did not know that.
Okay. So what new war?
I mean, you said 2014?
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't the left in office then?
Yes, I'm not disputing that. But I'm asking you, what new war under the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, the one that clearly sticks out is...
Because Russia also invaded Georgia under Bush.
Well, Russia didn't invade anyone under Trump.
Okay, you could say that they didn't invade anyone. We were actively in a proxy war against Russia in Syria.
But he clearly had a relationship with the leader, which could
we were actively in a proxy war with Russia and Syria. You can say he had a leader. He had a relationship with him. We have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate they think that Trump is easily manipulated.
You don't think Kamala is easily manipulated? She flip-flops policies all the time.
No leaked Kremlin documents that indicate that. Actually, her administration was strong against Russia. They defended Ukraine, got the entirety of Europe to help defend Ukraine.
And you fully support the amount of money we sent them?
Yeah, so I think that we need to uphold the Budapest Memorandum. We literally sent stuff related from our military, right? And we reallocated it.
I definitely fully support sending money to Ukraine, but don't you think the amount of money we sent is going to affect us in the long run? We're so much in debt, more than we've ever been. And we're even before that, we were incredibly.
Why do you care about the debt now? Trump signed it off more debt than the Biden-Harris administration. 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So you're fully supportive of the amount we sent?
Of the amount we sent to Ukraine, yeah, the 107 billion. Jane, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jane. Of course.
And then I'll do one more topic, and then I'll get out of here. I'll let you move on to the next person. Clearly, the border has been a lot worse. I think the border is a huge thing for me because I think the border affects a lot of things in America, and I think the border was incredibly worse under Biden-Harris. Sorry.
So then, why did Trump undermine the border bill? The border bill that was written by or introduced by specifically a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford. It was a conservative border bill. There were people on the left that didn't vote for it because it was a conservative border bill.
Okay, but is the border worse under Biden-Harris or worse under Trump in 2020 through 2020, whatever?
Well, right now or prior, because prior, I do agree there was more people coming to the country. Now, I think that's related to inflation. I don't think that's related specifically due to the the president of the United States, and that inflation happened globally. It was not specifically here in the United States.
So you agree that the border has been worse under Biden administration?
There have been more people coming to the country, yes.
Yeah, so I think that's a huge problem, and I think that affects other problems in the country.
Yeah, wait, but that does not mean it was caused by them.
Okay, but it was better under a Trump administration.
Yeah, accordingly, the case that you said specifically was related to trans people in terms of the bathroom. It was investigated, and it was confirmed that it was not a trans person, as per AP News.
Okay, that's fair. But still, I mean, not to go back to that, I just think allowing two genders into one bathroom is not okay, in my opinion. And
So what's the issue with gender-neutral bathrooms?
Allowing two genders into one bathroom, which can give a green light to a man to walk into a bathroom where little girls are at a school.
Oh, okay. So again, you're saying it would walk into a bathroom specifically with little girls. Okay. So you understand that? By the way, when people, so you're saying those little girls are without their parents? So why do you think they should be able to go into a bathroom with little boys? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much.
What's your question? I'm sorry.
Why do you think they should be able to go into bathrooms with little boys?
I don't.
Okay, so then where should people in public go to the bathroom? Because you said it should be a man and woman.
Male should go into a male bathroom and female should go into a female bathroom.
Oh, okay. So little boys should go into the same bathroom as grown men?
I mean, at the high school you went to, couldn't teachers use the same bathroom as you?
Well, I'm just asking, right?
Usually teachers have their own bathroom.
I'm not asking what currently existed for me. I'm asking you, do you think that literally adult men should be able to go into the bathrooms with little boys?
No.
Oh, okay. Wait. So then why are you only willing to apply it one way but not the other? Because you clearly just said no there. So if you're not okay with that, well then we need a little kid's bathroom and an adult bathroom?
Typically at a school, teachers have their own bathroom and students have their own bathroom.
Oh, okay, so then why were you just bringing that up? Because apparently now they're separated. Yeah, I totally agree. They're separated. Yeah. Teachers have separate bathrooms. You're not going to be adults with little kids, right?
How do you not understand what I'm saying? In Loudoun County, they allowed both genders into one bathroom, and I don't think that's okay.
What's the issue with gender-neutral bathrooms?
You can have a third bathroom if you want. That's cool.
No, what's the issue with gender-neutral bathrooms? Tell me what's the issue?
The assault that happened.
Again, gender-neutral bathrooms did not cause that. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. There was no evidence indicating that.
That's exactly what caused that.
Actually, no, it wasn't. We just proved the person you're referencing
it was a gender-neutral bathroom, and it just so happened to happen.
Hey, just want to let you know, the person you're referencing was not trans. Okay?
Okay,
they were not trans.
That's okay.
So then why are you blaming it on the fact that like there's inclusion of trans people? Kathy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Because it was a bathroom where men and women are allowed to go into. That was allowed.
That does not mean
there was allowed.
Do you understand that there are bathrooms where, again, are not allowed for both genders, yet it is the case that there are still assaults? So why do you associate the assaults only to happen with gender-neutral bathrooms when we have countries around the world that have gender-neutral bathrooms, places around the world that have gender-neutral bathrooms that literally do not have higher rates of violence?
Obviously, assaults happen in bathrooms all over. A bathroom is a place where assault happens. I'm saying like, in a school, I think it would be terrible to allow two genders into one bathroom, especially with how dumb kids can be and the creepy people in the world, they target younger people. So I just think it's terrible.
Why can't they target younger people within school systems right now? Appreciate the cap.
Someone said he has one follower. I'm private, dude. It's my private account. Leave me alone. Sorry. What was your question?
Jesus Christ. Please hold down on the phone screen. Click clear display. Can you do that real quick?
Yeah,
thank you for the lock and key.
Yeah, I got you. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So assault happens in all these different bathrooms. Why do you only associate it with trans people and with gender neutral bathrooms?
Yeah, I brought up that case because it was close to where I live, and
not
to me it was clear that it happened because Loudoun County gave the green light for multiple genders in one bathroom.
Respectfully, you have no evidence for that. Absolutely zero.
Well, didn't you just read the case that Loudoun County allowed, what's it called, gender neutral bathroom?
We just showed you. The AP News article indicated they weren't trans. They weren't trans. So
yeah, the person wasn't trans.
So
but
if they allow, listen,
Loudoun County.
The school allowed trans people. This person was not trans, therefore was not allowed. Just take a second to think that. You're coming on here, you're trying to start a culture war. You're trying to put trans people in the middle of your culture war so that you don't have to talk about policy. So you don't have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. So you don't have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump literally brags about walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls, semi-naked teenage girls, because he quote-unquote owns the place. Here's the confetti. Thank you so much. So if you care so much about men going into these locker rooms or these changing rooms of women, then why don't you care about Donald Trump bragging about it on a podcast in front of Howard Stern? Tell me.
Okay, I just want to circle back to what you said. I'm not, in no way, shape, or form am I attacking trans people. I'm attacking the policy of the school county allowing...
Justin, think of the $5.
Yeah, it's not... to me, it doesn't matter if the person is trans or not trans. To me, it's a man or woman has the green light to walk into
so,
the
by the way,
opposite gender bathroom.
No.
That's what I'm attacking.
So the policy that you're referencing, Genius, appreciate the rock star, thank you so much. That policy allows for trans people. This person is not trans.
But like I said,
thank you so much. Therefore,
a man with a beard
was not
can say I'm a woman.
Listen. In this scenario, they were not allowed, and they didn't do that. Okay, so you are just making the association up. You're making it up for a culture war. Okay, you're not trying to talk about the fact that Donald Trump walks into changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls. You're not trying to talk about the fact that he's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. You're not trying to talk about the fact that he has no health care policy and he says he just has concepts. You're not trying to talk about any of those things. You're trying to put trans people in the middle of your war.
Trans policy.
When they shouldn't be there.
Policy. More policy, not the people. It's policy.
No, you're putting people. You literally explicitly brought up someone who is trans when the person was not trans.
Yeah, I stand corrected on that. But to me, it's about the policy. It's not about a person being trans or not trans.
Thank you. Okay. So, again,
I think it opens the door. I think it opens the door for more crazy things.
I already responded to that because, again, they can just, under your view, right? So trans men should go into women's restrooms?
A trans man, what do you mean by that? Someone who was born a man?
Trans man means they're biologically female, but they're a man.
Do I think they should be going into women's bathrooms?
Yes, because they're biologically female.
That's where I'm like, I don't even know because, I mean, if they've had a surgery or I don't know. It's hard to tell because there's people out there that are.
It's hard to tell?
Weirdos.
Wait. Why is it hard to tell? Why you said like people who
Because
are
if I
biologically
was a
female
woman-
should go. You said people who are biologically female should go into the women's restroom. But now I gave you a scenario where someone's biologically female, and you're like, oh, it's hard. I can't tell.
But isn't it true that there's trans women, like born man, now a women that still have the genitalia of a man, but are allowed to go into women's bathrooms? See, if I was a woman, I would be uncomfortable with that. I would. I'm uncomfortable if a woman walks into a
Would you
men's
be
room.
uncomfortable with Donald Trump walking into the restroom against your consent?
Against my consent, sure, yeah. I'm a private person. I do my business in private.
How about instead of trying to say it's trans people, right?
I'm
Why
not
don't we
trying
look
to
at?
say it's trans
Let's take a look at Donald Trump. Let's take a look at Donald Trump. Let's see him. Why would you vote for someone that has walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls? Appreciate Little Crown.
Is that a claim, or is that something
He bragged about it. He bragged about it.
I mean, first of all, he trolls, like he just says things, which I don't really agree with. Sometimes he's funny, sometimes he's an idiot, and sometimes he makes himself look like an idiot, which honestly I thought he did last night, to be fair. I thought he looked like an idiot a little bit last night. I don't think he did very well, and I'll be the first to admit that. I was disappointed with the debate last night. I thought Kamala did well, better than I expected. I'll put that out there. I think a lot of what he says is stupid, but I think that
Jocelyn, think of the dollar.
Going for the right now is
That's
the
so
right
crazy.
choice.
Yeah, so I just want you to realize this.
Where's got receipts? Where's got receipts?
Pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that. There is no audience.
I mean, yeah, I don't agree with that, but I mean, it was a pageant. I mean, I'm not saying that's okay. I'll never say that's okay.
Okay, so instead of bringing up what you were bringing up, let's talk about this.
Well, like I said,
why are you voting for that?
Like I said, the last thing I wanted to talk about was the border, and I think you agreed that Trump had a better border.
Yeah, if you pivot from this, I'm just gonna kick you.
Okay, well, we were talking about the border, and then you pivoted back, but I'm willing to stay on the subject. Let's go. I said I will never say what he just said that you pulled up is okay.
Pressure the confetti. So why are you voting for him?
Wasn't that podcast clip Howard Stern? That was probably like in the 90s.
2000s.
Do you agree with, early 2000s, fair. Do you agree with everything Kamala was saying in the early 2000s? I've seen her switch things she said in the past.
Has anything she said been anywhere near that? No. Okay.
No, but she had a woman twerking on stage to get people in seats.
Donald Trump literally cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with a corn star.
Okay, but what I just said happened a month ago.
The RNC had Amber Rose on stage. Kid Rock.
Whoa! But was Amber Rose shaking her butt, or was she talking about?
Does that matter? Does that fucking matter?
I think it's weird,
dude. Why?
You enjoyed watching a woman shake her butt at a presidential rally.
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch that. So tell me what's the issue?
I think it's
are
weird.
You like is it what what's is it not what
I just don't think it's
not weird to have Hulk Hogan? Is it not
Kid Rock
weird?
was singing I love her. It's what's the song? I'm proud to be an American, and then Megan Thee Stallion was singing a song about gross things and shaking her butt. I think there's a
gross things.
Well, what's her song? I don't listen to Megan Thee Stallion, but isn't
Are you an
all of her
incel?
songs?
Are you an incel? Like, I'm not trolling. Are you an incel?
No, I'm not.
Then what the hell is wrong with you?
What is wrong with what I'm saying?
What is the big issue?
You don't think it's inappropriate?
That's an issue, but it's not inappropriate for Trump to do what he does. Talk about inappropriate. Jesus Christ. You're saying it's inappropriate for Megan Thee Stallion to be dancing when Donald Trump has said he wants to be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, says he has sex in common with his daughter, said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, calls his daughter voluptuous, said he would date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter, literally walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place, and he brags about it in front of Howard Stern. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. None of that. Him cheating on every single one of his wives, the last one with a corn star, then lying about it on television.
Like I said, I don't think Donald Trump is the most amazing person in the world.
Don't talk to me about inappropriate. Don't even talk to me about that.
Okay, but
we're
this
voting for
happened
the
a month
most
ago.
inappropriate fucking individual ever, dude. Lauren,
happened on
the
stage
$10. Thank you so much.
happened a month ago.
Kamala
You're
Harris.
bringing up things that
could
happened decades ago.
Kamala Harris could go on stage with Megan Thee Stallion and do whatever she wants related to that, and I literally would absolutely vote for her over Donald Trump. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. What the fuck relevance does this have? Tell me why that's relevant.
It's something that I didn't like seeing.
Why is that relevant? That's your biggest issue in this country? No. Donald Trump, 9 years into running for president of the United States, didn't have a healthcare plan. He said he has concepts. 9 years into running for president. And you're fucking worried about Megan Thee Stallion twerking? Jesus Christ, get your fucking priorities straight. What is wrong with this country? Are you serious? You're worried about conspiracy and Megan Thee Stallion twerking on stage more than people having health care, people having housing, more than people having childcare.
So why does...
Are you fucking trolling, dude?
If you look at a map of America and if it's red or blue, why is most of the country red? And then in the major
Land
cities,
does not vote. Land does not vote. Republicans have not won the.
Those are
listen.
the hardworking people of America.
Republicans have not won the popular vote in like 20 years. Okay, they haven't won the popular vote. The only reason you win is because of the Senate and the Electoral College.
That's correct.
That's it. Okay, I want to let you know that's DEI for Republicans. Okay, you guys are okay with DEI when it means you guys win the presidency. But when it means a black woman getting in a position of power, oh, scary. DIA is so bad. Oh my God. Diversity, equity, inclusion. Oh my God. That's communism. Oh, Jesus Christ. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not out here screaming communism.
That's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump screams communism. Kamala Harris is communist, but then also he's going to give Kamala Harris a MAGA hat because she's taking all of his policy. So how is she a communist, but then also... Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Also is taking all of his policy. Let's just do the little adding there real quick. Does that mean Trump's a communist?
All right, I'll let you move on to the next person, but I'll just say one more thing, like the border stuff. Don't you?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk to him anymore. I don't care. I don't care what you have to say about the border. You didn't even react to what I just said there. Like, why would I listen to you yap? Katie, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Katie. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. If you want to see me run that DEI argument on Charlie Kirk, go make sure to check out the video I just posted. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Montana, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much, Montana.
Yeah, what's going on, Parker? I'm 24.
Thank you for the naughty chicken. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah, I'm still going to vote for Trump, yeah.
JP, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, JP. I really appreciate it. Morgan, thank you for the sunglasses. And Carly, thank you for the hand heart. How do you feel about Trump's debate performance last night?
I mean, I think he did pretty good considering it was 3-on-1.
Do you have to like make up the fact that it's the 3-on-1 to make yourself feel better about him losing?
No, he didn't lose.
I appreciate the $5.
She called for a second debate literally within 10 minutes of that debate ending.
Yeah, because she dog walked him. She's like, "Oh, dog walk him again."
No, I think she wants another shot. That's
wait,
what
so
she wants.
wait. So calling for another debate after a debate means you lost?
I think somebody who lost a debate wouldn't be so quick and adamant to want to debate them again. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, usually.
So then why after me debating Charlie Kirk did Charlie Kirk want to debate after?
What do you mean after you debating Charlie Kirk? You didn't stay on topic one time with Charlie Kirk.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Entire time.
You tried.
Wait.
Yeah.
But like, why did Charlie Kirk want to debate me after? Because
he dog walked you, dude. You tried to treat him like he was on your TikTok. No, he tried to treat you. No, you tried to treat him like he was one of your TikTok guests, and he fucking smoked you. He showed you what it was like on a real stage in front of a real mic where you can't just mute somebody or talk over somebody or have, 5,000 people agree with you or whatever, 9,000 people, it doesn't matter. But you get what I'm saying, right? No
you realize
point,
what you just said.
At no point in that debate, where do you think you won?
This is why muting works, because you're just like screaming in the mic, okay? This is why muting is great. It's an incredible thing. You should really, really want to have this around. So I just want you to listen for a second. You didn't even hear what you said. You just said the reason why Kamala lost the debate is because she was asking for another debate. But then you just said the reason why Charlie Kirk asked for another debate after is because he dog walked me. Please make it make sense. Please make it make sense.
Maybe maybe he wants to try to keep you on topic instead of you rushing to like questions about God when that's not even what the topic is. What's the problem with you staying on topic? Why is this the first thing you do instead of, is church a scam? That's not the topic, Parker. Is college a scam? But you can't stay on topic because you don't know these topics.
J2.
Don't debate something you have no knowledge on. That's my tip for you.
Okay, so J2, sorry to let you know so that you can track the conversation. The reason why I asked him that question is it's called a reductio ad absurdum. I'm saying if he thinks that college is a scam, predicated off of that definition, you could also consider church a scam off of that same definition, and he would have to argue in order to not consider it a scam that Christianity is true. If he can't do that, well then his definition doesn't uphold.
And then he had to teach you about what a red herring was, which actually wasted like a whole minute of your debate. That was
he was calling it a red herring, but then was engaging in red herrings the entirety of the debate.
How? What's one red herring that he did? Yeah. What's one red herring that he did?
Yeah, for example, he changed the question immediately when I asked him about child P3DOs going to prison, and he immediately shifted the question into asking me when I think life begins. You can literally see it in the clips. He immediately shifts in questions, right, when I think life begins, pivoting away from the original conversation. I know what a red herring is.
What's the difference between him doing it and you doing it the whole time? And you was talking over him?
I never did it.
Here's the difference between you and him. You speak from emotion, like a lot of the left does. He was speaking from facts and reason, and that's why you had such a hard time.
Can you tell me one point he beat me on?
You wouldn't let him finish a sentence, Parker.
I did. Name one
point. What
you
do really good at is you interrupt people, and you don't let them finish. You don't let them talk.
Name one point. I let you talk, and I've let him talk as well. Name one point.
I wouldn't say that you beat him on any topic that you guys spoke on.
Can you name one point he beat me on?
That college is a scam. Did you prove to him that college was not a scam?
So again, I proved
you actually agreed with him on certain things that they're not all used.
So I want you to listen. I'll explain specifically. So what I showed him is that he doesn't know the proportionality of when it's a scam and when it's not. I don't dispute that in some scenarios it's a scam. What I dispute is that it's a scam always. He said college is a scam as a general claim. I'm saying he can't make that claim because he's not sure of the empirics on it. So not only could he not make that claim, and I proved that in the conversation with him, but then I also showed based upon his definition of what you consider a scam, he doesn't even uphold that definition as it relates to things like the Christian church. So again, you have yet to give me one point that he won on.
I think the fact that over 80% of people who go to school don't end up using it is proof enough that it's a scam.
That's not actually at all any evidence. There's no evidence indicating that 80% of people who go to college never use the information that they learned. What I was saying is that someone is scammed if, again, they never would use the information ever in the future again, which actually in most scenarios is not true. Like I use my degree, even though I don't have a job that would be typically associated with that degree. Like in order to get in the job I have right now, you don't have to have that degree. But I do heavily gain from having my degree.
Didn't he exclude finance and economics? Didn't he exclude finance, economics, anything that's medical or law? So, you would fall under his exemption anyway. But there's things that I think that maybe he doesn't think too. So...
So then here would be my point is that he's not saying college is a scam then. He's saying certain degrees are a scam. Okay, so his original point...
I think he's more talking about the...
Don't cut me off while you sit there and complain the entire time that the whole reason I lost the debate was because I was cutting him off the entire time. Be quiet, okay? Jesus Christ, all right? He is arguing college is a scam. If he's arguing that these degrees are not a scam, he's not arguing college is a scam. He's arguing specific college degrees are a scam. Do you see the difference between the two claims? It's not that college is a scam. It's that specific college degrees are a scam. But you guys can't track the conversation.
So I definitely think that where he's getting at, and if you read his book, he's talking more so about the institutionalization part of school that's starting to become these students that are, in their second to last year out of high school.
You didn't even go to school. He didn't go to college.
No, he didn't. No, he actually went to community college and he dropped out his first year.
Yeah, so he dropped out. So he didn't even go through college. How does he know it's a scam for everyone? Like, that's a ridiculous statement to make.
I mean, dude, his pockets are pretty deep. I'm pretty sure he's pretty well off. I don't think he needs school, and he can usually quiz.
Yeah. From all those Republican think tanks, paying him off to do this stuff, to say these particular beliefs. That's what it is. He gets paid to spew the beliefs that he has. I hope you know that.
And Harry Jason doesn't.
Harry Sisson?
Or Sisson, however the hell you say his name. I don't know.
$5. Thank you. JP, thank you for the $20. And Lisa, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lisa. Can we get some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Lisa.
I don't think anybody on earth can go to that man's TikTok page and look down at the nonsense that he posts every 5-10 minutes and not tell me that there's some motive behind
Galaxy.
it.
Thank you so much, Pop. I appreciate it.
Good. I mean...
Well, I can tell you as someone who knows Harry, right? He's been doing this for years, even before he made any money, okay? Well, Charlie Kirk is literally a founder of Turning Point USA. Appreciate the Galaxies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He's literally funded by millionaires, okay? He's funded by millionaires. So
I have to restart my app here.
Go for it.
My headphones.
Okay, so it's like this is not known. This is obviously known. You have yet to give me 1 point he beat me on. Adele, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Adele.
I still think he held you on the whole college is a scam thing. Definitely,
I just showed you how he was wrong.
Because he was just failing to grasp what he was arguing. He was arguing that the institutionalization of it that's what makes it a scam in the first place. You have kids that are in their, which if I can get back to this, you have these students who are in their third to last year of high school. And they are required now to sit down with a school counselor, whether they want to go or not. And in those meetings, they have been seen to be pushing students to take these classes, to tell them that you need a degree to survive in this world now. And then
so he was pressed on this point, actually. By someone else, not even me. He was pressed on this point. Well, then he would be saying public school is a scam, right? But he doesn't think public school is a scam. He said AP US History, even though I'm not using AP US History every single day of my life and other people aren't using it every single day in their life, in their jobs, he still said AP US History was relevant and was important information.
It absolutely
so the point
is.
that I'm making, stop talking. The point that I'm making is that he specifically thinks the institutionalization of public schools is okay and not a scam, but the institutionalization of literally colleges somehow is a scam. Now, he'd have to provide the relevant difference between the two, but he never answered that question. He was asked the question, is public school a scam? And he didn't answer. The point, and I would make with Charlie, is that whenever he's asked a question that he cannot answer, he immediately pivots the conversation. But he's so good at pivoting that people who don't know how to follow these conversations don't even realize he's doing it. So you didn't even realize that he was pivoting over and over and over again, and that's why I had to cut him off. I had to interrupt him because he consistently, over and over again, repeatedly does not address the contents of what I'm bringing up and engages in a red herring. So it's ironic that he says I was engaging in a red herring when I can point out to you multiple times in that conversation where he engaged in a red herring. I'm actually now going to do a YouTube video where I go over this and I explain exactly what tactics he does the entire time, because people don't know how to track these conversations, right? In the typical like YouTube lens, right? The people on TikTok were doing great, right? The comment sections on TikTok, they were fantastic. Now the YouTube comment section, all you guys talked about was the interrupting. Right, but Charlie Kirk interrupted me on plenty of circumstances. His entire career is interrupted people. No one talked about that. You guys don't think that's a bad thing. Not a single one of you can address the substance and the contents of the argument that I provided. All you can say is that I interrupted. And I agree. I think I should have talked slower. I think that I probably shouldn't have interrupted as much. Maybe it would have been more applicable to the normies, right? But the substance and the material that I brought up, he could not compete with. And it was very clear to anyone that understands anything about these conversations.
Well, even
Natasha, thank you for the $40 for cooking Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much, Natasha. I really appreciate the $40. Get some W's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Did this motherfucker say that he bought Charlie Kirk's book?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. That's all that's been on my mind. I just got in here for, the co-host, having some fun, just got some food. J2, you spent your money on a piece of literature written by Charlie Kirk?
What's wrong with buying a book?
Jesus Christ, you're so
I'm not buying an
corny.
education for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh my
I'll be
God,
paying
yeah,
interest on it.
yeah.
And then,
You're buying
and then
a
not just
book
that,
written by
not just will I be
Charlie
paying
Kirk.
hundreds of thousands of
J2,
dollars on it.
what's the average amount of debt that a college student takes out?
Hear me out. Don't.
What is
hold
the
up.
average amount
Let
of
me
debt a
finish my
college
thought.
student takes out?
Let me finish my thought. Here's the difference. I'm not going to be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars on this book and then be lied to by my government, aka Kamala Harris, telling me, "Hey, we're going to drop these for you," and then nope, we're not. Nope, we're going to drop these for you.
I guess we'll just have to see how it goes. By the way,
While interest keeps accruing.
So Charlie
over time.
Kirk,
You
Charlie
guys got.
Kirk. Hey,
Parker,
real
I
quick.
know. I'm
Charlie
not sure
Kirk
if you have
said-
any student
Can I-
loans,
can I
but you
just
got
this quick, 'cause
toyed
he's-
with by this lady.
Okay, sorry. He's just making such a dumb argument. The average debt for a bachelor's degree is $24,000, where the average debt for a master's degree is $43,000, and doctoral degree is $81,000. So you can sit there and you can act like, again, you have hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt for every person. Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. That's not the average. Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hand heart.
It's never going to be given, no matter how bad.
Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. Not only is that not the average in terms of hundreds of thousands, but it is the case that people who have college degrees make significantly more over a lifetime. If you even just have a bachelor's degree over an entire lifetime, an entire career, they make on average almost $1 million more than the counterparts that did not.
Do you support student loan forgiveness?
Yeah.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
what do you have to say
certain
about
levels of
the countless people before that actually had to pay for their student loans?
Cool. Like we have a better system now. Okay. So then, on average, you're saying that an ROI of 300% is a scam?
That's not saying that. No, that's twisting my words.
Wait. So on average, an ROI of 300% is a scam, right?
Wait, maybe we could ask. On average, is college a scam?
See, you're just saying that, but you're not saying exactly.
Hey, J2,
what
on
profession
average,
they're
is
going
college
into. You're not saying what profession
on average?
they're
Hey,
going into.
hey, buddy. On average, is college a scam?
Oh, overall, college is a scam. Yeah.
Okay, so
On
on
average.
average, is college a scam?
On average, what are we averaging?
Dude, Jesus Christ, he's being so. You guys are like average Charlie Kirk fan right here.
By the way, I remember
literally
that- I think I've
average
talked-
Charlie Kirk fan.
I've talked to this guy before. I'm pretty sure he's also very racist and misogynistic. I think. Oh, I remember debating you. You think that men are much better at leading than women, and you might even think that white people are superior to black people.
Never made that claim.
Okay, so but you did make the claim that like men are superior to
But
women.
I like how he didn't dispute the men are superior to women.
Yeah,
point.
no, I remember debating.
Marilyn,
that.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And Vanessa, thank you for the $15 as well. W's for Vanessa in the chat. Thank you. So yeah,
I just have a question for both of you.
I actually advocate
I just
for
have
free.
a question for both of you before.
I actually advocate for free public universities, so like people wouldn't even have to go through debt to get into that circumstance in the first place. So.
Okay, so I just have one thing to ask both of you before you guys go on to the next.
Thank you. Go ahead.
When Donald Trump wins in November, are you guys still going to be on here spewing this stuff for the next 4 years and complaining and not letting anybody sleep at night?
yeah, you can't make this argument. Republicans literally tried to cause an insurrection to overthrow our capital government. And
Oh yeah, isn't that funny how Kamala Harris said last night how she said that January 6th was the worst thing that ever happened to our country as far
Since
as
the Civil
democracy
War.
goes?
Since the Civil War. Yup.
Since the Civil War. Yup. Literally on the evening of 9/11.
Yes. Trump's attempted coup against
And
the
January
government
6th,
to overthrow the government.
nobody died.
Yes. So do you want to know what happened on January 6th?
They're saying towards the government, genius.
Towards the government, yeah. Do you want to know what happened on
9/11
January 6th?
wasn't like towards the government in that type of way.
Vanessa, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. See, what I don't like is like these radical comparisons from alt-right individuals that specifically aim to reduce the perceived harm caused by an incident by comparing it to another travesty. So instead of like looking at Trump, being critical of him and being like, yeah, I'm not going to vote for you because you try to coup our government and rig the outcome of the election, you instead attack Kamala Harris's claim that it's the worst attack on our government and democracy since the Civil War by drawing it into a comparative analysis against 9/11. And
I mean,
y'all
it
always
doesn't
do
matter.
this.
She's still
Also,
not gonna
people
get the
did
votes.
die on January 6th. What happened to Ashley Babbitt? You know what I mean? It's crazy how far y'all are willing to go to contort the reality around you to lie.
she's still not going to get the
WB,
vote.
thank you
So
for
I mean, I don't
following
even know why it matters. I don't
Oh,
even
she's
know
ahead
why
in
it
the polls. She's ahead in the polls, so she's not going to get the votes. Neither is Trump.
What
apparently.
polls are you looking at?
Literally every single one. Rasmussen, RMG has her 2 points ahead nationally. I could continue to go all day, but I just thought I'd name the most alt-right mega poll
source.
Yeah.
I think you guys will be really surprised come November.
Okay. What are you going to do when Harris wins?
Say again?
What are you going to do when Harris wins? Are you going to cry?
Oh no,
Are you going to try to overthrow the government again?
If you guys steal another election, I think you'll see what'll happen.
Hey, what are you going to do when a woman has authority over you?
Based.
It's Madam Presidency. What are you going to do when a woman has authority over you? Madam President to you.
That'll be the day.
That'll be the day that you do what?
Seems like women are the leaders now, buddy. Men are such great leaders.
No, I mean, you're probably right. She is probably.
Thank you for the sunglasses.
She is the highest ranking official we have right now because where's the guy that you guys were defending 2 months ago? Where's he at?
Yeah, I actually know exactly where
he
he's
was
at.
literally at a memorial today.
Yeah, he's at New York City right now.
Where was he last night?
Probably either in New York City or in Washington, D.C.
And he was asleep.
Oh, wait, no, actually, he was watching the debate.
You want something crazy? I was also asleep. Wow, dude, nice point there.
Yeah, were you
really
asleep
good
last
point.
night? Were you
asleep last night?
No, you were on.
No, you weren't asleep last night?
You know what you were doing last night, Reds? You were asleep. You were so very sleepy. Very sleepy. Very sleepy.
No, you weren't asleep last night.
Margarita, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Margarita.
Watching the debate on your TikTok live.
What were you doing?
Actually, I was
watching
live.
a 3v1 debate a week after your video came out.
You guys are just
of
coping.
20
You're just coping, and you have to say it's 3v1 because you got cooked.
Copium.
No,
Charlie cooked,
3v1
and same thing. Charlie got cooked, and Donald got cooked. How do you
Charlie
feel?
cooked 25 of you. Why would I have a problem with him?
Wait. What was the 1 point Charlie won on? Name 1 point. Push the cap.
I say the only person who actually did decent against him was Dean, and I just.
That's only because Charlie said it to Dean.
No.
Oh my God.
No, he actually made a good point, and he actually let Charlie talk.
Wait, Dean, I have a question. Do you remember where you got that point from?
I got it from you.
Say again.
Yeah, wait. So it was a good point? Oh, okay. Thank you. So you're saying Parker has good points? Wow, incredible.
No, what I'm saying is Dean.
Kevin, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Kevin.
Dean that day, I'm not sure if it's something he ate for breakfast or not, but he was definitely a little bit more relaxed than Parker was. Parker, you couldn't get to that chair fast enough, and then as soon as you couldn't turn your mouth off fast enough to listen to anything.
I did listen, and I dunked on him. You can't name me 1 point he won on.
You didn't dunk him, dude. You're laughed at. You're laughed at. You're 9,000 viewers right now. Go back and look at the video in the comments.
By the way,
me
and Parker are going to.
Yeah. There's comments of people just like you who are coping, saying I interrupted him. Go to the Jubilee comments on the video that has. Go to the Jubilee comments on the video that has 3 million views on the Jubilee account, where the entire comment section is pro Parker. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. Most of it's pro Parker. So I think it's just dependent on the social media platform because the TikTok that I'm referencing on Jubilee has more views than the one on YouTube.
By the way, me and Parker are going to be 2v2ing Charlie Kirk and a partner of his choice after the election. I actually just got word back from Charlie Kirk's manager today that Charlie Kirk would indeed be interested in doing that. So, we'll see then. Maybe
we'll cook him again, this time on Christianity.
Yeah, and I think you guys should definitely do the thing where it turns your mic off and let somebody else talk and then turns back on when you're speaking.
You know what? I totally agree, because then Charlie can't cut me off.
And then, you
actually, I'm not trolling. That would make it so much easier for me to address Charlie.
He's also just not that good of a debater. Like, I'm going to be honest. He's really not. I expected him to be smarter than he was. Like defining murder as the intentional killing of someone? Like, be so for real. Do you define murder like that? Do you think that self-defense is murder?
No, I mean, I don't agree with him on everything. No, just like...
Do you think women who have an IUD are murderers?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, you would have to say that under his worldview, because
I don't live under Charlie's worldview. I live under my own worldview, and I differentiate things.
Because Charlie's worldview is actually insane. It is religious extremism. I hope you know that. It is. Charlie doesn't hold a common person view. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. He just tries to pose it that way. Okay? When I have a conversation with him about religion, I will literally be able to show how fucking insane it is.
For anybody who was in the middle before watching that, because I know that's a big reason that you guys probably do this every day, is not for the thousands of people who will agree with you or the ones who won't agree, but it's for the person who's on the edge, right? And they don't know which way that they're leaning. If you can just touch one person every night, and that's probably, a good
reason
thing.
why I did the Charlie Kirk debate in the way that I did is to do the same thing that Charlie does back to Charlie. That was the point. Is that he was going into that point, doing the interrupting, doing the talking over people, doing all of those things that you would consider bad, right? That you think I did. Appreciate the Hindar. Thank you so much. He does all those things all the times. So destroying him in the exact same setting, right, is literally what he tries to do to other people, but I did to him. Appreciate the Hindar. Thank you so much. And you're not willing to accept it. Okay? When someone acts the same way as Charlie does and interrupts them, right, you think it's bad. But when Charlie does it, it's not bad. I can show you multiple clips of Charlie talking to people in the debates where he cuts people off. You can go to basically every rally he goes to. Thank you so much. He does the same thing. Okay?
I can show the clips of you and Dean doing the same thing, though, Parker.
I never said that I don't interrupt.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I think if you guys are going to debate him again.
This is so lame. Hey, do you think that Kamala Harris was wearing an earpiece last night at the debate?
No, I personally don't. No.
Surprised.
No, I don't think she's wearing an earpiece. See, not everybody who's voting for Trump is a radical. I mean, extremist.
You're literally voting for a guy who tried to overthrow the government. I just hope you know that.
No,
not an extremist.
I think he said to march peacefully and patriotically.
So what about him sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and trying to get his vice president to not certify the election results?
On God.
Okay, so if all this is going on, why is he? If you guys are saying that he's such a criminal, why is he not already locked up?
For what specifically?
For what specifically?
Oh, so like what he did on January 6th, the reason he's not in jail is because litigation has been postponed by his lawyers. But that doesn't mean that we don't know that Trump did these things, because Trump's defense isn't denying that he partook in the actions that he's accused of, but Trump's defense is rather to accept that these are things that he did and argue that he should be immune from the repercussions due to presidential immunity. Like Donald Trump admits to sending fake slates of electors to 7 different states. Donald Trump admits that he sent those fake slates of electors with fraudulent certificates of ascertainment. That's what's sent into Congress to certify the vote on January 6th. And Donald Trump admits that he pressured Mike Pence as well as the other Republican senators and House of Representatives into certifying those fake votes that he sent into Congress as real, and he used the riots incited on January 6th to aid and abet with said pressure. So those are things that Donald Trump has admitted to, and unfortunately, you cannot change that fact.
Here's what I don't get. Why would we give...
Yo, Garrett, thank you for the $5. Kevin, thank you for the $10. And Margarita, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. We get the W's for all of them. Thank you so much.
Why would we give Kamala a whole country when she showed that she failed California? I mean, why would we give her access to a whole country?
Wait, how did Kamala Harris fail California? How did she fail California?
Have you seen California?
Yeah, I'm asking you what the fuck kind of authority she had over California.
It's disgusting.
As the one moment, I'm going to go ahead and cook. Wait your turn. First of all, she was the DA of San Francisco, and then she moved to the AG.
What state do you live in, J2?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Florida.
What state do you live in? Florida? So you don't think Florida is bad?
I mean, no. I mean, we're actually pretty good. Yeah.
Mustache, thank you so much. Really? So can you name one state or one city in Florida that is doing better than like Los Angeles in terms of GDP per capita?
We don't have the size. We don't have the size of California.
No, I said per capita. GDP per capita.
I guarantee. I mean, I don't know if there is one or not. No, I don't know. But are you saying her as a DA had something to do with that? If she's a DA, then she wouldn't have anything to do with how the finances are in the state.
Oh, okay. So you said that just California was a disaster, but California is doing better than Florida, it seems.
I mean, rate of living here is a lot better.
You said rate of what?
I said the rates to live here are a lot better if you're looking at buying a house, renting a house, anything you want to do as far as living.
Because there's less of a demand to live there.
Well, it's ran better. People don't want to live here because they have to actually abide by the law.
If it was ran better, why is there less demand for the housing?
Why are people leaving California and coming to Florida?
I have a question. If it's ran better, is there less demand for the housing?
Why are there more people who are leaving California that are coming to Florida?
Why is there less demand for the housing?
Why is there less demand for housing in Florida?
Uh-huh.
I didn't know that there was. I think there's more people that are trying to come to California, that are coming from California here every single month. They're pouring in.
I'm not disputing that there are people going from California to Florida.
Why are they doing that?
Is that the reason why the high prices exist in California is because there's a high demand to live in that area. Okay? There's less of a demand to live in Florida.
How much money did you guys lose to take care of the homeless situation?
That's completely irrelevant.
I mean,
I don't know the number.
I mean, I was just going to relate it back to the fact that she was DA of San Francisco and then AG of the state, and then she was a senator but passed no legislation, her 3 or 4 years. But meanwhile, when she was AG and DA, right, what kind of authority would that give her over the state of California insofar as producing more optimal outcomes economically speaking? And then secondly, Donald Trump said that San Francisco was great 15 years ago. What happened in San Francisco 15 years ago? Kamala Harris was the fucking AG, right? And Donald Trump, as well as his daughter, donated a combined $11,000 to her campaign fund. So what the fuck are you talking about saying she failed California? Trump disagrees, sir.
On what level?
He donated $11,000 to her campaign fund with his daughter and said that San Francisco was great when she was DA.
When did he say that?
I don't know when he said that.
Can you pull it up? Can you cite a source?
Yes.
This person who keeps spamming Charlie K, 8 Parker, he won't join the live. I've invited them multiple times.
Yeah, so, this is going to be on August 23rd, 2024. Just look up, quote unquote, Trump says San Francisco was great 15 years ago when Harrison Newsom were in charge. And this is going to be published on SF Gate, San Francisco Gate.
All right, what was it?
Trump says San Francisco was great 15 years ago when Harris and Newsom were in charge, and this was published by sfgate.com. Same thing is also on like HuffPost, Daily Beast, X, KRON4, Politico, etc. Like, it's pretty mainstream. He said it at one of his rallies. There's Mr. Trump and his big mouth.
It's so funny that all y'all just like write it down in the comment section like sheep.
When did she leave California?
I don't know. I mean, she didn't leave California insofar as being AGDA or senator until 2021 technically.
Right. So I mean, she had an involvement in what goes on in California until 4 or 5 years ago, right?
Not really when it comes to being a senator. Like, she could have had an involvement, yes, but did she really? Not really. She didn't pass any legislation on the federal level.
How many murders and rapists has she tried to?
So do you agree or disagree with Trump? None. Do you agree or disagree with Trump?
Wait, what?
None. Do you agree or disagree with Trump when he says that San Francisco is great when she was DA of San Francisco?
I mean, 15 years ago, dude.
Wait, but that's when she was DA.
Hold up, because you just said something that was wrong. I'm going to look it up for you.
Okay, everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people. You already know the deal. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Venmo and PayPal.
If you want to bring somebody else up for a second, I'm going to go on mute. I just want to get this for you guys.
All right, for sure. Let's get someone else up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you see anyone, you can add them up, by the way.
Okay, I don't think I have mod powers on this account, but to be fair, I'm not going to be using this account for long. The algorithm on here is shot, Parker. It's so bad.
Really?
Yeah, I literally had 1K all day, which is good. I just want to point that out. But high following percentage was the real issue.
70%.
75.
Yeah, that means you're getting sent out like 7 to 8 times less.
Yeah.
Which actually you shot up to 7K, didn't you?
Yeah.
Dude, the math is always so good.
It is. It's on.
Like, I can literally tell, like, given a specific following percentage, what you're gonna get.
It's literally on, bro.
Yo, what's up, Parker?
How do you?
Yo, what's up, Parker?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I just don't like Kamala's policies. Didn't like Biden's policies.
What policy that Kamala Harris wants to influence get passed if she becomes the next president of our country do you dislike?
Well, she said in 2019 that she wanted to ban fracking. There's one.
So she's clarified now that she doesn't want to ban fracking. So I'm asking you what one policy that she intends to implement if she is president that you don't like. Because I could talk about how Donald Trump was a pro-choice Democrat in the 90s. So we could talk about what Kamala Harris and Trump have believed in prior, but let's talk about what they're campaigning on right now. There's one policy she's campaigning on today.
I'm pro-choice too. So that Trump more aligns with me. And to be honest, I really don't. She doesn't have much of a, like, on our website. There's she copied and pasted a bunch of stuff, and it actually said to vote for Joe Biden. There's no real plan, and she's
you can go to KamalaHarris.com. There's literally a full plan. Do you want to see the plan?
Also,
no, I know. Yesterday I actually went. I looked, and it said vote for Joe Biden.
She has so much more of a plan than Trump. So specifically speaking, she has her economic plan insofar as how she's going to cut taxes for 100 million American workers. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. Trump can't say the same. Trump just says he wants to cut taxes for the ultra wealthy. Once again, he knows how much it's going to cost. No clue how he's going to pay for it. Kamala Harris has a healthcare plan. She knows exactly what she wants to expand and revise within the Affordable Care Act and Obamacare. Donald Trump said he had concepts of planning a plan to plan the plan, and concepts of the plan. So for you to come up in here and say that he has a policy, she doesn't, is fundamentally wrong. And you could rewatch the whole 1 hour and 30-minute debate that Kamala Harris.
I don't need to rewatch it. All of her,
and you will learn this as a fact.
All of her responses were canned. They were just she was just reciting them. But as far as tax breaks for the wealthy, the biggest tax break ever for earners under $100,000 was Donald Trump. He raised the standard deduction by over $12,000.
And somehow the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act still benefited the ultra wealthy. Some fucking how Donald Trump intended or somehow spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, and that was still one of the biggest tax cuts for the middle class as well. It is just phenomenal how economically illiterate Donald Trump is.
Think of the $10.
And maybe you can inform me and Parker on this one. Another 10 years of the TCGA is estimated to cost nearly $4 trillion. How is he going to pay for it?
Okay, so I said before that Donald Trump raised the standard deduction by over $12,000. Okay, that's a fact. That's the biggest tax cut for middle class in history.
That does not mean that the TCGA didn't disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy. Revisions of the TCGA to put more money in the pockets of the low and the middle class is what we need right now, because the low and the middle class is struggling more than it has in the last 30 or so years.
Well, then why didn't they put in an ARPA? Why didn't they? Why didn't?
But I want an answer to my question that you never gave me. How does Trump intend to pay for the near $4 trillion that the TCGA will cost the American payer through debt-related spending if implemented for another 10 years as he intends? How is he going to pay for that?
Well, higher revenue, like he said. But also, just going back.
What is going to drive higher revenue? What is going to drive an additional $4 trillion
more tax revenue. More tax revenue. More tax revenue.
Okay, so would you be able to specifically demonstrate to me a study that another 10 years of the TCGA would lead to increased government revenue that would cover $4 trillion over 10 years? Because I could indicate to you a study, the macroeconomic effects of the 2017 tax reform that say over the course of the last 7 years, the TCGA only led to, on average, a 0.04% increase in our GDP. That's nearly $10 billion per year, and that's just in our GDP. So if we assume that that is not GDP, but rather government revenue growth, and we extrapolate that out into the 10-year lifespan of the bill, that would mean that the estimated revenue increase would only cover $100 billion of the $4 trillion required.
Who came up with that?
MAGA math.
Who came up with that $4 trillion number?
Who can the Treasury and the CBO? You're welcome. You're welcome. The Treasury and the CBO. You're welcome.
Right.
I just told you.
Okay. I could commission somebody to say the exact opposite if I pay them enough. Okay.
No,
and they're always wrong.
Little boy.
Just like they said tariffs were going to increase consumer goods for Trump when the CPI didn't even move an inch. Isn't it funny how they were wrong about that for 4 years?
That's totally false. That's totally false. Actually.
Really? What was the CPI under Trump?
It was around 2.5%. So you can say that it didn't move at all.
Year over year, you're saying December in 2018 was what?
Yeah, around 2.5%.
Hold on, that's wrong. CPI history.
You want to just look
you guys are done with this? Can we talk about the borders?
So December for what, 2018? It was actually 2.4. 2.4 is kind of hot.
2.4 what?
2.4% CPI year over year is kind of hot. So
2.45.
2011 was 3.2. Most of Trump's years were under 2%.
2.45?
Everyone. Sorry?
2.45?
Whatever, but 4 years, the other years were all under 2. That's not moving the barometer like 8% under Biden, and then 3%, and then 4%, and 2.5%. You know, you're looking at 20% rising in
I like how he successfully pivoted around, having no fucking clue how Trump intends to pay for his tax cuts that will disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy. You said that you could just commission a nonpartisan committee of the federal government some money to say that it won't cost $4 trillion. Where? Can you name a nonpartisan committee that says that another 10 years of the TCGA won't cost $3.9 trillion? Because I named one that said it will. The Congressional Budget Office, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, and they also said certain things that were wrong. They've been wrong for decades.
Okay, I'll be nice. I'll be nice.
Always wrong.
I'm gonna play into this diluted worldview. We're gonna assume that another 10 years of the TCGA is gonna cost the same that it cost over the last 7. That'd be $1.9 trillion. How's he gonna pay for it? We could cut it in half. We could play pretend and say that the TCGA will cost half as much as it actually will for the next 10 years, and you'll still have no fucking answer how he's gonna pay for it. I'll play your game. How much? How is he gonna pay for that $2 trillion, sir?
Like I said, revenue.
What is going to lead to an additional $2 trillion in government revenue over the course of the next 10 years?
That's speculation. That's not science. That's just speculation.
What is
economists
speculation?
make these predictions?
It's not
just a
speculatory
prediction.
for me to it's not speculatory for me to say that the TCGA has cost nearly $2 trillion over the course of the last 7 years. That's a fact.
No, it's speculation because you don't know what interest rates are going to be. Do you know does the CBO don't know what the interest rates are going to be?
One second, Nick, you understand that the CBO is estimating that this will cost nearly $4 trillion for another 10 years? I'm being nice to you, and I'm saying that it will cost half of that because that is what it has cost.
Tell me which part of their estimation
let's say interest rates go down.
Hey, Nick, I just want to clarify. You're going to have a better estimation than the top economists?
Well, they're wrong all the time.
You think so?
Jerome, first of all,
think that you are going to have a better...
Jerome Powell said that?
Do you think that you're going to have a better determination and estimate than the top economists?
I would have just as good, yeah, because nobody can predict interest rates. They were wrong. They said,
I'm not talking to this guy. I'm not talking to him. That's just like incredibly stupid to say.
So let's talk about the borders.
Go ahead.
Do you think that we have a good border right now?
Do I think we have a good border right now? I think it's better than it was, but I mean, I think that we need to make the system go way faster.
You need to make what?
I think we need to make the system go way faster than it currently does. It should max take like 6 months to get into this country. You, Sarah, you voting Trump?
So where do you think that they should wait while they're waiting to come into the country?
In the country.
So you think that they should wait here?
Yes.
Why?
Because, again, that's the asylum process.
Is that, I mean...
That's how asylum works?
Regulations that need to be followed? Should we, or should we just let people just walk across the border?
Well, this is for asylum. If they're not claiming asylum, then they can't do that. After we have
wouldn't it make more sense for them to claim it? Wouldn't it make more sense for them to go to a legal...
Asylum is illegal.
Yeah, asylum is legal.
Right, but what I'm saying is, why should they go ahead and have the rights and liberties that we do in America when they're not yet Americans?
If the asylum process takes 6 months, they get to stay 6 months in the country. Okay, can't you already do that if you're a tourist?
On on a visa as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how long exactly you can stay on a visa, but that's kind of irrelevant too. I mean,
it's not irrelevant.
No, because we're talking about people who are trying to stay here forever.
Okay, well, they're not going to be able to if their asylum claim is not legitimate.
Wait, are you saying that we should make the asylum-seeking processes even faster than 6 months insofar as reducing the amount of time spent in the country by non-residents or citizens?
No,
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, me too. I'm also fine with that.
No, I mean, I'm sure you guys are. It's because it's just more votes, but...
No, this has nothing to do with votes. I like how you're associating it with votes.
So are you denying the fact that there are
we
people,
already beat y'all in votes. Are
you denying the fact that there are people at the border that are being welcomed into the country and are being given money with, Visa cards that have cash loaded on them ready to spend, and they have the right to vote now? Are you denying that?
Do you think undocumented immigrants can vote?
Sure they can.
Okay, you're wrong.
Sure they
It
can.
has been federally illegal through multiple pieces of legislation.
So
through
much shit that has
multiple
happened under the
joint,
Biden administration
sessions
has
of
been illegal.
Congress. One moment, please. It has been federally legal since the 1960s. There's been multiple pieces of federal legislation passed, right, that strictly limit only American citizens to voting.
I understand that, but at the same time, who's to say that they're not being
Leah,
given the
thank you for the
tools that
fireworks.
they
Thank you
need
so much,
to go
Leah.
vote?
What's that?
What's up?
Who's to say that they are not being gave the tools that they need to go vote? I mean,
If
they're
you have
given
the tools that you
they
need to
have
vote,
been.
that means that you have a social security number. Just
Yeah,
saying.
can you give me any evidence that they?
So you
can-
haven't denied the fact that they are getting cash handed to them on a card, ready to spend.
Undocumented immigrants from the federal government?
People who are crossing the border.
Undocumented immigrants do not get any federal money.
I don't even know if they get it at the state level. I'm pretty sure the systems that they have in New York are specifically for asylum seekers as well.
Let me see this.
They are.
Yeah, like I don't know if there's even state
So you
programs
think
for undocumented migrants.
Harris's policy on the border is better than
Amara
under Trump's?
Infinitely better.
Massage, thank you.
Okay,
Trump
how?
doesn't even, yeah, because he says that he just wants to launch a mass deportation of all undocumented migrants. And this
Doesn't
is the
that
same,
make sense?
One moment. This is the same thing that Bush said. This is the same thing that every single Republican president since the late 1990s has said. Why hasn't someone done it? My answer would be, it's because they can't do it. It's physically impossible to do. Do you know how he's going to do it? That's what the moderator at the debate
Melanie,
asked Trump
thank you for
last
the
night.
$5. Thank you, Melanie.
And Trump never answered his question. How is Trump going to deport
Maybe it's because
millions
they're
of documented migrants?
maybe it's
in a
because they've
country?
been trying to go about it a way that's not going to get people like you guys very emotional and upset and rioting in the streets and burning down businesses
Says
for
the
people
one
that you
who-
don't even know.
Says the one who literally fucking still thinks the election was stolen. You're still baby raging.
And what do you mean by that?
Christ, you
Are
guys
you
tried
saying,
to fucking raid the Capitol, dude.
so how is Trump going to deport 11 million undocumented migrants?
I hope so.
How is he going to do it?
I think he said that he would use the National Guard,
do what?
which I would be in agreement with. Yeah.
To do what? What is he going to do with the National Guard to deport 11 million undocumented migrants?
Well, I mean, there's got to be a system made to do it. Obviously.
Dude, what? What are you talking about?
I think if everybody came door to door and said, "Hey, show us who you are," right? You got to show your ID. You have to
Oh
show
my
that
God!
you do live here.
So you're saying if you don't
And if you
have
can't
the
provide that
state-issued
information,
ID, you get
and they
kicked
look
out
you
of
up
the
in the
country?
system and you're not from here, yeah, your ass goes back over the wall.
What kind of fucking Nazi Germany shit is that, dude? Oh my God!
Because there's people who have fucking sacrificed their whole lives working hard to come to this country legally that have took years to have it done, and we're just letting people come in and claim asylum day one. That's fucked. How's that fair for all the people? How is that fair? There are Hispanics that are infuriated by this, the fact that they had to go the legal route.
You
and do
understand
everything the
that?
right
You
way,
understand
and
that
you guys are
knocking
in
down
support
someone
of
else?
letting criminals,
knocking down someone else does not make the system go faster for people.
criminals and rapists are coming in.
What makes the system go faster would be like a border bill. Okay? That would do it. That's what they were advocating for. Trump undermined it.
Yeah. So I don't like your argument here, saying that some people have gone.
And by the way, Sarah, are you voting for Trump?
I don't even think this person's here.
They aren't.
No, I don't think I'll ever change my stance on this topic, simply because
Be honest. Do you think America is a white country?
a white country. No, I think we were built by lots of races. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to ask. I don't really like your argument saying that individuals have came into the country through legal means of entry that have taken longer. Therefore, we shouldn't make them quicker. Like, we understand that there's a lot of women in the 1920s and 1930s that opposed giving women the federally protected right to vote because they had lived their whole lives without it, and they thought that it was unfair, right? So I don't really like your defense there.
No, we're not going to get on a different topic. We're going to stay on the borders.
I have a question. Do you
And
think
we're not going to compare the borders to women, right? I don't care.
Wait, I have a question.
If it's an illegal, immigrant and they're coming from a different country, right? Regardless, I don't care if they're man, woman, child, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's still laws that have to be followed. The second you stop breaking the law, the second you start to break the law is the second that you start to give up the law. And these were set in place for a reason. It wasn't
Donald
just
Trump.
to like, go ahead.
Dean, go for it.
Oh no, he just said the moment that you start to break the law is the moment you start to give up the law. I just said Donald Trump.
And they give the $5. Yep, that's literally convicted.
And guess
felon.
what? Yes, he's going through the process. He's going through the legal process. Even after all you guys bash him, even after you're bashing him, he's still going through the legal process that immigrants aren't having to go through. Isn't that a shame? Isn't that crazy? How he's still going through the system.
Push the coral. Thank you so much. I don't know. Is this guy's voice just like annoying?
Yeah.
I thought it was just me, dude. I thought it was just me.
You guys are letting people come across the border. You guys are in support of that. Claim asylum, yet we have somebody who was born in America who's going through...
Asylum is a legal process. How can you say that they need to abide by the law and then say that you don't like this legal process?
No, that's a joke.
So you're telling them to abide by the law while also saying that the law's a joke?
No, what I'm saying is I'm talking about illegal immigrants who are coming across the border.
Then why are you referencing asylum seeking processes? Because those are not illegal processes of entering into the country.
Okay, the number of asylum seeking immigrants doesn't even come close to the amount of illegal immigrants that are coming into the country.
What if we were to reduce?
That's actually not true at all.
No, it is true.
People who come here to seek asylum is going to be at a higher rate than undocumented immigrants.
People who are requesting to come and then they just say, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to go across the border since they're letting me in anyway. Yeah, I mean, come on.
What? So can you give me the numbers on how many undocumented immigrants have come into the country?
I think you heard it last night.
What did I hear last night?
I mean, I would say it's somewhere between 10 to 16 million.
Oh my God.
Came into the country. So you think there's like 20
under the Biden administration, yeah.
So you think there's like 27 million undocumented immigrants in this country?
Sure. No, I said 10. No, I said in between 10 and 16.
Oh, okay. So you understand that it was 10 under Trump, right? Or it was actually 11 under Trump.
Wasn't he also like working on a plan to take care of it as he was?
Oh, did he never get that plan? Like he never got the healthcare plan?
Yeah, like is it just a concept? Yeah, just a concept.
Hey, he at least started it, so it was way more than a concept. He actually took action.
Okay. So can you tell me why Trump, 9 years into running for president, just has concepts for healthcare policy?
Well, I still want to stay on border here because I'm not convinced anything. I'm not convinced that Harris has done anything for our...
Donald Trump has shut down bipartisan border legislation.
Can you actually just answer that question? You guys literally got so fucking mad about her not having a policy website. But then Donald Trump, 9 years into running for president of the United States, literally has no healthcare plan, and in a debate literally didn't even like try to have an answer. He just said concepts.
So didn't Trump actually go into a partnership with Mexico?
Okay, why you're not responding to what?
Because we're talking about our southern borders and how serious the problem
why
is.
do you interrupt people?
I don't think healthcare. I
ask a question. I make a point. He doesn't respond to the point. He just starts talking about something completely random. Like,
no, this is the topic that we've been on the whole time.
Hey, Jared, honestly, me and Parker will talk to you about the border after you answer Parker's question. I'm honestly quite interested in your response. How do you feel about Donald Trump having no healthcare plan after 9 years of campaigning for presidency and presidency?
Well, I mean, you guys heard what he said last night. He got stuck with Obamacare. He said there wasn't really a way to, I mean, he said it's bad, but it could have been worse.
South, appreciate you.
Dude, he was saying repeal and replace from the day one. So his answer already was get rid of it. and he had no plan to replace it with. I can't believe that the right just
You
doesn't.
guys think this stuff happens overnight?
Wait, it's been 9 years. I think this stuff happens over 9 years. I think that this stuff happens over 9 years.
It's been 9 years.
Wait, you understand that 9 years?
You expected Kamala to have it within the month.
Last 4. What are you talking?
Y'all literally expected Kamala to have it within the month.
Also,
I hope they know that.
Also, just saying 9 years.
He hasn't even held office for the last 4. So what do you mean 9 years? 9 years.
He said think of the $5. He's been running for president originally.
If I'm not holding a position of power, or if I'm not even hired for the position, why would I work on something?
Because he's going to campaign for the position again. 9 years is more than 2 full presidential terms. Are you saying it takes more than what the constitutional limit is for how long one person can serve as our president?
Literally, if he won in
plan?
2020, he would have not even been able to like come back constitutionally.
What's Harris's
not
plan
having a
for our
healthcare
southern
policy at
border?
the end of that is justified?
What's Harris's plan for our southern border?
Another pivot. But I could tell you if you want. Like, just like funding.
We'll talk about that. Anyway, I don't even want to let him pivot.
Okay. Fair.
That's such a ridiculous pivot. We'll talk about that in a second.
Whoa! I thought we could. I thought we could just talk about the border here for a second. I just want to hear what Harris.
You want me to let us
see what
pivot?
Harris is going to do because
hey,
Harris hasn't answered the
J2.
question.
If you keep pivoting, I'm just going to kick you from the stream.
Harris has not answered the question, and now 2 people who support her every night.
She has.
No, don't even let him do it, Dean.
Okay.
J2. If you don't answer the question and you just want to pivot again, I'll kick you from the stream. Otherwise, you can answer the question and then I'll give you the ability to be able to talk about that.
So we're talking about healthcare, I guess, now?
You have 5 seconds.
Yeah, so for healthcare, I mean, wait till he gets into office. Yeah, he'll come up with something.
What a joke. What a fucking joke. What a joke. Are you serious?
I mean, hey, honesty is the best policy.
Hey, bro, you honestly, you sound like the early.
Best policy, and he gave it to you last night. He's not sitting here like
You sound like the early Christians that were like, oh, just wait, Jesus will come back. Don't have kids. Jesus will come back. Go to
He's
heaven.
not sitting here like Harris, who hasn't answered anything about the southern border.
Is Trump never going to come up with a healthcare policy the same way Jesus never came back?
Is Harris ever going to do anything about our southern borders, or are we just going to become
See the pivot
Mexico
to the southern
north?
border once again?
Northern Mexico is what we're going to become.
Me and Parker
because she
can
has no
easily
idea.
address your qualms about the southern border if you entertain a conversation with us about Trump's healthcare
Yeah,
policy.
you have literally. You have 5 seconds.
What's one good thing Harris has done?
Pivot. This guy's like Charlie Kirk.
Just one. I'm asking for
wait,
one.
Wait.
One positive thing that Kamala
This
Harris
guy,
has done.
did this guy come up defending Charlie Kirk?
I'm asking for one good thing that Kamala Harris has done. Just one.
That's actually so
Inflation
ironic.
Reduction Act. There you go. So now please answer
That's
Parker's
actually
question.
so ironic.
Inflation
Can you please
reduction.
answer?
Now he's going to latch on to the Inflation Reduction Act and use all of his 4 brain cells to only talk about that because he doesn't want to respond to your question about healthcare. So go ahead and
Did Trump
respond
do
to
the
his
same
questions
thing
about healthcare.
under his administration?
No, he didn't. Now respond to Parker's question about healthcare.
No, he didn't, but he did.
No, he did not make the biggest investment into renewable energy resources ever.
He
he's latching on
just
it.
like he debates like Charlie too.
He's latching on to it and he's using it to pivot. He is debating like Charlie. You're right.
That's literally exactly how Charlie does it.
Yeah, that's a strategy right there. It's like casting multiple fishing lines in a lake, waiting for one to bite at all, and then putting all their force and all their might to getting that fish back to sea.
It's ironic he
No,
calls
I
out the
think
exact.
I don't
the
debate
exact,
anything like Charlie.
fallacies
He has a
using.
lot more patience than I do, especially talking to you guys. I mean, I don't understand how he does it.
Respectfully, actually, no, he doesn't. I literally was there with him in person. He does not have more patience than you. Honestly, I do think I disagree with you, and I don't like you, but you're definitely more patient than he is, for sure.
I think
He's going to use that to pivot. Watch it, Parker.
no, because I still want to talk about our southern borders. I think it's a huge problem.
Oh my God, why are you pivoting away from the fact that you are voting for a man?
Because that was what I asked to talk about before the last guest left.
Okay, well, you just admit that you're voting for someone with no health care plan after 9 years?
Can we say what Harris has done for the southern border?
If you verbalize and explicitly state that you are voting for someone who has no health care plan after 9 years, Parker
having an idea of what you're going to do and having no plan are completely different.
He doesn't even have an idea. He has a concept of an idea, apparently.
Concepts.
A concept, a plan. He's planning a plan.
Border security.
He's planning a plan. Look at that.
He can't stop talking about the border. Border bill.
It's a
border bill. Border bill.
That Trump shut down.
Border bill. You want to say every time you say border, I'll just say border bill. Okay.
Did you think
So
that
now
like
answer my damn question.
the 9,000 people watching like see you pivoting? You don't understand that, right?
No,
That's
I
what
mean,
I love
no,
about
I
TikTok
think,
Live
I think
is that
some
we
of
can
them
hold you
might
accountable.
actually want you guys to engage with.
some of them might want us to pivot. Is that what you're saying?
No. Some of them might want you to engage with a topic about.
Okay,
the border.
are you
You
denying
haven't said
the fact
anything
that
that
you're
she's.
pivoting?
I'm not talking to this guy, dude.
Right.
He can't stop. He can't.
Oh, that was unreal, dude. That was unreal. That was fucking unreal, man. Holy crap.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting Trump?
So I actually just wanted to come in here to ask one.
Blake, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Blake. I really appreciate it. And also, I'm sorry, everyone. We only look for people who are voting for Trump.
Thanks for coming up, though, Sydney.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
And there's a lot of reasons.
Why so?
Like what?
How about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, Operation Warp Speed?
Tax policy. You just said that his tax policy is good. I deny that. His tax policy is very bad. It costs a lot of money. He has no clue how he's going to pay for it, and it disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy. Why do you prefer that tax policy over Kamala Harris's that disproportionately benefits the low and the middle class, those that need it the most? And she knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it.
It disproportionately makes wealthy people better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you
he
think?
says
What do
he's
you think
gonna pay
happens
for-
to corporations when taxes go down?
Actually, he doesn't even want to decrease taxes.
Well, the taxes did go
necessarily.
down.
He actually wants to increase taxes on lower income people because he wants to increase tariffs, which tariffs will make goods more expensive, which is a tax on people who make less. It's a regressive tax.
So the fact
It disproportionately negatively impacts the lower income individuals.
Yeah.
Okay, you can say that, but at the same time, if corporate tax rates are coming down, then the employees are actually getting benefited.
No.
Why?
Here, let me give you an example.
Here,
Right?
I'll give you an example.
When
In
there's an
2018
increase in the cost of goods, people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on goods.
Define
if
low
goods-
income.
I said who are like lower income.
Yeah, what is low income?
You could just say lower just means like say if you're comparing 180, 80 is lower than 100. Does that make sense?
No, like you say low income. Are we talking $15 an hour? $10 an hour?
I'm saying the lower income you make, the more you spend, right? Given that it's more likely that if you make that much more, you spend, right, less proportionally to your income.
Okay, but let me give you an example. In 2018, when that happened, Costco got their taxes lowered, and almost everybody, got a $3 an hour raise. So
You could say that there are some businesses where that happens, but on a macroeconomic lens, it does not happen that way.
well, if you're going to tax more to the wealthiest corporations, they're going to pass that on to the end consumer or the employee.
Okay, so then why were there lower prices in the past when we had higher corporate tax rates?
Well, I mean, prices are higher now, and look at the
Prices are
economic
higher
plan.
now, and we have lower corporate tax rates right now.
No, right now, like in the
Right
last.
now we have
good
lower
point.
corporate tax rates, yet we have higher prices.
Good point.
That's ironic.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you think about it, in the last
Think
3
higher corporate
years,
tax rates cause higher rates of unemployment?
what was that?
Do higher corporate tax rates cause higher rates of unemployment?
Yes.
Then how come some of the lowest rates of unemployment that we've had since 1935 were under some higher corporate tax rates?
What is it right now? Let's talk about it right now.
It's 21% right now. In the 60s, 70s, and 80s, like that 50-year benchmark that you like to talk about from Trump's record 50-year unemployment low, we had a 35 through 45% corporate tax rate. If higher corporate tax rates lead to higher rates of unemployment, why haven't they historically?
Okay, because inflation wasn't as high as it was.
Stagflation was higher. This is something that Trump also got wrong. Trump said it was the worst inflation we've ever seen. He was alive during stagflation, and stagflation which was much worse.
What, you don't think we're in stagflation now? We're almost recession.
No, you don't even know what a stagflation is. What is stagflation?
And then what is a recession too? Define both of those terms.
I would say that recession is 2 quarters consecutively of GDP decline, and stagflation is stagnated inflation. I mean, it just stays like that. Nothing changes.
No. It'd be inflation and high unemployment. High inflation, high unemployment.
Well, okay, but I mean, recession is the same, and I'm pretty sure in 2023 or 22, I can't remember which one, there was 2 quarters coherent with that, and there was a decline in GDP.
Is unemployment low?
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's lowish.
Appreciate the article goes, thank you so much. So we're not stagflation. Good to know.
And we're also not in a recession.
I didn't say we're in a recession now, but you asked for the definition of it, and the definition...
You said that we're in stagflation and we're almost in a recession. Both of those claims were incorrect.
Well, almost. I didn't say
and also, our current rate of inflation is only about 2.8%. The same rate of inflation that we observed in 2018, pre-pandemic Trump-era economy. So,
break down that number.
Break down the number of 2.8%?
Yeah, 2.8%. Because is groceries 2.8%?
That's just like going to be like the general rate of inflation. I
Exactly.
Think for groceries,
so when you break it down,
for like particular groceries such as like dairy, soy, and wheat products, they've actually deflated their prices over the last 12 months.
Oh yeah, we're talking about this whole administration, right?
And Edward said there was a $1 raise, and he works at Costco. It was not $3.
Okay, so I was wrong, but taxes went down, and there was still.
You were wrong by one third. It was 1/3 of what you said, by the way.
Okay, well, I mean, I can admit it.
Okay. So also, I just want to let you know that I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that indicates 0.04% annual GDP growth, which comes out to about $28 billion.
Okay, so what do you think about price gouging? Her plan.
So spending $1.9 trillion to get $28 billion a year is not worth it.
So good, so smart, so true, so real.
And that's not even in revenue. That's in GDP.
I actually want to see.
So what did the economists say about her proposal of price gouging?
Economists will typically indicate that her proposal, like overall proposed plan, would lead to growth, whereas Donald Trump's would lead to like less growth and like possibly a recession.
You think setting the price artificially is going to...
She literally cited this at the debate, and no one looked it up.
She literally said she wants to stop the price gouging. Right? Did she not say that?
There are 46 states already have laws that she's going to enforce. She just wants to enforce it federally.
Are you going to answer,
what was the
answer the question? Did she say she was going to implement a price gouge?
Yeah, they already exist in 46 states, and she's extending it to exist federally. That's it. There are already price gouging laws.
Also, like, I just want to put it out there. Even if you'd say that there isn't price gouging occurring right now, you understand that anti-price gouging legislation is still a good safeguard for the future.
It's like a prevention mechanism.
Yeah, like even if you say there isn't any right now,
price gouge at all. You shouldn't be able to artificially say
if it is the case that companies are price gouging in the future, at least our federal government will be enabled to legislate against that, right? Wouldn't you agree with us that that's a good preventative piece of legislation?
No. Are you saying that
they're not favor? They're not going when they say price gouging, it's in terms of profit share. It's not in terms of cost of production. So they're not going to put it less than the cost of production. It's going to be attributed to some level of profit share. Does that make sense?
And who sets the profit share?
They would set like an arbitrary level of profit share that they think would be too much, right?
And
Once
this already happens.
that gets passed, then they consider that they were doing price gouging.
By the way, this already happens. It even happens to you, most likely. If you're from a smaller town, you most likely have one energy producer that has a natural monopoly over where you live, okay? Right? And what your local government most likely does is they expect like P&L sheets from this local energy producer, and then they artificially limit how much profit they can make. Right, this already occurs on the local level, right across the country, especially in smaller towns. It's just a good safeguard to have. I don't see why you disagree. Then also, Parker, to your point about the TCGA only generating $28 billion in government and an increase in GDP. So in 2023, there was about a 16.5% of the GDP was factored in as revenue. So that means the TCGA only raised about $4.6 billion in revenue.
Okay. So, I mean, honestly, when it comes to the price gouge, I guess I'm not too technically versed in that, but I've heard it explained in a way to where the government will set a price if they don't feel the people can afford it, no matter what the actual cost is. So let's say chicken is $5 a pound and people can't afford that. Then they come in and say, okay, well, it needs to be $3 a pound. I don't care. You're not going to price gouge, quote unquote.
It's based on profit share.
Got it. All right.
Okay, it's not based on cost of production. Okay, so they take cost of production, and then it's the amount above the cost of production. It's not the amount within the cost of production. That wouldn't make sense. I totally agree with you. That makes no sense at all. That's not what they would do. It's on profit share, which is above the cost of production.
I got you. So I would like to see what type of profit share.
They already exist. It already exists in 40. These current laws exist in 46 states
what's
already.
What's an example of one? That's what I'm saying. What's the example of a percentage that is allowable through law that's already there?
Oh, if you want specifics, I can give you specifics, but I did already give you an example of one. Like I have a local energy producer. I don't want to tell you its name, right? The state government, right? The Colorado state government tells this local energy producer that they could only make X amount of dollars in profit next year based upon last year's P&L loss statement from them, right? And then the way that the energy producer responds to that is they say, okay, right, so we are going to adjust our output given this percentage and charge our customers this much. And if we exceed upon this profit threshold, we will merely reinvest the remainder. And that's just how it operates.
All right. Fair enough.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
I'd like to hear, you always go to the border and you point to the border bill, but do you know the specifics on the allocation of money in that bill?
We can bring up the solo border bill because you're going to talk about the appropriations. They got split up. Appropriations passed.
Did they split it up?
Solo border bill didn't.
Did they vote solo?
Did they vote? Yeah, so there was a solo border bill, and then there was an appropriations. The appropriations got passed. The solo border bill didn't.
Okay, what is in the solo border bill?
What was in the solo border bill? It was the exact same border bill that existed in the context of the border and appropriations bill, but literally just the border bill put into a separated from the appropriations. Does that make sense?
Well, I get that, but the solo
like
border
1,500
bill,
border agents, right? They specifically wanted to make the asylum process take maximum 1 year, typically 6 months, rather than taking 8 to 10 years currently.
Yeah, but talk about the funding.
They gave funding for the border wall. Even they were willing to
I believe it was $118 billion.
They were willing to compromise giving money in terms of the border wall in order to be able to get a system of asylum that goes faster to get into this country.
No, I get what they're trying to do, but the reason it didn't get passed, I think, is pretty blatantly obvious because the bill itself was around $118 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and I think $20 billion of that.
Why did the appropriations get passed?
Well, no, you're saying the solo border bill. If the solo border bill was voted on,
Yeah, most of that money that you were talking about being expended was literally appropriations.
I get that, but if you're saying that the solo border bill was voted on for literally just $20 billion, only $20 billion.
Yeah.
Solo for the border.
Yep.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, sure, I got it for you. So it's going to be record vote number 182.CR S3878. And this is specifically Chris Murphy's bill. So on April 24th of 2024, the same day that Langford's bill was revised out and had the revisions passed for funding for Israel, Ukraine, etc., Chris Murphy revitalized another bill that aimed to achieve the same measures as Langford's within border security and asylum reform provisions. Then in May of 2024, Murphy built a bipartisan coalition to specifically pass those measurements for the border. And then on June 16th, 24, Murphy introduced this revised standalone bill in the Senate. However, it didn't get the 60 votes necessary to bypass the filibuster, so the total yay and nay vote was 43-50.
Okay.
Yo, Peyton, are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I think he's just a great president, man. I think he's going to do way better than Kamala in 2024, and I think he's going to have a great 4 years back in office.
Okay. So, can you name me one policy that he influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than a benefit rich people?
I'm going to be completely honest with you, and it's going to sound funny, but I did not know anything like 2 years ago, right? I just knew that this whole world was all fucked up just because of the
Donald
fact
Trump's
that...
your savior?
Yeah, 100%. Did you not really realize what happened 4 years ago? Like,
Is he trolling?
Yeah,
No,
there's no way he's trolling.
No, listen. Did you not realize what happened literally when Trump was in office? Everything was lower. How much? Think about this. How much was gas? How much was?
So 4 years ago when there was 7.8% unemployment.
No, I'm talking about when Trump, not fucking Joe Biden and Kamala, bro. Kamala,
Wait, no,
when
four
Joe
years
Biden-
ago, 4 years ago, Trump was president, and there was 7.8% unemployment.
In 2020, dude.
There was a greater level of unemployment than the amount of people in the live.
You can't count 2020.
Yeah, literally 2020 was a global
You can't
pandemic.
count 2020. Why not?
Why would you count COVID?
Oh, so if a global pandemic can cause unemployment, why can't a global pandemic cause inflation?
And why would the government implement a vaccine mandate? How about that?
Oh, where's the response to my
complete
question?
pivot.
No, think about this.
No,
Think
that's
about
part of
this.
the COVID.
Yeah, right, exactly, bro.
Pivot.
I don't know where
Do you want to talk about COVID?
Yeah,
We will, but you're pivoting. Why are you pivoting so hard? Answer Dean's question.
No, you
What
guys
was the
just
question?
said- no,
Dean,
listen,
Dean,
yeah.
restate your question.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Of course, Parker. Of course, I'll restate my question. If a global pandemic can cause unemployment, why can't a global pandemic cause inflation?
Because no one was buying anything when everyone was in their house.
When do y'all
Right.
consider the COVID being over? When lockdowns were done?
Okay, so you're saying that a global pandemic cannot cause inflation?
No, I
because
think
the
it can.
pandemic
There's no one
reduced
denying
consumer
that.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I mean, you're actively okay.
Yeah, true.
So you're saying it can't cause inflation because it would reduce consumer spending. Well, what we'd say is, yeah, the inflation that we've seen under the Biden-Harris administration was strictly caused by the pandemic, right? Because in order to revitalize our economy, we had to stimulate it, right? And it is stimulus to the economy, in which would introduce rates of inflation, which are somewhat unprecedented given the last 30 or so years, okay? Right? But this is something that every single country in the world essentially did to avoid a recession, right? And the U.S. actually had the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7.
Yeah, but that was because of the
Yeah, but there was
vaccine
already
mandate that we had to
too much
do.
money.
There
All
was
the
no federal
vaccines-
vaccine mandate.
Well, there wasn't a federal, but everyone, was
It was
very
implemented through
advised.
OSHA.
Yeah, it was very advised that you should go get it. You should stay in your house.
Wait, so advising people to get the vaccine caused inflation?
No,
that's not what I'm
the
saying.
people had to get the vaccine or they would lose their job.
What the fuck does that have to do with how Biden
That
and
is
Harris caused
100% true.
inflation?
Is that not true? Yes or no?
For some jobs, right? The
I'm
same
sorry, if
way-
you medically can and you don't get vaccinated, I'm sorry, but
You can't
Why?
force it though. Okay.
No, I'm
let
asking.
people
I'm
make their
asking.
decision.
Just
You
tell
can't
me.
force
Tell
it.
me. Tell me why.
I think that we should be able to force it.
Why? Why you shouldn't force it?
No, I'm asking you why. Why wouldn't you get vaccinated in a pandemic? Why?
Okay. I mean, you're the party
I
of
also did
science,
tell a lot
right?
of
What is
people
the
too, the
science
vaccine
behind
did.
this
vaccine.
The science clearly shows that it's safe and effective.
Well, it would also do kill a lot of older people too, and some younger people too.
Wait, Dylan, I actually have a question for you.
Not the vaccine. What are you talking about? What are you talking?
There's literally cases of it happening. Literally, my grandpa died from it, bro.
Hey, Dylan, I have a question for you.
So wait, so you said from the vaccine?
Yes, he got the vaccine and he died.
Which
from
vaccine?
Oh, I think it was the third one that came out, right? I think it was.
Third one? What is that? Which one?
I honestly I couldn't tell you what the fuck the number was. Whatever the number, I'll just say it's the third one.
And the doctor indicated it was from the vaccine.
You said what?
So the doctor indicated it was from the vaccine.
Yes, correct.
And the doctor told you that?
Yes, or told our family, yeah.
That it was from the vaccine. They didn't tell
He
you
was healthy,
what vaccine
he
it
was.
was.
A healthy old man.
So it didn't tell you what vaccine it was.
No, you just told us. So he got all. I think there was 3 or 4 vaccines, right? Am I correct or no? All right. Anyways,
I don't know. I don't know what you'd be talking about in terms of the order.
Vaccines. So there was 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? They all came in later parts of time, correct?
1, 2, 3, and 4. Do you even remember what they were?
Yeah, I don't. He doesn't know what he can't name the company that produced the vaccine. He's
of course. I'm
seemingly
19 years
gibberish.
of age. Of course. Why would I?
What was your question?
Peyton, I was 19 2 weeks ago. Be so fucking for real. Don't pull that card on me.
I'm
Dylan,
19 right now, dog.
Would you support?
Like, what are you saying?
Would you support like warp speeding the approval of the vaccine, Dylan?
The warps. Oh, sorry.
You mean what Trump did when he implemented warp speed?
Yeah, I was gonna get to that, but you caught me.
I hate you don't even know what that is, gang.
Well, the vaccine that they liked so much was done so fast under Trump, not Biden.
Yeah,
that we actually credit him with that.
Warp speed, yeah.
Right. All right. So let's just move past 2020. let's go.
Okay, let's go right to 2021, January 6th. Okay, so Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government, and you're voting for him?
Okay.
Yeah,
the stat that you give 140 cops injured, how many of those are injured by the cops? Because do you know what happened? Do you know
when
why
we say that Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government on January 6th, we're referencing his attempted coup to steal the election from Biden with use of fake votes.
Yeah, false slates of electors that he sent to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. Sabrina, I appreciate this super. Thank you so much. And he tried to pressure his vice president to not certify the election results.
No,
I get that. And at the end of the day, that was 3 years ago, and it's not happen. It didn't happen. He peacefully went off.
He peacefully said, "Everyone peacefully go protest." He literally said that in a
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying he peacefully transferred power. Did he not?
The tracking is fucking unbelievably terrible. He tried to get his vice president to not certify the election results, and he tried to send false slates of electors.
What happened on January 20th?
He tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Parker, what happened January 20th?
It all continued, and Biden got inaugurated, even though Donald Trump literally tried to fucking rig the election.
Wait, I just want to clarify your counter argument. Wait, Dylan. No, Dylan. I just want to understand here. So your argument to Trump attempting to coup the government with fake votes in Congress is that he failed?
Wait, my argument? No.
Because that's been your counter. You said that Biden was inaugurated on January 20th or 21st.
Yeah.
And somehow that makes Trump's attempted coup worthless. So I just want to clarify. If Trump tried to grape your daughter but failed, would you still vote for him?
What, bro? Why do we always have to go to this?
He would never do that, so let's not play hypothetical.
If Trump tried to grape a little girl but failed, would you still vote for him?
That wouldn't happen. I mean, if Kamala tried to grape your daughter, would you vote for her?
No. So easy answer from me. Now it's your turn.
Okay, I can say no too.
Okay, so you'd say if Donald Trump tried to grape your daughter and failed, you wouldn't vote for him because it was the intention of trying to in the first place that's relevant here, right? Not just the harm caused the individual if he were to have succeeded. And me and Parker would say something similar in respect to
Consuelo, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
But what does grape have to do with J6? Because y'all were just saying we
I was literally in the middle of conceptually relating it if you didn't interrupt me and you were to listen.
All right, sorry.
Right. So in the same way, you'd say that you wouldn't vote for Trump even if he tried to grape a little girl, because the intention of wanting to grape a little girl, right, is sufficient reason not to vote for the candidate. We'd see something very similar with his attempted coup to steal the vote from Biden. Although inevitably he failed in his attempted coup, him attempting the coup in the first place gives us sufficient reason not to vote for him.
All right. So my question is, did he not post on Twitter to say have a peaceful protest? Yes or no?
Two things could be true at once. He could post on Twitter saying have a peaceful protest 2 hours after the riots begin, and he could attempt to steal the vote from Biden with use of fake votes in Congress.
No,
You're literally not talking
You said it perfectly. Two things can be true at once.
Yeah.
He can believe that the election was stolen, and I'm not talking about just fake votes, which ballot harvesting does happen, and on a much more massive scale on the Democrat side. It's not illegal. There's nothing wrong with it, but it does happen.
Wait, you're saying that there's nothing wrong with Trump sending false slates of electorates to send in fraudulent certificates of ascertainment to Congress to be certified as real to steal the vote from Biden? Like, you understand that if Trump had succeeded in his attempted coup, that he would have successfully silenced the voice and the vote of every single American citizen who voted in 2020. Your vote
You
would have
remember
been
when
thrown
you were
out
trying
the
to
window.
finish your thought, and I let you?
Yeah, I just want y'all to respond to the meat on the bone. I mean, like seemingly Parker would as well. Like y'all haven't really responded to multiple points that we brought up tonight.
I think we have.
I'm trying to respond to all of it.
Yeah.
But in particular,
it's hard to respond when you guys are both double teaming on us. But I mean, it's fine, I guess.
I'm literally fucking quiet right now.
And there's also two of you guys. There's also two of you guys.
Dude, we could add up a million of them and then they'll be like, it's still unfair.
I know. I know.
What? I don't think it's unfair.
It is quite literally a 2v2.
Here's my thing.
Wait, did you just say that we are double teaming you two people?
No, I did not.
I said that, and that was a mistake because it's 2v2. It's correct. That's my fault. All right. Anyways, here's my thing, though. They did not do the coup or whatever you're trying to say to make people die. Yes or no? Like he did not be like, hey guys, let's go overthrow the government. That's not even what happened. You know that.
Are you saying that it was non-violent? Yeah, the coup was.
No. It was violent. You got to think about it. It's just like the 2020 riots. There was some peaceful
hell's going on?
Let's get away from the J6 thing.
No, why will no one respond to the fact that Donald Trump literally tried to coup?
Someone said, but let's be honest, it's not fair. Okay, that's totally true. But
no, hold on.
Parker, why won't they respond to the fact that Donald Trump tried to install himself for a second presidential term?
Because they can't. There's
I'm
no
literally
response.
trying to right now.
Go for it.
Okay. Dean said something about two things can be true at once. Same thing with this. You are saying that he tried to block the electorate and get the vice president to block whatever. But at the same time, you can acknowledge that there was so much rhetoric and so much lying in the media that it was not from an illegal amount of votes, but a rigged election. I mean,
you think 2020 was rigged?
I mean, was the Hunter Biden laptop not suppressed?
Sure.
Okay, so could you give me one case 1 second. Yeah, so the Hunter Biden laptop story was, right, particularly for the reason that it was originally labeled as Russian misinformation prior to thorough investigation. I would do the same thing if I was in the shoes of anyone at the FBI. In fact, if you told me to go back in time under the veil of ignorance and either press a button to suppress it or not to suppress it, I would have pressed that same button, right? But what we're particularly
Why didn't they press that button with Russiagate then?
What do you mean?
They didn't suppress that. They tried to come up with an entire hoax, and it was Hillary Clinton
They
that paid
indicted her
for
for
it.
11 hours.
You know, Hunter Biden definitely is our candidate.
So true.
Well, no, I'm talking about the election results.
He's our current candidate. He's the current nominee for president.
So I just want to clarify.
I think we can agree that the election results were altered by
I just want to clarify. So you
Hunter Biden 2024.
You seemingly think that it was justified for Donald Trump to try to steal the election, specifically from.
I said two things can be true at once.
One moment. So you seemingly think it's justified for Donald Trump to coup the government because of the Hunter Biden laptop story?
No, that's not what I said. I said two things can be true at once. Yes, he tried to do that, but it's also true that
so you
through
would vote
all
for
of that
someone that's tried to
suppression of
coup
that
the country?
story, through all of that suppression, there was an altered.
I wouldn't vote for Hunter
election.
Biden if he was running for president. Just saying. So now, would you vote for Trump, knowing that he tried to coup the country in 2020, the biggest internal attack on our government and on our
My
democracy
question
since
is,
the Civil War?
would you want to recount something? I would say what? It got recounted, like 3 or 4 times, right?
Yes, to answer your question, I would.
Yeah, right.
Would you vote?
You would want to have it recounted multiple times.
They did already
so it's
recount
accurate.
multiple times, right?
Okay.
And they did not indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Okay,
There were
then that
private
happened.
investigations.
Here's
There were
my thing.
court
Oh, okay.
cases. There was vast evidence indicating no
Right.
sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
We
Donald
get that Trump lost.
tried to overthrow
Yeah, we
the
get
government
that.
and still
We're
to
not
this day
saying-
does this. So can I ask you a question? What constitutional provision allows the rejection of the election because the voters were uninformed?
No, that's
say
not.
that again.
I'm not talking about a provision in the Constitution. I'm saying there are people that have pulled this, and if they knew about that story, the election would have been altered. It would have been different, or at least statistically different than what it came.
Right.
So you said that they were statistically different. Can you give me any source that
it
indicates
would
that?
have been.
Wait, the same way that the
Would have
election, it's the same way the outcome of the election would have been different if Donald Trump didn't pay Stormy Daniels hush money to not talk about the fact that he had cheated on one of his wives with her.
What does that have to do with
like
politics?
I said, that can be true too.
What does that have to do with politics?
What does that have to do? What does that have to
Yeah.
do? What do you mean? What does that
Wait,
have to
if
do?
Donald
saying
Trump-
I have 4
trying to
girlfriends
interfere with the
and I'm running for
election.
president.
Wait, so
Okay.
if Donald Trump interfering with the election in the sense of suppressing sleeping with Stormy Daniel doesn't have anything to do with politics, why would Hunter Biden's laptop have anything to do with politics?
Oh, because
Okay,
that
but you bringing that
actually
in is
had
like me saying that
Russian.
He's got
stuff
civic
on it.
election integrity.
Wait, what?
I'm just gonna move on from Peyton too.
No.
Let's go on to the next person. I'm getting a lot of followers on my main account right now. Is some video blowing up, chat? I don't know.
Michael, thank you for the $15 on Venmo.
I'm getting like a lot of followers on my main account right now. I'm at 595. I swear I
What?
just gained 10k. I swear I gained 10k.
Wait,
I'm not trolling. I swear I was at 80k.
I
Like
just
580.
Went, I just went to your page and you were at 583.
I'm at 595.
Huh. Let's go.
Well, yeah, what the hell? I don't even know what from. Like, that's got to be millions of views. That just happened.
Bro, I mean, Parker, I found a video of someone editing me and some other lady that was on the episode with like 133k likes. It was just like a fan edit.
I'm almost to 600k. That's actually fucking insane.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, chat. Like, I know the Kirk debate, but like, I'm asking, like, what clip went viral? Is there something going on crazy on Twitter right now?
Check your followers on Twitter. You'll know. You'll always know.
Let me see. I don't think my Twitter's going crazy. Maybe someone else's Twitter is going crazy. I have 66.7, so I haven't really gained much on Twitter. Like, what the hell? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
They left. If
Maybe
you give me
it's
mod
the
powers, I
Jubilee
could actually
video?
help you so you could look into it.
Maybe it's the Jubilee video that has 3 million views. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Like, you know, the one on TikTok. Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, I personally think he did a good job in 2016. And I'm a member of the United States Armed Forces, and I could never vote for Kamala being a member of the military.
Could you vote for someone who said that veterans are suckers and losers?
Well, I could vote for somebody who showed up for the 13 Gold Star families that lost children in Afghanistan.
So did you know that Trump is the one who set up that agreement? And also more
He was
people
invited.
died in conflict under the Trump administration than under the Biden-Harris administration. 16 under the Biden-Harris administration, 65 under the Trump administration.
Well, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration that were not acknowledged by that administration.
They did acknowledge that.
No, I don't think they did.
They did. They literally went to the memorial.
The first
I don't know
time
what
they
you're talking about.
acknowledged those 13 Gold Star families was when they called Trump out for using those families as political gain.
Not true.
That
Not
was
true.
the first time they acknowledged
That's
those
a total
families.
lie. Thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much.
What did Biden say during his debate with Donald Trump?
Say that one more time.
What did Biden say about those Gold Star families during his debate with Donald Trump, the first presidential debate?
So I don't think they said anything in specific about.
Well, specifically, he claimed that no service members had died under his administration.
So again, he clearly misspoke, right?
How is that
I'm not gonna lie, because he meant to say not like Trump's administration. He was trying to say that less people. So he acknowledged it when it happened. He went to the memorial. He was there, but he literally just misspoke, right? You know how Biden is, right?
So is that you just assuming that, or is it because you?
No, that's literally.
said that.
You can hear him in that debate. He said like Trump at the very end.
No, his exact words were that under his administration, no U.S. service members have died.
He was trying to say that not as many died under his administration compared to Trump. He was saying Trump. He said like Trump.
I would concede that. Sure, why not? Just to move on from that, I don't want to go in circles. I have another question. In terms of the wars across the world,
can I
wait? Can you address the fact that Donald Trump said veterans are suckers and losers? The fact that he said John McCain, a POW for this country for 5 years, who got tortured for this country, isn't a war hero because he got captured?
I think that if he did say that, that would be a pretty disgusting thing. But I think actions speak louder than words. And as far as Trump's track record go for his presidency, he's the only president in the last century that has not started a new war.
What war has Biden and Harris started?
Well, dude, do you realize that the United States of America, the president of the United States of America, is the most influential, powerful?
Tell me what war they've started, little brother.
Hamas in Israel, Ukraine and Russia.
Whoa.
They did not start.
How did they start
that? What?
The United States of America has the power and the responsibility.
War crimes against the innocent Palestinians.
We have the power and the responsibility to stop those conflicts from happening in the first place.
No, answer my question. Okay. How specific? Oh, wait. So you think that the U.S. should play world police?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then you'd support our funding to Ukraine, right?
I mean, we put the most into NATO, so why would
we need to help Russia take out Ukraine? Like what?
Yeah, dude, come on, be so for real. Hey, also another point that I wanted to bring up: why do you place an expectation on the Biden-Harris administration to quote unquote take accountability for the 13 service members that died, but you have never placed an expectation on Trump to take accountability for denying black people housing in the 70s, or to take accountability for raping E. Jean Carroll, or to take accountability for perpetuating and popularizing the birther myth, saying that Barack Obama wasn't born in the U.S., therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president, or to take accountability for saying that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first, take accountability for boasting about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls when they were half naked, or sexualizing a little girl. When have you ever wanted Trump to take accountability for any damn thing in his life? In 2018, Trump has said that he is a religious man and he fears God, yet he has never prayed to God a day in his life asking for forgiveness. If we want to talk about the politician in the race for presidency today that doesn't take accountability, we need to talk about Donald J. Trump, sir.
Appreciate that. I see. Thank you so much.
Well, you wanna bring up pivoting to all your previous guests. Okay, and I think that was a pretty big pivot.
No, this is very conceptually relevant, because you are saying a reason why I shouldn't vote for Harris, why he shouldn't vote for Harris, why none of the 6,000 people in this room shouldn't vote for Harris is a failure to take accountability. But when we look at the big picture, when we want to talk about who takes accountability and who doesn't, the answer becomes clear.
Okay, and that's Donald Trump's personal actions. As disgusting as they are, it still did not affect, the American service members.
What? Dude, the fact that you can say you'd vote for him after saying you couldn't vote for Kamala Harris, after what did Kamala Harris do?
Well, their disgusting withdrawal from Afghanistan caused 13.
You understand that was set up by Donald Trump, right? That was set up by Donald Trump.
Yeah, he set up a deal with the Taliban, and they broke the terms of the deal.
What did they break?
Harris and Biden. Well, if you watched the debate last night, he put it in plain writing.
How about Trump takes accountability for the 65,000 victims of rape that haven't been able to get an abortion since he elected 3 justices to overturn Roe v. Wade? What about that? How does that affect the American public?
Well, I mean, that's a whole crazy. You want to go into abortion? I'll debate on abortion.
Sorry, do we want to debate of victims of rape should be able to get abortion, sir?
Well, I think there are cases.
Do you think that victims of rape should be able to get abortion? abortions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so then why don't you place an expectation on Trump to apologize to the 65,000 rape victims that have been denied abortion?
Why is it his problem when we live in a democracy, right?
It's his problem because he elected the justices to overturn it. He took credit since day one. In fact, he even took credit before they overturned it, saying that this is something they will do because I elected them. So he still takes credit for it to this day.
This is a democracy. The people elect.
First Dan Mustache, thank you so much. Okay, so again, that wasn't a response to anything Dean just said. Do you want to respond to what he just said, please?
Yeah. If Ulysses S. Grant won the Civil War and passed the right to own slaves back down to the state, would Ulysses S. Grant be partially responsible for the fact that some humans are treated as property? Yeah. What's the difference between saying that and saying that Trump is going to be partially responsible for the 65,000 victims of rape who haven't been able to get abortions over the course of the last 3 years?
Well, I mean, there is access to abortion in America.
Not for those 65,000 victims of rape over the last 3 years. No, they have been denied access because of Trump abortion bans due to his decision to elect 3 justices to the Supreme Court to rescind that decision back down to the state, sir.
And in turn, gave the people the power to vote on that issue.
So you don't think that Donald Trump is partially responsible for those 65,000 victims of rape that have been denied abortions?
Well, I think he took the problem.
Just yes or no. Is he partially responsible? Yes or no?
I don't think he's responsible. No.
Okay, so then let's play a little game. If Ulysses S. Grant and the rest of the Confederacy won the Civil War, Ulysses S. Grant became the next president of the United States of America, and Ulysses S. Grant specifically. Wait, is it Ulysses S. Grant? I think it is. No, maybe it's not. I think I'm giving you the right name. And Ulysses S. Grant extended the right to own slaves back down to the state. Would he be partially responsible for the fact that humans are being known as property in America? It's Robert E. Lee. Sorry, Robert E. Lee. I was wrong. I knew I was wrong. If Robert E. Lee won the Civil War.
Also, Dean, by the way, your thing on Jubilee is about to hit 1 million views.
Oh, dude, W.
Did you see that your clip was posted?
Yeah, I know. I didn't know it was about to hit 1 million views though. That's sick. So if Robert E. Lee won the Civil War and passed the right to own slaves back down to the state, would he be partially responsible for slave ownership in America?
I see your analogy, and I don't think that Americans, even if the decision was on the state for people to vote, Americans would not vote for slavery. Maybe back in the day when that was still an issue. You know, we went to war over
Yeah,
that.
so immediately after the Civil War, if states voted for the right to own slaves to be legal, would Robert E. Lee be partially responsible for slave ownership?
Well, 2024, there would be no slaves.
Dude, answer my question. You're such a little slimeball. Why can't you just answer my question?
It'd be on the people that vote in those states. It's a democracy. Politicians are not responsible for that.
Oh my fucking God. So Robert E. Lee wouldn't have been responsible?
It's a democracy, Dean. What do you not understand about a democracy?
Shit.
The people vote.
Oh my God. So... wow.
People voted in 2021, right?
I do not believe that the election was... I think Trump lost.
Oh,
I can believe Trump lost.
So why are you voting for a guy who tried to overthrow the government?
Well, do you know Nancy Pelosi was... So he let people know that the event was going to be massive. And then Nancy Pelosi was in charge of the security for that entire event. So, you know, there has to be some responsibility taken there for the lack of security at the Capitol.
Literally put responsibility on everyone but Trump. You're a joke.
Well, you know, I can agree that Trump had a part to play, but, you know, where's accountability on the lack of security for the Capitol? You know, if you're...
that was Donald Trump. That's Donald Trump, by the way.
He lost the election. He held a rally, right? But he was not responsible for the security around Capitol Hill, you know? So if you're an elected official...
By the way, she didn't control the deployment of the National Guard. That would have been particularly the DOD. In fact, she said that she took responsibility for not expecting there to be so many rioters.
Okay, well, that's still a failure on her part for not, you know, properly securing Capitol Hill.
Can we say it's a failure on Trump's part for causing the riots in the first place?
I would agree with that. You know, but I think there's shared...
Was it a failure on Trump's part when he installed fake votes in Congress to install himself for a second presidential term?
Install himself for a second presidential term? He was never installed for a second term.
He attempted to.
Well, that's pretty goofy, but, that's besides the point.
And it's not besides the point. That's the biggest point. That is the point, literally.
It doesn't change my vote. I still would not vote for Kamala.
If Donald Trump fucking murdered a man, would you still vote for him?
Well, I think if he did, it would be out of love for his country. I believe that Donald Trump...
Jesus fucking Christ. You
This
are
guy's
such
not
a
real. He's
joke.
not real.
You are
This guy
such
is not
a
real,
joke.
dude. I don't believe it, dude.
You are such
You
a
see what I'm
fucking
getting at. You
joke.
see what I'm getting at, though.
Your answer is
no.
yes, right?
I think he just loves his country.
Get off my live, dude.
You're a cult member. That is a cult member.
Jesus Christ, chat. That person is so brainwashed. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
35.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Kamala seems like kind of like a socialist.
Can you define socialism?
Basically like a welfare state where we're supporting the country instead of supporting.
So like putting America first, supporting the country?
I mean, I think people should support themselves, right?
Yeah. Okay. So
We should give them the opportunity to support
don't rely on the government to fix your problems, right?
Correct.
So if Trump wants more American-made goods, why does he want tariffs?
I don't support tariffs.
He's relying on the government to fix his problems.
I think I'm against tariffs. I think tariffs are like
yeah, Trump wants to do a 10 to 20% tariff on every good coming to the country.
Yeah, I would agree. I think tariffs are basically like a weaponization of. It's like the next step to war.
Okay. So why do you want to vote for Trump then? If he's putting us on the next step to war. And I think that's him. Wait, Dean, mute real quick. Oh, no, it's you, Dean.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's the only issue on Trump. It's tariffs. I would say I'm against tariffs.
Okay. So are you against shifting the tax burden from rich people to poor people?
Oh, well, the Democrats are the rich people now.
No, I'm saying that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, most of it goes to people who are rich, right? Tariffs predominantly impact people who are lower
so
income.
the people that voted
so that
for
means it's shifting the tax policy from people who are rich to people who are poor, and the tariffs wouldn't even be able to pay for it.
The people that voted for Biden, 70% of the wealth came from Biden voters. 50% of the voters were for Trump, right? So I would say more of the money is coming from the Democrats.
What is this guy saying?
No longer is.
Chat, is this guy making any sense to you? Type 1 in the comments section if this guy's not making sense.
No longer
to you.
the Democrats.
Why are we talking? One moment, Sam. Why are you talking about Democrats and Republicans? Parker's asking you about tax policy.
Okay.
In the arms of an angel.
Fly away.
All right. So what's the question?
Go for it, Dean.
My phone shit itself. I don't know the question, but I. Oh, wait.
Oh, you don't know the question, but you interrupted. That makes sense.
Oh my God. Okay, listen. We're gonna go ahead and ask you this. You said that socialism was something to do with wealth redistribution, right?
Yeah, literally, he thinks it's welfare state. So you just mean liberalism. You know, Trump is advocating for Social Security, right? So why is he a socialist?
Well, part of your point of voting for Kamala.
Why are you voting for a socialist, Sam?
What's that?
Can I ask an interesting question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if we had no social welfare systems, no social security nets, none at all, but you couldn't own like private property insofar as the means of production, like the workers had to own it, what kind of society would we live in?
What?
Oh my god.
Okay, if we lived in a society where there was an entirely free market, but all businesses were democratically controlled by the workers.
Oh, you said it better than me.
Right? What type of economy exists there?
Yeah, I think we want to go back to more of a society where I'm older than you guys. So
what type of economy exists there, right?
Shut the
Workers
fuck up,
control
dude.
the means of production, democratically control the workplace. Wait, why are you mad?
Yo,
No, I'm not mad, but
Yo, did you just show your claws? Like a kitty cat when it gets angry, so it like rah shows its claws. Is that what you just did? Is that what you did when you called me a bitch? Is that like a show of power?
I didn't call you a bitch, but I will call you a bitch. You look like a bitch.
Rah, rah.
No, I think you guys should be like.
Yo, Irby, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Can we some W's for Irby in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the $50 on Cash App. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Also, everyone thinks I got a haircut. No, I'm literally using a different.
Looks
thing,
good.
I know. What are you? I don't.
It's not a haircut.
I don't know how
It's
you're
straight,
listening
dude.
to the live right now. You have a weird.
Yeah, it looks good. You got a great.
These are Shure
great cut.
earphones. Here,
Oh,
look.
How old are you guys?
This is pretty cool. Oh, look at that. That's pretty sick, man. Yo, you look professional as hell with those things.
How old are you guys?
I'm
22.
and I'm 35.
Oh, good, nice. So you guys, I would hope you guys are at some point be homeowners, right? So
I'm 35.
Deem's been a homeowner for a while.
Yeah, I've been a homeowner for like 11 years. I have like a wife and 4 kids. How old are you, little man?
22-year-old. Are you a homeowner?
I'm not, no.
Yeah. So
how old are
Wait,
you,
but
little man?
Dean is a homeowner.
Yeah, I am an owner. I've been living. Dude, do you remember how the presidency
no,
was
I'm
under
not trying
Nixon?
to degrade you at all.
Were you around when Nixon? Were you here when the Watergate scandal happened? Because I was. So let me tell you, I have so much life experience on you. These young, dumb, ignorant, misinformed voters are throwing it away,
You were
casting a
not
vote for
around
Trump in November.
during Watergate. I'm 35 as well, so you were not. You were like.
Oh, did I say
5 years
35?
old,
I'm at
bro.
46, man.
What?
I no, I said I'm 45. Where did he get 35 from?
Oh, you're 45?
Yeah, I was around when Nixon was.
That guy
in
in
the
this
Watergate scandal.
little box is not 45.
Yes, I am. I just use anti-aging. cream.
Dude believed he was 35. The fact that you believe Dean is 35
I
is crazy, bro.
When he said 35, I was like, all right, chill.
Okay, good. I was about to say.
But
God, I had so much power right there. Oh my god, I
Yeah.
can't wait.
yeah, you
Honestly,
did.
Dean, you could do that because your box is so small they can't tell.
Yeah,
No, I
I know. I was like, he looks like maybe 35. I'll give it to him. But my point was, I worry about. I have a sister that's 10 years younger than me. I'm 35, so she's 25. I worry about that generation be able to buy a house.
Okay. I mean, then you should worry about Kamala's policy specifically to give $25,000 tax credit to people who are first-time homebuyers.
I'm very intrigued by that, but is that going to work?
Yeah.
I mean, is it?
Yes.
I mean, you're very biased, right? So.
Well, no, I'm going to tell you how it works, right?
Okay.
So,
yeah.
So there would be an increase in pricing to stimulate a greater amount of building of houses in places where people want them.
Yeah.
Right? But the increase in pricing would be offset by the increase in the tax credit, right? Because the increase in prices is bad because of a lack of affordability.
Yeah.
So we're producing an incentive to build in places where people want them, and we're helping out with affordability.
Okay.
So whenever we remove the subsidy in the future, there's going to be a greater supply of housing with a lower demand.
Yeah. So you do think that it will increase the price of homes?
So yes, that's the point of the bill. It's not going to increase it
It's not the point of the
25,000.
bill. That's definitely not the point of the bill.
That actually is the point of the bill.
To increase the value of homes?
So it is to increase the price of houses that are like new homes, like for first-time homebuyers, specifically to incentivize a greater level of production.
I would say that's the
of
opposite
houses
of
in
the
places
point.
where people want them.
They don't want to increase the price of homes.
They do. But it's not that they're trying to increase it a lot. They're increasing it less proportionally to the subsidy you get. That's just how it would work, economically speaking.
So if you're not a first-time home buyer, that hurts you, right?
So, I mean, technically you would have higher prices, yes.
I don't need to be on the big
for
screen.
new homes in particular. So if you're buying homes that are not new, well, then you're not going to be screwed.
It's not a new thing. It's a first-time home buyer. So it doesn't have to be a new
it's
home,
first-time
right?
home buyer for new homes.
Oh, it has to be a new home.
I really don't need to be up here. You can take me off the big screen now.
For that bill, it has to be a new home.
Go back to your real job, sir.
Hey, Sam. Sam, let me ask you a question.
Hey, you don't look 40, bro.
Let me ask you a question. My question, I'll tell you.
You look 22 as well.
Oh my god. Okay, so what are you asking here? Are you saying that her $25,000 first time homebuyer subsidy?
No, I'm very intrigued by it. I'm not trying to be like pushed back to you guys.
I would even say that. I mean, it's possible that we'll just see like an increase.
Dean, I think you should just start talking like that, and then maybe we can get a guest up here on the live sometime. No, next time we go live, you should do that, and we should try to get a guest up that actually doesn't think you're trolling.
I know. I could do it quite well.
Yeah, you actually got me because I don't know you guys that well, so I actually thought you were 40.
That's what I mean, bro. I think we could easily do that.
I know. I'll convince one of these motherfuckers I'm a good 47 and a half, and I've lived I've lived through more than they'll ever forget.
Yeah, so you guys like the bill. $25K down payment. Are you guys going to be able to benefit from that?
Maybe if I buy a home.
Yeah, probably. Well, I mean,
yeah.
I'm guessing that
it depends if I buy a home. I don't know if I'm going to find where I want to like stay in terms of housing
in the next 8 years.
No, I'm jealous. It's awesome. That's good for you guys.
Also like home ownership in LA is like very difficult.
Oh, you guys are in LA?
I live in LA. It's very expensive.
Yeah.
I'm from Dover, Tennessee.
Shut the fuck up. $25K is like not going to be a down payment for a house in LA.
No, I'm not saying that. This is for everyone in the United States.
No, totally. I agree. I'm just talking about you guys. But if you guys could benefit from that, then it'd be awesome. So, what about her tax credit?
So the $25,000 is not supposed to be the entire down payment. It's supposed to just help. But.
For sure. But a lot of people don't have a down payment at all.
I'm really confused on what point you're making. Are you saying that
down payment?
Are you saying that a $25,000 subsidy wouldn't incentivize further demand of a commodity?
Wait, who doesn't have a down payment if they have a mortgage?
A lot of people. A lot of people want to buy a house but don't have a down payment, right?
How do they get the loan without a down payment?
I mean, have you seen... So I live in Oregon. Have you seen the Oregon bill where...
Because I know they have FHA loans like at 3.5% down.
No, in Oregon...
Some people are saying they had no down payment. I was like, what? Do they really do no down payment ones?
Yeah, in Oregon, they passed a bill where, if you probably saw it in the news, they give you $30K if you're an illegal immigrant.
Oh, zero down with VA. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
USDA as well.
No, it's only if you're if you're not a resident.
No, well, dude, this guy, Sam, I'm just gonna kick you for saying that. That was just dumb.
Ah, great, dude. I need to start doing what you do.
Yeah, if they say something like that, like I'm no. Like it's just like dude, it just like seems like he's purposefully doing that. You know what I mean? Like there's no way. I don't believe someone is that dense.
I'm gonna head out here soon. By the way, I'm gonna go play some Minecraft with a girlfriend.
Amara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for how much to kick. Well, what's up? How old are you? Shit, maybe 26. I should have held on to him.
No, good. 26.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I wasn't really impressed with what Kamala Harris had to say yesterday during the debate. It just kind of seemed weird that we had such a one-sided moderation that was going on there, and it just No, I mean, what, Parker? Come on.
I think you guys are just coping.
I'm gonna be honest. Here's my take. So I
Delaney, thank you for the $49.49.26. Thank you so much, Delaney. For how long are you staying live? I should be on live until late tonight, so probably like 12.
By the way,
so
if you guys want to
another long multiple hours. Thank you, Delaney. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section.
By the way, if y'all want to support me as well, my Venmo and my PayPal are in the bio. Anyways, just one thing I wanted to add on here about the debate. I'd say that the moderation was honestly quite critical of both Trump and Harris. I mean, when we're referencing some of the things that they said towards Harris, they're like, oh, why have you flip-flopped positions? 2020, you were against fracking. Now you're for fracking. 2019, you were against ARs, or ownership of guns. Now you're for ownership of guns. And like, just kind of went on this like, whole tangent that I'd expect from, like a MAGA supporter. And then they did the same thing to Donald Trump. Like, oh, if this at your desk, would you veto it? I'd say that they were being incredibly critical of each side. It was just a little bit...
If Trump won, they wouldn't be saying this.
Yeah, no, it was just a little bit easier to be critical of them towards Trump because when they would say something, Trump would start debating them.
If anything, they were a little bit biased towards Trump because whenever Trump would want to cut in, they would let him do so. But whenever Kamala wanted to cut in, she did so one time. They didn't let her cut in.
Well, I mean, you could obviously observe that, but the thing is that we saw a few times where they absolutely just fact-checked Trump right on the spot, where there was a
because he was literally objectively wrong.
Wait, is this you admitting that Kamala Harris looked better than Trump in the debate?
She did. She looked.
Okay.
Listen. Wait. Hold on. Here's the point. Right. She seemed more prepared. She seemed more just kind of general with what she said. It wasn't really specific with any policy that she was bringing up. I mean, she asked the questions.
Charles, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Charles in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Charles.
She answered the questions fine, but the thing is that there was never really any type of specifics. But then when they would ask Trump questions, it just felt like they were backing him into a corner, And I know that they were asking her questions too, like,
what?
Hey, you were flip-flopping back and forth on this.
Is that because he didn't answer the question?
No. I'll give you a perfect example. All right. They asked about the January 6th thing, and they said, do you have any regrets? You can't answer that and say yes or no.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Because the thing is that if he says, yes, I regret that, he's going to remit that whatever happened on January 6th, he was fucking wrong about.
It's not like he's going to get cut off. He has time to explain.
Also, shouldn't he admit that he was wrong about January 6th? Why would you not want to see your candidate do that? You're literally asking your candidate not to be honest
to be
with
disingenuous
himself and to be disingenuous. Why?
I just feel like that was just a really loaded question.
Wait, do you think that Trump has anything to regret from January 6th?
He went out and told those supporters that said, hey, you need a peacefully march on the Capitol.
So
that happens all the time.
What about when he sent the fake slates of electorates into Congress to be certified as real by Mike Pence to install himself?
Let's not pivot to that really quick.
No, that is January. That is a part of January 6th, sir.
No, I know it is.
When I reference January 6th, I reference his attempted coup. That is not a pivot. That is me asking you if Trump should regret attempting to install himself for a second presidential term through the use of a coup. Should Trump regret trying to silence the voice and the vote of every single American citizen in 2020, Teddy?
That wasn't every single American.
Yes, every single American. Absolutely.
And probably people who, I'm going to be honest with you, they were probably,
thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it.
They were probably also illegal immigrants too that voted for that. I mean, shit.
You think undocumented immigrants can vote
by mail? Sure.
So can you give me any evidence?
Wait, so undocumented immigrants have a mailing address and a social security number to receive the mail-in ballot because they would already have to be pre-registered?
They found that there was mail-in ballots that were sent to residents where the occupants of the former house had previously passed away. So if you run the example...
That's a complete pivot from what you just said. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
If you look at that and those people receive that ballot, they can vote whatever the fuck they want for whatever. Sorry about this. I'm walking my dog right now. But
so you're saying undocumented immigrants voted by stealing a person's identity who's dead?
Yeah.
Okay, name me one court case that indicated this occurred.
Well, you can't really prove it because you can't. There's no really.
So it's okay to believe things without evidence.
Well, there's no ID check. There's no.
So I just want to
there's no
clarify. Do you think
checking
it's okay to believe things without evidence?
You can make hypotheses and conclusions.
Matt, thank you for the
$5.
$5. Thank you so much. Hannah, thank you for the $10
Awesome.
for Free the Dogs. Thank you so much.
Also-
And someone said, Matt, thank you for the $5 for Adrenochrome for Dean. Saley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Holy
that. Thank
shit.
you.
Yo, Neha. I have to be quiet because my brother's sleeping. But Neha, that is Neha. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's for Neha. That is Neha in the chat right now. At least 1,000 W's for Neha. I understand that you told me not to read your message out loud, but I do want to let you know that that is quite funny. That is good to hear. Thank you for the $100. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Neha. Please make sure to show Neha some love in the chat.
Where was I? Oh yes. So
You're explaining to us how you think that undocumented migrants vote through dead people's mail-in ballots, and
Yep,
you're
by
explaining
stealing
to
their
us
identities.
how you actually don't have any evidence for it, but it's still seemingly a okay position for you to hold. So can I hold to the position that Donald Trump raped a little girl after the debate last night?
That didn't happen.
Wait, why can't I hold to that position?
All right, I see what you're doing. All right, yeah, okay, sure.
What evidence?
Yeah, were you about to ask me for my evidence? Shocking.
Parker.
Delaney, thank you for the $101 for Sorry Dean Parker number 1.
Dean.
Can we get some W's for Delaney in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Delaney. Bubbles, thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Delaney in the comment section. At least 101 W's for Delaney in the comment section. Thank you so much.
Oh, that was cold. Folks, we got to beat that. We got to beat that.
Sorry, Dean. Do you not believe that it had the potential to being the most fraudulent election of all time?
I know. I know that's false. In fact, it was the safest election in American history.
How's that?
How's that? It's been incessantly investigated and audited on the local, state, and federal levels since 2020. There's been 63 court cases opened by Trump and his team. They found no evidence to sufficiently demonstrate how the election was rigged. It's been incessantly investigated.
Hold on, I just want to say this. Hector just sent $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Said, I'm a DACA recipient and I can't even vote. People need to understand undocumented immigrants can't vote. Totally agree. Let's get some W's for Hector in the comment section as well. Thank you so much.
It was even incessantly investigated by Trump's own Electoral Integrity Commission, right? That he invested millions of dollars in to find any evidence that the election was stolen from him. And guess what? They came up empty-handed. And he knew that there's no evidence for this. And he tried to pressure the DOJ and Bill Barr into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud when there simply wasn't any. How do you feel about Donald Trump bringing Bill Barr into the Oval Office, telling him to announce widespread voter fraud, and when Bill Barr intended to go along with his plan, had to resign because half of the DOJ threatened to quit if he didn't?
Dean, that's a lot of information I didn't know. Thank you for letting me know.
Of course, I will let you know one last thing as well. So on October 9th and October 31st of 2020, before the election, Donald Trump spoke to his former chief of staff and chief strategist, and specifically told them each his plan to claim election on the night of the election. I don't know why I can't pronounce that word right now. And this was leaked and published in articles prior to November 9th, when he had came out and made the claim that the votes for Biden were illegal, and if only the real votes were counted, he would have won.
Who made the claim?
Brock, thank you for the $1, and Dell, thank you so much for the $9. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Dell.
So Steve Bannon, which was his former chief strategist, came out and posted this whole article. It was leaked audio of him talking to his friends, telling them that Donald Trump on the night of the election was going to say to stop the count and claim that he won even if he was behind, because he knew that the mail-in ballots would be democratically favored.
Dean, that's hearsay. You can't use that.
He just got civic and election integrity.
But just to clarify, that would be hearsay. Oh, John with the $102.
Oh my god. Is that just top me, bro?
Let's go. That's
Dude,
right, Parker.
no way.
Oh my god. Let's get at least 3,000 W's in the chat for John right now. Oh my god. I really have to be quiet because of my brother. John, I love you. You are the fucking boss. I want to see an unreal amount of love for John in the chat literally
This
right
guy,
now.
bro.
I really appreciate you for the love. Massive
Yo, what's up?
W's
How
in the
old are
chat
you?
for John.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, actually, I am.
Bro. Yeah. So, why are you voting for Trump?
Okay, so honestly, I have nothing against terrorists. The reason I'm voting for Trump is just so I actually moved here from Mexico in 2020, October of 2020.
Yo, Dell with the $104 on cash or on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Dell in the comment section right now. And Peter with $105. Oh my God. Peter with $105 and Danny with $104. What the fuck?
Yup.
Oh my god, can we get some W's
Oh
for
my
Dell, W's
God.
for Peter, and W's for Danny? Holy shit, dude. What the fuck just happened?
Guys.
Hey, take that, Dean.
Wow, oh no.
Dell, W Dell, W Peter, and W for Danny in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Oh no. Oh no.
Bro, fuck.
Oh, chat, listen, we can't let that one. Okay.
I'll leave you guys at that moment for a
Wow.
minute, because, hey.
No, go for it, go for it. What were you saying?
We just
No, I
got
was
bested,
gonna-
chat. We just got bested. We just got beat.
So, I moved here from Mexico. I live in Oregon. I moved here from,
Parrish with $110 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Parrish in the comment section right now? Holy fucking shit, let's get some W's for Parrish. What is going on right now?
Dude, all right.
Holy shit, they said I just got competitive. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Parrish. Oh my gosh.
John, baby John with the $107 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat right now for John with the $107 on PayPal. Oh, no, I gotta make sure I get his message right. Let's get some massive W. My brother's asleep, so I gotta be so quiet, but let's get some massive W's in the chat right now for John saying Puck Peter Parker. Let's go, John, with the $107
crazy.
on PayPal.
W, John.
That is so crazy.
Oh
Let's get
my
some
God.
W's for everyone in the comment section. W for Parrish, W for John, W for Danny, W for Peter, and W for Dell, everyone. That is so crazy. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. But yeah, go for it, Taco.
Okay, so that sounds funny. Okay, so I moved here in 2020. It was October 19th, 2020. I moved here from Mexico after living there for 10 years. I'm legal here. I was born here. I moved to Mexico when I was 10. But essentially, so like when I was in Mexico, I did see all like the media, the way they kind of. So they were pushing a lot of negative media towards Trump in Mexico, and they were essentially like, I remember I have family here who are illegal on my dad's side, and they have voted. They voted Biden, and they are illegal, and it is through social security numbers that they buy for people who I don't really know exactly if they're passed away or anything. I don't think that's the case, but I have seen it happen. So I was just kind of going on what that other guy was saying.
Can I make a point? There's over 60 plus court cases indicate no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. There are dead people that vote in every election. People vote and then die. Pretty sure they can thank you so much. That happens in every election. There were less actually proportionally in this election compared to previous elections. You know, this is the safest election in recorded history.
Okay, I got you on that. So I don't think that it was overturned. I definitely don't think that the election was overturned.
Can you invite Beta Male Dean up here?
Yeah, I know. I just saw that. And I'm like, what did Charlie Kirk beat Dean on?
Then their profile picture is a picture of me without a shirt on. I look awesome, by the way. And then their name is Beta Male Dean. Thank you for the galaxy.
But no, I don't think the election was overturned necessarily. That's not what I think. But I do think that Trump, as far as pushing,
Think of the 2 galaxies. Think of the 3 galaxies. Yo, B going off. W's for B in the chat. Think of the 3 galaxies.
Yo, Philip with the $20 on Cash App, or you killed it on Jubilee. Can we get some W's for Philip in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Philip.
So I think that Trump is the better choice. I don't think that any of them are a good choice, but I do think that Trump is a better choice as far as pushing the economy where it needs to be and getting us back to that point. Because honestly, and this is being honest, and I know a lot of people agree with this, the economy has been shit for the past 4 years. It really has. Like, I remember here in Oregon, I went from paying $3 and probably 10 cents a gallon to paying over $5 a gallon. Right now it's going back down, but it's like, it's bullshit. And people who I know are struggling. Like, I've struggled personally. I went from being able to afford all my bills. I have the same kind of bills that I had back when I moved here. It's not a 2.5 inflation rate. There's no way. I'm sorry.
No,
but
right now it's 2.8%. That's a fact.
Okay.
So you can act like it's not a fact, but it is.
Okay, I don't know, but Oregon did hit over $5 a gallon. I was working at Fred Meyer's over here in Medford. I'll say that. Like, I was working at Fred Meyer's when it hit over $5 a gallon.
Hector, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Hector. For as a DACA recipient who pays taxes and helps his economy, he cut my visa from 2 years to 1 year, which he's trying to get rid of me when I help as much as I can. I'm not doing anything wrong. Please justify that, MAGA supporters. That's actually a great question.
So what I do want to say, though, what I do feel like is wrong is Harris, nobody voted for her. And I understand the situation, but like, she was just kind of put into place. Can
I ask you why it's only Republicans that take issue with this?
Well,
Chris, thank you for the $5 for Save the Pets. Thank you so much.
So I don't know, man. That's like what I can say is, like, I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote for her to be in place.
Yeah, so we will vote for her come November. How about that?
Yeah, like, that's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
she polls better than Biden. People literally like her more than Biden. If you want to reference like the primary process, I'd say that if there's any issue for you to take there, it would be with the primary process, not with the candidates of the primary process. It is completely conventional and normal for there to be multiple individuals in the primaries to then maybe say the main candidate will win 40 states and then the secondary candidate will win 10, and then when the secondary candidate drops out, they'll tell their delegates to endorse the main candidate. And that's kind of what Biden did. So Biden presumptively won all 50 states, having sufficient delegates pledged to him to win the nomination at the DNC. Then Biden dropped out, and he told his delegates, who the people voted for, to endorse Kamala Harris. Of course, Kamala Harris still had to win their vote come the DNC.
Yeah, Sam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also, she was on the ballot, Biden-Harris. Every vote for Biden was a vote for Harris. Again, we vote for delegates. Delegates vote on behalf of what the party wants. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Kamala Harris being the president of the United States, or being the presidential nominee, and 67% of Democrats wanted Biden to drop down.
Okay, so why are you voting Harris besides the fact that she's part of the Democratic Party? Like, genuinely.
Why am I voting for Harris? Again, because she advocated for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Appreciate the money gun, thank you so much, and the $35 cap on insulin. Right, those are things that benefit the working class of this country. She's also not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Plenty of things.
So hold on. So wait a minute, though. So you realize that, like, there is actual evidence of Biden having sexually molested his daughter, correct?
No, there's not.
No, there is evidence, actually.
There actually is.
Dude, so what happened?
You're talking about Ashley Biden's diary, first of all, that was stolen from her, sold to Project Veritas before they attempted to sell it to Trump's team, when Project Veritas has a track record of manipulating and editing.
Allison with the $200 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Allison in the comment
Holy
section for the
shit.
$200? Genuinely, thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Allison? That
Oh
is
my
absolutely
gosh!
insane.
Wow.
What the hell is going on right now?
Yo,
Let's
massive
get some W's for Allison in the
Allison
comment
chat.
section right now.
Yo, that is
Holy fucking
phenomenal.
shit, what is going on?
Massive W. Holy shit! Massive W's for Allison in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
need a second, bro.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna give Parker a second here. I want y'all to show incredible levels of love to Allison. Okay. Well, that guest seemingly left as soon as he took the chance to pivot away. So Parker's still having a second.
I'll add someone, but fuck.
Holy
oh my
cow.
God, let's get some W's for Allison. Terry, thank you for the $6.68. Pets for Kamala. Based. But
That's
can we get some
incredible.
W's for Allison? That is, y'all have been so kind tonight. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been absolutely amazing, everyone. I'm gonna be on for a long time tonight. We're gonna be on until at least like midnight.
Show
probably
some love
later.
to Allison, guys. Holy
That is
crap.
like some W's for Allison right now. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Allison. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. W's for Allison in the chat. W's for everyone. Y'all have been so kind today.
Hey, what's up, Carlos? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Just like Taco say, things were better when Trump was in office. I mean, I do disagree with a lot of things he did, but
Okay. Here's my question for you. How do we know that Trump caused things to be better, or how do we know that Biden and Harris caused things to be worse? I think we could both agree that external variables outside of the executive branch of our government can influence, the state of a country. So, how did he cause your life to be better, or how did Biden and Harris cause it to be worse? Okay. By the way,
Okay.
we can't hear you unless you
Hello?
are looking at Parker.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
you hear me now?
So, can you answer my question there, Carlos?
Yep, I can. So right now, I just purchased my second house. It was about $500,000 house that I purchased. Back then, when Trump was in
Wow.
office.
Okay. So you make over 400K a year?
Yep.
Okay, so is that the reason why you like Trump?
Not really. I mean, just felt like taxes and everything was just way better when he was in office.
We're currently under Trump tax policy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how are taxes better under Trump tax policy if we're still currently under Trump tax policy?
Well,
Hector, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Also-
I definitely will ask them.
oh, go ahead, Dan.
No. Answer Parker's question. Then I'll butt in.
So you're saying we're currently on Trump taxes?
Yes.
Huh. Okay. Seemingly you don't have an answer there. So my question to you would be: to what end will you benefit yourself at the detriment of a? Oh my God!
What?
Is that it? Oh my God! Michelle M. Sharp with the $200 on Venmo. My brother is sleeping in the other room, so I have to be quiet. I do not want to wake him up, but I want to get at least 2,000 W's in the comment section for M.
Can we get another
Sharp.
2,000, everyone? M Sharp with the $200 on Cash App for me as well. Let's get some W's for M Sharp in the comment section. What the fuck is going on today?
What is going on?
Like, actually, what is going on today?
M Sharp, thank you so much for the $200. Thank you so much for the $200 to Parker as well.
What
you
is
guys
going
have
on?
been blessing
Let's
us
get some W's
beyond
for M
all
Sharp in the
fucking
comment
belief.
section.
We're looking at you, Delaney. We're looking at you, M Sharp. We're looking at you, John. We're looking at every single one of you guys. Thank you so much for the continued support today. This is insane. This is actually fucking insane. I could speak for Parker when I say this. When both of me and Parker were just two little scrawny teenagers streaming debates in our rooms
still
because we
scrawny.
cared about our futures.
I'm still scrawny.
Well, you know what I mean. It was more so of an implication of being 18,
Big thank you to
16,
Galaxy. Thank
17,
you so much.
19. And we were streaming to like 30 people in our bedrooms because we wanted a brighter tomorrow. There wasn't a single fucking second that I projected that this would ever be the outcome. Thank you so much, M Sharp, for the $200. Y'all have continuously blessed me. Y'all have continuously blessed Parker. We are so appreciative for you
That
guys.
is unbelievable. Thank you so
Save
much,
the
Chef
Galaxies
Sharp. Let's
as
get some
well.
W's for them in the comment section, everyone. Y'all are incredible. Y'all are so incredible. Nessa, thank you for the sunglasses. Okay, so Carlos, what were you saying? I do apologize.
Nope, all good. Like I said, things were just better. Not sure how they were better, but I kind of disagree with a lot of things Biden is doing. You know, opening the border and all the stuff. It's just
What policy did Biden and Harris influence to get past it open the border?
I mean, they have so much that they can make a decision just to close the border. When he became president, the way there was a news where he was talking and he was just pretty much telling everybody to just come to this country. It's kind of
Kamala
like
Harris specifically said to go home.
after Biden made those comments.
Okay, was Biden running for president? Because obviously, even if he made these comments, this is a clear distinction between Biden and Harris saying one thing and Kamala Harris saying the opposite.
Well, that was when Biden took office, though.
Okay. I mean, obviously, what would be indicating here is that this seemingly doesn't have much to do with Kamala Harris because it's Kamala Harris that told individuals to go home. But if you want to talk about strategic opening of the border to fit a political agenda, why don't we talk about Trump telling the Republicans to reject and torpedo the bipartisan border bill drafted by Langford in the House and the Senate?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that I disagree with. I mean, there's some good things that they want to do, and some things, mostly bad things. But
Okay, so
we just
can
give
you
it
give
the
me
money.
one
Give it
policy that Kamala Harris influenced to get passed that you disagree with.
Just the fact that on the debate that she's saying give money away, give the first home buyers $25,000.
It's not giving money away. It's a self-sustainable tax reform bill. She knows how she's going to pay for it. You want to know who's actually giving money away though? Trump. He wants to spend like nearly $4 trillion on tax cuts that will disproportionately help people like you, people making over $400,000 a year in ultra wealthy corporations. And he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. Why would you sit here and shit on Harris for wanting to make the average American's life better when you know how bad it's been? In fact, you call it the main reason you're voting for Trump when she knows exactly how she's going to recoup for that debt related spending. And then you turn around and vote for Trump, the person that wants to make the ultra wealthy's lives better with no fucking clue how he's going to pay for it. That is such a convoluted worldview. I can't even put myself in your shoes and understand that perspective.
But here's the thing, though. She's been in office for 3.5 years. Why haven't they done any of the stuff that they say?
They have the $35 cap on insulin, the largest investment in renewable energy
Isn't the
ever,
$35 something that
the
Trump did?
bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. These are things that even Republicans said they would do and didn't do.
I don't know. I guess everybody has their own opinions, right?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Appreciate the hand art.
No.
So Donald Trump has been held civilly liable.
There's a lot of things that
would you vote for him?
There's a lot of things I don't like about Trump. Like when he was
So
president.
you said you wouldn't vote for someone. You said you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. So you wouldn't vote for Trump, right?
Correct.
Okay. So all right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go. Good shit. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Heck yeah.
Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now.
Someone in the chat says thoughts on George Soros Parker. I'm not Parker, I'm Dean, but I love him. He pays my bills, quite frankly.
Yeah, I'll get all my money, Big with $100 on Cash App. What the fuck is going on right now? Can we get some W's for Big in the comment section right now for the $100 on Cash App?
Dude,
what the fuck is going on today, bro?
W's for Big, man. That's
What
incredible.
the hell is going on?
That's so incredible. Y'all have been so generous today. Holy
That
crap.
is unfucking believable. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because everything was just better under Trump.
Okay, we've responded to this argument a good 1,000
Okay,
times.
no, we'll do it again.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Bad. So, okay. So, what policy did Trump pass that made your life better? What policy did Kamala Harris and Biden pass that made your life worse?
All right, I'm not very.
Yo, Brianna with $100 for Can't Find Dean's Cash App. I'll make sure to send it to his Cash App.
Oh, really?
If you would like, yes.
Oh my gosh.
W for Brianna in the comment
Bree,
section right now. Thank you so much.
Bree, thank you so much for the $100. That is awesome. Thank you for the love, Bree. Massive W's in the chat for Bree. Thank you so much for the $100. Massive W's. Also,
That's some W's.
You won't have to pay taxes on that. Just make sure you include it in your write-offs. But thank you so much for the $100, Bree. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Bree. That's insane. Thank you for the love. And of course, Ryder's going to take that as an opportunity to run away. Thank you so much, bro. Dude, that is so kind of you.
That is
Thank you.
such a W.
Thank you so much, Bree. You are awesome. Thank you so much.
We've got I've got the Cash App. You've got the PayPal.
Yeah, for real.
All right, let's get this next individual up here.
Now you just need to collect all 3 of the Infinity Stones.
For real.
I can't. I actually can't open a Cash App. I'm just royally fucked. So, yeah.
Yeah,
anyways.
that is truly unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. All right, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next everyone. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. People want to know why you can't. It just doesn't let them chat. It's like really weird.
They don't like me. I think so I'm pretty sure that they falsely flagged me of like fraud. Like they thought that I was either defrauding people.
Yeah, no, Dean, you were seriously like defrauding people. Like, what a terrible dude.
What a terrible guy. What a terrible guy.
All right, horrible, terrible. You've never seen someone so bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 38.
Yo, Christina, thank you for the $20 for will you send Dean 10 of this? Yes, I will.
Thank you, Christina. W's for Christina in the chat. And let's get some more W's for Bree.
Yeah, so Mike, are you voting why are you voting for Trump?
Actually, I don't even want to touch that topic. I just want to ask one simple question, if you don't mind.
Insanity. The audacity that man has. Why do men have so much goddamn audacity, chat?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
You voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Honestly, I really don't trust where Kamala's policies are at this point. Obviously, the whole flip-flopping and everything. And she really hasn't been able to kind of defend and say why she changed her policies.
Okay. Yeah, so you said that she hasn't defended why she changed her policy. She did. She literally talked about it at the debate stage. Did you watch the debates?
Tree, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
You did?
Wait, Donald Trump used to be a pro-choice Democrat. Is Donald Trump a flip-flopper?
I mean, obviously on some things. I mean, like I said, it's not the fact that
Elia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
It's not the fact that she flip-flopped. It's just the fact that she flip-flopped on so many major issues. And it seems like the timing was solely based on the fact for election purposes.
Well, I think that a representative, especially like in a representative democracy, They're supposed to represent the views of the people, right? And I think that what Kamala Harris has came to terms with over the course of the last 4 years is that the views of the people is pro-gun ownership and pro-fracking. And she's found a way to support those two things while not changing her values intrinsically. Kamala Harris has found a much more effective route to promote green energy, and that is by making massive investments into it in the long term while also supporting drilling now here at home in America. I'd say that that perfectly explains her pro-fracking position.
I mean, now, but like I said, where was that, 4 years ago when she was running?
I don't know, man. I'd say that Kamala Harris has gained a lot of experience over the course of the last 4 years being in the executive branch of our government. It forces you to either be a failure like Donald Trump and unable to bring Congress together on anything, or it makes you into a leader that can act in a bipartisan manner to bring Congress together by seeing from both sides of the aisles on some issues. And I think that that was a prime crystal clear example of the presidency moderating her views.
Let me ask you guys a question. Obviously, there's no question you guys feel that Kamala's policies are far superior to Trump's, obviously, right?
Yes.
If they were to flip-flop stances on all their policies, who would you vote for? So obviously Kamala is now holding all of Trump's policies and vice versa.
But like the person who is civilly liable, I wouldn't vote for anyone that's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Okay. So if Kamala has now all Trump's policies and that's what she's running on, you would vote for Kamala still?
I wouldn't vote for anyone who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess the thought process is, I guess her policies aren't that much superior if you think that, we would be just fine.
I have a hard line of, I don't vote for sexual abusers.
So the policies are secondary for you?
So yeah, I wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman across the board. I wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child across the board.
All right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, obviously from a policy standpoint, I think that's kind of what really is going to, kind of lead the movement forward. Would I what?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
In a vacuum, if that's all I have to go on, no. But
not even a vacuum, and just in this election. Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I mean, I guess indirectly, yeah.
Indirectly? So you're not directly voting for Trump?
No, I am
Shout out
voting
for that,
for
Don
him.
O'Dean.
But like I said,
Yo, Parker with the 100.
I don't base my decisions on just one particular thing. I base it on the grand scheme of things.
Okay, like what? His shitty economic tax reform or his concepts of planning a plan to plan the plan for healthcare?
I mean, obviously a lot of his policies in general, I think, were good for, the American public.
I disagree. I think that his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was an incredibly unnecessary expense that
Added
disproportionately
0.04% to the annual GDP, which is about $28 billion a year. So definitely didn't pay for itself. Push that mustache. Thank you so
$4
much.
billion in government revenue, by the way. Just want to put that one out there.
I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act on Biden and Kamala's side, that was expensive, and it had
no, it wasn't. It was deficit
reducing. Yeah.
TBO indicates that it's deficit reducing over 10 years. Literally saves the government money. Would you?
It had little to no effect on the reducing inflation.
Yeah, it had a very marginal effect.
Because it was deficit reducing, though. You said it was inflationary.
Yeah, that's what we're countering. You said that it was expensive. No, it wasn't. It's deficit reducing.
And you said it was
years.
inflationary, didn't you?
Well, I said it was very expensive as far as what it is.
False.
And yeah.
False. Wrong.
Yeah, like what?
Wrong. It was literally deficit reducing. Wrong. Okay, can you recant that claim, buddy boy?
No, I mean, I still think that there was a lot of unnecessary spending in that.
Oh my God, unnecessary. Dude, it was deficit
What was the
reducing.
unnecessary spending? Wait, why don't you look at the unnecessary spending of Trump when he added $8.4 trillion to the debt by signing into law, and then $4.8 trillion non-COVID related?
Cereal.
How much of that was partisan versus bipartisan?
I mean, does that matter?
He
signed into law, right?
So. I understand, but I mean, from a spending standpoint, a lot of the stuff under Trump was all bipartisan. And obviously from the Biden-Harris standpoint, the majority of their spending was partisan based.
For debt spending?
And it would have been even more if
does that matter though? Like the point that we're making is that it's signed into law. He could have vetoed it.
With some of the stuff, obviously it went through.
And that's also because the bipartisan bills they got done were deficit reducing. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, and then also like Trump's like proposed policies dog shit. Like another 10 years of the TCGA, CBO estimates that will cost $3.9 trillion. Do you know how he's
Crystal,
going to
thank
pay
you
for
for the
that?
$20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Crystal. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you know how he's going to pay for that, or do you not know how he's going to pay for that?
Well, I think there's going to be kind of broad spectrum. Obviously, trying to cut a lot of unnecessary spending.
Like what?
Across the board.
Like Social Security, Medicare.
No, obviously not Social Security, Medicare.
Stamps. Okay, so what is he going to cut?
Just in general. I mean, there's so much unnecessary government spending in there.
So vague. You don't know what he's going to cut. You have no clue. No clue, quite frankly. Do you have like concepts of what he's going to cut, sir?
I mean, obviously, part of it is going to be the tariff act. It's going to help pay for some of the stuff back in there. But just in general, trying to cut back a lot of the stuff. I mean, look at every single bill in there. There's
that's such a shitty fucking response to say about Trump, who signed $8.6 trillion of debt-related spending into law. That's just like he's the third most impactful president on the deficit that we've ever had. And you're going to tell me that he's going to cut so much spending that he could save $4 trillion to cut taxes for the ultra wealthy? What if I told you I could tell you exactly how Kamala Harris is going to pay for a $2.4 trillion in debt-related spending associated with the tax cuts for the low and the middle class? Seemingly, you can't tell me.
Dean, I found a comment saying that you look like Tom Holland on that one video.
I saw so many of them on YouTube, on TikTok. I don't even look like Tom Holland. I don't.
Chat, if you think he looks like Tom Holland, type 1 in the comments section.
Type 2 if I don't. I type 2. Anyways, go ahead, Brady. How's he going to pay for it? Tell me what he's going to cut. Tell me how it's going to save the government $4 trillion in spending.
I mean, I don't have any specific line items that's going to go through and say $4 trillion.
Okay, so in other words, you were making an argument that Harris will be bad for unnecessary spending, yet you are seemingly conceding that Trump is spending so much money with no clue how to pay for it.
Let me ask, I guess either one of you, a genuine question, because obviously you're really heavy into the numbers and sites and stuff like that.
Marcy, $1. Thank you, Marcy.
Yeah, someone in the chat just said that I'm much better looking than Tom Holland. I love you.
Parker, do you have any stats on how much spending was basically blocked by the Republicans over the last 4 years? Things that were trying to be passed that were basically never made it all the way through to be signed.
I don't have data on every single one now.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any idea?
Stuff on that.
Yeah, I would too, just out of curiosity, because I know from, if the Democrats were unchecked the last 4 years, I'd be real curious to see what that spending would really total up to be.
Okay. All right. Sure. You should look into that and come back up and tell us.
Yeah. I mean, I'll see what I can find. I don't know what's in there specifically or even kind of where to look for it. But I mean, just overall stuff with, the First Step Act, right to try, things of that nature, I think were good policies on Trump's part.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you said the First Step Act, the right to try.
Mm-hmm.
See that? Okay. Yeah. So I like how a lot of the things you referenced are criminal justice reform. So do you believe in criminal justice reform?
To some extent, yeah.
Okay. So if you believe in criminal justice reform, I have a question. Mm-hmm. You believe in law and order, right? Then
I do.
If you're pro law and order, do you think that, say, violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns?
I would say probably not.
No? So Trump's a violent sexual offender. He shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Was he convicted of that criminally or civilly?
Marta, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Marta. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So, like I said, from a constitutional standpoint, I don't believe that if somebody is civilly convicted of something like that, they are permitted from owning a firearm.
We're asking you what should or shouldn't be the case.
Would you let someone who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman be a gym teacher?
I think it would depend on the case. I try to look at things objectively in a case-by-case basis. I mean, I think you're painting with pretty broad strokes in that situation.
What?
But I would say, if we're going to go that broad spectrum, again, I would say probably not.
So why not?
Well, I mean, just in general, you typically don't want somebody like that that's going to be in a position that's going to be around, kids and so forth.
In general, what's the exception?
So why do you want them? Why do you want kids looking up to them as president of the United States?
I mean, you can make some of the same claims going around. I mean, like I said, once again, this is civilly versus criminally. I mean, why would you want somebody that...
But you didn't question that in the context of the scenario with the gym teacher.
Say that again?
You didn't question that in the context of the scenario with the gym teacher.
And also just saying that it was civilly isn't...
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a looking up standpoint that I wouldn't want them in there. It would be a safety standpoint is what I'd be more concerned about specifically.
Okay, so you're okay with kids looking up to rapists?
I don't think I said that.
Okay, so would you like to clarify your answer to that? So do you think kids should look up to rapists?
No.
Okay, so kids shouldn't look up to rapists, so Parker's point still stands.
No, but when I'm looking at it from a safety standpoint. I would take somebody's safety.
We understand that you're making an evaluation about safety, however, simultaneously.
Do you believe in gun control?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Parker was talking.
Gun control?
I believe in the Second Amendment, but I do believe in proper gun handling and safety and so forth like
if
that.
Strict gun control would save the lives of more innocent children, would you support it?
Can you elaborate a little further on what strict gun control consists of?
Taking away your right to own an AR-15.
Say like take the guns first, due process second.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't agree with that because I don't believe that would change anything from a safety standpoint.
Marta, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Marta. I really appreciate it. Well, that's what Trump said. Trump said,
damn it.
Go for it.
No, I was going to ask him would he still vote for Trump if he said that. But the cat's out of the bag.
Fuck.
We'll use that opportunity on the next person. Oh, well. Sorry, go ahead. So anyways, what the point that Parker's making is that that's something that Trump has said. Trump is also the only president out of like Trump and Biden that implemented like gun reform. Like you understand that, right? like Kamala Harris said last night, she's not going to take your guns. Joe Biden didn't implement any federal policy to restrict gun ownership, but Trump certainly did. And Trump said to take the guns first, due process second. How do you feel about that? Trump also wants to imprison people for free speech, violating the First Amendment right. Trump is so anti-Constitution. He said that he wanted to throw it out the window and put it on pause to question the outcome of the 2020 election. Please give me comparable circumstances of Harris or Biden challenging the Constitution as Trump has.
Terminate it.
I mean, obviously, you got the whole Facebook stuff.
That's not anti-constitutional.
Really? Free speech?
Yeah, that's not... So you're on Parker's Live right now. If we told you that we're going to kick you if you said any slurs, as that is banned speech on Parker's platform, would that be infringing upon your First Amendment right to freedom of speech? No, because your First Amendment right of freedom of speech applies to government entities as well as to like the criminal justice system. But
you're against free speech if you kick me off your platform, okay?
But a government entity making a suggestion to a private platform, a private business, by saying that this should be included within your terms of service is not anti-free speech, right? Because once again, that only applies to legislation, the government, and the criminal justice system. But what is against your free speech is when Trump says that if you burn the American flag, you're going to go to jail for a year. That's a violation of your First Amendment right.
Yeah. Do you know who originally put that law in effect? What party?
I don't really care. I'm asking you about
the Democratic Party. Were the ones that first enacted that law.
Okay, and the Democrats that enacted that law were anti-constitution. What a fucking about it, bro? Why can't you stay on topic? Donald Trump wants to throw people in jail for a year for burning the American flag. The Supreme Court has ruled that that is against the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. How do you feel?
I agree with that from the Supreme Court standpoint.
So you agree that Donald Trump wants to imprison people for a constitutionally protected activity.
I mean, he can want to all he wants, but it's not going to matter.
Okay. So if Donald Trump wanted to grape a little girl but couldn't, would you still vote for him?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
If Donald Trump wanted to grape kids but couldn't grape kids, would you still vote for him?
I don't understand the point of the questions. I mean, we're just going to keep throwing out just one-liners and stuff like that. I mean,
can you answer the question? If Donald Trump wanted to grape kids but couldn't grape kids, would you still vote for him?
I would say probably not. So
if Donald Trump wanted to violate your constitutionally protected rights but couldn't violate your constitutionally protected rights, would you still vote for him?
That's the whole point of checks and balances. That's why we have three systems.
So that's the whole point of checks and balances. This gives you no reason not to vote for Trump when it's about constantly protected rights, but it is about when he wants to rape kids. See, if someone even wants to do something that I would deem as wrong, this would give me a reason not to support them.
Okay, so you don't think that there's anything wrong that Harris stands by? What about the fact that she wanted to decriminalize illegal immigration?
Illegal immigration has never been criminal. It's been a civil offense.
That is not true.
It is. And yeah, so the tweet that you're referencing of her wanting to quote unquote decriminalize it is her saying that it's not a crime when she was analytically correct.
I'm not referring to a tweet. I'm talking about when she was on video saying that she would decriminalize illegal immigration.
It's not a crime today. It's seriously not a crime. It's a civil offense.
So it's civil. So now civil doesn't matter? Because just
civil
a few minutes ago you told me civil matters.
Yeah, think of the dollar. When did we say it doesn't matter?
Yeah, we literally want to
He's downplaying it because the fact is saying it's a civil offense.
No, I'm not downplaying it. I'm directly responding to what you said. You said that she wanted to decriminalize it. It's not a crime. Point reduced, debunked, disproven, rejected.
I can't really refute it, but I find it hard to believe that. So someone can walk across the border and they can only be convicted of it civilly. So why can they be deported at that point if it's just a civil offense?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so you can force pay, and also if in that sense they can force them to engage in particular behaviors like.
Yeah, I don't know how the criminal justice system works. I just know that it's not a criminal offense. You know what I mean?
Like that's like asking the question like, how would you deport them criminally?
Yeah.
Like, are you gonna know what flight they're gonna take?
Well, no, but if
are you gonna pay for their
country
flights?
illegally, at that point they would be deported, or
Okay, so how do you deport them? Tell me.
Well, you'd either bust them back across or you'd fly them out like they were doing before. I mean, how is Biden deporting people now?
Danielle with the $250 on Cash App. Can we get
Holy
some W's
shit.
for Danielle in the comment section right now?
Yo,
Thank you so much.
oh my God.
Holy fuck, let's get some W's for Danielle. What the hell is going on today,
Yo,
dude?
W's for Danielle in the
going
chat.
on?
That's insane. $250
Danielle with the
from
$250
Danielle.
to get some W's.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
She took the
Massive
dub for today.
W's.
Let's get some W's for Danielle. Oh my God.
That's awesome. Holy
And Michelle,
crap.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Michelle, for love your haircut. I didn't get a haircut, but thank you. I just have
W's for
different
Danielle in that chat,
earphones for
ladies and
today.
gentlemen.
And these are gonna be the new earphones. But oh my God, what is going on?
Wow. Massive W's for Danielle down below. That's awesome.
Yeah, Bruni, is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
I mean, a little bit. I just wanted to finish at least the thought. So, I mean, you're talking about how you're going to deport them. I mean, Biden's obviously deporting people now, correct?
Yeah, dude, we're not disputing that. What we're just saying is that, again, we don't know the current processes of how you would fully deport someone, but you would still argue that in some circumstances deportations would occur, right? You don't have to know the process. You just need to know that, like, under your view, this should or should not.
Well, I definitely think it should be if they're in here illegally, whether it's civil or criminal. And like I said,
Yeah, well, you understand that like me and Parker would advocate for quicker, safer legal ports of entry, right?
And Joshua, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Joshua in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $30. And again, Danielle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $250. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Danielle in the comment section.
To reduce like undocumented entries. Like I don't understand what your point would be here, but you understand that like Trump blocked a bipartisan bill that led to an increase of undocumented migration into our country, meaning that he's directly responsible.
I mean, he's not the one that voted.
He's the one that influenced their vote, man. He's going to be partially responsible for the outcome.
I understand. And I mean, I understand your point is that it's put for political gain at that point, right?
Right, which demonstrates he doesn't really care about the southern border. He doesn't really care about undocumented migration across the southern border because he's willing to take a scenario that he vehemently preaches at his rallies as being terrible, to turn around and manipulate it and to take advantage of it for political gain.
I mean, you can say the same thing about Democrats bumping Kamala to the top of the ticket. That was purely for political gain at that point. And you guys say that that's okay.
But what did that hurt, though? Because under the own MAGA worldview...
8 out of 10 Democrats wanted that.
Well, I mean, I'll agree. I'll literally agree that like having Biden drop and having Harris run was literally for political gain, but that wasn't at the expense of like greater harm to a nation. When under your own worldview, now I want to clarify this isn't under my worldview, under your own worldview, under Donald Trump's own worldview, migration across the southern border leads to great harm to the nation. I mean, how many times have you seen Donald Trump call undocumented migrants rapists, P3DOs, right? MS-13 gang members, right? He's saying that these people are coming into our country, harming our women, living off of the American taxpayers' dollars, and then he turns around and he says he wants that to increase and continue because it'll increase his chance of winning at re-election. Like, can you give me an example of Biden or Harris doing something for political gain that led to higher rates of harm?
Higher rates of harm?
Yeah, that literally caused harm in accordance with their own worldview. Because Donald Trump shooting that bipartisan border bill down caused harm according to his worldview.
I mean, obviously, you could go on to the whole fact of, threat to democracy. I mean, the whole point is, and I understand your stance, right? And I understand that there's nothing wrong with what they did from a legal standpoint.
It also wasn't a threat to democracy because the DNC and the RNC are private political parties, not a government fixture.
But it still doesn't change what happened.
It changes the idea that it can't be a threat to the democracy of America because it's not a government fixture. You have the right to vote for whoever you want in November. You even have the right to open up your own private political party. But if that's a threat to democracy, is RFK dropping out a threat to our democracy because he turned around and endorsed Trump?
I think that if there's something, to be said about the nefarious act, about why he was going on there to try to block and stuff like that, I think that there's something that could be said about it being kind of morally wrong. I try to look at this, and like I said, I'm far from a far right, like just complete MAGA, just follow him blindly. There's a lot of things that, I think that he could do better, or, obviously reel back as far as what he says and so forth. But I look at the end of the day, I know what he stands for, even if I don't 100% agree with all this.
He doesn't know what he stands for. What's his healthcare plan?
Okay, so that's one thing, right?
He doesn't know what he stands for. How is he going to pay for his tax cuts? Is that two things?
No, I mean, obviously.
He doesn't know what he stands for. How is he going to deport every single undocumented migrant in our country? Is that three things? He doesn't know what he stands for. Is he going to veto a national abortion ban? Is that four things?
Everything, even from Kamala's standpoint, it's all theories, right?
Oh, no. So, no, not at all. See, even if I agree that she only has theories, Donald Trump doesn't even have a theory. He has concepts. Get it right.
No, I mean, like I said, obviously, as far as the illegal immigration, as far as trying to round up stuff, are you going to be able to round up every single person that's here illegally? No. But there's going to have to be a lot of coordinated efforts among police departments and so forth in order to try to even put a dent in it and accomplish it at that point. I mean, there's not a foolproof, perfect plan to any problem out there. It's about making the best of what you can with the situation.
Yeah, but Kamala Harris knows how to make the best of what she can in this situation. Donald Trump doesn't. She knows who she's going to cut taxes for. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. Couldn't say the same thing for Baby Dan, right? Same thing for healthcare. She knows how she wants to reform the ACA. She knows she wants to limit prescription drug prices to $2,000 per year for all American citizens. She knows she wants to grant Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceuticals to reduce government spending. What does Donald Trump know? Apparently nothing. After 8 years, still no plan for healthcare. He's planning a plan of concepts, which will then be used to plan another plan of concepts to plan.
Well, it's easy to have a plan when you just want to give everything away and spend.
Oh, so actually her tax cuts are self-sustainable. Who's giving everything away and spending? Donald Trump. His tax cuts aren't. He has no clue how he's going to pay for them. He wants to spend $4 trillion on the ultra-wealthy. Crazy. I think I just used your own words against.
So the capital gains plan, right? I understand. I'm not saying that it's, it's only for the people that make, over $100 million and so forth. I get that. I'm not one of those people that's going to say that it's bad because every person that buys a house.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Every person that buys a house is going to be affected. But I do think that it's going to have effects on the middle class America.
Kim T, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
How so?
Well, I think it's going to tank the stock market personally.
I disagree.
Okay,
wait,
so
what policy is going to tank the stock market?
Unrealized capital gains.
Unrealized capital gains.
No, because it would be expected.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. So obviously, Mark Cuban has been working closely with Kamala Harris as a financial advisor throughout this election. He's even come out recently in the last week or so basically saying it would be a horrible idea. And the fact that it would do exactly that.
Thank you so much. Mark Cuban? Okay.
Correct.
You could so if you take Mark Cuban's view, you're gonna vote for Kamala Harris, right?
Do I take his views? No, but I take some of
Okay,
his.
that's what I thought.
I take some of his experts. I mean, honestly,
If you
I
take some
actually
of his
agree.
experts, why don't you take some of his experts here?
I actually disagree with Mark Cuban here. I do. I actually do disagree with Mark Cuban. I hold pretty strongly to the idea that it won't tank the stock market, because regardless of where these centimillionaires have their money invested, they're going to experience this unrealized capital gains tax. So there will be an.
So it's expected. The point is expected. It doesn't change anything about the stock. So why would someone invest less or invest more in a stock, given that it's not more or less bad of an investment?
Because they're going to have to
given
sell
that a
off.
tax is implemented.
They're going to have to sell off in order to pay the bill, regardless
Yeah,
of if it's
yeah, but
expected or
that's
not.
So
So when people are selling off, right, that's going to lower the stock market at that point.
no, because I think it's because it's expected. It's not going to tank the stock price because again, the investment is to the same degree. So we might see it equilibrate, but we're not going to see it decrease and tank the stock market.
Wait a second. Do you hold to Cuban's view here? Because in the next sentence, he not only said that this is bad, but he said it's probably not going to happen.
Well, because
I'm curious, if you hold to Mark Cuban's view, you not only assume that therefore the unrealized capital gains stock is bad, but you'd also assume that Kamala Harris isn't going to implement the unrealized capital gains stock.
Well, that kind of goes back to the whole flip-flopping thing. So why is she running on it if he feels that she's not going to implement it?
I mean, shit, why did Trump run on the infrastructure bill? Fuck, why is he ran on healthcare for 8 years? Who knows?
I mean,
but guess who got more done? Biden and Harris.
But I mean, from a Cuban standpoint,
From a Cuban standpoint, this wouldn't give you reason not to vote for Harris, as he says that she won't implement it.
But it's ultimately not his say.
Erica, I appreciate you for the money gun. Well, then why do you accept his say in the first place?
He's making an opinion.
Why do you
on
accept his
do.
say when it comes to the efficacy of the tax, but not the implementation of the tax? Right? You either have to accept both, or you have to accept none.
No, you don't, because he can give an opinion based.
Okay, so you could pick and choose which opinions of Mark Cuban's you like. Why?
Because Mark Cuban has no control of if she does or does not implement it.
But the question I'd be asking here is, if you could pick and choose between the opinions of Mark Cuban's that you'll hold to, not hold to, you're going to have external reason to, right? Like, I'd ask you to provide the reason why the unrealized capital gains stock would be bad. And specifically speaking, capital gains tax would be bad. And seemingly you can't. Right. What I'd say is that it won't tank the stock market, apart from individuals having to pull stock out to pay for the tax, which will just go right back into the pockets of the low and middle class, by the way. But specifically speaking, this won't provide disincentivization to invest in the first place, because regardless of where these centimillionaires have this money invested, they're going to experience the effects of this tax. Right. And their only alternative would be to pull the money out of being invested. At that point, not just losing out of 25% of their investment, but 100% of the investment. So all things considered, there's more incentivization for them to invest than not to invest, given the unrealized capital gains stock. And I'd agree with you that the unrealized capital gains tax here would not be a good idea if it wasn't going back directly into the pockets of the low and the middle class. Why do we care about the stock market? Because it serves to promote our economy through making the average American better off. Well, what she wants to do with the money raised through the unrealized capital gains tax is to put it back into the pocket of the average American, which will make the average American better off. So it achieves the same end.
But you're still pumping a bunch of money into the economy at that point with all these free things that she's trying to give away, like the whole $50,000.
Which is good. I think that's a great thing to do.
But that's also what.
So Trump is pumping money in the economy when he advocates for tax breaks for billionaires. You're okay with him pumping money in the economy there?
When you're dumping money into the middle class, just kind of like the whole with the COVID stuff, the stimulus checks, that's part of what caused the inflation to become rampant, and that's why the Fed had a real back.
Wait, no, we're talking about his tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. You understand that Trump literally wants to pump more money into the economy through his tax cuts? Literally, Trump wants to give away more free money.
And what policies other than
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years, estimated to cost $4 trillion. Hers is estimated to cost 2.4. Trump wants to give away more free money, but instead of giving it to those that need it, he wants to give it to the ultra wealthy.
I mean, you can split hairs over the policies, and obviously the whole.
That's not splitting a hair. That's an ideological shift.
Because if you're going to incentivize businesses in the U.S., whether it be corporate tax rates being lower or whatnot, that's going to indirectly help the middle class as well by creating jobs.
Oh, okay, so lower corporate tax rates create jobs, yet some of the lowest rates of unemployment that we've had in our countries with higher corporate tax rates. Explain that to me, Brittany.
What years was that?
1960s, 70s, and 80s.
Okay, but what about something more recent? Because
dude, that I'm literally referencing, right, 50 years ago when our corporate tax rate was about 35 through 45%, which is the benchmark for the all too often cited statistics of a 50-year record low rate of unemployment under Trump's presidency. Why won't you accept this? Do I need to cite something more recent? How about we talk about the low rates of unemployment under Obama's presidency with a 35% corporate tax rate? See, you like to shift and move the goalpost for no reason at all, rather than you think it intellectually serves you in this debate. You don't care about the average American. You don't care about the working class, because if you did care about the working class, then you'd obviously accept it as fact that higher corporate tax rates don't lead to higher rates of unemployment, and that ultimately speaking, increasing the corporate tax rate by 7% to generate $1.3 trillion to fund the low and the middle class through tax rates, child tax credits, and subsidies for first-time home buyers and new businesses is a great plan, but instead, you just want to call it free money for those that don't deserve it that will cause inflation. Then you turn around and vote for Trump, the man that wants to give free money to those that really don't deserve it, the billionaires, at the expense of the low and the middle class by imposing tariffs, which are regressive and will disproportionately harm them.
what I was saying is, as far as something more recent, the world is a completely different world than it was 50, 60 years ago.
Okay, so why would higher corporate tax
Wait, I have a question.
rates-
Does anyone know if it's against flag code to like sign the flag?
Great question.
I don't believe so.
You don't think so? Does anyone know, chat? Real question, because I'm yes, it is. Okay, so Donald Trump, I'm watching a video of him right now sign an American flag on 9/11. So he broke flag code on 9/11.
I don't understand. I mean, I don't think that's the case, because, like, based on the whole Supreme Court, if you can burn it, why can't you sign it?
Wait, he says you shouldn't be able to burn it.
Oh shit! Wait 1 second. The flag. This is a part of the U.S. flag code. The flag should never be carried flat or horizontally. Irrelevant. The flag should never be used for advertising purposes in any manner whatsoever that could be applied. But more specifically, the flag should never be placed upon it, nor any part of it, nor attached to it any mark, insignia, letter, word, figure, design, picture, or drawing of any nature. Yes, Donald Trump broke our federal flag code.
But you can burn it?
Yes. Oh, wait, I know that probably breaks flag code too, but it's still protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. But what we're saying here is that Donald Trump wants to imprison people for breaking the flag code, then turns around and breaks it himself.
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, but once again, I don't agree with that. So, I mean, from a moral standpoint, I don't think you should desecrate and burn as an American citizen.
From a moral standpoint, you shouldn't spread misinformation.
What was I spreading misinformation about?
No, I was making the same point as you. Although you may morally disagree with it, it doesn't justify imprisoning people for it. To like some extent, okay? Like maybe I could say I morally disagree with like people like using vehemently harmful hate speech, and I'd say that the Constitution should be amended to send people to jail for it. Yet I don't think we should say the same about burning the American flag.
But how is he spreading false information if he's just making an opinion on it, saying
it's a conceptual analogy, man.
Okay, I mean. But I do want to go back to one thing, because you were talking about moving the goalpost earlier, but as far as the whole Cuban thing, you were saying that I can't agree with the fact that his stance on the fact that it would tank the stock market, but then I also can't agree with the fact that he wouldn't have, or he thinks that Harris won't implement it.
Well, I mean, your argument more so is saying that Mark Cuban is a reliable source for information, yet you reject the fact that he's endorsed Harris, and you reject the fact that he says Harris won't implement this, and you only accept the fact that he says that this is a bad policy. So seemingly you are cherry picking this quote-unquote reliable source for information to fit your narrative.
No, I mean, I think that he's probably more qualified than 99% of the U.S. population regarding financial implications regarding the stock market and so forth. I mean,
I'd agree.
And if his stance, and he feels that, I mean, I think that holds water. I mean, this isn't just a Joe Schmo, either myself or you guys or anyone else that's making that statement. It's someone that is heavily involved in that industry.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'd agree with you there. Maybe I'd agree that Mark Cuban's opinion here would hold some water. Yet at the end of the day, I still disagree with him.
But once again, if she still stands by that, even though somebody like him is saying that, it tells you how disconnected she is.
No, because seemingly there's good reason to disagree with Mark Cuban there.
What's the good reason?
We've already went over it.
Well, you're saying that, but I mean, what makes you qualified to make a statement like that over Mark Cuban?
Well, I mean, I'd say that at the end of the day, he's more qualified to make statements, but we can't dispute good reason being provided for a claim, right? Like my claim is being qualified given good reason. Mark Cuban's claim is being qualified given status, right? But this would lead to two qualified claims. Like I could say that specifically speaking, right, it is like wrong to murder people and give a long list of phenomenal reasons for such. Meanwhile, if God were to come down to earth, he'd be qualified to say it's wrong to murder because of his status. But I guess the point that I'm making here is the qualifications for my claim that it will not impact the stock market is given the good reason that I shared earlier. Like, I don't know, like, how much more specific you want me to be. Like, do you just want me to cite, like, another, like, ultra-wealthy billionaire like Warren Buffett that disagrees with Mark Cuban's take? I'm pretty sure he put a statement about it.
I haven't seen that if that's the case, but I mean, it's something I would like to see someone that's actually come out and said that it would be good, that would be qualified for it.
Okay, so now you're disputing, right, my good reason on the basis of my qualifications? Okay, I dispute your good reason to vote for Trump on the basis of your qualifications. You're a random
George,
skedaddle.
thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, George.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, Dean.
Yeah, you have no good reason to vote for Trump. You've attempted to give me a good reason the entire time you've been up here, but I dispute you on the basis of lack of qualification.
Okay, but once again, my reasoning should be just as good, right?
Oh, so now you hold to the claim that one can have good reason without qualification.
I'm following your logic.
The money gun.
You literally just disputed that claim 5 seconds ago.
I'm following your logic, though.
I'm really lost and confused.
How are you lost and confused? You were just making a stance.
Because you just argued 5 seconds ago that I cannot hold to the claim that this will be that this will not detriment the stock market, even though I have good reason because of my lack of qualifications. So I just turned that around and applied it to you. You lack, sufficient qualifications to hold to the claim that Donald Trump would be a good president.
That I don't think either one of us are qualified to this level that Mark Cuban is on the stock market.
Okay, so you don't understand the argument. It's whatever, man.
I do understand what you're trying to the point you're trying to make, but you're comparing apples and oranges. We're talking about an industry leader in an industry like the stock market and financials and so forth, making an opinion versus myself and two other people that.
How about I will go for you. How about you go try to find a source insofar as indicating what Mark Cuban's reason would be to hold to this claim, then come back and we could discuss the reason.
Well, the whole reason is because
like
people
you're just kind of like
thank you for the $10. Thank you, Keith.
Like, I'm pretty sure you're just appealing to authority in this context. Like where you're essentially saying because of the authority that he has, given the status in the industry, right? His claim is automatically like justified, right? And like typically speaking, I don't like accuse people of appeal to authority claims because they're quite analytically difficult to like justify. But I'd say in this circumstance, you're literally just appealing to his authority, saying therefore it's correct. But how about you go online, just come back with good reason insofar as why Mark Cuban would hold to this claim, and then we could have further conversation.
Okay. Hang on a second.
All right. Appreciate it. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
I really appreciate you for the meteor shower, Sid. And I'm about to drop and go to bed probably after this guest.
All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sid with the 2 meteor showers. Thank you so much for the love, Sid. You're awesome.
I am 23.
Appreciate the glasses. Thank you. You
guys, look, I came here to waste y'all's time. I only have one thing to say.
Sorry. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Does Dean have a Cash App? No, he does not.
Nope.
Yo, Sidar, thank you so much. I appreciate the media shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Keith, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I'm sorry.
Everyone do tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes before I do get off today.
Heck yeah. W's for Keith as well. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and drop Parker. I appreciate you for letting me up for Ghost, man. It was fun. Chat, love y'all. See you, everyone.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Okay, what is going on? Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I think that Kamala doesn't have a plan whatsoever, and I feel like
What's Trump's healthcare plan?
Trump's healthcare plan. I'm answering your question first, so you could ask a question after I answer your first question.
Concepts?
So your original question was, why am I voting for Trump? I wasn't done with that. So one sec. I would say that Trump basically helps out the military more. He puts
Lily,
fear.
thank you for the $5, Lily. Go ahead.
He puts more fear into other countries. And yeah.
More fear into other countries? Okay. So like, how so?
There was no wars during that time.
There was Turkish-Kurdish war. There was a proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria. 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. He vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia, which they were using to commit a genocide in Yemen. Starved or bombed 85,000 Yemeni children. Roy, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lily, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lily. So I'll just ask you the question. What's Trump's healthcare policy? Joey, what's Trump's healthcare policy? Hello? Joey, I can't hear you. Hello? Joey, you got to come back to the app so I can hear you.
Oh, crap.
What was
my
healthcare
bad.
policy?
I didn't look into that.
So, did you watch the debates last night?
What's Kamala's? Yeah, I watched some of it.
Expanding the ACA. So what did he say his healthcare policy was? He said he has concepts.
Yeah, no, I didn't agree with that part when he said that he has concepts.
It's 9 years. It's 9 years since he's been starting to run for president, and he still only has concepts?
Yeah, but
He doesn't have a plan?
Can you give me 2 reasons why you're voting for Kamala?
Kamala. Leandria, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Yeah, she's not a convicted felon, and she's not a proven sexual abuser.
Okay, but why is he winning all of those cases? And
what case did he win? He lost all those cases. He's a convicted felon, and he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Can you show me that article or
Of Trump liable essay? Look up Trump liable essay.
Okay, I'll check that after this. But all I know is that Kamala, she doesn't.
Kamala.
Can you teach me how to say it? Because I don't know how to say her name.
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay, anyways, but Kamala, I feel she got her position through ways that weren't fully right. And I feel, well, there's been, I don't know if I could say that on live, but she basically, I feel like she's not fit to be president. Not as bad as Biden, but because she at least has a brain. So, but I feel like last night she was more trying to make the voters feel good by saying like all these little tactics, saying like, oh my God, like instead of answering the question, she's like, I was a middle class civilian and stuff like that. I just feel like she was trying too hard to like relate to the people instead of like actually giving her policies.
Yeah, so I can reference multiple national security advisors, multiple chiefs of staffs, multiple people that were a part of Donald Trump's cabinet that said that he was unfit to be president, that he was a threat to democracy, that other countries around the world laugh at him and think he's a fool. Alexander, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So why would you want to vote for someone that literally the people that are around him in their administration threatened the rest of their careers, to call them out for being unfit, a threat to democracy, right? And literally a laughing stock to the globe.
how is he a laughing stock when there was no real wars? Major.
There were. You
I
just
know
lied.
you listed those. I know you listed those few, but I don't think there would have been Ukraine and Russia or.
So can you give me any evidence to indicate that?
There is.
You just cut out.
Oh, my bad. But I don't know if there was particularly evidence, but I'm saying based off of the history and his track record that it would have happened because, as I said, he puts fear into those countries and yeah.
So it wouldn't have happened because he puts fear into them. Okay, what makes you think that? You just feel like it?
As he said, like for that one example he said yesterday, I sent a picture of his house and he was like, what does that mean? And that stopped, like, I don't think Kamala would do that.
Kamala. Yeah, so so you just saying that's not a reason to vote for Donald Trump. You saying I feel like Kamala Harris won't show a picture of someone's house to get them
that's
to
not
concede,
the only reason, but
right? Isn't like a reason why they fear him? Okay, again, literally multiple of his national security advisors and people that saw him and make decisions in the most critical of scenarios said that he was unfit and said that he was a laughing stock to the planet. So you can sit there and you can tell yourselves all these little stories, but what the people that saw him in the literally most critical conditions, right, for president of the United States said that he was terrible. Melanie, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the comments section right now? Thank you so much, Melanie, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Melanie.
I'm going to admit that I don't know too much about politics because I try and stay away from politics, but I would say from what I know, just off of the basics.
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
You ask these same, I don't even watch your lives, but the few times I have, like a couple times, you ask the same questions thinking that
it's like, the same conversation. Of course, I'm going to ask a similar question. That's like saying you did the same chess move in a chess match that you've done in other chess matches.
You have the same exact script, like switch it up a little bit because
same script. You mean I have a similar question?
Kamala.
Joey, how many things have we talked about? I talk about plenty of things. I don't just talk about this. This is a question I commonly ask because it's relevant to the conversation. And it sounds like you're a fan. It sounds like I pop up on
all
your
I know is that I'm just voting off of his policies. I'm not voting off of his personality.
Can you name me one economic policy that he influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than a benefit rich people?
I would say his tax cut plan.
So his tax cuts mostly went to rich people. Yo, Leandra, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand art as well. By the way, everyone, what are y'all thoughts? Or actually, everyone, does anyone know how long Harry's going to be on? Because I might join him here in like a little bit, depending on if he's still on. But yeah, what were you saying, Joey?
I finished my statement.
Okay, I apologize. All right, let me just go to the next person then. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 25 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Have you seen our economy? Do y'all buy anything nowadays? And before you say, oh, it's Trump's tax plans, how convenient that somehow, after 4 years, now the economy's in the dump and it's Trump's fault. That makes no sense. Obama was president. Gas was $6, $7 a gallon. It happens every time we put a Democrat in office, but somehow it's Trump's fault. I can't wait for Trump to pass away so we can stop blaming Trump for all the Democrats' issues.
What was the gas prices like under Bill Clinton?
I don't freaking know, man. I'm just telling you.
They were really fucking low. So not only that, but also under the Obama administration, there were lower gas prices in 2016 than there ever were under Trump's administration.
And y'all keep saying Trump's convicted felon as if no one has.
Wait, do you want to respond to what I just said? Do you want to respond to what I just said, and then we can talk about that?
What, Bill Clinton?
I said that, and then I also gave you an example of literally a scenario in 2016 where the gas prices were lower than any point under Trump's administration.
Okay, awesome. What about the 3-4 years before that?
What you mean? Okay, yeah, I agree that there were higher gas prices.
I have a question. I
agree. Wait, don't cut me off. I'll literally mute you. Okay. So yeah, there were points under Obama's administration where gas prices were higher, but every single point under Trump's administration that he specifically had, right, it increased in prices, right, until we reached COVID. The COVID is the only reason it decreased.
Okay. Well, that's not even relevant what I was talking about, but I appreciate the pointless comment, but okay.
That's what you were literally referencing, sir.
I wasn't. I'm talking about the economy. I think people don't have any type of common sense. Oh, Trump's a convicted felon, as if they're not weaponizing, the justice system. I mean, it's pretty easy to see. I really feel like people that are like, oh, Trump's a convicted felon, I feel like they don't have a brain in their head. They can't see the obvious corruption in the government. I'm not saying that Republicans aren't corrupted either. The entire political system is completely corrupted. Their agenda is to destroy America.
So you say their agenda is to destroy America. What evidence do you have of that? Well, Andrea, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Okay, well, so you just said that you believe that, there was, they rigged all the courts. Okay, you have no reason to believe that. You think there's a border crisis right now, and you believe all the criminal courts as it relates to people who are committing crimes, who are undocumented immigrants or documented immigrants, but you won't believe it with literally Donald Trump's crimes. That's called hypocrisy. Okay. Good Trouble got banned. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible to hear. I hate hearing that. This guy left. Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Just because I am. I had a quick question about trickle down economics. Y'all always say that it won't ever work, but if Trump were to do the lower tax rate on the big corporations, could he not sign a bill to where they would have to put that money back into the business versus keeping it for themselves?
Yeah, if they want to put a regulation that instead of being able to give it to to themselves through stock buybacks, they had to put it through the workers. Yeah, I'd be in support of that, but that's not what they advocated for. Right? Why wouldn't you just give the money directly to the workers instead of making them be an intermediary?
I don't really know what that means, but that was
intermediary means in the middle.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't really know, but that was just my question. So that was all I had.
Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Have a good night as well. Let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Lee Andrew, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He has a racist history. Wouldn't run to black people in 1973. Called for the execution of the Central Park five young black and Latino boys that were literally exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He popularized the Brother movement, saying Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's no sufficient evidence in that, when there's actually a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Meta, thank you for the $4 for you, Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, so you talked about 1973. We're in 2024, almost 2025.
I was showing that he engaged in racism in the past and he continually engaged in racism to the future.
Fair enough.
Music. Thank you so much.
Fair enough. 1973, 2024. Okay. What was your next thing? You said he was a rapist?
He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her in her vagina against her will.
So did we talk about Kobe Bryant, Ben Roethlisberger, Nelly?
Are they running for president?
No, does it matter? Does it matter?
Yes, we're talking about who's running for president right now, sir.
Does it matter?
Yes, we're talking about who's running for president right now, sir.
Okay. Well, let's talk.
I'm not going to talk about them as much, even though I'll call out them for if they've done these things, because they're not running for president right now. I'm talking about the presidency.
I mean, okay. Well, let's talk about how Kamala got to where she's at.
Okay. What are you saying?
How did Kamala get to where she's at?
Kamala, by the way. district attorney,
sorry.
attorney general.
Okay,
Jason, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
let's talk
Leandria,
about
thank you for the
how much money I
$2.
make,
Thank you so much. And Allie, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Let's talk about all the money I make because I sit here and collect all this money on top of mommy and daddy's money.
What?
Look,
I don't get any money from my parents.
But I doubt that. But
Okay.
so let's talk about how many black men has come.
Can you wait, hold up. Wait. Why do you think I get money from my parents?
Well, because you're 22 years old and you sit here on TikTok all day. We all know how it goes, bud.
Okay, but I have a job.
I'm doing what?
This.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's so then
So
why would I need my
so
parents?
hey, let's talk about Kamala because
Wait, so why'd you bring that up?
What's that?
Did you just want to like randomly ad hom me? You were just you were losing the debate and you're like, oh, I have to randomly attack him because I got nothing.
Losing the debate. Like we haven't even got started yet, bud.
We're currently debating right now, Jesus.
Yeah, but you went straight into like, oh, I'm losing the debate. Like I'm not losing anything. Hey,
yeah, you literally are. Patrick, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Patrick. I appreciate it. For MAGA, don't listen. Totally true. MAGA, definitely don't listen. Lisa, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lisa.
How many black men is Kamala?
Hold up, you can't say any drug names. You can't say any drug names, by the way.
What's that?
You can't say any drug names. I'll have to kick you because it's TikTok TOS.
I didn't say drug name.
I know. I'm just making sure you don't.
No, I'm not. I asked a simple question. How many people she put in jail in California?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know that?
No.
Weird, because you know everything else.
Yeah, things that are relevant.
Oh,
and I don't know everything else.
Things that are relevant.
Yeah,
weird.
That's not relevant.
So how many votes did she get when she ran in 2020 against Biden?
So she dropped out of the primaries prior to that point. She was polling 7 to 15% before.
Why
she joined as the vice president?
Why did she drop out?
To join as the vice president.
No, she didn't drop out to join as vice president. She dropped out because she knew she was getting destroyed, and they appointed her as the vice president.
No, she wasn't getting destroyed.
She was getting destroyed.
She had way more support than Biden had the multiple times he ran before 2020.
Well, hang on. If she had
why don't you talk about the multiple times Biden? Why don't you talk about the multiple times Biden ran before 2020 rather than talking about the fact that Kamala Harris had 7 to 15% in the first time she ran in 2020?
We could talk about how many times Biden ran. How many times did he run and drop out?
Yeah, he did. He ran multiple times and didn't get vast support. It took him a long time to get vast support. It took him being vice president of the United States. And you want to know what's crazy? The same thing happened with Kamala Harris. She was vice president of the United States and learned a lot from that and gained a lot. And then she became a top person in the party.
He's never
Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Garrett.
He's never been elected.
Thank you, Garrett.
She's never been elected.
She's going to be elected this time.
No, she won't. No,
yes,
she
will. Yes, she will. And by the way, she was nominated by our party. 80% of the party is satisfied with her being the nominee.
Because they didn't have no other options.
What? We could have, but no one else decided to run against her.
No one decided to run against her within the last 3 months prior to an election?
Yeah, so why didn't someone decide to run against her?
Oh, well, it's pretty clear. She was appointed, just like she's been appointed to be VP.
Because of what she has for qualifications. Okay, so she's qualified.
She has no qualification. Her own state.
Wait, what are Tim Walz's? Wait, can you tell me anything about Tim Walz or JD Vance? Actually, tell me, what are JD Vance's qualifications?
Can't answer that question, but let me ask you this:
Oh, what's Donald Trump's qualifications? What are Donald Trump's qualifications? What are Donald Trump's qualifications? What are
family support?
What are Donald Trump's qualifications? And marry Trump. Look up Mary Trump.
You mute me.
Look up Mary Trump, and then also tell me about Trump.
Why did Walz's family support Trump?
Dude, you understand that he's never met those people particularly directly. Secondly, as it relates to this, that's not relevant. Mary Trump doesn't like Trump. Mary Trump is it literally pays people to engage in like political discourse against Donald.
That's the problem. Like, you don't want to hear what anyone else says. Every time you don't like what you're hearing, you shut them off.
Why haven't I shut you off?
Well,
I like hearing what you're hearing, or hearing what you're saying.
You've already shut me off once.
I muted you because I was clarifying.
Clarifying what?
What were we just talking about?
So let me ask you this. She didn't even win her own home state when she ran against Biden.
What are Trump's qualifications?
Trump is not a lifelong politician.
What are Trump's qualifications?
As far as what? To be president, he's a better businessman than anybody we've ever seen in history.
Yeah, ever in history? Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Bankruptcies literally come and go. Bankruptcies are based off business deals.
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Can you name one person who has gone bankrupt 6 times? No. Can you name one person who's gone bankrupt 6 times and still been a billionaire at the end of the day? It's called a business decision.
Donald Trump. But that's because he had. Wait, you have an echo. Fix your shit. Fix your echo. I don't want to hear that, or I'll kick you from my stream. So Donald Trump literally had multiple hundreds of millions of dollars he inherited from his father, right? Not only that, right, but Donald Trump, right, he has bankrupted multiple times. Trump Steaks, Trump Vodka, Trump Airlines, Trump University, right? He is a laughingstock. The fact that you say he's the best business individual ever is literally laughable. That's like actually laughable. If I had $400 million right now and I put it in the S&P 500, by the time I am Trump's age, I would have $10 billion. Thank you for the elephant. Thank you so much. Just by putting it in the S&P 500. $10 billion. That is well more than Donald J. Trump. I can promise you that. That's well more than Donald J. Trump. Everyone tap the screens, get to 2.5 million likes, share the live as well.
Once again, Parker, you're not going to listen. You would have that based off the technology you have at hand today that Trump didn't have for many of years.
What? No, it has nothing to do with technology. I'm talking about like specifically. I'm talking about specifically the amount of S&P 500 growth we saw in the past. So I was using past growth to predict future growth.
Trump has filed bankruptcy on a few businesses through his entire career, but he still ended up a billionaire. So explain to me how Caesar Palace files bankruptcy right behind him, and what do they call it? Atlantic City? Is that what they call it? Correct me if I'm right or wrong, because I know you know everything.
I don't know everything. Is that really crazy?
No, I'm just asking. Like, was it Atlantic City where he filed bankruptcy on his Trump casino?
His Trump casino? Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to check.
Oh, so you don't know that? Okay. Well,
probably.
Literally within a couple weeks, Caesar Palace files bankruptcy right behind him. So was Trump just smarter than them, and he seen the writing on the wall and he walked away before they did? Because as a businessman, that's what you do. When you realize that.
So again, not 6 times for one person. So I just want to clarify, the typical good businessman does not bankrupt 6 times. The reason why he was able to bankrupt 6 times is because daddy gave him money.
No. See, that's the thing.
If daddy never gave him money, he would not be billionaire.
No.
If my dad gave me $400 million of inheritance, I'd be a billionaire in the future too.
My dad gave me $60 million. And I'm telling you right now, yeah. Hey, let your jaw drop a little bit more. I get it. My dad gave me $60 million. I've never filed bankruptcy, but my dad, who only gave me $60 million,
Only?
Only.
Shut the fuck up.
Hang on.
Shut
hold on,
up,
listen,
dude.
Listen.
Only 60 million.
Hey, hang on.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Hey,
this is
you
what
don't-
only 60 million. You
Hang on,
cannot
hang on.
make this shit up, chat.
Hang on. but
Jesus
you don't-
fucking Christ.
But you don't want to hear the part about how many times my dad filed bankruptcy, and I could literally tell you about living in a fucking single wide trailer.
Was it 6 times?
6 times? I can't answer that question because
No.
I'm only 38. But I'm telling
Jesus
you, like
Christ,
my
dude.
dad filed
$60
bankruptcy.
million dollars?
My
Just
dad
send me
filed-
10 grand right now. Jesus Christ, bro.
I would, but see, here's the problem. I've been trying to debate you for like 3 months now, and you won't do it. I've actually
debating
told
you
you
right
many
now.
times, but you're not listening. My dad has hit rock bottom many a times. He's worked his way back up, lost it all. I mean, literally, like to the point to like, hey, how much money is in your piggy bank? Worked his way back up, lost it all, and gone through that battle. Literally, I'm 38 years old. My dad's owned his company for 32 years. And I'm telling you, like, I've watched him go back to this battle. I've watched him file for bankruptcy.
I'm not saying if you bankrupt, you're a bad business person. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying 6 bankruptcies is pretty unique, right?
But
and unique is it's not unique in a good way. It's unique in a bad way.
Bankruptcy on a business or bankruptcy as a person is a whole different thing.
Wait, say that one?
Because businesses literally they hit rock bottom.
Hey,
you
Donald,
have to understand when to walk away from it.
Oscar, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Donald, your bio is crazy.
Why is it crazy?
Do you want me to read it?
I don't even know what my bio says.
I love Coors Light.
I do love Coors Light.
Then my kids.
Hey, but what's funny is I'm drinking a Michelob. What's funny is you're going off of something that I'm drinking a Mick Ultra right now.
No, dude, you literally said I love Coors Light and then my kids.
Well, hey,
beer over kids is crazy, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. I've got 4 kids, and my kids set my TikTok up for me 3-4 years ago. Whenever it was, I have no clue because I literally had no clue what I was doing here. Because I get up and I go to work every day, unlike you.
You don't think this is work?
No, it's not work. It's you sitting here collecting on people that are literally partially degenerate, and they hand you their money.
Degenerate?
Yeah.
Dude, what makes you think that the people donating to me are degenerate, bro? What?
Yeah. You're 22 years old and you've never had a single day of work in your life.
This is work.
That's not work.
Yes, it is.
You've never clocked in and clocked out anywhere.
I clock in and clock out. I did 9 hours yesterday, bro.
Oh, that's cute. I worked 14 hours today, bud. I left my
Why
house.
are you working 14 hours if you already have 60 million?
Because that's how you make more money.
You don't need more money.
Hang on. First off,
I'm sorry, sir, but you don't need more money.
No, I do.
If I had $60 million, all I'm doing is TikTok, right?
No, hold on. I have 4 kids that I
Which is already what I do right now, by the way.
I have 4 kids that I got to make sure that their life is way better so they can sit here and do the things you're doing.
What? Yeah. So again, I'm able to do this because it's my job. Your kids aren't going to be able to do this unless they have it as a job.
Well, I hope they don't do anything what you're doing because you're a degenerate as well.
Okay, can you define degenerate, please?
Those who sit here and collect money off of people who don't do anything with their real life.
Melanie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the meaningful work you do from a degenerate. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Emily, thank you for the $5 from a degenerate. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Emily. Yeah, so I don't know why you're calling them all degenerates. I don't know why you're saying that this isn't a job. I think by any definition of a job, it would be considered a job. Dana, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand art. Can you define job for me, please?
You're talking to me?
Yeah, can you define job? Yeah.
Someone who gets up and goes and puts their hours in and does something to contribute.
Okay, well, I contribute towards people getting entertained.
Exactly, but what do you pay in taxes?
I'm not going to tell you how much I pay in taxes, but I do pay taxes.
Do you actually pay taxes?
Versus the cat, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm impressed.
Why?
Because I figured you were one that just like sat back and collected on
it. You think I'm someone who evades taxes like Trump? Versus the love paying.
Oh no, hang on. You said invade taxes like
evade.
No, see, that's what's funny is that he didn't invade them. You guys, the only thing
he did evade.
No,
Caleb, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mariah, thank you for the $1 for the King of Degenerates. Thank you so much, Parker, the King of Degenerates.
He paid someone.
Did you pay taxes on your $60 million?
He paid someone 2 to 3, 4 million, 6 million, whatever it was, to make sure he paid minimum taxes based off your Democratic Party's tax implementations that they had. That like, oh, we won't charge you for this.
Yeah, so I pay taxes based upon Trump's tax policy. Cheyenne, thank you for the $10 from one degenerate to another. Thank you so much, Cheyenne. Thank you.
It ain't Trump's tax policy, bud.
It is Trump's tax policy still.
Well, no, because it was the tax policy was put in place long before him.
Nope. So the tax cuts
got put in.
Hey, Donald, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is Trump's tax policy.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I paid in taxes last year. I didn't get no tax break. I can tell you that right now.
Well, yeah, thanks, Trump.
No, it wasn't thanks to Trump.
Yeah, that's Trump's tax policy. Still under Trump's plan.
No, for the last 8 years, I paid in taxes. So how's that?
So Trump's tax policy. Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Caleb. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Caleb.
That goes to show how ignorant you are. I said the last 8 years, 9 years that I've paid in taxes. How is that Trump's tax policy in the last 8 to 9 years?
8 years since what is 8 years from now? 8 years was what, 20, was that 2018? 2017? Sorry. No, I'm just trolling. It was 2016. So yeah, it's been for 7 years you've been paying. Most of it. Because Trump was inaugurated in 2017.
Fair enough, but that wasn't his tax policy.
Yeah, no, currently, right now, it's his tax policy.
But I'm telling you, since I've been paying into it, it wasn't his tax policy.
Most of the years you've paid taxes, it's been under Trump's tax policy.
What's weird is inheritance doesn't get taxed.
Caleb, thank you for the $5 for Degenerate and Proud. Thank you so much. And it should be.
Inheritance should be?
Yes.
You are a fucking lunatic.
What? If you make $60 million, you should absolutely pay taxes on that inheritance.
First off, I didn't make $60 million. I inherited a company that was worth $60 million.
Okay, well,
that was split between me and my 3 brothers.
So you didn't inherit $60 million. You inherited. You said 3 brothers. So you inherited what, like 15 million?
Not even. Your math is so far off because there's 3 brothers, so that'd be 20 million apiece. But we inherited a $60 million a year company.
Well, you said your 3 brothers, so that's divided by 4. Genius.
No, there's 3 of us.
You said your 3 brothers.
No, I said us 3 brothers.
Okay, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but we didn't inherit that kind of money. We inherited a $60 million a year company.
$60 million a year?
No, not profit. That's what we do with work. We do about $60 million a year worth of work. So the profit is definitely way less than that.
Okay, so then you're not even paying taxes on that.
The hell we're not.
It's still a business. So you wouldn't even pay unrealized. You don't even have 100 million. So you said you inherited 60 million, and now it's 20 million.
We inherited a $60 million a year company. I did not. Hey, trust me. If I inherited $60 million like in my pocket, I wouldn't be talking to you. I promise you.
Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So you wouldn't be talking to me? Why not?
Because I'd be sitting on a beach somewhere and not giving two shits what happens in this country.
Okay, that's just such a crazy thing. If I won the lottery, I would still be here debating people. I'm not trolling.
Parker, here's the thing. As much as I dislike you, but I like you, if I inherited that kind of money, I'd take you on the beach with me.
Okay. All right. Cool. Based JW. Yeah. So. All right. Yeah. So. Is there? Here, I'll ask you this question: are you pro law and order?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Are you pro law and order? And Harry, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much, Harry. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I have my debates on it.
Okay. So you have your debates on being pro law and order?
It depends on certain things. I mean,
would you vote for someone who said that they would pardon people that violently assaulted police officers?
Would I vote for someone who said they violently?
No. Would you vote for someone who would pardon people who violently assaulted police officers?
Yes. Because some police officers, and this is going through my experiences in life, some police officers are definitely out of order.
Okay, like how about on January 6th? Would you vote for Trump if he were held or if he specifically said he would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers insofar as that they had broken bones, a broken spine, one lost an eye?
The fact that you guys think that Trump is literally behind January 6th is obscene to me.
So he explicitly said that he would pardon people that he said that he would pardon people that violently assaulted police officers. Like literally, they pled guilty to that. 56% pled guilty.
Let's actually talk about the people who, no offense, were abused by police officers.
Yeah, no, I would talk about that, and I'd love to talk about police brutality. I wouldn't dispute that, but like the point I'm making is that again, this is January 6th, right? And
because
these
you
people were violently assaulted.
You want to push your agenda on Trump.
And wait, what agenda is that?
That you think Trump is a degenerate.
I think that Trump is a degenerate. No, you believe that I'm a degenerate.
Well, I do.
Okay, so can you define degenerate? Think of the Little Crown.
Because I'm definitely, literally a guy who will negotiate and battle back and forth.
Can you define degenerate?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so then how are you using the term?
Sorry, I'm trying to charge my phone at the moment because it's literally getting ready to die. How do I use the term?
Yeah, how are you using the term in that scenario?
Well, because listening to you talk, you think Trump is Satan, basically.
I don't believe in Satan, so no, because I do believe he exists. Logan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Logan. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, is there anything else you want to say there?
Sorry, I'm trying to get my charger to work here. Give me just a second here. I think I got it going.
How do you feel about me dunking on Charlie Kirk?
How do I feel about you dunking on Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
I guess I missed that.
Yeah, you have to watch it. Apparently you follow Charlie Kirk and young girls.
I follow Charlie Kirk and young girls?
Yeah. Apparently. That's what people are saying in the comment section.
I have no clue who I follow. Like I said, once again, my kids set my damn TikTok up about 4 years ago. I have no clue about any of it.
Did they follow Charlie Kirk?
Who's Charlie Kirk?
Small face. Hannah, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Small face. Like, do you remember that guy?
Small face?
Yeah, yeah.
Who is small face? I've seen him pop up on some videos when I scroll through.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Okay. Donald, I have a question.
Go ahead, hit me, bud.
Do you think violent sexual offenders should be able to, like, get access to guns?
Violent sexual offenders?
Yep.
110%.
Devin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
110% no.
Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Okay, so if they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Who is violated a young sexual offender?
What? Who's a violent sexual offender? Donald Trump. He's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, forcefully penetrating her vagina against her will.
Who was that?
Eugene Carroll.
Okay, so once again, did Kobe Bryant or did Ben Roethlisberger? Great.
Were they held civilly? I'm not even familiar. Are they held civilly liable?
So you're not. See, that's the thing, Parker. Like, you always want to go back and forth with your agenda.
Well, I'm talking about politics. That doesn't mean I know about fucking Kobe Bryant or them. I don't know. I don't know about their cases.
Oh, of course you don't. You only know about Donald Trump, right?
Well, I know about many cases. I just don't know about Kobe. And who was the other person you brought up?
Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
I believe it.
Okay. But I do know about Trump because I have conversations about this all the time. And it's relevant to, like, the political sphere.
You stick to your little small...
Dude, because I don't know about, like, the Kobe Bryant court case, that means I, like, live in a small bubble? What?
No, you stick to your small portion agenda, and you keep repeating on the same thing. Like, you don't want to realize and go outside your bubble because you can't argue on anything outside your bubble.
I do argue outside what you would consider my bubble. I just told you I don't know what this is. Do you know about every case? Do you think OJ was guilty?
Do I think OJ was guilty? Guilty based off of my opinion and or what was proven?
Opinion.
My opinion? I would say probably guilty.
Probably guilty?
Probably guilty.
Okay. All right. So then why are you saying one you accept but the other one you don't?
Which one did I say accept and which one did I say I didn't?
Huh?
What did I say accepted and which one did I say I didn't?
You said that you accept Donald the case with the child, but you don't accept the adult.
No, that is not what I said. I said that literally, like, I don't know anything about the whole Trump thing that you're bringing up. That's all I said.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 23.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
All right. So I'm not going to, I can't debate some of your points in the fact where, he's definitely done some wrong things, and I'm not going to say that he's 100% a good guy. But what I am going to say is the reason I'm doing this or voting for Trump is because I think that it's the best direction moving forward in terms of just the overall country's safety.
Okay. Yeah. So, what makes you think that we're more safe with a criminal as president?
Okay. So something that you just went with the last guy, Donald. You know, something like you mentioned the whole OJ thing, and how
Mandy,
you know
$5. Do you think do you think he was guilty?
I do. Do you think he was
So-
guilty?
Yeah.
I also
you
just watched
accept-
your debate. I just watched your debate with Charlie Kirk, and right when I hopped on TikTok, you were the first person who popped up on my live, and I just thought that was funny. You definitely did a good job. You're definitely intelligent, and it's kind of just why I kind of wanted to ask you some questions. So. Like,
Okay, wait. Before you do, so if you accept one civil court, like the one with OJ, why wouldn't you accept the civil court of Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I wouldn't say that that's necessarily the OJ thing. Like, I don't agree with that.
Oh, you don't think that he's guilty?
I do think he's guilty, but he was found not guilty, correct?
He was found not guilty in a criminal court, but he was held liable in a civil court. So if you accept the civil court as it relates to OJ, why wouldn't we accept the civil court with Donald Trump?
Okay, how far after the Eugene Carroll case was this?
Eugene Carroll, by the way.
Eugene Carroll.
How many
long
years
after? How long did it take her to make the claim and for it to get taken to court and all these things?
Okay, so she specifically was assaulted in 1996, and she filed in 2019.
Okay. So for there, I don't have any debates for you. What I do have is just some questions that I did want to ask, right?
Go ahead.
So with the border, right? Do you think what's going on at the border is an acceptable situation?
Do I think what's going on at the border is acceptable? No, for different reasons than what you think. I think it takes too long for people to get into the country legally. I think that we have a fucked up system.
Okay. I wouldn't say different. I could get behind that for sure. So, but that doesn't necessarily make what's happening okay right at the border right now okay. That doesn't make it okay.
Did you actually know there's less border crossings right now than there was the end of Trump's administration? And Mary, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much for just watching the full 90-minute debate with Charlie. You did amazing. Keep kicking ass. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mary. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Mary in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate that.
Where do you have your statistics on that?
Oh, for what claim? I apologize.
That illegal border crossing is higher.
Oh, the Customs and Border Protection.
Okay. All right. Again, I don't know that information, so I will look into it myself. As far as I'm concerned, it's otherwise. But again, you're naming a source. I don't have a source to name. But regardless, there is a mass flow of illegal immigrants coming through the southern border. Correct.
Depends on what you consider mass. Do I consider 1,000 people a lot of people? Yeah. But so then there was also a mass amount of people who are coming under Trump's administration.
Is it not accounted to millions even admitted by the Border Patrol?
So we have border crossing numbers and counting numbers. Now, is it likely millions? Sure, but there's also likely millions under Trump. For example, I just want to say it is the case that if we look at the undocumented immigrant population, it actually went up under Trump. Did you know that?
Sorry, say that again.
There were points where the undocumented immigrant population went up under Trump. Would you say that he was the fault of that?
Would I say he is at the fault of undocumented immigration going up? At what point in what point did it go up? What do you mean?
So
Like-
go ahead.
Like, are we talking years specifically, like, or president comparisons, like Obama compared to Trump, it went up?
Yeah, so look up undocumented immigrant population, U.S., and you'll specifically see, we can go to Pew Research, and we can see that actually under Trump's administration, it went from around 10.2 to 10.5. You can see that under his administration.
Okay.
So
And-
does that make sense? So like under his, so is he at fault?
Yeah,
for
no,
that?
I get that. I get that.
Because it happened under his administration. Is he at fault for that?
I mean, by technicality, yeah.
Okay, so if he's at fault for that, well then why would you vote for someone that let the undocumented immigrant population increase by multiple hundreds of thousands of people?
I'm getting roses. I'm sorry, what was that?
So why would you vote for someone who, again, let the undocumented immigrant population increase by multiple hundreds of thousands?
I don't know. I mean, maybe we've seen different statistics along our way, you know.
Did you know that under Bush, it was a rising increase of undocumented immigrants in the population, actually around 8.6 around when he took office, to around 12.2 when the Obama administration took office, which then led on a decline until Trump took office at around, it seemingly is 10.5 or so, or 10.3, something like that. There's not really a marker on that point. Caleb, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I learned so much for you, and you cook Charlie Kirk. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Caleb. Thank you.
Parker, I appreciate your time. I just wanted to ask a few questions. The border conversation went a little bit further than originally anticipated.
You're fine. Don't worry.
Again, thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate you.
And I respect what you do.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Adios.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How are you?
Are you voting Trump?
Well, I'm Canadian, so I won't, but I can tell you.
I'm sorry. We are just looking for people who are voting Trump, but I do appreciate you coming up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, it's really loud. Is this the dude who lost to Charlie Kirk? I wish I could send you a request to join the live. If I lost, why hasn't he posted me to any of his socials? Please, someone needs to answer that to me. Like, if I lost and he destroyed me, please, why is he not posting any clips of me debating him on his socials? On any one of his socials? Or even addressing the fact that he debated me on any one of his socials, as he is with all, the other ones that were, there. It's really interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because why not?
He was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. He tried to overthrow the government. He called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He's actively delusional. He believed the election was stolen in 2020. They left. Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well. All right, let's try to get this next individual up here. Oh my gosh. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up, Paladin? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on? I'm 38.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir. Actually, you know, I was kind of on the fence on who to vote for, but I think I'm leaning more towards Trump now.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Just because, you know, just from the debate yesterday and just everything else, I feel that we really need somebody that just provides a stronger leadership right now. I feel like we're really at a critical state for the country. And, you know, with all the division, all these things going on, you know, it's just, I feel like, you know, it's a matter of having to pick the lesser evil right now.
Really?
It's always the case for every election, in my opinion. And I feel that, in this case, just give him 4 years and then just move on from him afterwards.
Oh, okay. So what was his healthcare policy? You watched the debate, right?
I did watch the debate. I don't think they brought up healthcare.
They did. They asked him what his healthcare policy is. And you want to know what he said?
What did he say? Can you remind me again?
We've got concepts. He's been running for president for 9 years. Almost a decade. And he's got concepts.
Okay. What do you mean by, can you elaborate on concepts? What do you mean by that?
Oh, no, that's all he said.
That's all he said? Okay.
Yeah,
so
he's got concepts of plans.
Okay. Well, the thing that really kind of turned me off about what Kamala Harris said about the economy when she mentioned the investments for, you know, small businesses and, you know, I think it was the $6,000
Yeah, she brought up a bunch of plans. Can you mention any plans Trump gave?
Well, I don't think they gave him a real chance to, you know, come up with.
Oh no, they did. They
sure
brought
he has
this
some
up.
plans, but
And he didn't. So what? I never heard of what plan.
The thing about that plan though that Kamala brought up is kind of scary because, you know, it's not on surface level. It sounds all nice, you know, but with the inflation rate that we're struggling with right now, I feel that the money, like, where are they going to get the money to do that? You know, I feel like it's going to come out of more people's tax dollars, and then that's only going to drive up inflation even more, in my opinion, you know? So that was a big red flag with as far as handling the economy, because truth be told, I feel like,
I don't know what policy you said is going to cause more inflation of hers. I don't know what you're talking about. Inflation right now is at 2.8% for the year, 0.2% month by month. But as it relates to inflation is dealt with by the Federal Reserve. And one thing that will cause inflation is Donald Trump advocating for tariffs, universal tariffs, 10 to 20%. Okay, that would cause inflation because it would shift the tax burden from people who are rich, right, to people who are poor, because people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income, right, on goods comparative to people who have more income.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so it's a regressive tax system.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've been, you know, going through these elections for a while now, and I feel like every single time these politicians, these candidates, they always try to sugarcoat and just kind of, you know, just make everything sound good, you know, just for the sake of being elected, you know, on both cases, you know, both Trump and Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. And then, but the reality is, like, it's just we're all falling for the same rhetoric every single time where they'll puff it up.
Actually, I stand corrected. It's 2.5% over the last year. It's gone down. Last time I looked at it, it was higher than what it is now. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny the timing of it all, just like where it's, you know, almost election time, and that happened to, you know, because the last 4 years
that just happens to be the case. Energy costs went down by 4%.
Yeah, Yeah, and then another thing is, she was caught with a few lies, about the fracking situation, where there's multiple sources on video from news media channels that she's been on, where
Yeah, in 2019.
yeah, she
I know,
always
she never disputed that. But she has a different view now.
yeah, that kind of
The same way JD Vance used to think that Trump might be America's Hitler, and now he doesn't think that. The same way Trump used to be a Democrat, and now he's not. The same way Trump used to be pro-national abortion ban, now he's not.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, man, it's
Also,
just.
I have a question. Do you think that they're eating like certain animals that we might not typically eat in Springfield?
Yeah, I actually just watched. I just looked that up just right before I came onto this, and there's actually a 911 call about that, and there's also a person that there's actually video of a body cam from police that came up to a neighborhood in Springfield that they called the cops because there was a lady actually killed a cat in front of their yard and was eating it. There's actually
again, can you give me that source? Yeah, can you give me that source?
Yeah, you have to find.
Oh, Measy, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I have to like go off of Google.
No, you gotta probably go on YouTube and find it. I might have to.
YouTube. Okay, I'm on YouTube. What do I type in?
Yeah, go to the Officer Tatum's channel, and then
Are you trolling, dude?
No. There's videos of it though.
Dude, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Citing Officer Tatum is crazy. Citing Officer Tatum is crazy as fuck.
And cutting their head off and walk.
Okay, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is okay. So he puts up an exclusive, says police audio report confirm Haitian goose hunting in Ohio. They all had geese in their hands. If you guys could hear this.
Now, the Toyota Tacoma does look like a newer model.
That the city council talking about.
Running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them. Like, and I don't know how like y'all can be comfortable
So
with
is
this.
just
Like,
someone saying it?
Yeah, so this was on August 27th. It's at the Springfield City Commission, where they were talking to the commission about that situation. And there's also a video of this. This is a live body cam.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know that person was not a United States citizen?
The guy that's talking?
Yeah.
Or the guy, or the people that he's speaking of?
No, the people that they're speaking about.
I don't know. I mean, okay, so let's this is the police body cam. I mean, it could be possible that it's just it wasn't a Haitian migrant. It's very possible, who knows? But after watching these videos, I'm like, okay, wait, the guys that the moderators mentioned that there's no claims or reports of it, but that wasn't true. So
So I can send you an NPR article right now of the stereotype of immigrants eating dogs and cats is storied. Right, I'd like you to look that up. That's from NPR. NPR is a good source for information like this.
NPR, okay.
Yeah.
NPR News.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they have and then what do I? And then just so I just search.
Yep. The stereotype of immigrants eating dogs and cats is storied, and vitriolic as ever.
Okay, I see. The stereotype of immigrants eating dogs and cats is storied and vitriolic. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So I would read that because this is a bit ridiculous, but.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was like, what the heck? When I first heard it, I'm like, I didn't even hear about it until the debate.
I have a question. How come the Springfield police have denied the claims?
Yeah, I just saw that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just these sources, man. Sometimes it's just so all over the place. It's just like one source says one thing and then another source says another thing. So it's like, who do you really believe? It's kind of
yeah. You don't believe random things claimed on the internet.
I agree with that.
You don't listen to Officer Tatum because he just lied to you. He did that for views. I'm not trolling. That type of content relies a lot more on lying to be able to get views as well. I just want to let you know when people make like video content like that.
Okay. Yeah,
that's why it's more
not a
important
big
to have these types of thoughts and opinions
Yeah.
aired out on live streams. Like when I'm on a live stream, people can critique any single one of my views. Anyone that comes in the box, I can get any possible critique. Where somebody's making a video, they don't get those types of critiques, so there's less of a disincentive to lie. Right?
Right.
Like people have a heavy incentive to tell the truth on lives because they can get called out for it. Amanda, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Alana, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm up in the air. It's like I'm even
Max, thank you, Galaxy. Thank you so much.
I'm even considering not even voting this time around. Honestly, because
so you know what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you should vote Kamala Harris, and I'm telling you should vote Kamala Harris not because it's going to benefit me, but because it's going to be better for the country. When she says that we need to get rid of this playbook and what's been happening the past 8 years, we do. We need to move on as a country. And if we have Donald Trump again, that is not going to allow for this country to move on and to unify. Donald Trump has done everything but unify this country.
That's what I'm concerned about in regards to Donald Trump. Like, if anything, if he goes into office, I mean, we already remember what happened the first time around, where there are a lot of pissed off people out there, and just all it does at this critical moment, like I mentioned earlier, about the state of where we're at right now. It's just, I feel that, man,
Heather, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, it's gonna create more chaos than anything. I don't think, anything will improve. I think things are just going more in a downward spiral. I feel like that will happen regardless of who's in office, to be honest, man, because we're just at a level of depravity that's just beyond fixing, in my opinion. And, a lot of people are just coming up with all these disagreements. We conflict over little things, big things, and we just can't seem to find common ground, And then lies can come from both parties, both ends, and there's truth out there.
Donald Trump lies significantly more, correct?
I mean, I don't know. I can't say I know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
I can point out multiple lies from the debates of Donald Trump.
Okay.
Macy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, so that's where I stand. I mean, like I said, I did say I was going to lean more towards Trump, but then now that I'm talking to you, man, it's like, you have some good points too. I'm not gonna deny that, but it's kind of, we still got 2 more months to think about it, and that's what I'm gonna do. And I think we'll see what happens.
Well, thank you for the manifesting. Thank you so much. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, I think we're all good, man. Yeah.
All right, for sure. Let's get on to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, thank you for the cap. I appreciate it, Jade. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Annabelle, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 23. How are you?
Good. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, man. Or I think so. From what I know now, unless I could be proven otherwise.
Okay. Why so?
So I do think Trump has been good for the economy, right? Like pre-COVID, there were all-time low unemployment.
Nope, that's wrong.
You debate that statistic? Let me see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicate that's wrong. There not only was there lower unemployment under the Biden administration, but there's been 2.4% unemployment in the past. So that's just totally false. I don't know why you just said that.
So From 2017 to 2019, also the U.S. GDP grew. So I think
real
that's
GDP has
positive.
gone up every year since Biden's been in office. That's accounting for inflation.
So yeah, well, perhaps inflation was the determinant on that happening. I do like the fact that Trump is a bit tougher on China as well, because I do believe that China practices unfair. I do think that they have unfair trade practices.
How is he
which
tougher on China?
In return, well, with like tariffs.
They kept the tariffs. So they kept the Chinese tariffs, right? The ones that are on China. They kept those around. I mean, I disagree with it, but they kept them around.
You disagree with keeping tariffs on
I disagree
China?
with tariffs, yes.
For what reason?
Because they increase cost of goods. I would only agree with tariffs if it were for a hyper-specific market for like a specialized reason. And like I just don't see any good or specialized reason to indicate why it would be for like a specific scenario. But like Trump advocates for universal tariffs. 10 to 20% universal tariffs.
Yeah, tariffs may increase the cost of goods, but at the end of the day, like, what about supporting, internal United States economy development?
That negatively impacts the middle class. So that makes you think it helps business? It doesn't. It reduces reduces exports. Name me one point in time where we have increased tariffs where it has not decreased exports.
Can you say that again?
Name me one point in history where we increased tariffs where it did not decrease exports.
Yeah. See, I can't. Yeah, I definitely don't have an answer on that question for you. Minority employment gains.
Again, unemployment was lower under the Biden-Harris administration at 3.4%. Not only was it lower at 3.4% on the Biden-Harris administration, it 3.4% in 1969, and it's at 2.4% or 2.5% in 53. Okay, so there's multiple times in history where it was lower.
For Biden-Harris?
For the Biden-Harris administration, 3.4.
3.4. Okay, so
that was not far off. Right now it's 4.2 because of 2020. Right now it's 4.2 because of what's it called? The interest rates. The Federal Reserve influenced the increase in interest rates, which decreases aggregate demand, purposefully causing a greater level of unemployment to lower the effect of inflation.
Right. I think one thing that Kamala has proposed recently that's good is the tax break for small businesses. I do respect that. I think that's a strong claim, but I don't, obviously, a claim is just a claim. I heard you say something before with regard to, what was it? Like we have Trump and his healthcare plan. We have concepts.
Oh, what was Trump's healthcare plan?
No, I wasn't going to debate the fact that he said we have concepts. I was going to say that, I feel like a common occurrence with regard to healthcare is that, president will make a claim and not much, extraordinary happens with regard to healthcare. I mean, what's your take on healthcare? Is that you think, everyone should have access to it?
Yeah, I think it should be a universal right.
So I feel like that does have implications on the economy, though. That's definitely
good implications. We spend a double, per capita on healthcare expenditure per individual than like other countries like in Europe that have universal healthcare systems that actually have better health outcomes than us. So you guys think like socialized medicine is such a bad thing, but countries around the world have had this for decades, and they like laugh at us. The fact that we still
they say
conservatives in those countries don't go against universal health care. Conservatives in those countries support universal health care.
World country like healthcare. Yeah, you're right about that. Do you debate the fact that the stock market grew under Trump?
Yeah, it did grow. It also grew under Biden and Harris.
Right. So although like there may have been economic growth under Biden and Harris, you can't take away from the fact that I think there was that aspect of Trump's his fucking presidency. I'm sorry about my language, but his presidency was that there was definitely a strong economic growth under his presidency. I mean, it wasn't terrible, that's for sure. 3.5 unemployment rate. I know, I'm going back to that, but that's not bad. Minority employment gains. African American unemployment dropped to 5.4% in August
Can you name me one
2019.
policy Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
For what was that again? Sorry.
Can you name me one economic policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
No.
Okay. Well, then you can't tell me like how he influenced this to happen. All you're telling me specifically is that these types of things happen under his administration. You want to know what also happened? 14.8%
Yeah, but I think the statistics are still relevant to prove.
Four years ago, we had 7.8% unemployment under Trump's administration. So were we better off 4 years ago when there was 7.8% unemployment? When there was a global pandemic happening?
Yeah, but is it really fair to compare the global pandemic to what it was pre-COVID?
Oh, wait. So exactly. So the point I'm making is that just because it happened in the administration, it's not caused by the administration. You'd have to take into account like external factors that would have caused this. Okay, well, there's inflation globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world, there was inflation.
Yeah, I agree with the global inflation due to the pandemic for sure.
Okay, yeah. So then why are we blaming the Biden-Harris administration for those things?
I didn't blame anybody for it. I'm arguing the point for, Trump and the fact that I think his economy was not bad. I think it's
you're arguing that he's good as a candidate because under his administration it was good. That does not mean that it was caused by him. Does it make sense?
So you're talking correlation and causation, basically.
Yeah, correlation does not equal causation. When he went into office, unemployment rate was at 4.7%. He continued the trend going down to 3.5%, and then it shot up to 14.8%, and he left office at around, He left office at 6.4%, okay? The Biden-Harris administration, 6.4%, dropped down to 3.4%, and it's slightly increased to 4.2%. Still, again, lower than when they got into office.
Okay. All right. So apart from that, what do you think about the social reforms with regard to Kamala Harris with like critical race theory and gender ideology?
I don't think she's brought any of that up.
Well, I mean, I think it's fair because that's a determinant of public perception as well.
I mean,
and it's something that's argued by.
Tell me what she's
parents.
advocated for that would be relevant to that. And Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Advocating.
Elizabeth said the cat eater was on drugs and non-immigrant. Yeah.
Advocating for schools teaching about critical race theory.
Advocating for schools, like when did she do that? Can you define CRT? I can hear you looking it up.
No, I can't define critical race theory for you.
So then, like, let's not like act like it's a boogeyman, right? Like, I don't even think she's talked about it.
About critical race theory?
Yeah.
No, she definitely has.
I haven't heard her talk about it this election.
Yeah, maybe not this election, but I think just because she hasn't talked about it this election doesn't mean,
And also, are you saying in public schools?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so CRT is not taught in public schools. That's
what about the claim to talk about critical race theory in public schools?
What people are saying when they say that is just like acknowledging like the intersection of race and how that's impacted people in terms of how they engage socially, socioeconomic status, like the continued, talking about racism. That's what people are talking about, right? So us talking about racism, talking about the fact that the founding fathers owned slaves, talking about the fact that Abraham Lincoln said that he'd be okay with slavery still existing as long as it is the case that the Union stayed around, right? Talking about those things, right? And not just trying to paint American history as, oh, we were always incredible, we were always so great, we were a beacon of hope and freedom of the world, because we didn't have freedom here. For people here. For people who are black, for people who are women, for people who are GAY.
Yeah.
There's so many groups in this society for indigenous people.
No,
right?
yeah,
it was specifically
totally
freedom for people who were white property owning men.
Okay, that's that's fair. So what's your claim on for why people should vote for Kamala? Like, what's the big selling point? Because I feel like there's nothing that's I can't really see something to change
Normalcy,
my take. You know,
unity, right? She fought fought for this country in terms of like the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, right? She wants to codify Roe versus Wade. Those types of things, right? She's advocating for policy. She's not as bad as Trump is. It brings us back to normalcy. We can finally move on.
So you're basically saying the lesser of the two evils. You think that's a valid way of going?
Yeah, one, it's the lesser of two evils. Two, it is the case that she's good policy. She's the best candidate we've ever had access to as a presidential seat. Okay, the best candidate we've ever had access to. Right, I think there's a lot to look forward to with the Kamala Harris.
Is not great.
Appreciate the money gun. Regardless, I don't care about perception. I care about what they're advocating for.
I could say that I appreciate Trump's support for law enforcement.
Wait, you think Trump supports law enforcement?
That's something notable.
Then why did Trump say that he would pardon people who pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Did he say that?
Yeah. He said that he would pardon them. Not only that, but he's a convicted felon. He's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. And she's a prosecutor. She was a prosecutor. So why would you vote for the convicted felon over the prosecutor?
Yeah, see, I don't think... Do you have a source stating where Trump said that he would pardon somebody who violently assaulted a police officer?
Yes, I got you.
I would appreciate that one.
I got you. You can talk about something while I pull it up.
Yeah, let me
I'll give you like an article because it links to like him talking in an interview.
Yeah, okay. What's your
so here, NPR, the Trump campaign embraces January 6 rioters with money and pardon promises. There's also plenty of other things. Washington Post, Trump pledged to pardon January 6 rioters.
But
Reuters, Trump says
is a little bit different than saying that he's
56% of people 56% of people who were charged with violently assaulting police officers pled guilty. Okay, so all the people. So when they ask, would you vote for these people that violently assaulted police officers? Well, they pled guilty, and they were convicted. So he would pardon people convicted of violently assaulting police officers.
Okay, interesting. I don't know if I could argue that because I don't have your sources pulled up here, and I'm not 100% sure what he said. I think another case for, if you don't mind, is the energy production under Trump in 2019. U.S. crude oil production.
We actually produce more oil right now than any point in American history.
What's up?
We produce more oil right now than any point in American history.
Yeah, you don't think that was because of Trump to a degree? I don't want to say completely because of Trump.
Wait, say that one more time?
So, yeah, like
are you trying to say it was because of Trump?
I guess, yeah, that's my claim is that,
what policy? See what I mean? You say something's because of Trump, I'm going to ask you, like, what did they do that caused it?
Right, yeah. I don't have
if we don't have, like, an explanation for that, well, then we probably need to look into it before we believe it, right?
But with regard to the policy affecting being the cause for that, yeah, I mean, that's fair. All right, man. So yeah, I basically brought up all my points on like why I feel Trump is solid between, you know, unemployment at 3.5% pre-COVID. I get that, you know, it was what 0.1% better. The support for law enforcement, public perception, social jeez, I can't even talk right now.
Social progressivism. And
Yeah,
then also like
Kamala
these
Harris.
are the bad things about Trump are a really good reason to vote for Harris. Okay, there are a bunch of Republicans that are voting for Harris. She said she would put a Republican on her administration. She's talking about actual unification and she's giving policy proposals. And Donald Trump is trying to undermine this country, saying that we're a third world country, everything is bad, everything's terrible. Right, but as soon as he gets in office, it's going to be great, apparently.
Yeah. No, I see your point. I don't think
at some point I would
I think-
say like put the country over the party, you know?
Yeah, I do feel like your side is like assuming that Trump is like inherently like evil with regard to like tyranny, and I do feel like you know I feel like
Inherently evil. I just like when I say evil, I just mean that they're like, I dislike what they're doing. I think it's bad, right?
right,
I think they're a terrible person, right? Like that's what I was saying here.
Do you feel like Trump is like tyrannical to a degree?
Yeah, he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That's violating the First Amendment.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Unironically, wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. And the example he gave was people who were burning the American flag in protest of a statue of Robert E. Lee being left up. So that was a Confederate, by the way. That's a Confederate.
Yeah, no, I know.
So shouldn't
Robert
it be
Lee is.
illegal to like raise the Confederate flag and to put statues in commemoration of Confederates since they're traitors, since they've advocated for slavery? I think that's
Say
way
that
more
again?
disrespectful to the flag and to what veterans fought for than burning the American flag, which is considered as what you should do when you retire the flag, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think individual is synonymous with the negative American history should be kept around. I think that's invalid, and you're right. Like I do think people should have the right to believe in what they want, even if it degrades the country, because this country should be based on freedom and independence. Like I think that's fair. So I guess. You think that under Kamala Harris that patriotism would be stronger because of being, like you said, unity before?
Yeah,
because she's wanting to bring a Republican.
Sorry, and it's not even that. It's that this country's progressing. When this country progresses and it doesn't hold on to trying to justify its bad past, it becomes a country that we are proud to be a part of. We're a part of this country progressing. That's what we can unify behind, right?
Do you ever
Instead of
think-
appreciate the confetti. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you
you're
off.
fine. Don't worry.
Like, yeah, I don't think you should that like sticking in the past and constantly trying to justify the past and everything to get like means to an end. Like that's invalid, right? Because we're at this point in time now. But do you ever feel like you could become too progressive to the point where you're regressing?
You can become like too progressive. I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying that like you want to become the most radicalized individual ever. But what I'm saying is that this country needs not a lot more progression than what we currently have. So here's the point. I would say progression within what's possible.
Right, like progression within healthcare.
You can take progression too
right?
far, right? For things that are not possible. I'm advocating for progression that's possible. Pragmatic progression. Okay? I'm a really big proponent of that. That's what I advocate for.
Yeah. So what
like
would be an example of where
things like free
Kamala Harris
healthcare,
would...
free education,
Right.
those things are things that we can do that we haven't done yet. Free childcare, right? We can provide that. A bunch of other European democracies have. If
Yeah,
we're
but
the
there's
richest
no
country in the
such
world,
thing
we
as
can.
like free. There's never a such thing
When
as free.
I say
right?
free, I mean free at the point of service. I don't mean we don't pay for it. I totally agree that we are going to pay for it.
Right.
But the point I'm making is free at the point of service. Everyone is provided it.
I guess the question is like who's paying for it, and when you make everything free
Society.
like that, is that ensuring the same quality of healthcare that you would have
Yes.
otherwise?
Actually, in countries around the world, they spend half as much per individual as what we spend here in the United States, and they have better average health outcomes. A Lancet study indicated specifically that Medicare for all, literally single payer healthcare, which again, I'm not like against getting rid of private. I'm not for getting rid of private insurance. I think we should have a public option that covers everyone. But Medicare for all specifically would save this country $450 billion a year, right? And 68,000 American lives per year. The typical studies I've seen are 45 to 68,000. So $450 billion a year, that's a lot of money. 4.5 trillion over a decade. Saving in healthcare expenditure. And everyone's covered on expanded coverage, because Medicare for all is dental care. It's mental health care, right? It's extensive. It's not like just what we currently have right now under Medicare. It's an even more extensive form of Medicare.
Okay, I see. And well, yeah, I mean, I guess unfortunately, with regard to Trump's claims on healthcare and saying we have concepts, that's not great. Me personally, I didn't hear what Kamala Harris had to say about healthcare, but I'm assuming that she believes
Kamala wants to expand the ACA. So I go a little further than like what our typical Democratic politicians might as it relates to these types of policies, but they've already been adopted by countries around the world. Right. And oftentimes Democrats in this country will only, water down that policy because they think it's more supported, right? If you retain all of these extra things. The best policy is you can have private insurance, but everyone deserves quality health care. Free at the point of service. The same way we have firefighters, right? The same way we have roads. The same way we have public schools.
And I guess the question to that is who's paying for that, right?
As a country, we will. And again, I just told you, we would save money doing this.
Right.
Right now, when you currently buy insurance, you put your money into a pot, essentially. Right? When you pay for insurance, that money goes into a pot. And then whenever someone gets sick, they take from that pot of money and they pay for the care.
Right,
But
so
there's
that
a
insurance
for-profit
would
health
practically be
insurance
like the
company.
tax.
Yeah, and there's a for-profit health insurance company between you and your doctor.
Yeah.
We're taking out that middleman, that for-profit health insurance company, right? And we're saying what's going to insure you is the federal government. So there's a bigger batch of money, which means you have more efficient distribution. Because there's a greater amount of people who are healthy to take care of the people who are sick. So when you are sick in your life, right, you don't have to pay like tens of thousands of dollars. You have to pay thousands of dollars to get basic care, right? If someone gets cancer, they don't have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you have kids in the future, you're not stuck with having hundreds of thousands of dollars or even tens of thousands of dollars of costs associated with that, depending on the types of outcomes that could come that are negative associated with pregnancy. Because some people go through negative impacts as related to pregnancy. They didn't choose that. Yet
No,
they
yeah,
are
you're
stuck
right.
with
I think it's
tens of thousands
I
of
think
dollars
it's-
of medical debt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's a really massive problem, when people go through health, issues, and then they're stuck in these debts for, X amount of years, and it's kind of a life destroyer. So yeah, I wouldn't.
Anyway,
be
I
the
don't mean to
person
cut you off here. I just want to say this before we get to 12. It's still 11:21 for me, so I can say it's still 9/11, right? We think about the times 9/11 of thousands of people who died, innocent people, unjust, disgusting, that should have never happened. That's a terrible thing, right? Never forget. Okay? In that same way, how many multiple times of people in the United States die because of lack of health insurance? 45,000 to 68,000. That is at least 12 9/11s a year. Just in people who die because they could not afford health insurance.
I think. See, I don't want to argue something crazy here, but like if you're dying and you're in some critical condition and you go to the hospital, they can't refuse you care.
Yeah, but you're strapped with medical debt. So you're not incentivized to go. People wait to the very last moment until they're in critical condition, right? Or until they have something really bad. So like they can't, ignore it because they can't afford it. The average American is living paycheck to paycheck and can't afford a random $400 expense. If they can't afford a random $400 expense and they're living to paycheck, how are they supposed to afford that health care?
Yeah, so you're saying that people would rather die than have to pay that debt.
No, what I'm saying is that people end up dying because of the choices that they're forced into making because they don't have money.
Right.
Because they would get health care if they could afford it, but they can't engage in that preventative health care because they can't afford it. Appreciate the DJ classes. Thank you so much. And they could have caught these things earlier on, and it would have been a lot cheaper to take care of this if they were incentivized to go earlier. That's what I'm saying, is that preventative health care is not incentivized. It's just reactive.
Okay. Do you think that there's any degree of safety? Say if you were ever to vote for Trump, which obviously like that's not the case, but do you think there's a degree of safety going with him, considering the fact that we've seen him in office before, and we've been able to see that the economy was to a degree healthy?
And no, I don't think you guys would have accepted this in 2016. You could have said the same thing about Hillary.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can make that claim no matter what.
Okay, so I don't think that just because they've been in president already means that it's better for them to be president in the future. And also she's been vice president. She was the most influential vice president ever. Most tie-breaking votes of any vice president. That's the main determination they can have. Typically, the vice president's more ceremonial. But one thing they can do is that, and she did the most of that of any vice president ever. She also raised over $5 billion in private funding specifically for countries in South and Central America to be able to reduce the likelihood of them coming here in the first place to help aid the migrant crisis.
Yeah, well, the migrant crisis is a whole shit show with the Darien Gap. Yeah, it's not good.
Thank you so much. What incentivized people to come here? The bad conditions caused by inflation and the pandemic. Right? So let's acknowledge the fact that
but that's going on. That's been going on even before the pandemic.
So there was an increase.
As massive, but
I don't dispute you there, but it obviously increased even more after after Title 42 was gone and what's it called? And they were and inflation was impacting people, right? So obviously that would be taken into account. But yes, you're right. There was an increasing share of people coming to the country even under Trump's administration.
Yeah, I guess I think the borders should be closed, but I do think that there should be easier access to legal immigration, within the country. But anyways, I'll present one last idea to you before I get off and let somebody go, because I see a bunch of these people commenting here.
Sure. You're probably my last person I'm gonna talk to anyway.
All right, man. So I know you probably see all the things on social media where it's all right, if Kamala Harris gets voted for president, this is going to be me in the next 3 years. And it's somebody in combat, right? So I guess that's based on the assumption that Kamala Harris is
Thank you, Ivan. Go ahead. Sorry.
That her foreign policy is a bit more aggressive with regard to tensions in the Middle East, right? Whereas Trump kind of wants to withdraw and get away with those things, which is counterintuitive to what you would think.
I think that's totally false. Trump he started a self-proclaimed war on ISIS. He increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 432%. He vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. They literally starved or bombed 85,000 Yemeni children to death. All right. Not only that, but there was a proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria. Right. There was Afghanistan. There were 65 military members that died in service, right, in conflict under his administration, in 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. So if there was more conflict under the Biden-Harris administration, why did more service members in conflict die?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was looking.
So there were 65 service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration.
Okay.
Not only that, but it is the case that there were 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. And so again, if there were a greater amount of Sorry, fuck. I literally just I saw Venmo and I apologize.
That's all good.
Can you restate? Oh, sorry, my bad. I got it. 16 died under the Biden-Harris administration, 65 under the Trump administration. How was there more conflict under the Biden-Harris administration if more died under the Trump administration in conflict?
I guess perhaps. Well, I feel like that's to be expected as like the withdrawal happened under Biden and Harris. So like if the military is withdrawing, there would be less incentive for these militants in the Middle East to act in that manner. But I think there's no question that Trump meeting with the Taliban was a terrible idea because unfortunately that legitimized the Taliban as genuine organization.
And he literally gave them 5,000 individuals that were literally convicted of murder and stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to present that last side of things because I guess that's according to you, it's a misconception. I appreciate you for your time. Yeah, I guess that's about it, man.
All right, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. You take it easy.
Thank you. Take it easy.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everyone. Everyone do tap the screen. Maybe let's get 2.5 before I do end it. I'm about to end it right now, though. So I do appreciate everyone who came on tonight. Y'all are absolutely amazing for coming through. I love y'all so much. Y'all are incredible. Answer the Venmo. I got you. Please answer. Let me know if I'm wrong. But if Trump's plan to use tariffs, how can he pay for these promises? But stop people from importing because of costs. How will we fund things? Exactly. That's exactly what I bring up. Tariffs are a bad revenue mechanism because they decrease imports into the country, right? Which actually decreases the revenue that you would expect from it. So yeah, you're totally right. Molly, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for another great night of debates. Thank you so much. All right, is there someone I can raid real quick, everyone? Is there someone I can raid? I think Bobby was live. Okay, Bobby G, everyone. Bobby G is live. Everyone look up Bobby G 0313. Look up Bobby G 0313. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Bobby G 0313. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.